92.57 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
No H2O is the leading waterless mobile auto detailer in the Bay Area, offering a full range of detailing services. No H2O comes to your home, business, or wherever is most convenient for you and gives your car a great wash with no water. No H2O auto detailing is ultra convenient and gets great scratch-free results for your car. And remember, no water is used. Call Brian today at 925-238-8182, 925-238-8182, or visit them at noh2owalnutcreek.com.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
If you have certain chronic conditions such as
Heart disease,
asthma,
diabetes, and you're 19 years of age or older,
52,
36,
42, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'm going to ask my doctor
about getting vaccinated.
With Prevnar 20.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
with Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill, the pride of the Excelsior, Joe.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. We're back, and it is a nasty day out there. So I say good morning to everybody out there on the roadways. Drive safely today.
Oh.
Drive safely. I was driving about 55, 60 on the freeway, which is
that's
slow
40
for me.
miles an hour below your normal speed limit.
There you go. So shout out to the CHP officers out there. You don't have to worry about old Bonte Hill out there driving fast on the roadways, but drive safely out there. Good morning to all the graveyard shift workers.
Put the phone down.
Put the phone down.
Keep going.
No texting and driving. You don't need to do it. Voice text if you need to, but just drive safely. A lot of people freak out in the rain, and there's a bunch of puddles and freeways and roads are going to be closed, so it's not worth it, man. It's not worth it. Just drive safely, man. Get home to your family. Good morning to everybody out there. Teachers, students, cops, firefighters, CHP officers, electricians, janitors. You know the drill. Spadoni, Lubman, Shasky, you. It's good to be back on the road. We got Sean Purdy coming up at 8 o'clock, the father of Brock, and we got some apologizing to do. I may apologize to Sean, saying, when I saw your son first trot on the field against the Miami Dolphins, I thought the season was over. Boy, was I wrong. I probably won't lead with that question.
Yeah, I would wait on that one.
Yeah. May throw that one at the end. A little throwaway.
Yeah. I'm ready to butter him up. I didn't know he was a University of Miami baseball player, the dad.
Crazy, because that program is legit.
Yeah, well, Pat Burrell, I believe, Aubrey Huff.
Yep.
The name shall not be said around these parts. But
Ryan Braun.
What was that?
Ryan Braun.
Oh,
Ryan
Hebrew
Braun.
Hammer.
Ryan Braun.
You know that was his nickname?
Yeah, the Hebrew Hammer. I knew that.
That's such a great nickname.
It is. And then,
And when he also threw that urine test sampler guy under the bus.
He was never the same.
He was a great ball player, though.
He was never the same after that.
I mean,
he was.
Who is?
He was basically cooked after that one. Speaking of throwaway stuff, how about the throwaway yesterday with the New York Yankees?
Oh, my God.
And Brian Sabian coming aboard. Now, we're going to get to the Niners and the Golden State Warriors, and they've got another injury list that's going to be longer than this sheet of paper right here, but they're taking out the Pistons, and the Pistons are struggling. We'll get to that. Brian Sabian, now an advisor at the New York Yankees, next to Brian Cashman, and I thought, kind of like Bruce Bochy, you just assume that they're going to retire and they're going to go away, and they were done.
Well, that's what we were told.
That's what we were told. Brian Sabian, one of the great executives of Bay Area sports history. The tenure he had with the Giants, I believe, is the most successful tenure or stretch, I should say, in San Francisco Giants history.
Oh, yes, by far.
By far.
Yes.
So I don't remember Sabian getting praised. I don't remember Sabian having a plaque on the wall, a send-off, a tribute, anything. Why? Why?
It's funny that you bring this up because I remember when Dave Righetti was ushered out. You remember that?
Yep.
And I lost my mind. Remember when that happened?
Yeah, I do.
And part of my thought process behind it was this. Dave Righetti, San Jose guy, local legend, threw the no-no on 4th of July. That's very famous for the Yankees, but pitched for the Giants. And in my estimation, should have pitched the 1993 final game of the season when Solomon Torres got the ball, right? That's one of the most famous things for Righetti. But Righetti was what it symbolizes to be a Giant and a lifer, he was with the prior regime in terms of the coaching staff. Before Bochy got there, he bridged the gap. Think of how many great pitchers had their best years or late in their career found rejuvenation, like a Randy Johnson winning his 300th win in a Giants uniform randomly. How many guys had great years with Righetti as their main guy?
A lot of guys.
I mean, think of all the different great closers.
Vogelsong, bounce back. The closers, middle relievers,
Matt
you name
Cain,
it.
Lincecum, Johnny Sanchez, Mad Bum, the list goes on. Jason Schmidt finding that splitter. So many different guys had their best years in a Giants uniform because of Righetti. And when they pushed him out the door, I remember screaming to the high heavens, and people were like, well, wait a minute. He wanted to go, and da-da-da. Did he? Because it didn't seem like he wanted to go. Felt he got pushed out. And that was a microcosm of what is going on right now.
So why?
We were told Bochy was ready to retire and move on. Does it look like Bochy's ready to retire and move on?
No, Bochy's in Texas. What about Sabian, though? He was announced yesterday as executive advisor to senior vice president of GM Brian Cashman of the New York Yankees. Remember, he started off with the Yankees before coming over to San Francisco in the 90s. Why hasn't he gotten a send-off? Why hasn't he gotten praise? Why hasn't he gotten a plaque? It's too quiet.
I don't know.
Down there at 24 Willie Mays Plaza. You think about Farhan, and we'll get to him in just a second because I got thoughts on him. I told you, I'm going to be on her ass every single day, and it's not going to stop in 2023.
Yeah.
The way they handled the Carlos Correa situation, it was unprofessional, to say the least.
Oh, and now people want everyone to apologize to them.
No, you're not getting any apologies. How about you come out and have a presser and not hide behind a Zoom call? How about you do that, first of all? All right, number one. But why hasn't Sabian gotten praised?
I don't know.
This is where I need Larry Bear.
Well,
where is Larry at now? Because Sabian was the architect. When you think of carbon policy, or McVay, you think of Sandy Alderson.
McVay, whose name's up in the Ring of Honor to this day.
No doubt. Sandy Alderson with those great A's teams in the late 80s. You think about what's going on now with John Lynch and Bob Myers. What about Sabian?
Why
hasn't Sabian gotten his love? Why hasn't he gotten his shine?
I don't know why he hasn't. I mean, think about it this way, B. And when I look at like great executives in sports, right? Pat Riley. Now, is Pat Riley running the day-to-days for the Miami Heat? No. No, he's not. But don't you want a Pat Riley in the room to at least listen to their voice?
Absolutely.
Now, when Bill Walsh came back into the 49er fold in the early 2000s, most people thought the game had passed him by.
Right.
But don't you want Bill Walsh in the room?
No doubt.
Right? Like Mike Holmgren came in as an executive, as like an advisory role in multiple situations, Cleveland, Seattle, etc. Don't you want guys like that in the room?
Absolutely.
Jerry West. Are the Warriors better off for having Jerry West in the room? How about the Clippers right now? Right? I just asked someone like Brian Sabian. Think about this. Let's take a step back, B. They made the playoffs 8 times in his tenure in the hardest era to make the playoffs, where there was only one wild card team.
Right.
All right? They did it in a variety of ways. Right. At the beginning of his tenure, he had the guts to trade Matt Williams for a bunch of unknowns and a guy that would develop into Jeff Kent. Think about the stones to come in and trade someone away like Jeff Kent. Then he kind of patchworked things around Barry Bonds, made shrewd trade after shrewd trade, whether it's Hunter Pence to win in 2012 after the Cabrera thing, or whether we're talking about acquiring JT Snow and Jason Schmidt. All right, then look at what he did developing via the farm. This guy drafted Matt Cain, drafted Tim Lincecum. Now, you want to give Dick Tidrow and some of the farm guys credit for that? Of course they get credit.
They all get credit.
But it's under him.
That's his team.
So, to me, why wouldn't you want this guy involved in the organization?
So, not only that. Okay, so you don't want him involved. You don't want him involved. Okay, I get it. You don't want to take his word. You don't want his advice. You don't want anything. Okay. Then why hasn't he been praised? The Giants.
Yeah, I don't have an answer.
Look for excuses to throw festivity, to throw parades, to throw, hey, you know what? 100 pits, let's get him on the wall. Matt Cain, let's get him on the Wall of Fame. Let's get a plaque up there. Doesn't matter who. They get it done. Oh, Willie Mack Day. Oh, let's get the Willie Mack Award out there. We're going to have everybody out there on the infield. We're going to get Willie Mays out. We're going to will everybody out there. We're going to have a great time. You let Brendan Belt come in on a captainship to open the season a year ago. All right? You let him come in. So you look for excuses to have a party.
Brendan Belt?
All right?
God, Fillmore Mike.
You got Will Clark's number retired, and I get it. But what about Brian Sabian? Why has Brian Sabian been basically shoved out of the back door very quietly?
I don't have an answer.
That's where, the Johnsons, you want to get on the Johnsons? That's where Larry Bear needs to step up. Larry Bear needs to step up and say, you know what? More than his statement saying, thank you, Brian Sabian, for all your years. He needs to be honored, and the fact that he wasn't honored yet, just as you bring up the microcosm of the Giants situation, the way they did Dave Rigetti, the way they did the way they've done Ron Wotus.
Yes,
it's a complete farce on what's going on with the San Francisco Giants right now in their organization.
Did you see Flannery's post yesterday? And a lot of people think that Flannery's gone off the deep end, but Tim Flannery is a baseball lifer. Now, he's probably more hardcore in the old school baseball than even I am. And you know me, I'm kind of more old school than I am new school. I'll embrace some of the new stuff. You have to acknowledge and recognize someone's impact on your franchise. And here's the thing. If you don't want his input, you say, hey, Joe, he ran the team for X amount of years. We needed to go in a different direction. Well, then let him go. Let him walk. He basically came out yesterday and said, Brian Sabian, that he wasn't happy with his role because they weren't listening to him and he wasn't really doing anything. Really? Really?
Sam Farhan.
Well, but that to me, then why even have him in a role just to be a ceremonial guy at a desk?
Weak. That's weak.
Nobody wants to be like that, especially someone who's a competitor and a 3-time champion.
A 3-time champ.
Not once, not twice. 3-time champion.
And from 97 to 03, this franchise was booming. it was booming. It was up there with the Red Sox and the Yankees. They were right there knocking on the door for World Series.
So, it was the king of the Bay. Let's call it what it is. The Giants were the king of the Bay for 6 years.
They were the king of the Bay. And that was under Brian Sabian.
Yes.
Now, I switched my focus to Farhan Zaidi. And while we were out, December 30th, Farhan, via Zoom, because these guys don't like to face the media in person. That is so inauthentic. It's not genuine whatsoever.
You really don't like that.
I just, everybody else does it. If
that's
Joe
a good point.
Lacob,
That's a
if
good
Bob
point.
Myers, the Draymond Green situation happened with Jordan Poole, those guys were at the podium.
Yeah, I could not
They were
imagine
at the
them being
podium,
at Zoom.
crying.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
there's a human element touch to Bob that I think that he gets.
Listen, Jed York, say what you want about him. They fire Harbaugh, move on from him. They met the media. And then he answered questions about being fired.
I was at training camp. Jed is on the field.
He's on the
training
field.
camp.
He's on the
I'll
field.
give him that. The guy's there. I was standing 2 people to the side of him. He probably wanted to be nowhere near me, but he's there. He's there.
So John Lynch is out there on the field. We would demand them.
I know.
Sit at the dais and address the media with everybody sitting in the front row. Why do the Giants get a pass for saying, you know what? It started with the Buster Posey thing, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Over it.
Wait a minute. You can't get a private jet. This is a big deal. Buster Posey's with the organization, and you do it via Zoom, a grainy-ass Zoom, where there's, like, what? What is going on here? So Farhan Zaidi, December 30th, decides, hey, let's do another Zoom.
Was that a Friday?
To finally address, that was a Friday.
What? Why?
To finally address.
On a Friday?
Oh, they're the king of news dumps. They're the king of signing guys at 11 p.m. at night. They're trying to sneak it through the news wire so they won't get a lot of attention.
They barely even announced it, too.
Yeah.
Like the email they sent out, it was only, Taylor Rogers' availability. And I don't know if Farhan just jumped in at the end or if there was another, inner circle thing that he did, but it was very clandestine how he set that up.
Well, the entire clandestine. Wow. Look at that, Lex. Clandestine.
I know. This kid's a writer.
Wow. Holy smokes. All right. So Sabian and Farhan, right? They're sitting there at the podium. They're sneaking everything through Zoom, and they let Scott Boras. They let Scott Boras go ahead and just crap all over them. Get out in front of the shooters.
And then they signed Michael Conforto,
right? Who's the Scott Boras client?
Yeah,
which is wild.
Who didn't play? Didn't even play. And here's the best part: on another 1 year deal. What are we building?
Yeah,
keep going.
1 year deal. No. You're right. So Farhan, through another Zoom, says.
Don't tell me he passed his physical in my headphones. Sam, I know he passed his physical. Of course he did. It's a 1 year deal. If you're a 1 year deal, Farhan's like, we'll pass the physical.
So
Farhan's ankle, it will never be healthy.
Luckily, he does this on a Friday. Friday at around 2:46.
2:40. Who has a 2:45 Friday before New Year's Eve?
Farhan Zaidi goes, in a lot of ways, this offseason is an endorsement of the fact that there are a lot of players who want to play for the Giants. They want to be in California, that want to be in the Bay Area, and that want to play for Cap, meaning Gabe Kapler.
On 1 year prove-it deals.
That want to be part of the organization. Farhan, after crapping all over the city saying how hard it is to sign guys, by sending a 2-sentence statement about Carlos Correa. No, you don't get apologies for the way you botched that situation or handled that situation whatsoever. And you waited a week to do it via Zoom to explain yourself. I just saw the course. I don't even see your face. I want to see your face, dude. And then you come out December 30th, a day before New Year's Eve, where everybody's getting ready to pop champagne and bring in a new year. And you're talking about, in a lot of ways, this offseason is an endorsement of the fact that there are a lot of players who want to play for the Giants. Yeah, a lot of third-tier and fourth-tier players, Farhan. How can you have the audacity to say something like this? They want to be part of California. They want to play for Kapler. They wanted to be in the Bay Area. Who's Sean Manaea, who had an ERA north of 5 last year? Or Michael Conforto, who didn't even play? Ross Stripling, who got rocked left and right in the Rogers Dome, Rogers Center in Toronto? Or Mitch Henniger, who played 57 games last year? I like Mitch too. I mean, but Jesus Christ, Farhan Zaidi, how tone deaf are you? And now Sabian's out the door. And I ask, why hasn't he been honored?
I don't know. Why did
honor everybody else?
Gary Payton Jr. the other night had a better
ring night. His boys are there.
Anything Sabian's
They're all in the Chase Club chilling. GP2, Old Glove, Young Glove, they're all there.
Well, and here's the thing. This is the part where, again, I'm going to go with my salesman tactic here. Bonte, do not sell me filet mignon when I know it tastes like bologna. All right? You sold me that Bochy needed to go. He was ready to retire and, cast off and watch his grandkids. Whatever. Now, look, maybe he needed a year off. That's fine. You know what? Maybe he needed a year or two off. I'll listen to that argument.
Right.
Sabian, and now, obviously, Bruce Bochy, all of these guys still feel like they wanted to be involved in some way. All right? And then I look at your current landscape. You are not better than what you were in 2018 when Farhan came in. No. Your farm is incrementally better, okay, even though you've traded no one away.
Right.
Your big league roster is one of the most boring, pathetic rosters I've ever seen. Have you seen the lineup? Do you want to know the lineup? I'm going to go to it right now.
No, I don't need to be depressed.
No,
Jock Peterson's Jock Peterson's going to bat what, fourth?
Here's your projected 2023 lineup. Yastrzemski in center, Thairo Estrada at second, Mitch Haniger in right, Jock Peterson in left, Wilmer Flores at third base. My God, Wilmer Flores at third base. I love Wilmer, but come on. Michael Conforto's your DH, who didn't play at all last year. J.D. Davis at first base, the guy that they traded for midseason last year. Brandon Crawford at short, Joey Bart at catcher.
Sexy lineup.
Even if I did an auto-generated MLB fantasy draft.
It's a 75-win team.
75. That's the most boring team. You know what that is?
75-win team.
I call that a 9:15 team, meaning I'm asleep by 9:15. Right. Tell me I'm wrong.
What was the hashtag? What is it?
Game up?
No, game up or game off by the fourth inning. Yeah, that's what it was. Game off by the fourth inning because game up.
Come on.
I mean, just from the social media standpoint, I'm glad you brought that up, Spinoni. The game up was just a terrible hashtag. I still don't know what it means.
Who is coming up with these?
Game up. All right, your social media needs a complete overhaul.
Yeah, I agree.
You need a complete overhaul. Enough with the Zooms, please. Enough.
Well, can I defend them for 1 second?
All of a sudden, they're working from home and everything.
That's
no.
ridiculous.
Get your ass down there at 24 Willie Mays Plaza and face the fans.
Yeah.
Face the media.
Well, look,
don't hide over a Zoom.
If you're going to criticize the media, let me give you one good thing. If you're a baseball coach out there, Little League, or if you just want to get your son or daughter involved in the fundamentals, Kai Correa in 2021 put out an entire, on the YouTube page for the Giants, all of this, how to train like an infielder.
That's good.
How to train like
that's
it is
cool.
brilliant.
That's
You want to feel good about one person in the organization?
Kai
Correa is a savant. You should see these drills and Tim working with Luciano and stuff, but it's more like the drills and things like that. It's incredible.
Dude,
that's the one thing I'll defend them on is that one little thing.
They spent so much money on nothing. They spent so much money on nothing. And then I get a quote from Farhan Zaidi, the president of baseball operations, who didn't want to hear from Brian Sabian, who obviously didn't want to have any input from Brian Sabian, the greatest architect in Giants baseball history, in San Francisco at least. And you didn't want to hear from him, and then you want to New Year's Eve, oh yeah, Shasky and Bonte are off, Morty Rosa are off, so let's sneak this in. In a lot of ways, this offseason is an endorsement of the fact that there are a lot of players who want to play for the Giants, that want to be in California, that want to be in the Bay Area, that want to play for Cap, that want to be part of the organization. Aaron Judge is laughing at you. Carlos Rodon is laughing at you. Kevin Gausman is laughing at you.
How does the Little League Crabs here in San Francisco, or the Seeds, shout out to my boy running the SF Baseball Academy, how do they have a more potent lineup than the Giants?
I don't know. Farhan Zaidi, folks.
I'd rather watch them bat, these Little League SF YBL teams, than I would rather watch the San Francisco Giants bat right now. And then here, the Carlos Rodon thing cracks me up because, we'll just find the next one. I saw an article yesterday. Kyle Harrison will be their ace. Kyle Harrison hasn't pitched. Now, I hope he's great, but you're asking a 20-year-old to make the jump from Double-A to being the number 2 starter. Do you realize how great Carlos Rodon's year was last year?
He was awesome.
No, he was all-time great for lefties in Giants history.
And he just walked.
With an organization that has Madison Bumgarner involved in it.
Look at this. I'm so bad. 650 Xfinity Mobile Text line. I'm so bad. We got the Rogers brother. He was terrible last year. Well, somebody told me on Twitter, he got over 30 saves, bro. Oh, that was Smash Mouth. Smash Mouth was arguing me. They were arguing me about Rogers. Saying, oh, man, he was great. I said his ERA was at 4 or 5.
We know what kind of rallies Smash Mouth attends. But the Rogers brothers thing, I'm already over it. All right? I'm already over the Rogers thing because I'm seeing the Twins, they get to play together. And I just build a good team. I don't need all the sideshow stuff. You know what brings me to the ballpark? A really good, fun team.
Yeah, this ain't a fun team.
Do you know that defensive
Josh Peters
ratings
is making $20 million.
Oh, he's the centerpiece of the team right now. Do you know that, like, all these people, like, I'm so happy Brandon Crawford gets to go back to shortstop. You know what he was ranked last year, defensive rating?
Middle of the pack.
He was the 22nd best shortstop in baseball by defensive ratings last year, depending on where you're looking at it.
This is a joke.
And again, I love Brandon Crawford, but this thing that, like, he's still one of the elites. Do you watch baseball?
Yeah.
It's all like young 20-year-olds playing shortstop.
Oh, man. So Sean Purdy's going to join us, the father of Brock Purdy, at 8 o'clock. That's going to be interesting. Sean Purdy joining the morning roast at 8 o'clock. Howard Beck, late addition to the show, 7:20 to talk about the landscape of the NBA. Trading deadline season's coming up. 10-day contracts are January 5th is when you can sign guys at 10-day contracts. It's going to be a lot of fun there to talk some NBA because the Warriors are right back in the thick of it. Despite everybody slandering Jordan Poole yesterday, guess we got to find something to complain about. But anyway, it's going to be a lot of fun today. And speaking of GMs, with Sabian out the door now, being an advisor with the New York Yankees to Brian Cashman. Obviously, they saw value in Brian Sabian. Got me thinking, if you had to pick one GM to build your team, Farhan Zaidi, Bob Myers, John Lynch, Billy Beane, and if you want to go Mike Greer, San Jose Sharks, we don't know much about him yet. This is his first season, so we'll put him to the side. We'll push him to the side. If you had to pick one of those guys to build your roster to be a championship contender, who would it be?
Wow, that's a great question.
John Lynch, Farhan Zaidi, Billy Beane, or Bob Myers? 888-957-9570. Sabian goes to the Yankees. We'll talk some Niners. We'll talk some Warriors as they take on the Pistons tonight in game number 6 of this 8-game homestand. That's all coming up. Brought to you by CalHope.org and Department of Health Care Services.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
The Warriors are red hot at Chase Center.
3 on the way. No good. Looney with a tip. No good. Tipped up. It's good! At the buzzer! Devon Looney!
And the Niners are hunting for playoff position.
He missed at the end of regulation. This from 23. Good snap. Good hold. Redemption for Robbie.
Keep it locked on the Bay Area sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the Workers' Compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Are you ready to boost your game at work, explode with energy at the gym, and really hit one out of the park in the bedroom? Balanced Medical Solutions has your back with the best solutions for ED, PE, weight gain, and chronic fatigue. Join thousands of Bay Area men who have said goodbye to low testosterone, low energy, and low libido who now feel like world champs. Mention this station until the end of the month to get a medical evaluation with labs, including hormone tests, for only $69. Call today and get a win. 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
There's something about that polished green stretching across the 8th hole that whispers, just tell them you're at lunch. Because it's not a hobby, it's a peace of mind. Let CertaPro painters bring the same tones and peace of mind to your home. Our experienced painters are here to make your next painting project as carefree as a day on the green. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn, qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
What up, Larry June? Happy New Year to you, as it is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name in the Bay Area since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today.
On Freedman's, before you go. Have you ever been to a Freedman's?
Yeah, no doubt.
Man, I went there the other day. They've got an unbelievable selection of these little hardware, the handles for gates.
Yeah.
Because I was using my Golden State lumber, my cedar gates, and I had to find some handles. And so I got these beautiful barn door handles. So I just want to let everyone know. Go to Freedman's.
No, Freedman's is legit.
I went to the one up in like Roanoke Park, Santa Rosa area.
They've got Roanoke Park. They've got the one in, I believe, Concord, right? East Bay. That's where Coles used to do a lot of shows for Freedman's Appliance.
Yeah.
Jim Colesmore, shout out to him out there in Nashville.
Say, I'm sorry, sir.
Out there in Nashville, Tennessee. Wonder how happy he is to
Pleasant
see
Hill.
Rock Park. Pleasant Hill.
So they got Petaluma, Sonoma, Santa Rosa, Pleasant Hill.
Pleasant Hill's the one I've
There
been
you
to.
go.
Pleasant Hill's really
And
nice.
Ukiah, if you're up that far.
Well, Ukiah, 2 hours north. Dude, Ukiah used to have a great Pop Warner football program.
Really?
Oh, dude, they used to run it. So their offense was double tight ends and 4 guys in the backfield. And you never knew.
Darren Waller and Moreau.
Waller, Moreau. Yeah, not bad. And they used to snap it to whatever 4 guys in the backfield.
Oh.
So they lined up like a square in the backfield. It was like a square. 4 running backs, basically. You didn't know where the ball was going, and they were legit for many, many years.
The L7 weenie offense.
Ukiah, where are they? The Ukiah Lions.
Nobody got that.
No, it was a bad joke. You know, we're telling a story. You're out here trying to tell
The Ukiah Lions. Honestly, though, be safe, everybody. I was just seeing a report right now. The Russian River is going to flood, and I'm just everybody on River Road in Guerneville, Rio Neto, Monterey, Hopland area. Just I pray for everybody up there, and I hope everyone stays safe and do everything you can to hunker down and clean everything out of your garages and. Just good luck. I mean, geez Louise.
All right, man. You're just making it sound depressing.
Well,
We've been
I just
through
got a
rain
bunch of
before,
news.
folks. Here's the problem.
There's going to be flooding.
No, there is going to be flooding.
And it
There's
stinks.
gonna be
I know
bad,
Santa
there's gonna
Cruz
be
has got
bad
really
weather.
bad mudslides.
Yeah, but Santa Cruz is going to be rough. It's going to be rough driving down Highway 1, no doubt about that. But, you know, we've been through rain before. We'll get through it. We'll be all right. Just drive safe. Don't be crazy out there. You don't need to speed.
Get off
By the way,
phone.
Well,
poll
importantly,
question.
we needed this rain, guys. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. We're in the drought. All right. At Morning Roast 957, who would you trust most to build a championship team right now? Farhad Zaidi, Billy Bean, Bob Myers, John Lynch. And Right away I'm seeing two on the Xfinity mobile text line. 510, Billy Bean builds contenders with no money. Imagine what he could do if John Fisher wasn't such a bleepity, 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 bleep. Just saying. 206, give me Billy Bean with Joe Lacob's money.
Well, that's funny that people say that because isn't Farhan
the Billy Bean disciple?
Yes. Okay, so Theo Epstein, I've thought about this long and hard. If Theo Epstein was running the Pittsburgh Pirates, would he be as successful? I don't know. I know what his skill set is. He could take over a big-time, cash-happy organization, and he can, flip things around and help them win almost instantaneously. Dave Dombrowski will go to your organization, and he will sell off all of your farm, and he'll sign a bunch of guys in free agency.
You're a big Dombrowski fan.
Well, he's been to the World Series with 3 different teams. I know what his mantra is. Billy Bean, could he, because Farhan's a disciple of Billy Bean, and I thought that, you're going to have all the money ball tactics, but you're going to be able to spend money. Aren't those two things metrically opposed to each other?
Yeah.
Isn't that how they say it?
Yeah.
Is that the phrase?
Yeah, let's roll with it.
Aren't they completely opposites?
Yes.
They're not congruent?
No, it doesn't feel like it.
So I don't get how these things could work. Billy Bean with some money.
Diametrically opposed.
There you go. Thank you.
Leave that stuff to Lubman, please.
Well, I was trying to be funny. But I don't think Farhan or Billy Bean is ever going to spend any money because I think it's against their ethos as a person.
Yeah.
We all know those penny pinchers.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. And again, Farhan believes this was a successful offseason, showing that players want to play for the Giants. And I find that laughable. I find it laughable. So if you came to a guy building a team, right now I'm seeing 5 years of Farhan Zaidi. I'm not happy with the way he's built this roster. They don't look any better than 2018. All right? Billy Bean, Niaze, for me, it's between Bob Myers and John Lynch.
Agreed.
And what John Lynch and Shanahan has done with the 49ers in 6 years is truly remarkable. You look at the last 3 years, they're now 41-24, 17 games over 500. I know a lot of people want to focus on the overall record. We get when Shanahan and Lynch took over, this was an expansion team.
Mm-hmm.
The games before that season with Chip Kelly, I was at those games. I was like, damn, it's going to be a long time before the 49ers are good. And they flipped this program very quickly. And you look at the core group that they have, the star power that they have, the Niners are built to last. And when you look at and we'll get into this Friday, just looking at the NFC West as the Niners have the chance to sweep the division this year, they're set up to dominate the division, kind of like the Patriots dominated the AFC East for a long, long time. We'll get to that Friday. But you get Bob Myers. Well, I think a lot of people say, well, he inherited Stephen Curry. Okay, it's fine. They learned how to build around Stephen Curry.
Yeah.
Brought in the right coach.
Which is really difficult.
Which is really difficult. You bring in the right coach. You draft the right players. You develop the right players. You'll net the biggest free agent possibly outside of Tom Brady in the history of sports and Kevin Durant. You make the shrewd move for Andre Iguodala. To me, it's between Bob Myers and John Lynch on who you want to build your roster.
What's easier to build, a football team or a basketball team?
Don't know. Because there's a lot of basketball teams that struggle.
It's really difficult.
Yeah, it's tough.
I look at the Atlanta Hawks, and I feel like they've done a pretty good job.
It's okay.
And then I look up, and I'm like, maybe they haven't. You know what I mean? And they've got a guy who's very marketable in Trae Young. I think he's a flawed player. I look at the Dallas Mavericks. They drafted one of the best players in the last 7, 8, 9, 10 years, wherever you want to put it, in Luka Doncic. He's an awesome player. Building around him is going to be really hard. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, no doubt.
It's going to be really hard.
Really hard.
It's really hard. There's a variety of ways that you can build, obviously through the draft, through free agency, through trades. And I just think it's a lot easier to say, build around someone. Giannis been the MVP 2 straight years. And I think Milwaukee's done a pretty good job building around him.
Exactly.
If they never won another title, wouldn't you say, they still did a
very
great
good run.
Yeah,
they're relevant.
One title.
They're relevant.
It's so hard to win.
They're relevant.
Right? And then I look at the Lakers, they won their one title, and I go, did they really build around LeBron? It's funny how those things are complete opposites.
They tried, but they brought in the wrong pieces.
One ring. Yep. So and then I look at the NFL, and it's all right, Jacksonville's been drafting in the top of the draft for year after year after year, and they're finally starting to slowly get it right, but yet they're still far away. Man, it's really hard. It's really hard to build a football team. But then I look at the Rams, I was like, they were really aggressive. They won that ring, and now it feels like they're bottoming out.
Of course, it's hard. Think about how hard it is to keep a dynasty going.
Well, that's why I'm giving Bob Myers to me, I'm going with Bob Myers. Not only did they win, they've drafted, they've developed, they've maintained, they've replenished the roster. No, they're not perfect.
No
but
doubt.
to win as many times as they have, I think that one.
You win 15 games. You win 15 games. You say, Oubre, you can walk. You don't want to come off the bench, fine. You make the move for Wiggins. All right, you bring in Wiggins, and you get to pick with Jonathan.
It's one of the ballsiest moves they've done.
Get rid of D'Lo when you knew that D'Lo a half into the season that D'Angelo Russell's not going to work out.
No.
You just saw it. You knew it. Bob Myers has done some great things with the Golden State Warriors. Championships do matter. And I think that's where people are going to say, give me Bob Myers to build my roster as opposed to John Lynch. But John Lynch is knocking on that door. And the 49ers have made some big-time moves. The move to get Christian McCaffrey may let them a Super Bowl appearance. That's how big-time that move was.
I'll tell you, it's not just that. They swung to get Dee Ford. They swung to get Emmanuel Sanders.
Quan Alexander.
Yeah, aggressive has been in their DNA, right? They've spent, now I think the way the leagues are set up, it's a little different. They've spent in free agency when they needed to early on. They've drafted well. They've moved off of bad draft picks quick enough, and they've moved off of established players. Bonte, one of the things that they've done a really good job of is replenishing the roster year after year after year. Think about they lose DJ Jones. Okay, I thought it was going to be a big loss.
Oh, you don't even notice his loss. You don't notice his absence.
At all.
You didn't notice the absence of Eric Armstead and Javon Kinlaw.
At all.
I mean, they've been dominant. So Jaquaski Tart, you bring in Hufanga.
Farhan would have stuck around with them for another 3 years. Jaquaski Tart is equivalent to Mike Yastrzemski.
This is what we can't agree on. Nobody's taking Farhan Zaidi to build your roster.
At all.
At all.
No.
Nobody.
No.
And I felt like 2 years ago, Farhan had the biggest Q rating. Because the Warriors had just won 15 games. So everybody's, Bob Myers, he stood pat, he didn't do anything. We know how we felt about John Lynch in 2020.
Yeah.
And Farhan, coming off that 107-win season, had the biggest Q rating. And now you think about 2023, and everybody wants Farhan out of town. Well, so I think we all agree that we don't want Farhan building our roster, or you're going to be waiting 15 years.
Well, the one thing that the Niners and the Warriors have done a great job of is sustaining the success and building off it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the Giants have done that. And the reason why is because the majority of that success that they had either left in free agency and they thought they could replenish it, or they were someone else's guys and that they're at the end of their run.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. It's not good. So if you had the GM to pick 888-957-9570, who you're taking, Myers, Lynch, Farhan Zaidi, Billy Bean, we could do that as well. Also, Howard Beck's going to join us at 7:20 to talk about the NBA. It's got me thinking about what would make 2023 a successful story for each team. What would make 2023 a successful year for each team? Would it be championships? Would it be playoff appearances? The Niners are first up. What would make a success for the 49ers this season? Is it only a Super Bowl win? Is it an NFC title game appearance? Is it just division title? Is everybody happy now? I don't know. I'm going to get into that coming up here. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-478-6688. That's 1-800-478-6688. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-478-6688. That's 1-800-478-6688.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, Charge not a dime up front and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
95.7 The Game is an equal opportunity employer, and we encourage local community organizations to refer qualified applicants to us. You can receive The Game and Odyssey job vacancy information by contacting Human Resources at 415-765-4011 or by emailing sfhr@odyssey.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Changing your oil. You know, an oil change is a great way to get more MPGs. Right now, you can enter for a daily chance to win a $200 AutoZone gift card when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 Full Synthetic and an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $38.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
No purchase required.
For everything your business needs to make this year your year, Staples has you covered.
I need to organize all my papers and files from last year and the year before that.
Staples has you covered.
I need to clear clutter from my office and my home office and my home.
Staples has you covered with everything you need to get organized this year at amazing savings. Right now at Staples, get up to 50% off select file folders, file cabinets, file boxes, and storage bins. Make this year your year at Staples, the working and learning store. Ends 1/28 in store only.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Steph Curry, can't wait to see you back on the floor. Maybe a couple more weeks. Maybe he comes back on a road trip. We'll see about that.
S-T-E-P.
As
Steph,
the Warriors.
don't need ID.
The Warriors. I don't know what that was.
It was just a freestyle.
It was, yeah. You know what's funny? Speaking of freestyles.
What's that?
We have become the freestyle show.
We are.
In terms of not just our preparation. Now, we do have rundowns, and we have our reads, and we have all that stuff.
I'm little
But in terms
Fibonacci.
of, yeah, there you go. You're the leprechaun.
Yeah.
Just like what today. We're actually, it's kind
Well,
of an
I was
off
trying to
read.
look good.
Yeah, you got the thermal on. You bringing the white long sleeve thermals back.
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
You like that?
I'm impressed.
Old Navy got them for like $5.
Hey, I used to rock me a thermal every day. No doubt. It's not bad. I like
The
that
thermal
look, man.
and beanie combo was large.
The
in the early
thermal
2000s. Shout out
beanie
B-Rabbit.
combo under the button up,
Yep,
short sleeve.
yep,
Yeah, no, that was
This
my
is
look.
when you were poor, you know. Layers.
Trust me, your boy's still broke. But everybody calls our show now a freestyle.
I kind of like it.
Adam at SF.
Uh-huh.
All right, you got Gene with his wife on the drums.
Forgot about him banging the drums.
Banging the drums. He's banging the pots and pans.
Yeah.
You got, of course, Duke in the city.
Yeah,
I mean, he's on our intro. Yeah. Everybody's freestyling. Who else freestyled? Did we have we had the fake butt rub freestyling.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody
Did
else.
Adam and SF do it yesterday?
Yeah, he did
Adam
it
and SF.
yesterday.
Yeah.
I think T in Sacramento may have put some freestyle on
We've
us.
had a bunch of
We
different
had
ones.
Gene drop one right before the break.
You're not listening to the show.
Yeah, you're
we
late
literally
to the party.
just said that.
Oh, we did. My bad.
You just pulled a Shasky.
I
did
mean,
pull a
Jesus.
Shasky, I just said that. No,
I
I was
mean,
kidding.
Jesus.
So you get all these freestyle, like, people just call
Lay
him Morning
off.
Roast, like, yo, I could get some bars off.
Guru's next.
Guru's busted freestyle on his show before, I'm sure. So anyway, just the freestyle stuff, man.
I'm
Kittle
with
like a niner.
Oh, what was that? Wait, give me that one again.
Kittle like a niner.
Kittle like a niner.
Could you give me the entire freestyle if you find it? Because I was in the studio. Brian Rado, we were recording something, and he just starts spitting out of nowhere.
And he kept
Guru
it?
just said, well, Brian Rado kept it.
Yeah, smart man. Wait till you see what Brian Ratto had whipped up for me today.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I've got to do some apologizing. See, this is one of the things that, like, I look at in life, right? So many people want to tell you that they were first to this and they were first to that, and like, look, when you talk into a microphone,
Mr. Britt, how can we forget about Mr. Britt's
Mr. Britt,
freestyle?
you're right.
On your birthday.
When you talk into a microphone for as many hours a week as we do, you're going to be wrong on a lot of things. I'm a married man. I know I'm wrong all the time. But very few people go back to their opinion and are willing to either adjust or call themselves out, right? Like, there's a reason that stocks go up and down. There's a reason in certain areas of the country, home prices go up and down. Opinions change. You know, what I was thinking today isn't what I was thinking a week from now or
Also, the whole
2
pivot,
weeks
don't
back.
panic.
Yes, pivot, don't panic. Exactly. It's okay. I think you're more stubborn and less likely to be, you know, as smart if you hold firm on an opinion and it never changes. Don't you think that that's the worst kind of a person? When you're just
I'm
arrogantly
wrong all the time.
stubborn for no reason?
Well, sometimes, but when you keep going back down the well.
Like Brock Purdy, for example. I remember going to practice and watching Brock Purdy. I turned to Sam Lubman. Sam, I remember that you remember. I said, I can kind of see what Kyle Shanahan sees in him. He looks good in these drills, but he's just so small. He's just so small. I don't know. And like him rolling out, I didn't think he had the arm strength. And
we know,
and I'm wrong.
Y'all know what I said the last day after the last preseason game. Brock Purdy, I was basically screaming about Brock Purdy not being any good. Not a guy has played so well to the point where I'm disappointed that they don't make the Super Bowl.
But that's you.
Crazy.
That's you reassessing information in real time, and we're assessing what's going on.
Not the Clay Thompson stuff. I don't know if you can get that back.
Well, I've got something for that at 8:30.
I'm wrong all the time. All right, here's Guru's freestyle. Speaking of freestyle, just a snippet.
I spit bars like happy hour, sour like candy, starburst like Skittles, Kittle like a niner, whiner like a baby, gaga goo goo is goo on the mic, spit hit like Ricky, run the bases, thief.
I mean, I want to know what beat he was rapping to in his mind.
And you know, you got our boy Kenny Caraway, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, he does Drake bars.
He does Drake bars after every Sacramento Kings win. It's pretty impressive. Everybody wants to be a rapper again.
I think I found my favorite Drake song, by the way, over the break.
What's that?
No Friends in the Industry. I love that song.
Is that new?
Yeah, it's on the Champagne Poetry or whatever that one. Whatever the name of that one is.
The last three Drake albums,
Loverboy or something.
I've kind of just fallen off for Drake.
And he's got a couple of hitters.
He's always got that one hit.
The I'm Too Sexy song is a horrible song.
The
video is way better than the song.
I'm Too Sexy.
It's horrible.
The beat's hard.
No, it is, but it's a horrible song.
Oh man, that was the worst freestyle I've ever heard from Guru. Taker. That was Guru's spoken word. Dante Wally, Guru for mayor. Goo, I expected better. That's Drew down.
Kill him like a niner.
Kill him like a niner.
We can expect a new rap today on Stein and Guru. By the
he's
way.
not happy.
Guaranteed.
Why
I'm
is that?
sure. He's hearing this slander right now from the
there's
text
no slander.
line.
I'm praising
the text line.
Oh, the text line? Well, who cares?
The text
I
line.
love you. By the
Kill
way,
him
shout
like
out
a
to
niner.
YouTube. Shout out to Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Shout out to Twitch. We have not forgotten about Mr. Britt's Freestyle 650. Mr. Britt's Freestyle was up there. It was a candidate for Freestyle of the Year for the Doobie Awards.
You know who I feel the most for heading into this Giants season is Laura Britt.
Oh,
I mean, she's Louise.
She's got to deal with Carlos Ramirez's wardrobe.
No, I just meant the Giants lineup. Every single night.
That and Carlos Ramirez's bifocals and wardrobe. I love you, Carlos. I love you. I really do.
Okay.
I do feel bad for Laura. There's going to be some long nights, man. Some long nights.
Does anyone really have a choice?
No.
And then you get the turnaround. You get the quick turnaround for the day game.
God bless
my
him.
God.
We got Gregor Blanco on Zoom. I'm
my
like, damn,
God.
Laura, zoom me in.
So
Aurelia's got to bring those wine bottles.
Oh,
my gosh.
My favorite is Aurelia. I just don't really like this brand of baseball.
We
That
had
was
him
the
on-
best at the end of last year.
We had him on at the game house. Yeah, I just don't. I'm not
But
rocking with this.
it took him I know he felt that way from the beginning, and it took him 150 games. He gets all the way to the end. He's like, he threw his hands up. He's like, I just don't know about this brand of baseball.
You got 162 on NBC Sports Bay
I know,
Area.
God bless
Gotta
him.
sell it, baby. I need these fans watching in August, even
don't
though
blame
in May I know it's done. I knew the team was done in June. When did they play the Braves in the
Well, they got
3-game set?
slapped.
There were quote unquote 9 games over 500. And I was like, dude, just watch. This is about to end. This is going to end worse than the Titanic. And then they get beat, 3 out of 4 against the Braves. And then Jock Peterson gets slapped with baby powder, and that was that. And then not only, one thing we didn't touch on with the Tommy Pham thing?
He
got slapped with baby powder. Bow. Rick Chase, bitch. No, listen.
You can buy another couch.
Listen, dude, he gets bread slapped, right? But the worst thing, one thing we didn't even touch on, because it was on a Friday, a.k.a. News Dump. The Cincinnati Reds come to town.
Oh, yeah.
And they're all rocking fan shirts.
That was pretty funny.
Fan shirts, dog. You get slapped.
I know.
And then they're mocking you a month later at your old ballpark. Unbelievable.
Speaking of the Giants, did you hear this JP Morosi sound? Let's just get this out of the way.
Let's get it out the way. Yeah, where's it at?
They're talking about the offseason, and here's what I wanted to say to everyone. I don't care who you acquired for a 1-year deal. There is nothing being built. They could win. They're not going to. They could win 95 games this year. All right. They're not building on anything. With the current Major League roster, there is nothing exciting. There's no carryover whatsoever. Now, you want to say Joey Bart? All right, I'll listen to Joey Bart. And whatever. We'll see. Come to find out, it sounds like some of the high-end guys on the staff, Logan Webb, Carlos Shannon, didn't even like throwing to him. But that's neither here nor there. To say that they had a successful offseason, you lost an ace, and you have no guy that you can build this team around at all.
Let's
You didn't have a successful offseason.
Let's rat-a-tat-tat these cuts with JP Morosi. We got King of the Hill coming up, and then Howard Beck at 7:20 to get into some basketball. Some Warriors are surging right now, 20-18, tied with the Suns. They got the Pistons tonight. No Cade Cunningham. He's out for the season. He's been out for a while. They just got blown out in Portland. Pistons are a mess right now. Wembanyama,
he just
maybe.
turned 19.
I know, maybe.
Maybe Detroit's going to,
Dude, Wembanyama, Ivy, Cunningham. Not bad.
Hey, the 2027 Pistons, baby.
Not bad. They're coming. Motown's back, baby.
Who's going to
Bad boys are back.
Who's going to be better quicker, the Giants or the Detroit Pistons?
I bet on the Pistons.
Yeah, I do too.
There's JP Morosi
I
on
do
MLB
too.
Network on the Giants offseason said they added some depth.
They have added some depth and professionalism of those 6 names on the left. Of course, Jock Peterson was a return to the Giants via the qualifying offer. Minaya and Stripling signed those identical deals. Taylor Rogers comes over to play with his younger brother, Tyler. Mitch Haniger, of course, what a professional player he is in right field. Conforto, a bit of a gamble. Of course, he hasn't played in a year plus. So I think they have not been able to maybe replace that superstar presence that they lost with Rodon. I do think it's a good baseball team. But the unfortunate part for them, guys, is they're playing in a division that has a chance to be great with some teams on the top end, whether it's the Dodgers or the Padres.
So Bubba, a.k.a. JP Morosi, is our friend here on the Morning Roast, even though he's never been on here. JP Morosi back in the day with the Afternoon Delight. He's a very positive human being. It's rare he's going to go out of his way to say, yeah, you know what? It's not a good baseball team. So when he said, they're not a great team, they're good, that's Bubba's way of basically saying, yeah, they're going to be about an average team. And that's not going to fly in the NL West, I should say.
Well,
NL West.
Right now, if you look at the NL West, you want to go Padres, Dodgers, Padres, doesn't matter.
I don't think they're better than the Diamondbacks.
Well, no, they're not.
Even though the Diamondbacks just traded Varsho for...
Yeah, but Varsho, you know why? Because they brought in Longoria on a $4 million deal. Actually, Longoria will be great for the 82 games he plays.
Oh, yeah. And in that ballpark?
Yeah, he'll be great.
Nice. He'll be nice. All right. Giants.
They're the fourth best team at best. That's the most optimistic look.
Now,
in their own
according
division.
to JP Morosi, listen to who the Giants are going to rely on this season.
Ooh, who?
Certainly, they're going to count a lot on Peterson. The way this lineup breaks down, if Peterson doesn't hit around 30 homers, and if Mitch Haniger doesn't bounce back and have a great season, it's a little hard to imagine how they can keep pace and score runs with the Padres and the Dodgers. I like this team, but I think there is still maybe a bit of a shortage in terms of their potency in the middle of the lineup.
Lubman, I got a quick homework assignment for you. How many home runs did Jock Peterson hit after the slap?
5?
Was it only 5?
I think he had 19 before the slap.
Oh, my God. The slap really took his spunk.
5.
Oh, my God.
What he finished like 25,
all right.
26?
How many let me look that up. I want to know.
Here's the other thing. Like,
they're going to rely on Jock Peterson?
You're building around a guy that you gave a 1-year tender to.
For 19.6.
I mean, come on, man.
Million.
Honestly, that question. Who in baseball's building their lineup around Jock Peterson? And I like Jock. But come
on. This is going to be so. They're going to be so bad. It's laughable.
Here's the other thing that I hear from Giants fans.
Hey, you know what? The Giants season will be entertaining.
Well, no, what are they
We're
good
going to
at?
get these jokes off.
What are they good at? They're not good at defense.
No, they're not good.
They're not great at hitting.
They're not good.
And then, here's the other thing. Like, okay, you want to be a great pitching team. I hear this from a lot of Giants fans. They know how to develop pitching. Do they? They ran out of pitching last year at the end of the year. Do you know what they were doing? Jacob Junis on like 4 days rest. They were doing the opener. Does anyone remember the duct tape that they had? They lost Carlos Rodon and added another, the 7th fifth starter.
Shasky, just take a deep breath. Get these jokes off. It's actually comical when you scale back at it.
It's annoying because you can build a team a variety of ways. Would I rather have my 20-year-old lefty who's making his first run in the bigs be my 3 starter or my 4 starter or my number 2? Like, you got to be great. Be the number 2.
We've got more because this is great. This is just they're going to rely on Jock Peterson. Let me know when you get the intel, the information on Jock Peterson, post-slap, home runs, average, all that stuff. John Morosi thinks the Giants will be solid, though.
I would describe the Giants right now as a solid club. They don't have the same superstar presence that the Padres have with bringing in Bogarts, of course, and the Padres never finding a superstar deal that they can pass up. But I think that the Giants, you look at their roster and say, are they better right now on paper than the Dodgers or the Padres? My answer there is no. And as you talked about before, Matty, the D-backs are getting better by the month, it seems, as well.
All right, it is
solid. Before you go, solid. That's what your wife says when you come out in a garbage outfit. And you're like, how do I look? You look solid.
Oh, man, Anna never says that to me, baby.
You look solid.
Anna hasn't been saying that to me.
If you said that to your girl, she came out, how do I look?
You say solid. Yeah, you're sleeping on the couch that night.
Yeah, exactly.
You're sleeping on the couch.
Does anyone really have a choice?
No, no one has a choice.
Matt Vasgersian. MLB Network.
Oh.
Last but not
Soft
least,
serve,
here's what he
Vasgersian.
had to say about the Giants.
My hot take on the Giants is this. I think it's a better roster than last year. Despite missing out on Correa, despite losing Rodon.
That's
I think
a hot take.
It is a hot take, but I think the Giants are sneaky better than last year.
That's a dumb take.
Vergasian, how do you say the guy's last name? Vergasian, how do you say the guy's last name?
How are you better when you miss a guy who was a Cy Young candidate?
They're not better. That's the biggest joke of it all.
A power left-handed pitcher left your organization.
Let Farhan Zaidi tell you. Hold on. The quote from Farhan before I read the legal. Farhan Zaidi snuck this through December 30th. In a lot of ways, this offseason is an endorsement of the fact that there are a lot of players who want to play for the Giants, that want to be in California, that want to be in the Bay Area, that want to play for Kapler, that want to be part of the organization. That is from Farhan Zaidi. Farhan Zaidi, December 30th. This is so good. It's so bad, it's good.
Yeah. We didn't get plan A or plan B this offseason. We got plan F, Michael Conforto, on a 1-year deal. Boris was like, I've got a list of great A-grade products. Would you like the F-grade spoiled eggs?
Would you like Conforto?
That's
who didn't
Conforto.
play last year? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you're there. Before I go to Lubman, it's just so funny to see the Giants just piss all over themselves. And the fact is, they've been quiet. Again, I know you laughing at me. The Zoom thing bothers me.
I know.
If it was the Warriors, we demand
Oh, my God.
Steve Kerr, Curry, Bob Myers, Joe Lacob to go hit a podium and talk to us. And they would. And everybody would be there. The Kawakamis, the Marcus Thompsons, the Slaters, the Kendra Andrews, the Kenneth Burks, the Monty Pools, Donald Jones. Everybody would be there.
Devontae Hills.
I may be via Zoom. Got a baby now. The
He's
Niners.
too big time to be in person.
Yeah, that is.
The king
those
doesn't
are
show
facts.
up in person.
That is fact. Those are facts.
They come to his stage at the gatehouse.
Yeah, they come to the gatehouse, baby.
They
come
go to
feed
his
me.
throne at the gatehouse.
They come to me, baby. Raven Ritter texts me personally to let me know what's going on. He sends me the quotes per text. No, he doesn't. I'm just kidding. The Niners. All right, they're going to come out to the podium. They're going to speak. We demand that they speak, and you get David Bruce driving his ass down to Santa Clara to go see John Lynch speak, or Kyle Shanahan, or Jan York. Everybody's going down there. But the Giants think they could just hide through Zooms? Where's Larry at? No, I gave Larry his credit. Larry Bear. Where you at now? Somebody, where's the leadership? Sabian walks out the back door. You give him some little blanket statement. You never honor him. You don't give him a plaque on the wall. What the hell is going on?
I don't know.
Where's Larry Bear?
I don't know.
Where's Farhan?
I don't know.
Farhan, he's on his... Let me log into the Zoom. Member ID 987-105. Here we go. Log in. Hey, mute your mics. Mute your mics, everybody. I'll take your questions in the comments. Nah, I need Larry Bear. It's time. Somebody's got to speak up. You're the laughing stock. And not only the Bay Area, but the nation. Well, baseball world's laughing at you.
Well, in Major League Baseball, so if you just take a step back and you assess Major League Baseball, they want as many teams thriving at the top as possible. They want those people. The Players Union, Bonte, wants the Giants to spend big money. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, no doubt.
They want more of their players getting mega big deals. They want more players getting involved. And if there are more teams vying for people's services, like the Padres are, and hyper aggressive, that means more money on the top end, right? So it behooves Major League Baseball, the Players Union, everyone, that the Giants not only are good, but are spending top dollar. Does it feel like they're spending top dollar? No. It feels like we're shopping at Ross, looking for like hidden gems.
I wouldn't even say Ross. They're going to like St. Anthony's thrift store, and that's no the shade at them because I wore a lot of button-ups for St. Anthony's and St. Vincent de Paul. That's where they're shopping. You're the big bad Giants. You talked all this talk before the winter meetings. Oh, boy. You see this blank check right here? We going to be out there spending cash. We going to make it rain, baby. We going to make it rain. This was the Giants at the winter meetings. And all those strippers or all those baseball players looked at the money on the crowd and said, yeah, I'm not picking that up. Your money's dead, homie. That's the Giants. Nobody took their money. They talked all that talk.
What is their projected salary for next year anyway?
Dude, I think they're paying big money. I think they're still top 10.
What about bad money spent? I mean, my God. Jeez Louise.
We'll look this up right now. London, you got the numbers.
Give me
post-slap, Jock Peterson, post-slap.
Post-slap, Jock.
Yeah, so first off, before the slap, going into that series in Cincinnati, Jock hit 11 home runs and was batting .260. Pretty respectable. After the slap, though, so after that series in Cincinnati at the end of May, he hit 12 home runs the rest of the season and hit a .277 batting average. So overall, he picked it up in September, which kind of helped the numbers out a little bit.
So he slumped for the 3 months after the slap.
He was named an all-star and then only hit a couple of home runs. Was that what it was? 19 before?
Yeah, he basically, after the slap, he went on the big slump, and then it was right around like August, he kind of started to get out of it. I remember in September, he had that hot start to the finish, which probably played a big role in him coming back this year.
Unbelievable. So the Giants payroll right now at $132 million.
132. You're closer to the Pirates, the A's, those teams than you are the San Diego Padres and the Dodgers.
Sean Manaea got $10 million after last season. $10 million.
I mean, geez, Louise. We lead the history of baseball in 6 starters.
Oscar at EPA 650. Xfinity the mobile text line. The Giants are your friend that always leaves his wallet when you get food or drinks. Just leave it at the house.
Oh, yeah, alligator arms?
Yeah.
Yeah, we all know that person. I'll Venmo you later.
Yeah.
They're 15th overall in payroll. So, yeah, the Spotrac has them at $131 million. The league average is $116. But, yeah, they're 15th overall, just behind the Red Sox and ahead of the Cardinals.
Good for them.
Well, the Cardinals are going to do more. We all know that. They're smarter than them.
So, said this. The Giants, we're going to be on your ass all year long. We're going to get these jokes off. But for now...
What jersey are they going to sell in the dugout stores?
Who cares? We all agree we're not buying it.
If they bring back Brandon Belt, my head will explode.
I hope they do. I hope they do.
Gonna cart him out on.
I hope they bring
in a wheelchair.
Back. I hope they bring him back. The 5th best first baseman in San Francisco Giants history. Because William Covey's better. Will Clark's better. JT Snell's better.
Cepeda's in there somewhere.
For
Cepeda's his 5 or 6
better.
years. Even though he played a little left as well.
I may even go to Ripper Jack Clark.
Yeah, well, my dad will take the Ripper Jack Clark with his one black glove.
Brennan Bill. All right. Anyway, let's talk some basketball.
They're going to sell Kapler jerseys, Dante Wiley says.
Kapler, dude. You see him on Instagram?
He's kind of giving me whack job vibes.
Players want to play for him, though, according to Farhad Zaidi.
Who?
This offseason was an endorsement that people want to play for the Giants. I can't believe he said that December 30th. Oh, my God. How toe deaf is this guy? But you know what? It's all good. He gets his high via Zoom during the offseason. Unbelievable. Howard Beck is going to join us to talk some basketball because the Warriors are rolling right now. We're getting to Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole, Steph Curry, A.G. Wiggins, and the landscape of the Western Conference and Eastern Conference as well.
And about an hour from now, Brock Purdy's dad.
I can't wait to
Actually,
not
talk
even
to
an
him.
hour. 15 minutes.
I can't wait.
Sean Cody. Should I apologize to him? What should I do? I bashed his son pretty hard.
Do you know that he's a former Major League Baseball? Well, he played AAA, but he's Major League to me. You know, like that's former professional athlete. It's crazy how many athletes that make it to the big leagues or at any sport, and then their kids end up being great. There's just something to it. The genetics clearly is part of it, but it's also growing up in one of those households.
I want to get to know Brock Purdy.
I do too.
Get to know him.
I want to know what he was like as a kid.
Yeah. What was he like on the football field? Leader? Did he get into trouble? Was he a guy who loved video games? Did he like to wash the dishes? Did he like to take out the trash? Like, who is Brock Purdy?
Does he like Star Wars? Like Bonte?
I'm going to start Star Wars soon. Maybe in February. I don't know if I'm ready for it right now. I kind of wanted to walk that back
Probably not the best movie for Black History Month, considering Lando Calrissian's like the only black character in most of the universe.
That's great.
Although he does have a daughter in the
so we got a little racism in Star Wars
sequel trilogy portion.
James Earl Jones, he is the GOAT, though.
That's true.
Yeah, he's the voice of Darth Vader. He is the most synonymous with Star Wars.
Who's my other brother in the movie?
Mace Windu?
Mace Windu. I forgot about Mace Windu. You were the chosen one, Anakin.
Yeah.
I don't think he said that.
Oh, no, that was Obi. What did he say?
Yeah, you were the chosen one. You're my brother. I loved you. I don't want to spoil it for
for a lot of movies that you watch, you get a lot of quotes wrong, Shasky.
Well, he's getting screwed up by the Emperor, and he's about to kill him, and then Anakin comes walking in.
Spoiler alert for Bonte.
Just no, he's not going to remember any of these names.
No, I'm not even listening.
I mean, he'll remember the Smoothie King Center, but he will not remember this.
Yeah. I'll remember Smoothie King Center.
I remember Wayne Funzenga. Zenga.
U.S. Airways Arena down in Phoenix, Arizona. You know, the Alamo Dome in San Antonio.
Monster Park.
Hemisphere Arena.
O.co.
Portland Memorial Coliseum, where the Blazers used to play before they moved to the Rose Garden. All right, what's coming up on the game sponsored by CalHope.org and Department of Healthcare Services. Howard Beck, King of the Hill. We'll do King of the Hill a little later. We'll push it back. I got some King of the Hill rankings, baby. You're going to can't wait to see who's number one on my list. Ooh-wee.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
The Warriors are red hot at Chase Center.
3 on the way. No good. Looney with a tip. No good. Tipped up. It's good! At the buzzer! Devon Looney!
And the Niners are hunting for playoff position.
He missed at the end of regulation. This from 23. Good step. Good hole. Redemption for Robbie.
Keep it locked on the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc? Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans directly, and recycle old clothes by donating them. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new place. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
The best part about taking ZQuil Pure Z's Sleep Plus Next Day Energy at night is actually the next morning. I wake up alert with none of the grogginess from taking too much melatonin. Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy is a bilayer tablet with immediate release melatonin and extended release B vitamins to help me fall asleep naturally and wake refreshed. It's my secret weapon for a great night's sleep and a great morning.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom.
Can't beat that.
ZQuil Pure Z's Gummies. Sleep better, wake your best.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Hey, Dirty. Baby, I got your money, got your money. I said, hey. Rest in peace, old dirty bastard.
Are you tone deaf? What is it when you can't find the beat? What do they call that?
You're just off beat.
Yeah, I think you are, dog. I love you.
Hey. Dirty. Baby, I got your money, got your money. I said, hey, you talk about.
Baby, I got your money, don't worry.
Oh, well. It's not me singing a rap song without butchering the words to the rap song. I mean, it's just me in a nutshell. Butchering reads, too, like Boxer and Gerson. Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, Xfinity mobile text line. See a lot of the OGs up there. Oh, it's Jason Battle. What do you know? He's in the YouTube chat.
Nice.
He's going at it. He's always over the Warriors timeline.
Jason Battle's always battling.
Always battling with Warrior fans.
Not Battle Cat, who was part of LBC's, what was the 213 group?
Yeah, 213. There you
remember
go.
him?
I do remember
I know you
him.
like that.
I do like that. I do like that a lot. Shout out to Boxer and Gerson because they're going to have to send us on a road playoff game. Now,
I can't wait.
May not be a road playoff game. Maybe the Super Bowl.
I told you, Philly's slipping.
Maybe the Super Bowl. Let's bring in Howard Beck, senior writer for Sports Illustrated, formerly of Bleacher Report, the New York Times, and the LA Daily News. He's tapped into the NBA. Love Howard's work. Howard, good morning to you. Happy New Year. Welcome to the Morning Roast with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Vontae Hill. And we just want to talk a little hoops here as the Warriors are red hot. And just right off the bat, Howard, just the landscape of the Western Conference right now. We got some injuries with the Pelicans, with Brandon Ingram and, of course, Zion Williamson. Memphis kind of scuffling. Phoenix losing Devin Booker for a big stretch of time. It looks like the West is starting to open up for the Golden State Warriors as it's wide open right now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we already knew that this was a season that was shaping up as, one of the most competitively balanced, the highest level of parity we've seen in a long time. And so it was already shaping up that way, and the Western Conference has been really tightly packed the whole time. And I've said all along that for a team like the Warriors, and you could apply this to the Clippers too, because those were two of the teams that were expected, or the odds would indicate, and prognostications all indicated that they would be the top teams in the West or in the mix for it. Both got off to really tough starts, and yet here we are in early January, and the Warriors are 4.5 games out of first, and the Clippers are only 4 games out of first, and there's still a bunch of other teams that are all also within that range, and it's wild. I don't even know what to make of it. I think it's great for the league, and it's great for fans to have so many fan bases engaged as we're hitting the mathematical midpoint here soon, in the next few days. And for the Warriors fans and then that club, obviously, a season like this that's been so forgiving in terms of the way that the standings have broken down is great, because the Warriors haven't been through too many times like this, right? There was a 2-year kind of hiatus where you're just trying to get healthy and get pieces back together, and then they win the championship last spring. But I think once they got back to that peak, I don't think certainly nobody expected the struggles they had early this season. But if ever there was going to be a time they could do that and afford it, it was this season, because there is no separation. There is no powerhouse in the West that can just dominate the conference. And there's a bunch of really, really good teams, but there's not a single team you can point to in the Western Conference and say, that's the clear-cut favorite.
Have you been as impressed with Draymond, Clay, and Jordan Poole being able to withstand the loss of Wiggins and Steph Curry as we are? Because this last week and a half or so just took me by surprise.
I've got to say, I'm not entirely surprised, and I say that even though the last time I saw them in person was them getting just walloped on back-to-back nights here in New York by the Knicks and Nets. And, certainly as they left town and went into, the Christmas weekend, I thought, well, they're in rough shape. But, the other thing that happened on that trip was, I had to sit down with Klay Thompson, and, that story's up on SI.com, and I talked to Draymond a little bit, and I talked to Steve Kerr, and I chatted with other folks around the team. And the thing that struck me was there really didn't seem to be any sense of panic, any sense of this thing's coming apart at the seams, or the team's going to fall apart, or this is fragile. There was none of that. And that's the confidence that comes with being 4-time champions and having the core of that team still there, and having been through just about everything you could possibly imagine over the course of their careers and their careers together. So, we also know how, stark the home road split already was before that, and that they were going home for 8 straight games. I thought, well, these guys are almost unbeatable at home. They have a different swagger at home. I mean, the NBA asked a bunch of us in the media to pick the Christmas Day games, and I think it was Doris Burke and me were the only two to pick the Warriors to win. And I made that that prediction pretty confidently. Like I thought Wiggins might be back by then.
Right.
But I thought, no, they can beat the Grizzlies without Curry at home because they're at home and they're just that strong at home. And the confidence level, the focus they somehow have at home versus the road is pretty wild, the difference. But I'm not entirely surprised that they've been able to rattle off 5 in a row.
Yeah, Klay Thompson coming off a 54-point night. Of course, the most points he scored before his 2 gruesome leg injuries that knocked him out for 2 seasons in the NBA. We're talking to Howard Beck, senior writer for Sports Illustrated, longtime writer for the NBA, LA Daily News, New York Times, Bleacher Report, really good dude, really good intel when it comes to the NBA. Howard, when you look at the trade deadline coming up in about a month, what are some of the names that are being thrown out there? I know Miles Turner was talking about a contract extension with Indiana. That was one name that could be off the board. What are you hearing when it comes to the trade front, or is it too early right now?
It's not that it's too early. It's just that things are really muddled. We talked about the parity in the West, and, as we speak, there's 4.5 games separating first from ninth, and then even the Jazz at 10th are only 6.5 out, and they're only a couple games out of a secure playoff spot. The play-in tournament, of course, has made teams more motivated and more likely to keep competing rather than pulling the plug. And out in the East, it's a little bit more stratified, but still, like the Knicks are 8th and they're only 6 games out of first, and they're a game out of a secure playoff spot. So because of all that, you just don't have a lot of teams that are obvious sellers. It feels like almost everyone's a buyer right now. You could eliminate, look, the Magic, Hornets, and Pistons are obviously heading to the lottery for sure. The Spurs and Rockets and Thunder for sure. The Lakers look like it, but they don't want to be. So we're going to, they're not pulling the plug on anything. The Timberwolves made too big of an investment in Gobert. They're not pulling the plug on anything. So what do we have? 4 or 5 obvious, time to sell teams? That's it. And everybody else either is all in on trying to make the playoffs or the play-in, or they're in the most awkward spot of all, trying to figure out which way they're actually headed. And those are tough discussions. So, everyone who wants the Bulls to blow it up and trade Zach LaVine, trade DeRozan, trade Vucevic, I don't think that's an unreasonable interpretation of their season and where they are, but easier said than done. You have fans who bought season tickets, and you've got, owners and marketing people who want to keep making money and be relevant. It's just tough. And the Raptors, young team that we all thought was on the rise, and instead they've, fallen a couple steps back, and there's now questions about, the personnel, the chemistry, the personality of the team. That they've got tough calls to make. So, there are a bunch of names we could throw out there, but it just really depends on whether or not these teams are ready to make a decision about where they truly are, or are they just going to hang on and try to be remotely relevant?
I look at Bob Myers. He's so beloved by Warrior fans, and it feels like he should be a guy that would be already getting an extension. Does that make things difficult as this deadline looms? Forget the whole, what's going on with his contract thing. Is he able to pull the right strings that he needs for this team? Would he be able to sell off one of these young pieces, even if he doesn't have that contract extension? Because that part, I think, hasn't been discussed.
I mean, it's an interesting question. It's a fair question. I don't view it that way. It's just interesting to ponder. The way I would frame it is this.
Yeah.
There's a huge difference between longtime, highly respected, highly successful GM has not been extended yet. There's a big difference between that and GM is on his way out and therefore doesn't have the power to make influence to make the kind of moves he needs to make. I don't think by any stretch that Bob Myers is in that latter situation. Lack of extension could be attributable to a bunch of different things, including just a simple matter of, I want X and they only want to pay Y, or I want this number of years and they want. It could be so many different things. It is weird. I don't want to diminish it, but the Raptors were in this position with Masai Ujiri a couple of years ago, and we thought, oh my gosh, after everything he's done there, are they possibly going to let Masai Ujiri walk? Well, no, they didn't. They figured it out. I don't know what to make of it. There hasn't been a lot to glean so far from that situation, but I'm going to just on a hunch here say that if Bob Myers has a big move he wants to make and needs to make, that it's not going to be any different than it would have been any time in the last, 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Warriors take on the Pistons tonight. As you mentioned, the Pistons heading to the lottery. No Cade Cunningham. The Warriors have won 5 in a row, 6 in a row at Chase Center. You mentioned their home record, 17-2 this season, the NBA best. They're 28-3 in their last 31 games at Chase Center. Truly a different team there, as we saw the other night against Atlanta and, of course, the Portland Trailblazers. Howard, man, good stuff as always. We'll talk to you soon, brother.
Always a pleasure, fellas. Thank you.
Anytime. Howard Beck, Sports Illustrated, senior writer, been covering the NBA a long, long time. And the parity in the Western Conference, whether it's a good thing or bad thing, we all can admit that the parity helped the Warriors get off to this slow start. Now you look at them, they're stabilized. They're getting guys back, even though it's not happening tonight as Andrew Wiggins, Jonathan Kuminga, James Wiseman, and JaMychal Green remain out of the lineup alongside Stephen Curry. They're still right where they need to be heading into the new year.
What's your make on the entire Bob Myers contract situation, Bonte? I don't think we've really discussed it.
No.
I am a little surprised that Bob doesn't have an extension on deck. We do this for other teams in other sports where it's like, oh, you can't be a lame duck head coach, or you know all the players want to get that extension before they hit that final year, and they want to avoid all the chatter. And I mean, obviously Bob is uniquely qualified to be able to address these things and say all the politically correct stuff and not get emotional about it because he's been doing it for so long and he's just a great guy. But I am a little surprised that he doesn't have an extension.
Little surprising, no doubt. Little surprising. Is it a matter of money? Is it a matter of length? Maybe it's a matter. What if Bob is like, you know what? Maybe I want to be out. Maybe I want to go into the offseason in a different role. I don't know what's going on. I don't think it's a concern yet. Because as Howard said, the Masai Ujiri is one good situation to point to. It's like, all right, his contract ran out. Toronto made things happen. I think Lacob and Myers want to get something done. It's just a matter of time. I think it's just a matter of time before something gets done. I hope too, because it'll be a tough blow. Because now, if you lose Bob Myers, does Mike Dunleavy Jr. get elevated to the GM spot? He's been an assistant for the last couple of years under Bob Myers. I think he does a good job. He's really, really fond of scouting college talent and looking for talent. Does the Lacobs take over? Kirk and Kent, are they ready to be the GMs or president of basketball operations of the Golden State Warriors? That's all to be determined. But right now, I don't panic yet. I don't panic. We get to the playoffs and you hear rumblings that they're farther apart and they haven't sat down at the table. Then I may scratch my head a little bit. But right now, January 4th?
Yeah.
What day are we in? January 4th? I'm not concerned too much.
I do. I think about how Bobby Evans kind of took over for Brian Sabian and he got kind of kicked upstairs and stuff. And Bobby Evans took a lot of heat. And, he was part of the brain trust around Sabian. And it's always tough when it comes to front offices in any sport.
Right.
Who, is Adam Peters doing all the late digging, or is it John Lynch, or is it a combination of them and
it's a group
the
effort.
scout? I know, but it's hard to quantify who has what impact.
Right.
And so we can make these blanket statements. When Trent Baalke was running things, we all pointed at him again because his failure. Yep. Failure is always an orphan. We pointed at him like, you were the guy that screwed everything up, right? Fair or not. Mm-hmm. I look at the situation with Bob Myers and I'd be like, well, he's very uniquely qualified to be able to navigate right now in terms of all the talk and the chatter. And then I look at their system that they have in place. I feel much better about their player development with Kenny Atkinson right now. Mm-hmm. Now he can leave, that's neither here nor there. And then the Lakeups, and we've heard Joe Lakeup talk about his son and all the different jobs that he's done within the organization to get himself ready. People are reluctant to new. I don't care who it is. Well, even though Kirk has been involved for quite some time with a lot of these decisions, I think unfairly.
I don't know how much involved Kirk
I don't
has
either.
been with the big league club.
But I think unfairly when people say, let's just say hypothetically, when Bob gets kicked up or leaves or whatever, and Kirk would take over, I think unfairly people are going to jump the gun and be like, Kirk's not ready. And how do we know?
We don't know. We don't know if he's ready. We don't know if he's going to get the job.
We don't know what his decisions are.
We don't know if this is much ado about nothing.
Exactly.
Because I can tell you what, Bob Myers, I don't think is really thinking about that right now.
You don't think?
I think he wants the season to play out.
Yeah.
He wants to try to win a championship. And his focus right now is the roster. It's are the youngsters getting better? Mm-hmm. He's sitting there. I see him in the seats all the time at Chase Center. Is the roster getting better? Are they getting healthier? I know Steiny and Goudet have them every other week. on the executive show every, Thursday, sometimes Wednesdays, and I know they've asked him about it.
And the way he answers it is so eloquent.
Oh, well,
his perspective on life is just. I wish I was as reserved as he was.
Bob's the best. So I'm not concerned about it too much. Not right now.
Oh,
when it gets to the playoffs,
Bob's coming on today.
Yeah,
executive show today. With Bob Myers.
So he comes on today.
How random is that?
Steiny and Goo, and then he's going to join us at the gatehouse. Well, I don't even know if we're going to be at the gatehouse.
I can't hide my personal feeling. I love Bob Myers. I just and I do not think he's perfect. I don't think anyone's perfect, but I love how authentic he is, and I think genuinely he's a great person. On top of that, he's great at his job, right?
No doubt.
But I root for him, and I don't want to see him go.
No, I don't think anybody does. Which is crazy because a lot of people wanted Bob Myers fired a couple years ago. And I'm thinking, why? Why? Why?
I just love
Bryce Habeen. You don't want to honor him? Why? Why would you want Bob Myers fired? So Bob Myers.
Wait 1 second. As you're ripping all like the spreadsheet thing, I do feel like this world has gotten so digital and so spreadsheet happy. Not just in baseball or Farhan specific, but I do feel like life in general has gotten so touchless.
Right.
It is refreshing that someone like Bob Myers is at the head of this team, and I'm sure he pores over a lot of data. And I'm sure
they look at analytics.
But when I think of Bob Myers, don't you think of human element, human touch, caring, like the old school way of dealing with people and business?
Not only that, he played the game.
Yes.
He was an agent.
He
knows the players.
Yes.
He knows the psychology of players. He knows the psychology of team atmospheres. That's why last year when we joked, you're like, "Oh, Clay coming up fits," and I was like, "Bob, is Clay going to be in the finishing line?" He's like, "Dude, locker room dynamics, culture, team culture.
Yes.
You don't just make radical moves like that." So Bob Myers, look, he's a great dude. He's a good GM. He's really good at his job. Executive of the year. He's done a masterful job this year to get this team right. The two-way guys look good. Chai Jerome and Anthony Lamb. Dante DiVincenzo's been a good signing. We'll wait on JaMychal Green. But look, Bob Myers is doing a good job. So he's going to join Steiny and Guru today. And he's going to join us at NBC. Well, he may join us at NBC Sports Bay Area if we're at the gatehouse. We get bumped to the studio because of all the rain.
Way to one-up Steiny and Goo. Not only are they getting them on air for 20 or so minutes, you're going to have them face-to-face.
They get first dibs.
Would you tell Bob personally that I said hi?
No, I will not. They get first dibs. They get first dibs. I'll ask Bob. I'll say, "Hey, Bob, Shasky wants me to beg on his behalf for you to play golf with him."
No, I don't even. I don't know. I heard Steiny's going to the game in the Myers seats. Is that
true today?
I heard them talking about it yesterday.
Oh, good for him. Good for him. Have you been in the Bob Myers specials?
In the words of Steiny, because he hates this phrase, he's in his bag. He's in his bag.
He really hates his. Why does he hate that phrase?
He doesn't like the cliches. The sports cliches.
Big homie's going to be fine, bro.
He's a sports writer.
You're a hater. He doesn't like that either.
Cliches happen in every article.
I mean, when was the last time he penned an article?
How does he not like cliches?
This is a legacy game.
Sports
legacy game.
What is a legacy game?
Well, Game 4 against Boston in Boston Garden. Yeah, that's a legacy game. Am I wrong?
I don't know. Well, according to Steiny, I'm saying.
Well, I
probably
think he's
would
right.
scoff at that.
No,
was that was the legacy game?
I mean, I thought it was a legacy game.
No, it wasn't legacy game.
He was making fun of the term legacy game. He says it's stupid.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so you're telling me Game 7, Madison Bumgarner coming out against the Kansas City Royals is not a legacy game?
That's your boy, Matt Stevens.
Ryan Vogelsong, Game 6 against the St. Louis Cardinals, back against the wall. He goes out and throws a no-hitter for like 4 2/3 innings. That wasn't a legacy game for Ryan Vogelsong?
Opinion.
Ask Matt Stevens. Don't ask me. He's the one who said it.
Going to that bat with a pinch hit. I was on.
How about this?
That's not a legacy game?
Call Matt Stevens right now. Ask him. These are questions not for me. This is for Matt Stevens. Ask him.
I believe in legacy games.
Yeah, I do too. You believe in momentum?
Oh, all day.
Tonight's a legacy game for the Warriors.
Is it?
This is a legacy game.
It's a legacy game for Draymond Green. He's playing against his hometown team, Detroit Pistons.
Was Game 7 for LeBron James against the Warriors on Father's Day 2016, was that a legacy game?
Yeah, but he played poorly in that game.
Well, till Festus and Anderson Varejao fouled him.
Leave Festus alone.
No, I love Festus.
By the way, see the Warriors
going
live at Chase Center tonight, January 4th. Of course, it is the date as they play the Detroit Pistons.
My bad, Festus.
Presented by AM PM. AM PM, remember them?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, AM PM. 99 cent sodas.
Too much good stuff.
I know.
Right. First 10,000 fans in attendance receive an Andrew Wiggins posterized bobblehead. Wow, this is the one over Luka Doncic. Look at the hair, man.
And then what not pictured on that little bobblehead? Luka Doncic.
Yeah, I know.
I wish they would have had him falling down.
That would have been sick. That would have been sick.
This is a really cool one.
Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW.
Oh, I like this one.
Representatives are always standing by. First 10,000 fans, Andrew Wiggins bobblehead. Look at that.
Nice.
How about that?
How many bobbleheads do you have? Are you a bobblehead collector?
No, I usually give them away.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I'm not a big bobblehead.
I'll take them. I got a little shelf going. I'm not like a huge bobblehead
I look for
collector,
the less fortunate, the guys who can't get to the game.
Less fortunate.
Yeah, I mean, you got 2 houses, dude. So
One of them might be underwater by the end of the week.
So I look for people who can't get to the game. I look for people who can't afford tickets, and I look, hey, need a bobblehead? Here you go.
You're like Chris Kringle. You got a sack of goodies, and you're walking around. You're just pointing at people.
I do, man.
Throwing stuff.
I do. By the way, this
You're
is
what
a Warriors
Elon Musk
Wednesday.
thinks he is.
This is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Supply. It's your trusted name in the Bay Area since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. People still collect bobbleheads, huh?
I know it's a big thing. I know that the Marlins Park has the largest collection of bobbleheads.
I saw that. That was pretty cool.
I believe it's in left field near the Clevelander.
Yeah, the Clevelander's nice.
Is it still there?
Yeah, it's still there.
Yeah, so I know the bobbleheads, when the Giants were humming, the bobbleheads, people would lose their minds. Only the first 20,000 can get it, and the lines would be crazy. Dude, think about that. FanFest used to get more people than what will be at Oracle all year this year.
Some Bob Meyer specials. I'll ask Bob to hook you up with some tickets. How about that? Like that?
Okay. I mean, I'm willing to pay as well. Discounted price.
See, I'm mad at you.
Why is that?
We're talking about this. Now, and I've held this in since June. I've held it in since June.
Since June?
Yeah.
What'd I do?
Bothered me. It's really bothered me.
Okay.
So you get credentialed for the NBA Finals.
Uh-huh.
Got your mug on there. Get to go to TD Garden for the free.
Brad Gilbert wanted my media pass.
We still got him into the game.
I know.
I mean,
Continue.
That's what happens when you roll with the king and/or Chris Woolen.
There was no seats up in the media area, and I was wearing my Warrior gear.
Yeah. So what? So what? How many free games I've gone to with the credential?
Yeah, but not wearing your gear.
Oh, you got to sacrifice something.
So I sat with the fans. It was one of the great sporting experiences of my life.
Spent money, you had a free credential.
I learned new cuss
hustling
words
backwards
from the entire Boston community.
You're hustling backwards.
It was worth it.
Did you expense it?
No. The boss cut me off at some point.
Oh my God. See, I could just wear a button up, and I like being a neutral. I look neutral with the credentials underneath.
Yeah, that's fake though.
That's not fake.
Your boy was out there when people were hiding their
That's
Warrior
not fake.
allegiance. I was wearing my San Francisco jerseys.
That's not fake. That's doing what you got to do.
Bro, I had
Save
the
a
wilt.
buck.
I had the wilt going.
You did have the wilt going.
You could spot me a mile away. There was one lone lunatic in all of the upper bowl.
I don't think people were looking up at Jesus that day. They were looking at the court.
Dude, the game 3 was so bad. I'd never heard a crowd every single time Draymond touched the ball. The amount of just sequenced cursing was unreal.
Unreal.
Talk about a legacy game for my fandom. Game 3, walking out of there.
How many legacy games have I gone to? Wow. SoFi Stadium was a legacy game for Chakosky Tart.
Yeah, and for Aaron Donald.
And for
Matt
Jimmy
Stafford.
Garoppolo. According to Troy Aikman.
Yeah.
What other legacy games? Oh, Game 7. Okay. Legacy game.
Mm-hmm.
Game 7 against OKC, Western Conference Finals 2016.
It's a
legacy
good one.
game.
It's a really good
legacy game for everybody involved.
Mm.
KD, Westbrook, Steph, Clay, Dre, you name it. Legacy game in the NBA Finals with Toronto, right, for Kawhi Leonard. How many legacy games? Wow. Look at all those legacy games we've been to. Legacy games.
Chasky's been to a Farhan's legacy game against the Dodgers in Game 5.
Oh, God. That was one of...
Hey,
even start
Spinotti.
me on that game.
I was there too, Spinotti.
Yeah, he had better seats than
Oh,
me.
you're right. I just saw Shasky on TV.
Yeah,
Sorry,
he was
that
on
the only
TV.
thing. That's right.
He was on TV.
Yeah,
he made his appearance.
My one shining moment.
You know?
Shout out Damon Bruce.
Shout out to KTVU as well.
Were you sitting next to Fred Warner?
No, that was game 1.
Oh,
That was game 1. He was sitting behind me.
Dude, that was, honest to God, now that I think about it, game 1 against the Giants-Dodgers, one of the greatest nights of all time in Giants history. I mean that. Like they've had some.
Wow. Look, how about this?
Logan Webb pitching with coming out to Andre Nicotina, killer whale, and then Buster Posey. It's a first inning home run.
How about this?
You
never
kidding
know,
me?
You never
the
know
whole
who's
1, 2, 3 save.
By the way, Fred Warner was sitting behind me because
you were in front of Fred Warner. I like that. You had better seats.
Yeah, better assistant Fred Warner. And I had the Trey Lance hoodie on. Like, yo, it's Trey time, baby. It was right before he started that Arizona game where they got beat. By the way, Raymond Ritter chiming in. Shout out to Raymond Ritter. Look, I want you to do me a favor. Look at pre-championship Raymond Ritter, and then look at post-championship Raymond
He's always
Ritter.
on television.
Well, you see the suit game?
Oh, yeah, it's incredible. He can rock suspenders better than anyone. And
It's
he
not
does,
rocking suspenders.
Well, it's the third piece. What do they call that? The vest?
Yeah, the vest. They got the breast.
I guess that's not suspenders. What's that called? The third?
It's the triple breast, right?
Yeah,
or
I'm not
double-breasted
sure.
or something like that.
I don't have that in my
I haven't
wardrobe
got there yet.
Yeah,
I haven't got there yet in my suit
look.
game. But he's got that look.
Yeah.
So post-championship Raymond Ritter, he's like you at Russian River, baby. Living a good life. Living a good life. But he just texted saying, tickets for Joe at any game.
Oh,
now,
nice.
Doesn't mean you're sitting on the floor.
That's okay. I'll take them where I
you
can
may
get
be getting tickets out there with the banners,
Too
baby.
Short has a classic album. Get in where you fit in.
Get in where you fit in. Say hi to the Bill Russell banner.
Nothing wrong with that.
Brock Purdy's father, Sean Purdy, joining us at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock. Brock
Is this
Purdy
a legacy game for Cliff Kingsbury this weekend?
He may be gone after this game. Well, a legacy game is coming up for Brock Purdy. And if you look back at the Raider game, that kind of was a legacy game for Brock Purdy as well. He's had 3 legacy games. All right? Think about that. Tom Brady. Levi Stadium. They beat Tom Brady and the Bucks. Legacy game for Brock Purdy. All right? Thursday Night Football, Seattle.
I mean,
hat and T-shirt game.
The slide.
Hat and T-shirt game. All right? They win the NFC West. Legacy game. That's 2 for Brock Purdy already. You come back against the Raiders in Vegas, down 10 in the third quarter.
Yeah.
Good for his legacy.
That's pretty incredible.
Good for his legacy, Matt Steinmetz. And then in the playoffs, there's nothing but legacy games.
I was listening to Steiny yesterday talk about this, and what's your opinions on this one? I thought this was very interesting. The 49ers, by the data, had one of the worst schedules, the strength of schedules, all year. In terms of, they've played one of the easiest schedules based off their opponents' records and whatnot.
Before the season, it was rated as one of the tougher schedules in the
So
NFL.
what do you make of that?
Teams fall apart. You know, when you played Miami, they were starting to slide a little bit, but you beat Miami. All right, Tampa Bay was coming off an emotional win against the Saints. It's Tom Brady and the Bucks. It's a tough game. You blow them out. Kansas City's the one game. All right, you got handled. We all assumed Denver would be better this year. We knew their defense was really, really good. And that's before they started trading pieces away. So, how many good teams are there really in the NFL? Because I could make the same argument about the Philadelphia Eagles. Philadelphia Eagles, what's their schedule look like? You know what I'm saying?
One of the misnomers is like the NFC East. I mean, they've got 3 teams that are going to go to the playoffs, and I'm like, yeah, but I'm not sure that 3 of those teams are that great.
Right.
You know, like I know that they've obviously have great records, but that doesn't indicate that they're great teams. Like Washington football team was in the playoff hunt until this week. Okay.
Right.
Are they a good team?
Not really.
No.
Not
and they've
really.
given all those teams a run for their money.
Minnesota, are they your good team?
Well, and also, I look at the Rams now, and I know now it looks like, oh, the record's terrible. When they had Matt Stafford and everything.
And Cooper Kupp.
We thought much higher of them.
No doubt.
Okay? And
No
I know
doubt.
their record now indicates they're a crappy team. But in real time, that was Matt Stafford, the reigning Super Bowl MVP.
And you had Cooper Kupp, and you had Aaron
maybe he
Donald.
wasn't. Maybe it was Donald.
No, but you had Aaron Donald, and you had Cooper Kupp. You had all those guys.
Coop.
So that I don't get caught up in that anymore. I don't. I just can't. You know what I'm saying? I just what good does it do anybody? Oh, well, you played all these weak teams. Well, you lost to Chicago, in the first week of the season.
Well, there are 3 losses. That's the thing that I'm looking at. And Atlanta, Denver, and obviously the Bears. I guess the thing that is similar in all of those losses is the mobile quarterback aspect. And if I'm being worried, I'm going, all right, what could they lose to in the playoffs? Well, forget good team, bad team. Mobile quarterback. Well, that means Jalen. That means, is Aaron Rodgers still in the mobile category? I think he is.
Let me ask you this. Kansas City.
Daniel Jones.
Kansas City, you think they're a great team?
Oh, I think they're an amazing team.
Who have they beaten? Because they didn't beat Cincinnati.
Well, they beat the Chargers, but I don't know how highly I think of the Chargers.
Right. That was in week 2, and there was no Keenan Allen.
Yeah, well, they've been hurt all year.
They've been hurt all year.
They've been hurt for the last 20 years.
So they lose to Cincinnati, they lose to Buffalo. All right. The Chiefs, who have they beaten? Who have they really beaten?
I don't know. Not many
good teams, right?
No.
But we still think they're great.
They beat the Niners. And
Right, they beat the Niners.
They
They keep the crap out of it. All right, that's their one signature win of the season.
And that's a pretty good one.
It's a good win.
You know.
Although Travis Ward had the groin injury, Bosa had the groin injury. But no, they beat
They handle the Bucks too, but and they're a playoff team. But everyone handles the Bucks.
Yeah, no, I don't think highly of the Bucks. And they're a great example. Like, they're a totally mediocre team. But like the margin between being a 9-10 win team when you're a good team and being a 12 or 13 win team is things have to break in your direction, and some of the teams that you play aren't as good as what we thought, or the ball bounces in your way and you get some lucky bounces.
So to me, it's how do you beat those teams? How do you beat those bad teams?
They've strangled a lot of those teams.
They blew out Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
They put it on Miami.
Yeah.
They put it on the Chargers. Once they went up 7-0, the Chargers did nothing the rest of that game. Seattle, they dominated Seattle from wire to wire. They dominated the Rams. SoFi was a little interesting.
Yeah,
Rams were up 14-10.
Yeah.
They dominated the second half. Carolina, they dominated. So it's how you beat those bad teams. The really good teams dominate those teams. Like Dallas Cowboys. We think they're a good football team.
I do.
But you look at them struggle against Tennessee.
Yeah.
Hell, the Colts were down to 8 going into the fourth quarter of that football game.
Yeah.
Things happen. So this is what we talk about with parity, right? There's a lot of parity in the NFL. I just don't think there's that many good teams in the NFL this year.
I'm with you on that one. Like, we're talking a lot about the NBA. Oh, there's not a lot of great teams. I feel like the exact same way when it comes to the NFL right now. Like, every team's got a couple of flaws. Like Kansas City. I don't trust their run game.
No.
And I don't trust Andy Reid to stay dedicated to the run game when the weather really turns, and if they have to go on the road, or even if Kansas City's in a certain situation. I love that they can sling it around, but like, can they really get 2 yards when they need it? I don't know.
Yeah,
they used to run that little sprint right option with Tyreek, and that was a killer
money play,
short yardage play.
Jet sweep.
Yes, and they'd run that play till they're blue in the face. I don't know if they can run that play anymore.
Well, they run it now with McCall Hardman.
Well, and they have Pacheco. They've got a couple of pieces, but
McKinnon's playing well.
It's yet to be seen.
Right
for those guys.
So they've got one big win.
Do you trust the Bills right
in
now?
their run game?
I don't know what to make of the Bills.
So, I mean, so when you look at the Niners and their win-loss record, I don't think we could scoff at it.
No. You are who you are.
You are who you are. Like when Miami came to town, everybody said, oh, man, we can't wait for Miami. Can't wait for Miami.
I thought it was a great litmus test.
It was. Tampa Bay, same thing. Tom Brady. You go to Seattle in a short week with Brock Purdy, right? Raiders. You beat the Raiders, but the Raiders, let's be honest about the Raiders. They've been in a lot of football games. A lot of football games. The difference between winning and losing in this league, you say it all the time, Joe.
It's so thin.
It's dead.
Yeah.
The Raiders could easily be 10-6 right now.
Oh, well, they've blown 6 or 5 10-point leads.
5 double-digit halftime leads.
That's
Their
crazy.
only blowout
That's
loss
crazy.
was when they got shut out against the Saints. Everything else was basically a one-score loss.
And let's go to the Raider-Niner game. Like, that easily could have been intercepted, the Brock Purdy play.
Yep.
And the Stidham play could have easily not been intercepted. Like, just, hypothetically. Like, those were 2 very similar plays. I mean, maybe Robbie Gould doesn't miss the field goal. I don't know. There's like a lot of ways that they could have won or lost those games. There's no doubt.
So Sean Purdy joined the show in about 8 minutes before we get to the injury report. Brock Purdy. I can't believe it, Sean.
It's crazy.
I'm watching the game back, and I'm thinking to myself, I feel like this offense is going to score.
I know.
I'm starting to feel like I get a little more confident in the offense with Brock Purdy taking snaps than I do with Jimmy Garoppolo. It's wild because Jimmy Garoppolo's playing some good football.
What does he need to show people? Like that, I guess that's the question that I keep coming back to. Like, and I know, look, the shoe's going to fall. He's going to have a bad game. Burrow has bad games. Josh Allen has bad games. The great Tom Brady has a bad game. I'm not putting him in those categories. What I'm saying is he stacked so many good performances in a row. What is the element of his game you have yet to see? We see the toughness, the moxie, the command. All those things are so obvious. The accuracy's obvious. We see the playmaking ability when there is no play to be had, which is the off-script stuff that we wanted from Jimmy Garoppolo. We never got. Like, what's the element of his game that you need to see that we haven't seen yet? I feel like he's checked almost every box.
Checked almost every box except winning a playoff game.
That will come.
And that will come.
You hope.
And that will come. That will come. All right, time now for the injury report before we get to Sean Coate. Sean Purdy, the father of Brock Purdy.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Andrew Wiggins bobblehead night. First 10,000 fans tonight Get an Andrew Wiggins posterized bobblehead. This is really, really cool. Shout out to the Warriors for this. Brought to you by AMPM. AMPM, there you go. Andrew Wiggins, man. Nice little line in, nice little cut.
Did he ever think when he got traded he was getting a bobblehead?
Yeah, that's a great question.
I mean, my goodness.
Did we ever think there would be an Andrew Wiggins bobblehead night with the Golden State Warriors?
I mean, wow, no.
It's come a long way.
I'm just being honest, no.
Yeah, Andrew Wiggins has come a long way.
Wow.
Multiple Warriors will be absent, however, tonight, including Andrew Wiggins, who's still recovering from a non-COVID-related illness. Michael Green is out as he continues to deal with the leg infection. Also expected to be out tonight is Jonathan Kuminga as he battles a right foot sprain. Keep your eyes out on that one. Monitor that situation. And finally, James Wiseman will also miss the game due to an ankle injury he suffered at 3-on-3 drills last Thursday. James Wiseman out tonight again. The injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Hey, we always talk about Farhan's anxiety and Larry Bear being silent right now. What about Hillary from Boxer and Gerson? She's pretty silent after the Niners beat the Raiders. Haven't heard from her. Give us a call, Hillary. Let us know what's up.
She's got a joke for me somewhere. She comes with material. I'll give her that.
She does come with heat.
Yeah.
She does have
She's
jokes.
roasted me on numerous occasions now.
She's roasted me, too.
Does anyone really have a choice?
I know.
She said my suits were looking a little tight, man.
What?
She was roasting me. Well, you probably weren't listening.
We don't body shame in 2023.
No, that's what we do. It's coming up on
I'm
the game
proud of
sponsored
you.
by
You've been
Fremont
working out.
Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Sean Purdy, the father of Brock, coming up on a roast.
Would you tell Bob personally that I said hi?
No, I will not.
It's a new year on 95.7 The Game.
Christian McCaffrey, wow. I mean, this guy, what's the hole in his game?
That felt good. That was a feel-good moment, courtesy of Kevon Looney.
Now we're seeing Brock Purdy in this offense come from behind. It's not defense or bust anymore.
Jordan Poole, that kid is an NBA first-class potential scorer.
95.7 The Game. Always streaming live on YouTube and Twitch.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Are you ready to boost your game at work, explode with energy at the gym, and really hit one out of the park in the bedroom? Balanced Medical Solutions has your back with the best solutions for ED, PE, weight gain, and chronic fatigue. Join thousands of Bay Area men who have said goodbye to low testosterone, low energy, and low libido who now feel like world champs. Mention this station until the end of the month to get a medical evaluation with labs, including hormone tests, for only $69. Call today and get a win. 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So, you've unwrapped a new device this year. Don't forget to take your favorite stations and podcasts with you.
No matter where you go.
With the Odyssey app.
Stream the music and shows you love on your phone, tablet, laptop, smart speaker, and more.
Create an account to save your favorites across devices.
And jump back to the moments that matter most with Rewind.
Your favorite local listening. Available when and how you want.
Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Oh, want better visibility to get you through the winter? A new pair of premium wipers can help. Right now, you can earn a $10 bonus reward when you buy a pair of Rain-X Quantum wiper blades. See better and stay safe on the road all winter long. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards members.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, baby, what a Wednesday, a Warriors Wednesday. Brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name in the Bay Area since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. Also, 95.7 The Game, shop.com. Alex in Atlanta just bought a Money Time sweatshirt. How about that? Money Time! You can get yours right now at 95.7 The Game, shop.com. And you got the Purdy shirts as well. You got the Purdy shirts.
And we got Sean.
And we got
his
Sean
father.
Purdy. I mean, Brock Purdy could do no wrong. So I wonder what Father Purdy's doing. Mr. Purdy, Sean Purdy on the morning roast right now as his son has been absolutely balling in the last 5 games. Of course, came in the Miami game to replace Jimmy Garoppolo. And all he's done since then is throw 10 touchdown passes and only 3 interceptions, throw for over 1,000 yards. Brock Purdy has the Niners humming right now as the number 2 seed in the NFC. Sean, good morning. Welcome to the roast. Joe Zaskin, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. How you doing today, sir?
Good. Good morning to you guys. Thanks for having me on.
No, I'm not going to lie to you, Sean. After the last preseason game, I kind of went off about your son saying, man, if Brock Purdy's playing for the 49ers, this is going to be a lost season. I said that. I'll admit it. I can't duck from it. And so I'm going to say right now, here on January 4th, 2023, I did not expect to be talking to you on the radio show after your son is basically taking this league and this region by storm. And December 4th, I want to go back to a story that you brought up. You're at a swap meet in Mesa, Arizona on a Sunday afternoon. You're running your company, fantastic pools and spas, and a booth across from you had a TV on with World Cup matches in the middle of the day. And after 2 p.m., the World Cup ended, And, of course, Miami and San Francisco hit the screen. You made your way over to the man at the booth after the game was already in progress. The man asked you something about the game, and you explained, hey, my son's a quarterback for the 49ers. He's number 13. And then at that time, you showed the TV set, and at that moment, you realized that your son was in the football game. How surreal was that to see that all of a sudden you're talking about him, and he's coming in against Miami Dolphins, leading the Niners to a big win?
Well, it's a neighbor that works out there, and he knows the kids. He's seen them all growing up and coming out at my work, and I thought it would be cool for him, because our excitement is just seeing Brock on the sideline. So I was like, hey, you might see Brock on TV. So we turned it on, and I'm like, hey, there he is right there. And he's like, why is he looking at that tablet? And I go, well, he's just, he goes over the plays with the quarterbacks in between. And I go, oh, my gosh. And I saw Jimmy drive by, and I said, Dave, I think Brock's going in, man. And, my hands got sweaty, and I was like, oh, man. And so it all just unfolded right there, and it was very surreal. I couldn't believe it.
Sean, we hear from a lot of parents, every industry, whether it's baseball, basketball, football, music, whether it's acting. I knew that my son was destined or daughter to be something from day one. Honestly, did you think your son was going to have an opportunity to play in the NFL? Like, just forget being the starting quarterback for the Niners, leading them to the top spot. Like, just play in the NFL.
Well, I know that Brock was never going to give up, regardless of the things that, people have said. And, you're not big enough, you're too small or whatever. And I knew that Brock was going to give it his all. And, he just, he's got his faith in God. And he has always had his faith in himself. And, I just always tell the kids, give it your all, and you'll sleep well the rest of your life with no regrets. And that's just all we were doing. We never put the cart before the horse, and just, be ready. That's our family motto. Just be ready. And so I know that all of those things Brock would do and give himself the best chance he could.
So I know, just doing my studying on you guys as a family and him, my cousin lives down in that area, and he says this is one of the best high school football players to ever come out of that region, and I know that you played at the U, and you got drafted into the bigs and things like that. And so did Brock play other sports growing up, or was it always just football?
No, he played baseball, and he was a really good baseball player. He was a shortstop, and he was a pitcher, and he loved it, but just had a passion for football. He used to sit on that coffee table, and he'd have that football under his arm and just saying, just wanting to be in that TV, and just would always say, I'm going to do that one day. And I believed him, So he just loves he's always loved what he's done in football, and it's just surreal for us to see it unfold right before us, man.
We're talking to Sean Purdy, the father of Brock Purdy, who's taking this league by storm with the 49ers as they are on a 9-game winning streak. Of course, Brock replaced Jimmy during the Miami Dolphins game, and they have not looked back since then, clinching the NFC West division title for the second time in 4 years. Sean, what was he like as a kid? Was he a guy who did his chores? Did he play video games? Did he do his homework on time?
Books.
Oh, yeah. Who was Brock Purdy as a kid?
Well, he's what you see. I mean, he was a serious kid, but when he gets comfortable with people he knows, he's a real funny kid and fun to be around. And he just never, even when he was younger, he doesn't seek out attention. And we would always tell teachers in school, hey, look, man, if this kid says he didn't do this or whatever, he's not lying. He never liked to get to be in trouble or accused of anything, so he's just always been by the book. And so, we've been blessed to have a child like that. He's been a good boy since he was little, and he's always been an old soul. So
we like old souls around here.
Yeah, he's an old soul is what we would say.
So I'm looking, we've done research, obviously, on Brock Purdy since he's become the quarterback of the 49ers. And I did not know this because I know he was at Iowa State for for as long as he was and helping Iowa State win some football games. I did not know Florida State was recruiting him. And why did he spurn? Because I'm a big-time Florida State fan. Why did he spurn the Seminoles? Because it felt like it, man, if he went to Florida State, bigger profile than Iowa State, maybe he gets drafted higher in the NFL draft. What was the story there, Sean?
Well, he was never offered Florida State. His brother was. Okay. That's where Chubba went, his younger brother. So his offers were Alabama, Texas A&M, and UCF, and several others that came in late. Iowa State, once again, I told you, Brock's an old soul. He thinks differently. And the high school that he went to has really never done anything. And his sister was going there. It was, out of boundaries. And so, I just said, son, you sure you want to go there? Because where you're supposed to go, they went to state the last 2 years. And he goes, no. He goes, that's fine, Dad. He says, we'll go there and turn it around. I'm like, all right, dude, whatever. and that's exactly, what he did. And, and so Iowa State was the same way. Matt Campbell and him are two peas in a pod. And the way that he recruited Brock is a people person. And he could tell how an authentic coach was. And he got on board with Coach Campbell right from the first phone call. He hit mute and he says, Dad, this is the guy. And I said, okay. And so he wanted to go to Iowa State and create something new. And because he likes to look back, like when when I mow my grass, I like to look back and go, wow, look what I just did. And so that's how he felt about Iowa State, is he liked that challenge and he loved the people that were there.
It seems that like you guys are just so in lockstep in terms of your outlook on life. And I look at Brock and I see this photo that's been circulating across the internet. It's you holding him up as a kid next to like a Dan Marino photo. So were you a Dolphin fan growing up? Like take me back to the beginning of that, because him coming in and playing against the Dolphins, I mean, that feels like a cosmic connection. I believe in God. So, I feel like there's something spiritual there.
Well, yes, I'm a diehard Dolphin fan. And the ironic thing is when I played at Miami, Brian Griese's dad used to do radio to just stay in tune, for the upcoming college football season. So he did all our games. And it was such an honor for me to have his dad do that. And but anyways, just a diehard Dolphin fan. And so when I was younger, I used to keep all of I don't know if anybody remembers what a newspaper is. Every Monday, I'd get all Dan Marino's stats and all the pictures and articles and this and that, and that was just my guy, man. And so the day Brock was born, actually the Dolphins were playing the Jets and they lost, but he sat there in the chair with me, and I'm like, hey, this is our team. And, and so he always wore number 13, Dan Marino's number, and so on. And he'd watch the videos and so on. And so not long ago, I said, hey, how many home games you guys got left? And he's like, oh, I think 5. And I said, who we play at home? And he goes, we got the Saints, the Dolphins. I was like, oh, dude. I said, you're going in that game. I go, that's just the way life works.
Wow.
And, just joking.
Yeah, no doubt.
If you're going to go in, it'll probably be the Dolphins. And then sure enough, man, that's how it unfolded. And Dan Marino was at the stadium, and it was just, you just pinch yourself.
That is incredible. Sean Purdy here on the Morning Roast on 85.7.
My jaw's dropped.
Yeah, no, I mean, wearing the Dan Marino thing, wearing number 13, and just being a diehard Dolphins fan, he comes in, he throws those touchdowns. And being in that stadium when they're chanting Purdy, because we've gone, Shasky and I have been lifelong Niner fans, and I don't recall, like, there were some Bosa chants in 2019, but the Purdy chants during Tampa Bay, I was getting goosebumps in that stadium. I can't imagine what it was like for you and your family watching Brock ball out against Tom Brady, the greatest quarterback possibly of all time, and Levi Stadium is chanting Purdy. What went through your mind when that happened?
Well, first of all, it's an honor, to, even hear somebody say your name in that fashion. And so, at first I was like, man, are they chanting his name? And then when it just got louder and louder, I couldn't believe it. And it was. They did it again in Vegas, and it was like, my son looked at me and was like, Dad, you all right? And I just, you'll never get used to that, and it's just an honor to hear somebody yell his name out like that. So it was amazing, man.
I want to go back to the draft process. The whole thing, Mr. Irrelevant, you're probably kind of sick of it at some level, and you probably thought he should have been drafted higher. I mean, Tom Brady's dad was around these parts 25 years ago, give or take, and he was begging teams to take his son earlier, and he kept coming out on TV locally like, hey, he's going to show everybody. He's going to show everybody. Take me back to the draft process. Was it frustrating and hard for you to sit there and watch other guys go ahead of him?
Not at all. Because just through the college recruiting process, I just knew that the draft was going to be the same way. It's just, I knew that was going to have to prove yourself and so on. And so I just wanted him to have an opportunity. And so, when he got, drafted the last pick, we all went crazy. That was authentic because we're just like, all right, we got a chance. It was like, the door was getting ready to close and stuck your foot out real quick to stop the door and you got in there, So, I just felt that, this is the journey for Brock and we embrace it because it helps build your character. And so, the draft day was not, hard for any of us. It was just, it was friends and such, yes, but I just knew that this is the journey marked out for Brock, and just hopefully he'll get a chance, and he did.
Well, and then he gets drafted to the 49ers, and they give Sudfeld a $2 million deal to be the backup. We think that, hey, that's probably guaranteed money. He's going to have that spot. We think Trey Lance is going to be the guy, and, they moved heaven and earth to go get him. We had no idea Jimmy Garoppolo was going to stay around. I mean, he comes to this situation, this quarterback thing. I mean, this is one of the oddest things ever. We've seen Montana and Young, and this feels even crazier than that to a degree. Did you guys, how do you prepare for something like that? Do you think you being a former athlete kind of helped him get ready every single day, or was he just focused on himself?
Brock just takes everything serious at hand, whether it was classwork or whatever. He's always early. As his strength coach did a place that he worked out here says, he's the only guy that is waiting there on the tailgate of his truck for me to unlock the door in the morning, and so that's just, how he's always been. We were just excited, and so was he, knowing to come to such a historical place as the Niners and the coaching staff that they have. If anything, wow, man, let's just go somewhere and learn. And, that's what, that was step one. Is just go learn. If you're going to be on a team, boy, this is what a blessing to be on this one. And so that's all he did was just, get here and learn and just try to get yourself ready.
Sean Purdy here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, father of Brock Purdy, of course, who's taking the league by storm. Sean, going back to that draft process, leading up to the NFL draft where he is the last pick of the draft, did you have any inkling that the Niners were interested? When did the Niners first come into the picture for Brock Purdy?
There were several teams in the, that were poking around and so on, and I guess he had conversations with them at some point that, hey, we like you, we like your experience and so on, but you don't know how real that is,
right?
And during the day, they'd let them know that, if we have a chance, we're gonna try to get you. And that was that. And so, stuff kept unfolding and got right down to the end. And we're like, maybe it's free agency. And, boom, here comes the Niners. I knew it, but, we didn't say anything to my wife. and sister and so on. And so, but he would go into our room and he would talk to this team and that team. And then so on that one, he came out and we're like, well, he's like, nah, free agent talk. And we're like, oh, man. And so when they announced it, and he kept a good, poker face, we were all so surprised and thankful and honored. So it was pretty cool how it unfolded.
How many times did you see that Dolphins logo during the draft? Say, come on, Miami. Come on, Miami. Let's go. I'm ready to go to South Beach.
Yeah, we were like, man, if that happens, that's going to be crazy. But, we just know, I know because of baseball, that, you just want to, get on a team, make that your team. And, like when, I played in Miami and my younger one went to Florida State, and people are like, how do you do that? And it's like, hey, that's where my son is. And so I'm wearing the gear. So, it was whoever he went, that's what we're going to embrace. So.
All right, give me some dirt about his childhood. Like, when was the time he stole the family car and went joyriding? Give me something fun or goofy that he did as a kid.
Guy doesn't sound like he's that guy.
Every kid's got a little.
Did he sneak out
wild
the house for a house party or something?
Yeah.
No, he's very private, so I'm not unleashing any dirt on him when he was little. I just know that he was just a little negotiator.
Oh.
As far as when it came time for discipline or whatever. So we always thought, if you're gonna be a football player, you'll be a lawyer.
So now I got to ask you about the other dads in the room, because we have John Bosa on a lot. All right, Nick's father. Have you met him, and has he tried to size you up yet?
Well, we met. We spent more time with his mom on the Tampa Bay game, that morning. And, his dad, I met after the game, shook his hand, and Nick came out, gave us a hug. And that's the extent that we've had with them. But in that time with Nick's mom, she's a pistol, man. And I was like, well, I think, just not meeting his dad, that this is where this guy gets his tenacity from, because his mom was a riot, man. She was something else, man. She was very supportive of us. When Brock came out of the tunnel and Mom and I lost it, and it was, helping us keep it together. And so, that family really is close-knit, and, we love that about them.
What was your first impressions of Kyle Shanahan?
Oh, good question.
Well, just from, hearing Brock talk about their meetings and how they do things and what he expects. Once again, being a family of faith, we're like, man, God put him right with the right guy. And he is just brilliant. And, when I'm watching the game, as a dad, you're always nervous, and for the first time in my life, watching Brock play, I was just like, well, he's got a guy that's going to call the right plays. And, that's very comforting. So, what a brilliant mind. And, Brock really looks up to him and respects what that guy's all about.
Who's his best friend on the team, you think?
Well, he's got his roommates, Nick Zakel and Alfredo. And, so those are the guys he hangs with. And I think he took Nick with him to the Golden State game and all that stuff. Yeah. So, those are the guys that he hangs with the most.
Well, I mean, the way he's playing right now, he may not have roommates next season, Sean. If you're looking for a house.
Yeah. Well, that's not his style. He's all about the guys and all that kind of stuff. So, he likes to just keep it the same. I'm sure that's probably who he'll room with again next year. So,
well, you bring up the Warriors game. He's sitting courtside. So I'm not going to do that, Shask. I'm not going to do that. No, I'm not going to do that.
My buddy right here, he works on the television. Bonte does. He's being too humble like you are. He does the pre- and post-game show. Tell Brock he needs to go up and get on TV with my guy and break bread with Chris Mullen, the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Break bread with them. You don't want to break bread with me. I'm nobody. But I am fascinated that all of a sudden he's sitting courtside next to the owner of the Golden State Warriors. What did Brock say about that experience?
Move.
Oh man, he that whole thing was surreal for him because he's looking at those guys like, wow, that's Steph and all the players, some of the guys that he met, and he was just like a little kid in a candy shop, and just to be able to watch basketball up that close, and he's like, man, it's a whole different perspective. But boy, he sure was excited after telling us the stories of the whole thing when that was over. So that was really cool for him.
Sean, the only thing missing was a Deebo Samuel size chain, and he should have been wearing courtside.
That'll never happen.
Hey, Sean, I've been watching all these plays this year, and it's so hard to pick some of your favorite ones. But like the slide up in Seattle was epic. I mean, it's one of those moments Niner fans are never going to forget. He's playing Tom Brady for crying out loud in his first home start. Absolutely unbelievable. Against the Dolphins, he comes in. What's that throw against with Kittle just over the weekend in Las Vegas on 3rd down and goal? What's your favorite play thus far that you've seen where you go, God, I can't believe he made that play?
Oh, man. The most exciting, probably because it was his first score, that we were there in person, was when he made that run up the middle.
Oh, yeah.
2 yards.
Yeah, I guess that was exciting. And then that throw to Christian in the corner, that was unbelievable. And then that play to George in Seattle, the fake to the left, fake to the right, and then throw it to George up the middle was pretty awesome. So, I mean, hey, man, we love them all,
Yeah.
So, any first down or any completion is exciting for us. So, it's exciting because he's got some amazing teammates, and that sure makes Dad feel good.
Man, he's playing some unbelievable football. I definitely didn't see it coming. I'll admit that, Sean. Did not see it coming whatsoever, but I know you and the family are proud. Sounds like you're proud, and he sounds like he's a great kid, so we could get behind that.
Yeah,
as the
Niner fans
49ers
are
get
proud.
ready to host the Cardinals, and they'll have hopefully the number 2 seed, maybe the number 1 seed in the NFC playoffs, but no matter what, they're NFC West Division champs, and Brock Purdy's had a lot to do with that. Sean, thanks so much for the time today. We really,
Thank you,
really
Sean.
appreciate it.
Yes, sir. God bless you guys, and have a good day. Have a happy New Year.
Happy
too.
New Year, Sean.
What a great
Absolutely.
guy.
Sean Purdy
Wow.
here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. We'll react to that because we have to run, and that's what's coming up. Sponsored by a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name in the Bay Area since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today.
The Warriors are red hot at Chase Center.
3 on the way. No good. Looney with a tip. No good. Tip. No good. Good. At the buzzer. Kevon Looney.
And the Niners are hunting for playoff position.
He missed at the end of regulation. This from 23. Good step. Good hole. Redemption for Robbie.
Keep it locked on the Bay Area sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
You have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy. policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Now that we have started a new year, think about ways you can help the environment. First, make the switch to green soaps and personal products, and green cleaning products for the sink and shower. Use towels made from materials like organic cotton. And finally, make the switch to LED lights, which can last for many years and use very little power. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Are you ready? Stock up and save big now on appliances and more at the Truckload event at Lowe's. For a limited time only, get up to an additional $600 off select major appliances and instant savings from top brands like Whirlpool and Frigidaire. Plus, get store-wide savings on even more items that you need. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowe's.com to shop the Truckload event today. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Valid 12/29 through 1/4.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Just one pill each morning and no heartburn all day. My holiday hero.
Prilosec OTC. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Woohoo! What's going on, Bay Area? It's your boy, Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys, Bonte and Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Happy New Year, Chewy. Chew Dog in the building. Bay Area legend. He's going to have a legacy radio show today. Legacy on the Warriors
This
Wednesday.
is a legacy game.
In fairness to Steiny, apparently I was talking with Spadoni. He was talking about how people were saying that Chris Paul's entire legacy was going to be defined by a specific game. And he's still going to be a Hall of Famer and stuff. So I guess where Steiny was going was that it was absurd to say that his entire 20-year career would be boiled down to one game.
Yeah, it won't be boiled down to one game, but it'll be boiled down to all his shortcomings.
It's a microcosm of his shortcomings in the playoffs.
Coming up short, talking mess, being petty. When the barbershops are around in 20 years and we're sitting around the coffee table or we're talking about Chris Paul, we're not going to be discussing the dimes he dropped. We're not going to be discussing the All-Star games or the double-doubles. We're going to be discussing how he came up short in the playoffs. And that is his legacy.
Yeah.
So
if you missed the Sean Purdy interview, Brock's father, it's going to be posted on YouTube very shortly. You can obviously go back and listen on the Odyssey app, but YouTube is where you can find it. And don't forget, if you're following us on YouTube or if you haven't created an account, what are you doing? Create an account, hit subscribe, and if you're watching us on the live feed, smash that like button. All right? Help get us to the top of the page. Let's get these bad boy humming. Brock Purdy's dad was outstanding. What a great interview.
He was good.
You know what something I was thinking about, B?
Good stuff.
Is
Mike from San Francisco, Smog and Ambition, cried like a baby during the Purdy senior interview. Touched him.
I mean, that's what I'm talking about.
650 Xfinity Mobile text line. Best interview of the year. Love his father. Year just started.
I know.
Year just started.
Put that down. Interview of the year.
There you go. Doobie Award.
Yeah, mark the tape. But here's something I was thinking about. It's like, okay, Steph Curry, his dad played in the NBA. Klay Thompson, his dad played in the NBA. Gary Payton Jr., his dad played in the NBA. Like, there's so many guys. Then I look at like the obviously the San Francisco 49ers. Nick Bosa's dad played in the NFL. Brock Purdy's dad played Major League Baseball. Pat Mahomes' dad played Major League Baseball. There is something there. I'm not saying it equates to every single person. I'm not saying Bronny's going to be LeBron. But there's something there.
Even Ty Jerome and Patrick Baldwin Jr. being coaches' sons.
Exactly.
That matters. You learn how to play the game fundamentally. Your fundamentals are on point, which is why it's helping Ty Jerome and Patrick Baldwin Jr. play basketball.
Trey Lance's dad played for the Niners.
Exactly. He knows about the league. He knows about the insights, ins and outs.
It feels like to me, and I think it was Matt Holliday's son was the number 1 overall pick in Major League Baseball this year.
Andrew Jones' son was the number 1 pick a couple years ago.
There's something there. Obviously there's the genetics portion of like, you've got the DNA of a professional athlete, but there's also something about the mental makeup and then the how to conduct yourself through all the grind and the hard times. And I do think there's something there.
No, it is. Brock Purdy's playing some really good football. By the way, shout out to YouTube, Xfinity Mobile text line, and Twitch. Download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and podcasts are all available completely free. You can catch every Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Follow your favorite teams, stations, radio shows, and podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app. King of the Hill, push back till tomorrow. Your NFC rankings, that'll be tomorrow. King of the Hill, I promise you, you will want to wait for that, as there is a shakeup in the NFC power rankings. Ooh, King of the Hill.
A shakeup.
Ooh, a little shakeup.
Since you're doing a shakeup, maybe.
I don't know how many there would be, but, where are they going to be at? Vikings, that is.
This is like a certain, almond milks shake well before opening. Are you ready for something new, something fun, something refreshing for 2023?
Yeah, Fast Five. Each call 30 seconds or less. Coming up. No, I'm kidding.
Line them up.
Fast Five is coming up.
888-957-9570.
Instead of the Flex Mobile of the show, we're going to have the Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Fast Five. 888-957-9570, or we'll read your text. You got 30 seconds or less to call in and give us your take on whether it's the Warriors Pistons, Farhan Zaidi, Brock Purdy and the Niners. A lot of good things happen in the Bay right now.
Earlier in the show, I was insinuating how, we give so many opinions, and like the stock market, like real estate, like a lot of things in life, when you're presented with new information, you have to pivot, not panic. I mean, you're seeing this in the crypto world right now. How many people invested in crypto?
You're seeing it with me and Brock Purdy.
But that happens. Like, that happens. Like, just because you said something a month ago doesn't mean you have to be beholden to that opinion for the rest of your life. Like, I'm sure there were people that are like, Joe Montana? Are you kidding me? This 3rd-round pick with skinny little legs? Like, everybody passed on him. And then after a while, you just kind of tap out and you go, all right, he's awesome. He's great.
Did you think Steph Curry would be 2-time MVP? Steiny's still walking that one back.
No,
I love Steiny. Yeah, I didn't think he'd be a full-time
I was devastated.
Champ.
Not that I wanted them to trade Steph. I was devastated that Monte Ellis got traded.
Yeah,
and it ended up being one of the great trades in Warrior history. I cried the day Kevin Mitchell got traded, B. I'll never forget it. And it ended up getting a Billy Swift, Dave Bergman, Mike Jackson.
Speaking of Kevin Mitchell, I saw somebody post on Twitter, Kevin Mitchell in the A's uniform. It was hilarious.
Yeah, that was like, mid-90s?
It was hilarious.
He had gotten bigger at that point. So the point where I'm going at is sometimes when we're right, we like to thump our chest and say we're right. What I would like to do now is a new segment, and I'll just let the open speak for itself.
It's time for...
Say it. Say, I'm sorry, sir.
Just admit it. You were wrong.
All right. I'll admit it. All right. Is that what you want to hear? I'm sorry. I'll admit it. I apologize. Is that what you want to hear?
Where Shasky has to shame walk.
Shame.
And Bonte is the judge and jury of the apology.
I am so sorry. So I want to take this time out to apologize for things that I've done.
That might be the best open Rattle has ever created.
It's incredible.
It is unbelievable.
Keep the beat going.
That's his
here.
best work.
All right.
That's his best work. Where's Brian Rattle at?
He's in the back somewhere.
It's so good. He took the day off.
Yeah, well, me and him have been working on this for quite some time. So, Bonte, let's start here. On December 21st, I came onto these airwaves and I said this about Klay Thompson. I have reached the point with Klay where I'm just going to be, I'm going to disagree with a lot of people. The knee thing, this is to me, this is a red flag. I'm really worried about Klay Thompson. I'm not disrespecting him. I'm assessing in real time what the pivot should be with him and how to manage him moving forward. And I just don't know if we can rely on these top 6 the way that people think that you can. I don't think it's fair.
He's had a great 11-game run and then just slumped for the last 4 games. Klay Thompson's always going to be up and down.
He's a 31-year-old player who has got a sore knee again after missing multiple years. Like, that's who he is. And I think we're all in denial.
They say it's a sore knee. They'd say it's a sore knee.
That was me basically insinuating that Klay Thompson was done.
Say it. Say, I'm sorry, sir.
So here we go. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it, Bonte. I'm sorry. No. Klay Thompson, I apologize. I sincerely apologize. And I'm not going to use an excuse and say that somebody duped me or that I wasn't watching or that I was going for clicks. No, it's none of those things. I was wrong. I was a prisoner of the moment, which can happen to me at times. And I doubted a future first ballot Hall of Famer. Since I said that, since I said those things, Klay Thompson, 4 games, 34.5 points, 46% shooting, over 41% from 3, 6.5 rebounds, 3.5 assists, and 6 threes a game. He is not only shoving it in my face, he's shoving it in everyone's face, whoever doubted him. I apologize from the bottom of my heart. I have been wrong more times than not when it comes to Klay Thompson. I don't know why I do this to myself. It's my fault. There's no one else to blame. It's not me being influenced by others. Klay, I doubted you. I shouldn't have done it. You are a legend. You're an all-time Golden State Warrior. My opinion was wrong. You've been outstanding, and I'm sorry. I hope you can accept my apology.
Say it. Say, I'm sorry, sir.
The Xfinity mobile text line is going to chime in. YouTube's already chiming in. Twitch is already chiming in. I'm trying to think if I should accept your apology because it just didn't happen December 21st. As Judge Bonte here lords over everything, and I have my gavel, which would be the cup of coffee.
Okay.
Timeless, by the way, is in here. Shout out to Timeless. You're wrong December 21st.
Yeah.
You're wrong in mid-November.
Yeah.
You're wrong in March.
I know.
You're wrong in February. You apologized over and over and over. And sometimes apologies just falls on deaf ears. Sometimes you can only accept so many apologies. How many times are you going to say sorry?
Look, I've relapsed many a time. I admit it. All right? But this is the time that I finally hit rock bottom.
A lot of people saying guilty.
I'm guilty as charged. I have been hating on Klay, and I apologize, and I'm wrong. Like, straight up. Like, the guy looks phenomenal. He's taking unbelievable shots rhythmically in the flow of the offense. He's not forcing anything. He's playing sufficient defense. He's a great team player right now. He's setting up for others. He has looked night and day better.
Order the court.
I'm getting on bending knee like I'm boys to men, and I'm begging for forgiveness.
It's the start of the new year. We're taking a positive approach to everything in life. I'm going to be saying it's going to be some apologies from your boys coming up soon. And I know everybody down there, 4949, Marie P. DeBartolo Way, are waiting for me to apologize to a couple people down there in San Francisco with the 49ers. So
say it. Say, I'm sorry, sir.
So Shasky,
apology not accept.
What?
I'm gonna accept your apology. This is the last time, though.
Are there conditions?
Just watch what you say about Klay.
I know. I'm going to have
Watch what you say about Klay.
I know.
It's going to be a 5 for 20 night. He's going to take some bad shots.
And that's where
it's going to drive us all crazy.
And believe me, knowing my own sobriety and how difficult that's been, there's going to be times I'm going to be put in positions, and I mean this sincerely. I'm not trying to make light of any addiction because my family has had it throughout the entire family, and myself included.
Right.
There's going to be some very difficult moments for me to reluctantly not have to come out and try to be a prisoner of the moment and crush this man. And that's why I'm telling you on the front end, I'm sorry. I'm not going to allow myself to do it again.
Don't do it again. Because it's a fourth apology. And I'm a sucker. I'm that sucker that keeps accepting your apologies.
I know.
And then you go back and you stab me back on the back. 4 days before Christmas, you snuck it in on me. Saying, Klay, come to the bench. And I had to just shut up and say, you know what?
You are an enabler.
But I know you. I know you well. I love you like a brother. I'm going to set this last apology.
All right.
You better be careful.
Let's put this on the poll. I want the audience to be able to vote on this, whether my apology was sincere or not. And
I don't know. Yeah,
we'll put it out there.
Play the apology.
All right.
I don't even know if you want to put it out there because you know with Twitter, so they're not going to accept the apology.
Well,
the Jimmy Garoppolo apology. You know how many people on Instagram say, "Hell no, we don't accept your apology with Jimmy G." You know, it is what it is. Some people are not. They're not as forgiving as I. I'm going to forgive you this time and just say, you know what? You had a bad morning. Carlos Correa thing happened. Farhan Zaidi was playing with your emotions. I get it. You were struggling, and the Warriors were struggling. And you saw Clay throw some clunkers and said, oh, he's got to go back. You know what? It happens. Don't let it happen again. Well, I'm not going to accept your apology.
The comment section is crushing us. I don't know if this is the real Anna Novikov or not, but she's in the YouTube chat just destroying both of us.
Well, she says it sounds like me when Bonte sees the credit card bill. Well, stop spending money you don't got, Anna. I'm kidding.
We're all guilty of that.
I'm kidding.
We're all guilty of that.
That is a baller.
So did you like that? Was that fun?
Happen this year.
Now,
a lot of fun.
Here's what I would say to the audience.
So there's going to be a lot of apologies.
There's going to be a lot of apologies, but maybe some of the apologies don't have to always come from me. They might come from the audience as well.
It might come from Lutman.
You know?
What does Lutman have to apologize about?
I would love to know from people, and you can put this in our comment section. You can text us on the Xfinity mobile text line, 888-957-9570.
And get out the comments. You tell people our business.
Who should the next apology be to? Kyle Shanahan?
Are you looking at me?
San Francisco Giants?
Looking at me?
I'm asking you.
Next apology might be Brock Purdy.
It might
should
be.
we wait? Should we wait?
George Kittle? I didn't think George Kittle had this season in him.
Kyle Shanahan?
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, to stop. I'm afraid to listen back to the Brock Purdy cut. Oh, my God. It's so bad. I went off on him.
Was that a great open?
It's a great open. Please play the one where Bonte said stop with the Brock Purdy stuff. He stinks. I didn't say all that, did I?
Well, let's line them up right now. We're going to do the Fast Five coming up.
Yeah,
all right,
Fast
Five. Line them up, and here's the number. I know a lot of people think they know the number, but I'll say it again. 888-957-9570. Our boss was telling me over the break, he's like, you guys think everybody listens all day, and you think everybody knows the number. He heard from a long-time listener, 30 years. I'm like,
he didn't know the number.
We've only been around 11, but 30-year listener, Sports Talk, and the guy didn't know the number. And he says, I've been calling you guys forever, and no one answers my phone. I feel disrespected. Boss goes, what number were you calling? And it was one digit off. And he goes, all right, we need to say the number slowly. 888-957-9570.
That is the Xfinity mobile
That's like
text line.
Cars for Kids right there.
And that's Cars for Kids still booming.
Do you see that jamming commercial?
There was a reason to apologize to Jimmy Garoppolo. He is who he is. Next apology, the Giants. Why should we apologize to the Giants? The Giants think they had a great offseason. Players showed, hey, we want to play for the Giants. This big old endorsement. They were validated into thinking that players want to come to the Bay Area to play for Kapler. So, no, I'm not apologizing to the Giants. Nobody's apologizing to the Giants. Nobody. They would have to win the division next year, win 100 games. We'll apologize.
Well, and on that same note,
Fast Five, by the way, line it up. Get these calls, 888-957-9570.
On the all apologies, if you're running a floral shop right now, there's got to be some. We've got to partner up here. You know how many times that a married man or woman or whatever has to apologize to their significant other? Do you know how many times you have to get flowers for weddings and quinceañeras?
Sometimes flowers loses its luster. It depends how many times you can't wear it out.
I'm just saying, we've got Valentine's coming up.
But you got to space the flowers out.
With 95.7 The Game, this is a great partnership. Not only would you be able to get your brand out there on the airwaves, you'd be able to get in on we literally hit over 1.5 million views on YouTube last month alone. Just last month alone.
In the building. Sells with Shasky in the
building.
We'll
throw your logo right on it. Where are the flower companies? Because I got to get my wife a lot of flowers. Her birthday's coming up. Valentine's coming up.
It happens to be about Shasky's. Flower companies, please holler at Joe Shasky. All right. That's a great salesman.
Jewelry companies, too. Shanko, if you're out there, throw some diamonds.
Just calm down with that. Just relax. We don't need that. Not right now. We don't need that. Next apology. Who should it be? Should it be Purdy? Should it be the Giants? Who should be apologizing next? And how often are we going to do this? Because the Klay Thompson one, I
had it coming.
I don't know if I should have said. I'm debating on whether or not I should accept an apology.
Well, the evil version.
You went down that road over and over and over again. I said, I can't believe my guy is crushing Klay Thompson.
What hurt me to do it? I think one of the things that I've realized.
You would never crush Navarro Bowman like that.
If I was being sick, the last year I felt so bad for him.
You never crushed him like that, though.
If I was being evil, Joe Shasky, okay, like if there was two little, the good guy on one shoulder, the evil guy on the other, the evil guy would be saying, I'm part of the reason that fueled Klay Thompson into playing better. But that's not me. That's like a Skip Bayless thing.
All right, Fast Five coming up. We're going to do it in about 2. Why are we apologizing to Mark Willard? Mark Willard should be apologizing to us.
For what?
Well, we told him the Giants had no swagger. And he's like, they're 9 games over 500. And 3 months later, Mark Willard's talking about, hey, how do you make the Giants cool again? Apologize to us.
They didn't have it. Like this thing, the Mets haven't signed him just yet. You still didn't sign anyone else.
What about Christian McCaffrey? I want apologies.
Well, Christian McCaffrey's been unbelievable.
Were idiots for bringing that up.
Another athlete whose dad played in the professional level.
Ed McCaffrey, 3-time Super Bowl winning wide receiver.
Is it Fast Five time?
It's almost. We're lining them up. 888-957-9570. Who should be? Mike McGlinchey should be apologized to.
What, because he's doing his job?
To me for having to listen to this.
He's doing his job as a number 10 overall pick. This whole this revisionist history on Mike McGlinchey is out of control. I don't care what the internet says to me. Oh, he finally had some good games in a row. Look at Mike. Yeah, big stiff Mike's finally playing well. Congratulations. You're the 10th overall pick. We missed on Derwin James, who's been an all-pro every single season he's been healthy, and Mike is barely hanging on. He's going to get a 3-year, $50 million contract in the offseason. They better not spend that kind of money on him, because if anything has been taught this year about the 49ers and their offensive line, it's that outside of Trent Williams, they can make it work with just about anyone else on that line.
Man. We'll get an update on Aaron Banks a little later today. By the way, an update on Mr. Hamlin. Buffalo Bills. His uncle tweeted out or let some people know that he's doing a lot better. Overnight, so we're still praying for Damar Hamlin, And here's the official tweet from Schefter. Doctors saw promising signs of progress overnight from Damar Hamlin, who remained hospitalized in critical condition as of Wednesday morning, according to a friend and business partner of the Buffalo Bills safety, but he is doing better. Bonte should apologize to everyone for still using swagger so much. All right, what do you want me to use? Cool. I just want some swag. All right, let's get to the Fast Five. Fast Five. It's time for the Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast, brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Boy, I guess the Fast Five question is who should be the next to get an apology. So far, we've given out Jimmy Garoppolo an apology. Shasky just apologized to Klay Thompson. I don't know. I may want to take it back. I accept it for now, but I have a feeling if Klay throws up a couple clunkers, my man's going to revert.
What kind of king are you who reverts back and forth?
I'm one of those King Joffrey. We chopping heads, dog.
Are you going to die by poison?
Your name must be Ned Stark. Coming for you, buddy.
So I watched Troy last night for the first time ever.
Never watched Troy.
Yeah, nor have I. I didn't realize Ned Stark was in it.
Was he?
He was Odysseus.
And he lived.
Yeah.
He lived?
Yeah, Sean Bean, who always
He's Odysseus.
Notoriously dies in all his movies.
The Odyssey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Part 1 is the Iliad, and then the second part is
the Odyssey app.
Look at you.
Did they download that in Troy? Did Brad Pitt download that?
I downloaded it in Italy.
By the way, Brad Pitt, not athletic. He was jacked in the movie. He runs like a weirdo robot.
James in Dublin. Who should we apologize to next, James?
I think Bonte's got to apologize to Brock Purdy.
Why?
I remember in the beginning of the year, a caller called and said, we've seen enough of Jimmy Garoppolo, and it's time to see Brock Purdy. It was after, I think, the Broncos game, and you said, Brock Purdy stinks. If we're talking about Brock Purdy at any time of this season, our season is cooked, and playoffs are nowhere near our future.
Good call.
Did I really say that, James?
You did. Good
was
call.
that somebody filling in for me?
No, we marked
You
the
sure
tape.
that was me?
Next one.
KC in San Jose.
Hey, KC.
KC in San Jose. What's happening?
Hey, guys, so two quick things. Bonte needs to apologize to Kyle Shanahan.
Why?
And one more thing. Whoever's dressing you, whoever's the production person or the wardrobe production at NBC Sports California needs to be fired. He needs to apologize to you for dressing you like that, man.
What?
That voice swag
Cut this
and
guy's
that.
microphone.
Say it.
Say, I'm
All right.
sorry, sir.
That's mean.
No. I want KC to call back. We got things to talk about. Because everybody's been propping me up over the holiday break with the fits I've been wearing. Peacoats, ties, shoes,
Oh, my
J's,
God.
Dior's, Gucci's, dress shoes, Kohans, you name it. The fashion stuff out of pocket.
Damn.
You
Sounds
know,
like
you ain't
Santa
firing
came
nobody.
down your Christmas tree.
Listen.
Put a bunch of presents.
Listen.
All
your
in
boy,
Dior.
the person dressing me, the mind behind the fashion, should get a promotion. They need a bonus for what the hell's going on with your boy.
Yeah, you look great on television.
KC, you can apologize. Cheer me in Atherton. Fast Five, what you got?
Atherton, big money.
Big money.
I agree with KC in Dublin. You owe an apology to Brock Purdy.
That's all you got?
Well, you said that Brock Purdy was not the answer, and we're talking about Brock Purdy, and they got bigger problems. And
I love how this started off as a segment with me apologizing.
Yeah, and they're coming down my road.
Well, I mean, you have a lot
I
of...
didn't say Bitts the four-time NBA champion, one of the deadliest shooters in NBA history. I questioned the last pick of the NFL draft. Shame on me. I'm not the only one. I'm not going to die on this hill. Because you was right there with me. I'm throwing you under the bus, Shasky. I'm turning into San Fran Shasky, a.k.a. Snitchin' Shasky. And you were saying, yeah, Brock
When
is
you
not
point
it.
one finger at me, notice that three go back to you. All right? I was at training camp sitting there, and I turned to Langford and Lubman. I said, I see what Kyle Shanahan sees in Brock Purdy.
God.
But I think he's too small.
Oh, my God.
My exact words.
Jack in Walnut Creek. Jack, what's happening? Fast Five.
Hey, you guys better be careful and might need to apologize to the man Lars from Metallica if you're not careful and using his song in the background. They like to come after people like you guys. That's all I got.
Oh, damn. Well,
Not on YouTube, but thanks for the
Oh, damn. Well, we may want to. You get fired by Metallica. You get fired by Metallica. Their heads will roll around here. Last one, Fast Five.
Metallica's
We'll read a
got
text.
enough money.
We'll
All
read
right?
a text.
I'm kind of sick of that.
This is a good one. Xfinity Mobile text line. We need an apology from the Goose at ESPN, who gave the 49ers a C+ grade on the Christian McCaffrey trade. That's a good one to end a Fast Five. That's a good one.
I like that.
I like that. Fast Five. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Apologize to Purdy. Apologize to Purdy. I guess that's going to be the next one, huh?
I mean,
Shanahan.
Look, if you're gonna take a ceremonious victory lap on Christian McCaffrey, we've got to be equal rights here, and you got to take one in the chest when you're wrong, and it's okay. I think showing that you're wrong every now and then shows humanity and growth and maturity.
I'm wrong all the time.
Exactly. I'm married. I get it. I'm always wrong.
I'm wrong all the time.
I left the heater on this morning, and I'm sure I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's also like 41 degrees in the house this morning. Right. It was very cold.
I actually don't like heaters. I like it cold so I can get under the blanket and let the blanket warm me up. It's just I don't like when the room is hot.
Guys,
that's funny. I like half the time when I'm walking around in the morning, I'm like, "Ooh, Bonte's on a heater today."
Well, that's not me. That happens every day.
I thought you love heaters.
Hey, game heaters, baby, heaters. Apologize. I apologize.
Blame it on me. I know you like the little Akon mix up in there.
That was good. What's up, Willard? What's up,
How we doing, boys?
Going on, fellas? Yeah.
I got an apology, but I'm gonna save it for later today.
Why?
Bring it out now because
You want me to do it now?
I've never heard
Tell me it's
Bonte
not the
laugh so.
Giants.
I've never heard Bonte laugh so hard as when they were reviewing the Giants today, and Bonte is just roaring at the offseason. And all I could think about was what you're going to do today.
Well,
and I actually mentioned it in our pre-show video how the truck will be backed up a little bit.
Oh.
I was so proud of you when I was off because you called them chicken salad. You called the Giants chicken scratch.
I did.
You came very close to actually using the word chicken boat.
Chicken it.
Chicken little?
Chicken it.
Chicken-ish.
Chicken.
He called the Giants chicken salad, and I was like, oh, my God, I wish I was working today. I'm so proud of you. And yet today, here we come.
Well, you don't know exactly what I'm going to say, though.
I'm looking forward to it.
Are you apologizing to the Giants?
Well, you could use whatever words you want. Here's what I'm going to say. Because I know that the majority of Giants fans are accurately still
disgusted.
Well, I don't know what the word is, but uncomfortable with the offseason. And we're all uncomfortable with the offseason. That was not a great offseason.
Not according to Farhad, what he said December 30th.
I heard that.
What's he going to say? What's he going to do? Is he come out and be like,
He's
I
gonna
think
say no one wants to play here because of the city and the politics.
I think our team
Which is what he
stinks.
said originally.
Yeah, he said some things this offseason that I don't think ended up coming out well. I think he regrets them. I think he was trying to say that. That's all obvious. This offseason was super uncomfortable. It was a ride that nobody expected. And they have absolutely ended up on paper as the third or fourth best team in the division, and that was not the plan. And so there are still all kinds of questions that remain, especially until Correa's deal is finally done. And everybody will forever have questions about why this came down to the last second. Why is he getting dressed for a press conference? And that's all fair. However, I don't care what anybody else wants to say about the offseason of the team. I said a couple of things that I would like to walk back.
What are they?
Well, first of all,
or if you want to wait, that's fine.
No,
I don't want to ruin
I'm
your
fine.
show.
No,
Tease. No, I don't mean to do that.
You can't ruin this show even if you tried. No, sure, calling them chicken bleep, and the number one thing that I said over and over that day
so good.
was that the Giants are risk averse. And I don't necessarily feel that way anymore based on what happened next.
Michael Conforto?
No, what happened? No, based on what's happened next with Carlos Correa.
Let's real quick on this.
At a minimum, whatever it was that they saw on this scan, which we all said was an excuse to get out of paying money, whatever they saw on that scan is actually there. There's something. I think we've got to give them that.
Mark.
But spotlight that. I'm in a tunnel right now.
Okay.
I'm walking back my own comments.
I hear you.
No?
No, but like
something that they saw on the scan is now that's a thing.
Okay,
no,
you don't think Aaron Judge has some stuff up in his left shoulder or something on his knee? Like David Sampson, who ran the Marlins for years, was basically saying that every single baseball player, by the time they become free agents at 30 years old, there is stuff every. Why are you shaking your head?
Because I think this is way bigger than that.
What do you mean?
To have two teams walk back a $300-something million contract
not walking it back.
Does not mean that they have a little something in their shoulder.
Mets haven't walked it back.
The Mets. This is what's going on.
The Mets are
This is the hypothesis.
Right.
They haven't walked it back.
They
paused it.
And as I said, I'm not going to there are many questions that will sit at minimum until we know what does happen next. Although I did read the report this morning from Ken Rosenthal that says it's probably still the Mets. But, man, this contract's going to look way different than what you think it's going to look like.
Well, I mean, it's not like he's signing
and
like
the Giants couldn't
deal.
have had a deal that looked way different. Instead, they invited the guy to town, and then they pulled the plug on it, and they ran to Michael Conforto.
Again, you're good. Now you're coming down a road. I'm
not coming down your road. I'm coming down their road.
You can, and that's all fair. I'm walking back my own comment that this was a risk-averse move.
Okay,
where they
that's
said
in the weeds. That's in the weeds.
It's not in the weeds.
Well, for you, that's an apology.
It's literally the key to the whole thing. We accused them of using something fake on a scan to get out of money because they got spooked.
No, we're mad because they didn't sign anyone of significance.
And that's fair.
And lost
and they have
been
risk averse to sign anybody of any significance ever.
See, and with that, I disagree. I disagree.
The facts, the proof is in the pudding. They've never signed anyone to a longer than a 3-year deal.
But that doesn't make them risk averse. That means,
absolutely
does.
It
means they haven't been effective in getting it done.
Well,
But the
and they
offers
could have gotten this done.
The offers are on the table.
They had the pen in this man's hand,
Yeah.
and then they
Yeah.
went to chicken salad, and then they pulled the plug. And
See, now
one of the
that's-
3-year deals that they signed
By the way, you're listening
is
to
a guy that they
95.7
had to
game.
pay to leave,
KGMG
Tommy
FM in HD1 San
LaStella.
Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 the game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 the game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Again, December 30th. So I just go back to Farhad Zaidi. In a lot of ways, this offseason is an endorsement of the fact that there are a lot of players who want to play for the Giants, that want to be in California, that want to play in the Bay Area. And they want to play for Gabe Kapler, that want to be part of the organization. I mean,
I don't know anything about that.
Come on, you're apologizing to this?
No.
To this
see,
friend?
you know what? You guys are right. I probably should have saved it for later because what's going to happen now?
No, I don't care what you do.
Three people are going to bring up your other frustrations with the Giants, and you're going to direct them at me. And I'm not talking about any of those things.
No, we're not.
I'm talking about my specific comment that was clearly unfair, that made it sound like they saw something on a scan that wasn't actually there. They made up a big story so they could get out of $350 million. And now another billion-dollar industry looked at the same scan and also got spooked.
But it's the way you do it, Mark.
No
it's
doubt.
the way you handle your business.
No doubt.
You look unprofessional. You look foolish.
And you're absolutely
and then
right.
you turn around and sign Michael Conforto, who ain't played in a year and a half.
Well,
who's also a Boris agent and was at the bottom of the barrel and literally didn't play at all. And I'm sure his shoulder will approve.
Although that was another one. Like how many people said that day, the Correa day, well, that's the end of them dealing with Boris. He now hates the Giants. Took about, 27 hours? And they made a different deal.
Got his client a deal.
Right.
Said, I see a sucker. I found a sucker.
Well,
I know a sucker.
we'll
Let's
find out
sucker
about
these
that.
suckers.
We'll
and they
see.
suckered the Giants.
We'll see.
Are they a better
We'll see.
team today?
7
Then
suckers,
what?
by the way.
Than what they were to end the year?
Can't say yet.
Bubba
I don't
says
know.
yes.
I don't know.
Your guy Bubba said yes.
My
I don't
buddy
know.
Bubba
You
said
played
yes.
at 7 o'clock.
He said solid. He said solid.
Go through this rotation.
Harold
He
Reynolds,
also
no.
said
Look,
they're going
they
to rely
lost.
on Jock Peterson.
You like that.
My immediate answer would be on paper, their rotation
Come
is
on,
worse and
man.
their lineup is better. That's what I would say. I don't know if it's a better
Their
team.
lineup is better?
Harold Reynolds went on a big thing on MLB Network yesterday saying he thinks this is a way better team than it was last year.
Conforto didn't play last year. Mitch Haniger played like a handful of
57
games.
games.
And I like Mitch Haniger.
Well, what does that got to do with
They're
this
the
year?
worst defensive team in their own division.
They're better this year than they were last year.
No, they're not. They got the
How do you know
22nd
that?
best
The season
shortstop.
hasn't started.
Well, but how do you know
just
they're
said
not?
that.
Because I know Tyrell
they're
Estrada
better
without
athletes.
the shit
They got
isn't
better
as
athletes.
good. I know Tyrell Estrada. Their starting third baseman right now is Wilmer Flores. He is not a third baseman. He can't throw.
Hey, listen.
Not their starting
Listen,
third
Mark,
baseman.
when you say they're a more
Then who
athletic
is their
team,
third baseman?
hold on, Shasky. When you say they're a more athletic
lost
team,
Longoria.
that's not a high bar to clear.
No,
I
it's
said
not.
they have been the least athletic team in all of baseball last season.
100%
Were they
correct.
marginally better?
100% correct.
Gosh, what they're the
100%
25th most athletic team
I'm
in
just saying.
baseball.
Listen, you asked me a question and I answered it like it's close. Then that's not good enough. They needed to be way better, and they're on paper they're not.
They lost one of the most dynamic left-handed power
Yep.
arms in baseball,
Yep.
and in their own franchise history. Just looking at the lefties, and like you're looking at a short list: Kirk Reeder, Sanchez, Bumgarner. It's not a lot of lefties that have had success here in San Francisco, right? He's had one of the signature years, and you have no number 2 starter in arguably the toughest division in the National League.
If you're upset about the roster, you've got no argument from me.
But I think that's most Giants fans aren't going to do he had the leg injury. They're just looking and going, wow, we're not better than we were last year. Last year was rock bottom, and you said we were going to add. And there's nothing.
I'm totally with you. I'm totally with you.
My hot take on the Giants is this. I think it's a better roster than last year. Despite missing out on Correa, despite losing Rodon.
That's
I think
a hot take.
It is a hot take, but I think the Giants are sneaky better than last year.
Vergasian, how do you say the guy's last name?
Mavericks.
What was that? Francesa?
What was that?
Francesa, that last little piece was Francesa? Yeah, I like sneaky better. The Giants are sneaky better. I don't even know what that means.
And then Harold Reynolds in the background goes, that's a hot take.
That's a hot
Basically
take.
saying he doesn't agree with that.
Yeah, and so it wasn't Harold, it was Matt. I watched the segment I watched. I said the wrong name. Yeah, it was Matt. It was Matt. And they were talking with JP Morosi, who JP Morosi also was on that segment.
Yeah, buddy. He said they added depth.
Yeah.
They're going to rely on Jock
Here's
Peterson.
the frustrating thing on the Correa stuff. So this is where I'm at. Like, it's okay. They didn't get him because of the ankle.
Spending so much time on this laughing stock of an
Because
organization
I want to say something real quick. They didn't get him on the ankle, but they missed out on Bogarts. They missed out on Swanson. Like, this was the year, if you were to shore up the shortstop position, and if you look at their farm, Luciano doesn't project to be a shortstop. Like, this was the year. Brandon Crawford, based on most ratings, 22nd best shortstop last year in baseball. Now, a guy who's a year older, without the shift, is going to be playing shortstop, and he's the third or fourth best shortstop in his own division. Like, they're not a better defensive team, and they missed out on some premier players because of the Correa fiasco.
Totally. They put all their groceries into a bag, and then the bottom fell out of it.
And then Sapien
That's why you got to go double bag.
Yeah,
Double bag.
So I mean,
and carry from the bottom.
And
So
Joe,
good.
like you're not wrong, but I'm going to, and you guys can yell at
No,
me
that's
for
fair.
it.
We're not-
A year if you want to me, if you want. I am going to acknowledge something was on the scan that they did not anticipate, and neither did the Mets. Like, I'm going to acknowledge that because
Mets
that's
are
being
still gonna
because
sign
that's
him, right?
maybe. We don't know.
Someone's going to sign him.
It's been 2 damn weeks.
And instead of them
if they
finding
do-
a way to still sign him, they just invited him and his family to town and pulled the rug out from under him. And that to me is a bigger issue than because someone's going to sign him.
I don't
You
disagree.
look at the year he
I don't
had last
disagree.
year. Someone's going to sign. He's
I
going to
don't
play
disagree.
baseball for someone
And why
this
aren't
year.
they renegotiating with
Well,
him?
it's important, I think. Like, this is a part of the story that's not been told
Exactly.
yet, and it's a question that will be asked later. But I thought it was interesting when they were asked, "Okay, are you getting back into negotiations?" Farhan didn't say we don't want to. He essentially said they don't. He said, "I think Correa is focused on other teams
Well, what
now."
Scott Boras said immediately in the aftermath was he didn't hear from the Giants for
Which
a
is his
long
side.
period of time, which is for his
Which-
side.
which-
And next thing you know,
which I
he
don't-
calls to Hawaii.
I don't think
Stevie
that's
Cohen's
accurate.
well, we don't know what's accurate because we've only heard one side, and we haven't heard Farhan come out and really say. Now, he can't talk about the medicals because of HIPAA, but he could come out and say, these are all the things that we did to try to save the deal.
I think-
but what he did was he laid silent for 12 days,
But how do
and then
we
he
know
came
that-
out with a
via
nebulous
Zoom.
non-answer.
How do we know that they wanted to save the deal?
Well, we don't know anything, and
Right.
that's the biggest problem.
Can't talk
If
about
you're
it.
a Giants fan, the
If
biggest
they-
problem
listen,
is you don't know anything
all
about
went
what
silent.
the Giants
They
did.
all went silent.
All you know is
Farhan-
that the Correa family came to town ready to celebrate a massive deal. Something popped up on the scan, and 12 hours later,
Look,
he's a New York Met in theory. And now the Mets are still dragging their feet
Larry
on something
Bear's
with
been
the scan.
quiet. That entire organization's been quiet.
Nobody said
Where's Larry?
anything about
Especially
how
what
it
about
went
this?
or what they
about
tried
this?
to do
Hold
to
on.
save the deal.
Brian
Mets have
Sabian.
been totally quiet.
Brian Sabian.
I mean,
executive advisor to senior vice president and GM to Brian Cashman now. Sabian's never, has he been honored around here? A plaque, Wall of Fame, one of the greatest GMs in Bay Area sports history, just walks out the door? And we're quiet about that with a little statement. Everything is a statement with the Giants in a Zoom call. They're hiding. They're staying quiet. Larry Bear, Farhan, we don't hear from them. Or you get a news dump December 30th at 2:45 on a Friday when everybody's out getting ready for New Year's. It's been a disastrous offseason for the Giants.
It's all fair.
disastrous.
It's all
Sabian
fair.
walks out the door.
Brian Sabian tomorrow, 10:30, by the way, Willard and Dibbs.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Would I ever joke?
Wow.
Brian Sabian?
That's a great
You
guess.
can see me. I
Sabian's
joke
going
around a lot.
I love
Oh,
Sabian.
that's appointment
That's
radio
a-
right
yeah.
there.
I'm going to hit him
10:30?
with an early saves, yeah. 10:30.
Gotta hit him with the Sabian
Thank you.
saves.
Well,
Gotta hit him with the Sabian saves.
You know, Mark, here's the one thing that I think
what
is...
did they do wrong? What? I'm sorry. What'd you say?
No. Here's the one thing. Like, I'm very frustrated. Like, okay, I remember distinctly this offseason when the Warriors didn't land Dwight Howard.
Thank God.
Oh,
I
God.
know, but because of the process. But because of the process, they expedited, quickly pivoted, and made a ridiculous trade to get Biedrins out of here and bring Andre Iguodala in. Because they dragged their feet with they had to because of the Judge thing. You had all your eggs in a couple baskets. What ended up happening is you missed out on all these other people. This is like when you're home shopping, and if you're just solely focused on one place, you only have one bid in one area. Like, we can argue about the medical and this, that, and the other, and I hear you. What I'm saying is the entire process throughout the offseason has been bungled, as well as the team-building process over the last 5 years.
Okay, so let's put the last 5 years aside for a second because that you bring
That factors into the free agent
that's
desires.
a different point than what you were just making about this specific offseason. I get the frustration. I totally think that this was an offseason that did not hit the mark. The issue is, though, that when they had signed Correa, a lot of us were satisfied. That was what was promised. That was the number 2 free agent. And then you sprinkle in these other people around
It looks a lot
Correa,
better.
and the whole thing looks different, right? So in effect, they had a target. They went out and they did it. They did it exactly what a lot of fans, not all, but a lot of fans wanted them to do. And then at the 11th hour, something that made obviously everyone in baseball now incredibly uncomfortable popped up. And so they took a gamble, as all of these things are, and they lost. But as to whether or not this is good, bad, cheating, I mean, are they lying? This is all TBD.
They're just all silent.
You just said Dwight Howard.
Bad. It's all silent.
But you know
if it was
what,
the
Monte?
Niners and the Warriors, we'd be demanding they speak up, and they would speak. The Draymond Green situation happened. Yeah, Bob Myers the next day cried at the podium.
Steve Kerr,
Steph
Curry, they all came
totally
out.
different. It's totally different.
Firing
No,
Jim
but
Harbaugh's
to his
at the
point
podium.
is they took the immediate road of PR, and this Giants front office has done nothing in terms of assuaging the fans and making the fans feel any way other than frustrated.
It's a medical issue.
But you don't have to come out and talk about the HIPAA. All you have to do is talk about the process. All you have to do is come out and say. All you have to do is come out and say there was something about the medical that we didn't like.
They did say that.
13 days later.
No, that
in a
day.
Zoom call.
No, Dibs, there was a statement released that day.
After they brought the guy to town. So you're telling me you finally looked at the scan? You looked at the scan the first time and thought,
wish
we're
you the
good.
best, Carlos.
Did you not see the scan the first time?
The Mets have been super loud, haven't they? Chatty bunch, aren't
No,
they?
you've heard a lot, from Mets
Chatty,
fans.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
The Mets are just like, wow, so here's what's going on. Let us tell you all about what we saw in Carlos' scan.
Well, here's the
Certainly
They
they've
haven't said
done
a
enough
damn
to where
word.
they've
They
done
have-
enough to where their fans aren't like, oh God, it's Carlos or bust.
Right. They've done
I
enough
get it.
this
I
offseason.
get it. I get it.
They
I
backed
get-
up
listen,
their money.
I get-
They said they had a blank check and they spent that money. The Giants paraded around like, oh, there's no limits to what we could spend. And the minute they saw a little scan, oh, you know what? $350 million, we're going to back out of this. And we're going to go with these one-year deals with opt-out clauses everywhere for guys like Michael Conforto and Mitch Haniger and Sean Manaea. They embarrassed themselves, and they remained quiet.
Yeah.
They remained quiet. Hide behind the Zoom, Farhan.
just like
I've
the
heard
Mets.
nothing from Larry Bear.
Well, no, the Mets,
nothing.
let me get in here, B. On
Radio
the Mets
silent.
So,
You can't talk about this.
what do you mean?
You can't.
You can talk about the process
No,
at Jabosh.
you guys can. They can't, and the Mets can't. They can't fully
Mark,
explain
how
what's
hard
going
is it to
on.
hop to a podium and say, hey, guys, I know this is an unprecedented thing. There's some certain things regarding the medical that we can't discuss.
That's exactly what they've said. Who cares if it's on a Zoom or a podium?
Because it
That's
does.
exactly
The personal
what they've
element makes a
said.
difference.
They-
I do
they-
think
he
it makes a
took
difference.
questions.
Bob Myers sitting there after the Draymond Green punch didn't make a difference?
Again, totally.
You don't think so?
You don't think that
There's a human element.
You don't think that this would have been on that's a totally different scenario. Someone got punched in a practice versus a medical scan on someone who never even actually joined your team.
The guy was in the other room waiting to come over with
It's
his brother
so
and his
delicate.
family.
I understand. And the way they handled that, we can question and you can be frustrated. I get it. I'm only here to say that we have to acknowledge there is something significant in that body going on
that point. So if you read between, I don't know.
Can I get a yes or no on that?
Yes, but if you listen to people that
That's
are
all I
baseball,
need.
if you listen to people that are baseball people,
Yeah, we do.
David Sampson says every single player in Major League Baseball has something wrong with their butt. If you are a pitcher and pitch 10, 15 years in the minor leagues, major leagues, you're going to have so much stuff in that shoulder. Does the owner say green light it or not? Very simple. That's why a lot of these, Boris, for example, go straight to the owners.
I think this is clearly different.
In the
This is
Mets
clearly
situation,
different.
the Mets went flying above the unspoken $300 million payroll thing. And Major League Baseball said to them, look, there is something with the medical. Everyone agrees with you, Mark. No one is denying that there ain't something going on in the ankle.
That's all I'm here to talk
But
about
what they're
today. That's
saying
all
is
I
that-
want to walk back. That's it. That's all I want to walk back.
Okay,
you can get mad about everything else, and I'm going to nod my head. But
Mark.
I'm going to walk back my own comments that made the Giants look like chicken bleep for backing out of something that was clearly significant.
When D Ford had a back injury and missed the entire year for Kansas City.
And how'd that work out?
It was a great trade.
Was it?
It was. They went to the Super Bowl.
I would
he was the most
disagree with you.
effective pass
D-Ford-
rusher in the
D-Ford
game.
was very
it was
effective.
a huge risk. They swung it. When they gave Buster Posey, coming off one of the
barely
worst injuries in baseball, a 10-year, $180 million, largest contract in Giants history. with sight unseen. They gave him 10 years, 100. That wasn't risky? That ankle was fully cleared and ready to go?
Why are we comparing that? I mean,
But that's the same organization. I'm using it as an example.
It's not the same injury. You don't know.
Achilles and tendon and breaking your ankle?
We don't know what this injury is. Nobody knows what this injury is.
But what
we do know that he had 22 homers last year and he hit 291.
Yes, but what we also know is that in the idea of signing him until past his 40th birthday, the least risk-averse team in all of Major League Baseball, who swashbuckled from Hawaii and put together a deal in 4 hours, looked at the same scan and said the same thing. Oh, crap. That's what we know. Therefore, I would like to walk back what I said about the Giants being risk-averse.
Okay. They didn't say, oh, crap, we're out.
I did not say, wow,
like
great
the Giants
offseason.
did.
I did not say everything over the last 5 years has been great. I did not say they've been the most communicative because they're not. I would like to not call them chicken bleep for backing out of something that has been proven based on the actions of others to be significant.
Well, the Giants said,
That's
oh,
what I would
crap,
like to do.
give me Conforto. And the Mets said, oh, crap, let's still try to work this out. That to me is a massive Grand Canyon-sized difference
Except for that
in
is
the
also-
risk-averse idea.
But
that
that's
you're talking
also
about.
Correa's wishes. That also is Correa's wishes based on what both organizations have said.
And how both organizations probably proceeded in the immediate aftermath
No
to the
doubt.
discovery of the scan, where
The handling of it, those are fair questions. and we still
And I
have
think it speaks to your risk-averse thing
Yes.
that I love that you said before, because the Giants, to me, are still massively risk-averse, having never, under Farhan, inked a player for longer than 3 years. The 2 3-year deals, DeSclafani, not great, and Tommy LaStella, here's $12 million, please go away.
I mean,
and if
they
you're so
offered this
and
deal.
on the
They
40
offered
years
this
thing,
deal.
like
They were
being
ready to
40 years
sign
old,
it.
we all agree. Like giving any player 13 years doesn't feel great. I don't care who it
Sure.
is. It could be
Sure.
Willie Mays in his
Nonsense,
prime.
yeah.
Right.
It
So
rarely
if that's
works.
the case,
Yeah.
if that's the case, and that's how you know it, how do you not have in your back pocket, all right, here's $275 for 8. Or $275 for 7. Like, there was no pivot whatsoever once immediately seen it. So that I'm questioning the entire thing. You could sit here and argue, well, there's got to be something in the ankle. Okay, but if you still like the player and you're willing to give him 13 years, chop a little off and massively overpay.
And maybe they don't. We don't know what they saw on the scan.
Yeah.
And we don't know 7 years from now. Like you might be doing an apology. I hope we're all still here 7 years from now because Carlos Correa's career could be over for all we know. We have no clue what's on the scan. What I do know, based on the actions of Major League Baseball, is that it is something rather significant.
Well,
that's
again,
what I know.
David Sampson believes, and I'm telling. I know you guys. He rolls his eyes when I say this.
Yeah,
He
'cause he's a
believes.
scumbag.
He believes that, and he knows the inner workings of baseball.
City of Miami for a stadium.
I know.
Picked them.
He says.
And then now he wants to talk and
but you
throw
guys
everybody
are
under the
using his
bus.
quotes
He's a
today.
weasel.
Well, yes,
He's a weasel.
because I find him to be very interesting.
Tell all David Sampson, let me stay relevant. Hey, he's
when you
a
have
weasel.
mobsters, turning on other mobsters, they're all slime. Like, that's how you get people to roll over and you get information. He was saying that the Mets went flying above the unspoken $300 million payroll rule because the Mets, being such big spenders, makes the Cardinals and the Dodgers and the Red Sox and the Yankees look cheap in comparison. And so what he was saying is that Major League Baseball put in the phone call after they came pivoting in, and it makes the Giants look bad, which they don't want to do. Major League Baseball needs the Giants to spend money and be competitive. That is something that is, I think we can all agree there.
Sure.
They came in and says, you need to make this a sticking point with the health thing because they hate Major League Baseball, the owners, the guaranteed deals. They want opt-outs. So what he is perceiving in this deal is going to get reworked. And if you remember, the Giants' original deal had no opt-outs. Manny Machado's deal recently does have an opt-out. He ends up this year. They want something in between where if he gets hurt, it automatically voids and you get 7 years with an opt-out instead of the full 13. And they think that they're going to use Cohen. Hey, you want to steal this guy? You want to go flying over the threshold? Then you need to be our guinea pig, and you need to be able to be the one to stick this in writing to that agent, Boris, who holds all the cards to the high-price free agents.
Right, so why would Boris do that? Like, I don't know that that's true or untrue. I have no idea. But why would Scott Boris be a party to that? That would be an
because
embarrassment.
he knows that Cohen will spend money with him year after year after year.
Potentially the most powerful man in baseball.
I know he is.
So, like, why would he do that? You know what I mean?
How come the
Giants
Giants haven't really honored Brian Sabian? I know you guys are going to have him on tomorrow. But
I don't know. I
mean,
don't know.
The stretch from 97 to 03, one of the best stretches in Giants baseball history. We know about the 3 World Series, 2010, 2012, 2014. and yet he slips out the door and he's going to be an advisor for the Yankees with Brian Cashman. Yet he has, like, the Giants look for reasons to celebrate something, whether it's Will Clark Day, Willie McCovey Day, whatever you name it. The Giants will look to have a great, dude, they'll have pageantry over anything, right? How come Brian Sabian wasn't shown the respect that he deserves as being a great executive? As we watch Farhan Zaidi kind of just slip and fall all over the place, Sabian, where's the love? Why is, again, they're quiet about this.
Feels like a different organization now than it was before when he was at the peak of his powers and Larry Baer was in charge and Peter McGowan was still doing what he was doing. And now it feels like this ownership, it feels like a completely different ownership to me from that. And I don't know the inner workings.
It is.
Yeah, that's, you got Brian Sabian now.
Is it personal?
He'd rather go and work for the Yankees than gut it out and work for this organization.
Is it personal?
It feels that way because...
For Sabian or for the ownership?
Well,
what do you mean?
Probably both.
Yeah,
but I mean, for Sabian to say what he said publicly yesterday, and for those of you who missed it,
shocking.
Yeah, for him to say, I thought that I was going to be more involved, and it didn't work out that way. And so, we just kind of let this whole thing expire. That's a terrible look for the Giants organization. There's no two ways about that. And it's interesting that he would say that publicly. That lends me to believe that there is something emotional there in both directions, one direction.
His kid still lives out here and does work with a friend of ours, Craig.
I don't know.
And they're running real estate. He wanted to stay here.
It's interesting, though, because it hits a lot of people in a way. And I believe that if we go back to, let's say it was August, right? And you're in the middle of the season last year. If you had gone around the stadium at a Giants game and polled people and said, what is Brian Sabian doing with the organization right now? I think 9 out of 10 would have said he's not with the organization.
9 out of 100 even.
I would have said that.
Right.
Seriously. I would have said that.
Y'all didn't even know he was still technically with the organization, and then now we're ticked off that he's not with the organization. So that kind of made me laugh. But the fact that he said something publicly, Bonte, I'm with you, where it made you go, what's going on behind the scenes? And Dibs, to your point, this is another thing that has happened that I don't think people know. We're still talking about Larry Baer. Larry Baer is not one of the top 2 or 3 decision makers with this team anymore.
But that scares me, and I've been on that.
Me too.
Like the Greg Johnson thing inspires no confidence. Again, go back to Buster Posey's Zoom.
100% agree.
I came in here and everyone's like, "You're making judgments of." I'm like, dude, he doesn't look like a
Zoom.
My whole thing.
How is Posey not flown out?
My whole thing with this offseason was we're going to learn a thing or two about not Farhan. We're going to learn a thing or two about these owners. We've never seen this ownership have this kind of a moment.
Right.
And look at us now.
I know.
And the one thing you know about Larry Baer when he was the principal owner is that he was a diehard fan, orange and black to the bone, and he wanted to win. And I don't get the same sense of the current of the various Johnsons.
And be top dog. You know what I mean? In terms of I am in control. Everything flows through us in terms of the big three.
Number one priority was winning. It feels like the number one priority now is protecting your assets. And that's just the way I'm perceiving it from the outside.
Saturday morning.
I appreciate that.
I love that.
That's great. It's a little throwback reference.
That hits you in a certain way, man. You turned red. You turned your head.
Of all the GMs, to see what
Shasky at the damn 5 for you.
FireBrianSabian.com and just the evolution of him. Is he the most underrated of all the great GMs that have been here in the Bay Area?
Man, you'd have to say probably. I mean, if you look at what he eventually was able to bring home, he presided over 3 World Series, and they did it the way that Farhan's trying to do it. They drafted all those guys, and then lo and behold, they turned into stars who won chips.
And think about how they flipped their philosophy from signing big free agents or making big trades at the deadline and having just stacked rosters, veteran players, to saying, you know what, post Bonds, we need to go through the draft. Let's get some pitching. We'll find some hitters. We'll make trades, but they built through the draft. They switched philosophies, man. Brian Sabian underappreciated, and he's been shown no love. That disturbs me.
Tomorrow, 10:30.
That's the frustrating thing is no matter who they sign, no matter what they do, until their farm system starts spitting out some players, it's not going to work.
Somebody needs to speak up from the Giants, whether it's Larry Baer, I don't care how much power he has, Farhan, and stop with the Zooms, please. Get some people over there at 24 Willie Mays Plaza. Let's hide behind the Zoom and pick up your comments there. Anybody want to ask a question, drop a question in the comments. That's a joke. Giants have become a joke. All right. Willard Diz coming up, sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Would you tell Bob personally that I said hi?
No, I will not.
This winter, there are COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. If it's been at least 2 months since your primary series or original booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Hear Bob Myers with Steiny and Guru today at 1 p.m. on The Executive Show.
When we went to the Hamptons to meet with Kevin, we had a presentation, and I'm telling you guys the truth. Literally, the presentation, we stopped it 10 minutes in. Because if you know Kevin at all, Kevin was kind of looking around going, I don't need to see this stuff.
Brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal. Less mess, reduce stress. Budget friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc? Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
If you're looking to move out of your parents' place, you could really cut expenses by bundling your car and renter's insurance with Progressive, which is good because your little brother has gotten really territorial. You're blood related. You'd think it would be fine to share food in the fridge. I mean, who writes their name on every individually wrapped slice of cheese, Tyler? Still, you've got to admire the commitment. So bundle your renter's and car insurance with Progressive and use the savings to help you move out and have all the cheese you want. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Oh, want better visibility to get you through the winter? A new pair of premium wipers can help. Right now, you can earn a $10 bonus reward when you buy a pair of Rain-X Quantum wiper blades. See better and stay safe on the road all winter long. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards members.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Are you ready? Stock up and save big now on appliances and more at the Truckload event at Lowe's. For a limited time only, get up to an additional $600 off select major appliances and instant savings from top brands like Whirlpool and Frigidaire. Plus, get store-wide savings on even more items that you need. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowe's.com to shop the Truckload event today. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Valid 12/29 through 1/4.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about. Oh my goodness! I actually wanted to come in and talk about football today, and we will. That's actually the most of what we will do today. Marcellus Wiley is going to be on in about an hour and a half. How about Brian Sabian though? Coming up tomorrow. That was breaking news to us just about 20 minutes ago. So that's fantastic. And the morning roast was doing apologies, so I had to put mine in there.
Yeah. And I wish you wouldn't, because I think you had it right. No, honestly, I wish you wouldn't.
You wish I wouldn't apologize?
Correct.
Yeah, but
because
listen.
to me, they are risk averse, and I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
This Correa debacle, the fact that the Mets are now getting cold feet, it does in some way justify the Giants and their cold feet. But your point, your greater point, I thought, was an accurate one, that they are risk averse. You called them chicken bleep, which was harsh, and I loved it. And I was,
but that's the thing. Y'all just like harsh.
No, I like you being harsh.
Exactly.
I'm always the heavy.
Right.
I like when you strap it on and get after somebody.
And I will.
And you have.
And I will.
And you do.
But those are my words.
Big butt.
I like to choose them carefully.
Yeah.
And if I say something that I no longer agree with, I'm going to circle back. I'm not going to just let it go into the atmospheric river that's coming.
Heads up, everybody.
Apparently tomorrow. Although we were just laughing a second ago about what happens in California when it rains. It is really hysterical. And that is the correct word for it. A lot of you turn into just hysterical human beings when it rains in California. I had somebody go door to door yesterday and hand me a pamphlet. Sir, do you live here? Yes, I do. How are you? Well, I'm good. I would like to hand you this pamphlet on what to do if it floods tomorrow. I go, you're predicting a flood? Well, you just want to be ready. I'm like, sir, thank you, but we've killed a lot of trees now.
Yeah.
Because it's going to rain, and maybe that will regrow the trees. I don't know.
It's a pamphlet.
It's going to, right, I got a pamphlet. Because it's going to rain.
Not a flyer.
Do you want to know
you
why?
Got a full-on pamphlet.
Like the rest of the country's got a lot of opinions about California. The only one that I really want to hear that I think is funny is what happens when there's weather.
Yeah.
We really lose it. We lose it because it's going to rain.
It's going to rain. And flooding is a real deal.
Yes,
and,
it is.
Be careful out there.
And I may be apologizing for these words tomorrow if there's a flood and there's all kinds of problems. But
travel advisory, they are asking people not to travel until tomorrow night. And yet today, my trip, many people are heeding that. Couldn't have been a nicer commute for your boy today coming from the East Bay.
Oh, my gosh.
Downright pleasant.
Kids going back to school today, so they were all running late, and it was raining. So, of course, they all are, wimps, and they all want to ride to school. And, of course, I'm a wimp and a softie, so I gave it to them. And, I couldn't believe – I texted you guys. I'm running behind because my kids are soft, and so am I. And then I got here at the normal time. because there's nobody on the roads.
Yeah.
And I assume that that's because it's raining, and so everyone's hiding inside.
Yeah, and just be safe out there, everybody.
Yes, of course.
And, take care of your sandbagging if you need to sandbag.
So speaking of sort of uncomfortable opinions and whatnot, listen, I was thinking about this Bengals-Bills thing. And the first thing we want to say, which I'm both hesitant to say but also thrilled to say at the same time, there are reports starting to filter out that things are headed in a very positive direction for Damar Hamlin.
Signs of progress.
So I'm really thrilled about that. Like, I'm overjoyed. It's almost emotional to even say that out loud after what's happened over the last 48 hours. But I hesitate because I don't know. Like, it's a medical thing, and things can take a turn in any direction at any time. But there are positive signs. There is progress. Even the one report that we do know for sure, which was that his uncle spoke last night to reporters and stated that at the beginning he was not breathing at all. Like, he needed 100% of the intubation process. It was all on a breathing machine. It had been moved to 50% as of yesterday afternoon, and there have been further encouraging signs since then. So that is wonderful. And first and foremost, obviously.
Yeah.
The second part of this is not anyone's opinion necessarily about what the NFL should do with all of this, but more sort of an opinion about what the NFL will do about this. I firmly believe that they're going to play this game. I have no idea when. I have not heard any scenarios thrown out of like, well, maybe we'll do this or maybe we'll do that.
Yeah.
I think the likelihood is the NFL has probably already gone through all their scenarios, but they're not going to say anything publicly yet because they would like the Damar Hamlin situation to get further along, further away from Monday night, and maybe get more positive news before they do this. But I think it has given us enough time to start thinking about the trickle-down effect of missing a game like this with two of the top three teams in the conference. And I know no one wants to say it out loud yet because it's right. You're right. The football doesn't matter, except for that it does to them. Like, my thought that
by them, you mean
the Bills
millions
and the Bengals
of people and their fans.
And their employees and their executives and their coaches and the blood, sweat, and tears that goes into getting themselves to this point. I keep falling back to this, and I wonder what you think, Debs. Like, the Bills and the Bengals, the same people who wanted to get the hell off the field that night, I promise you, if you asked each and every one of them today, they would say, yeah, at some point.
Right.
We got to play this game.
Yes, and I think privately they would say that. Publicly, everyone, we're all of a mindset to say Damar Hamlin, and it is the first and only most important thing in all of this, him continuing to get better. But when you step away from that and the prognosis of him getting better slowly but surely, that's great. The likelihood of him being better, quote unquote, before this game has to be played or before this has to be solved, that's not going to happen. He's not going to get better enough to where he can actually come out and speak and say, yeah, go ahead and play the football game.
Right.
The likelihood of that happening is very, very small. So you're going to have to make a hard decision. If this was Texans and Broncos, for example, and you had to decide whether or not you were going to resume Texans and Broncos, it's an easy decision.
Bye-bye.
See you later. You've got 2-13-1 going up against 4-12. We don't even have to worry about it. But what you're talking about is massive. You've got the number one seed in the AFC at stake, a bye. Kansas City is a player in this. If Cincinnati wins out, including a resumption over Buffalo, and Kansas City loses, the Bengals get the number one. The Bengals get a bye. The Bengals are looking to repeat as AFC champions.
Right.
So when all of this settles down, and it is beginning to settle down, and hopefully Damar Hamlin continues to get better at a rapid rate, this game is going to have to be resumed.
Well, I want to just also set the table for everyone so you understand the actual football scenarios. And by the way, how ... this could end up affecting the San Francisco 49ers. That is a part of this. For instance, Mark Graves on our YouTube feed. And good morning, Twitch and YouTube. Thank you so much for watching and all the comments there. Xfinity Mobile text line. And we welcome your phone calls all the time at 888-957-9570. We got a lot of clear open space to connect with you all the way up until 11 o'clock when Marcellus Wiley comes on, and then cleared to play. We'll get Steph Curry answers and and Christian McCaffrey answers and Aaron Banks answers and all of that coming up with Dr. Brian Feely at 11:30. But Mark Graves sent in a note just now on YouTube. The NFL should wait until after Sunday's games and hope the seeding works out without playing the makeup game of the Bills and Bengals game. And if that were possible, I would agree with you, but it's not. No matter what happens on Sunday, this Bills-Bengals game will still have an effect, not just on the playoffs, but the 1 seed. The 1 seed is at stake. Here's why, if you're not familiar with the scenario at play. The Bills are in a situation where if they win out, they are the one. They are the one. So the Bills have to play that game, also have to win this weekend. They host New England. If they were to win both of those games, they are the 1 seed. If they were to lose one of those games, that opens the door for the Chiefs to be the 1 seed simply by winning at Las Vegas. Gee, upsets never happened there. The Chiefs
almost did. You were there.
Thank you. The Chiefs need to win at Las Vegas. Let's not act like that's a bunny. Have you watched any Chiefs games the last 6 weeks? They play tight games. So the Chiefs got to win at Las Vegas. If they do that and the Bills lose a game, the Chiefs are the 1 seed. However, should Jarrett Stidham suddenly be a thing and Las Vegas upsets Kansas City, then Cincinnati with a win over Buffalo and a win against Baltimore this weekend, they become the 1 seed. So there is no scenario, no matter what the Chiefs do this weekend, there is no scenario by which this game does not need to be played unless the only scenario, I guess, would be
Chiefs win.
Chiefs win this weekend, Bengals lose to Baltimore.
And the Bills also lose.
But even then, you're still talking about the 2 seed, which would be up for grabs based on that head-to-head game between the Bills and the Bengals.
And that head-to-head game would then determine who hosts the head-to-head game when those two teams potentially meet again in the divisional playoffs as the 2-3 seed.
Which is a massive thing. You ever been to Buffalo? I have not. It doesn't look fun in January.
No, and Cincinnati has a team that is hungry to get back to the Super Bowl, where last year they left a little meat on the bone, some unfinished business against a now very much beleaguered Rams team. So unless everything broke correctly this Sunday, but even at that, you can't at that point on Monday say, all right, Cincinnati and Buffalo, get ready to play. You're playing Wednesday in 2 days.
No.
This all has to get settled in the next, I would say, 48 hours in order to determine, what these teams are going to do from a logistical standpoint. Because Buffalo, if this gets resumed, they're going to have to go back to Cincinnati. And if you really want to play this game in a fair way, you have to give Buffalo and Cincinnati a whole week, unless you want to play it on a Thursday. We're going to give them 3 days rest to resume the game. Ugh. I think the only way to do this is what our producer Kyle said to us yesterday pre-show. Push everything back a week. Make the Buffalo-Cincinnati resumption week 19 standalone. You could do it on Saturday, which would be fine. You don't have to do it all the way on the Sunday.
Yeah, whatever.
Do it on the Saturday.
Do it on Friday.
Both teams would then have a full week to get ready for their playoff game, either Saturday, Sunday, or Monday.
Okay, so here's what that would mean if that's what happened, because I agree with you. I don't know how you jam this game into some other day rather than the following weekend. But you're talking about a massive, massive stroke by the NFL if they were to do something like that, moving the playoffs an entire week, all of the events that certain stadiums and cities are preparing for. Yes, they don't know the exact dates, but for instance, Levi Stadium for weeks now has been thinking there's very high likelihood that either on the 14th or the 15th we're hosting a football game. Well, now, I don't know. Is that weekend going to be standalone Bills-Bengals? Do you lose an entire weekend of football? What does that mean for all of the host cities? And what about this? Speaking of the 1 seed and whoever gets it, this would be true for the NFC as well. And that's on the table for the San Francisco 49ers or the number 1 team they're going to be trying to beat this postseason, the Philadelphia Eagles. Whoever gets that 1 seed now suddenly doesn't have a bye week. They've got 2 bye weeks.
Inside.
And I don't even know if that's a good thing. So in theory, play this out. Let's say the 49ers play this weekend and the Giants beat the Eagles and the Niners beat the Cardinals. The Niners will be the number 1 seed. They will have last played.
Number one.
And they will have last played on January 8th. Now, if the plan you just threw out were to come to pass on that January 8th game, now you've got the following weekend is week 1 or the following weekend would be Bills Bengals.
Week 19.
January 15th.
Yep.
You're
no
off.
game.
Okay, now you have January, what would that be, 21st and 22nd.
Yep. You're
okay?
off. You got the bye.
You got the bye. You're not playing another football game until like January 28th, January 29th.
Yeah.
So that's when you would, from January 8th to the 29th, 3 weeks before you strap it up again. And I'm like, is that an advantage or is it a disadvantage?
The old rest versus rust. And it depends on your team and your situation. Now, if you look at the Niners and the idea of, Deebo Samuel getting fully healthy, that sounds like it might be a positive for the 49ers. Dre Greenlaw getting healthy. You get Banks totally healthy. Everybody gets to be totally healthy. But you got a quarterback, this little rookie quarterback, Mr. Relevant. We dropped the from his former nickname, and he's hot right now. Do you want to put your QB1 on ice? Like Christian McCaffrey, he's got an ankle, he's got a knee, he's got a bunch of things, my neck and my back. Give him some rest, fine. But the one player that concerns me the most would be your quarterback, who's in a nice little groove right now.
Well, I just think with what we know in the history of the NFL playoffs, it sounds great. You're right. The players would be like, sweet, I'm going to go sit down.
I'm going to Cancun.
Right. Odell Beckham's like, call me. I'll tell you what to do
Exactly.
with your week off. All right?
Take your shirt off and rent a boat.
Yeah, take pictures. Instagram, it's a thing. So it sounds great on paper. And I think fans are even like, dude, yeah, like let's get everybody healthy. It sounds great until the other team is up 10-0 in the first quarter when you play 3 weeks from now.
And you're shaking off the rust.
Then you're like, holy hell, what the hell happened? Well, they played last week, and they're at full speed, and you've been in your practice shorts, and now it's 10-0 at the end of the first quarter, and everyone's looking at each other going, holy hell, we weren't ready to play. And so I don't know is my answer. I don't know if that's an advantage. I don't know right now. If I'm the 49ers, I do want the 2 seed just because I know you can go to Minnesota and win, but I want the 2 seed because you already got it. So just keep it. This is the Cardinals. You should walk over them. Go ahead and win this weekend. Hopefully you can do it in 2.5 quarters and get some guys out in the second half. That would be my ideal scenario.
That's the interesting part of it, Mark, because you're playing at the same time as Philly. So Minnesota's going to play, and if Minnesota wins, you don't even care because you hold the tiebreak over Minnesota, but Philly plays at the same time you do.
Right.
So how much scoreboard watching will be going on? Let's say the Niners go up on Arizona 17-0 midway through the second, and you glance up at the out-of-town scoreboard, and you see that Philadelphia is in a dogfight. They're down 13-3 against the Giants, and you go to the locker room at halftime, and at that point, you're thinking, pedal to the metal. Or it's the other way around. You're beating Arizona like you should, 17-6 at the half. You look up, Philadelphia's up 24-0 on the New York Football Giants. At that point, Josh Johnson, get ready. Everybody out. Scrubs in. We're going to be happy with the 2.
I'm with you because here's the weird thing, though. The weird thing is if something was headed in the direction of the 1 seed, I mean, let's do something. What if Philly's getting blown out?
That's what I'm saying.
What if it's 21-0 and you're like, we can go get the 1 seed, but you're blowing out Arizona? I guess here's my larger point. I don't necessarily want the 49ers to pull their key players off the field this Sunday because if you're pulling those people off the field, then there's the chance they're not playing for 4 more weeks if they don't play this weekend.
Yeah.
Now you're really in a crazy rust spot. Right? If their last game, if you're Debo and you're like, let's just not play him this weekend. I mean, this guy would show up potentially in a playoff game on January 28th being like, I haven't played in 8 weeks. Right? And so we always, let him get their feet. There's no time to ease your way
into a playoff game. Yeah, true.
Right? So this is all, and look.
And this is all assuming that Buffalo-Cincinnati gets played week 19 and everything gets pushed. And I wonder, Mark.
It has to.
Well,
it has to.
And this is where we have to catch ourselves because one thing we know about the National Football League, they don't care about their players. So, and this is an interesting one, though, because this is coming off a near-death experience for a Buffalo Bills player, can they really go to Buffalo and say, hey, we're going to resume this game? You're playing on Wednesday. I know you guys all just played on Sunday.
No,
you're playing on Wednesday. Go resume this game. Go play 3.5 quarters in Cincinnati.
No, even though I agree with you, look, we know over and over the NFL doesn't have a heart, but in this particular case, they're going to have to at least look like they have one. We know they don't have one. We know they don't. They know we want the money, right? And you know what is being really, really, here's a fun one. The NFL, I promise you, is discussing this behind closed doors, and so are all of you. But nobody will take it outside. Nobody takes it outside. But they know that your fantasy championship all came down to that game.
Did you get the Yahoo email?
I did not get that. I don't have a Yahoo league.
I'm in the Yahoo league, and they sent consolation. I think I'm playing for 7th. I don't even know. They sent out a note saying, "Hey, this is unprecedented, and there's all these different scenarios. Like for those of you who do a season-long league and you're banking on week 18 for the points, well, and if you're if your championship is week 18, they had all these like what-if scenarios." Fantasy football is melting down.
Totally, because it all came down to that game. This was Super Bowl championship fantasy weekend, and these are two of the highest-powered offenses in the whole NFL. So everybody had all those players from Allen to Diggs to Dawson Knox to Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow, Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
Everybody had all those players. And yes, you're right. None of it matters.
No.
Except for, it does to the league. Like, this is a billion-dollar industry and a multi-billion, and I'm talking about the fantasy side.
Exactly.
Is a billion-dollar industry. And so those conversations, I promise you, are happening behind closed doors. And that's kind of where my head went yesterday. It's just like, just consider for a moment the avalanche that takes place if they did what a lot of people on Twitter with a heart decided to just cancel the stupid game. It doesn't matter. Okay, let's go there because you're right. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter compared to DeMar Hamlin's life. Okay, but let's go there and consider what happens if you just don't play that game. Just don't play it. And it starts with, in my opinion, the first group to raise their hand and say, oh, like hell, you're canceling this game, are the players on the Bills and the Bengals.
The Bills especially,
But then it really goes downhill to talk about the snowball, the avalanche of people affected from every other NFL team, from everybody in the building with those teams, to all of their fans, to the fantasy nation across the whole world.
Who's in the fantasy finals for the 95-7 The Game League?
Do you know what? I don't even know.
Because you're not in it.
Once I leave, I'm out.
Stephen Langford and Evan Giddings. Currently, Stephen is down 66 points. He has Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and Dawson Knox left.
There you go.
Langford?
Langford does?
Correct.
Wow, he deserves to lose. I mean, the guy abandoned us.
I didn't know that.
Langford.
Yeah, then you're right.
Totally.
Cancel the game. I didn't know that. I didn't know that part of it. Yeah, definitely cancel it. He left us, and so...
No wonder why E-Dog has been saying, you know what, have a heart, cancel the game.
I mean, look.
Giddings, I see right through you.
Look. This is all...
No, it's real, Mark.
These conversations,
it's real.
I promise you, these conversations are happening. And I actually bet you they've already got their plan. They've got their plan. We just don't know what it is.
I think I know what it is. It's they're going to play the game on Wednesday, and whoever loses the game,
today's Wednesday. They're playing the game today?
No, it'll be a week from today. They're going to play it a week from today.
No way.
They're going to squeeze it in
3 days after they play a different game?
Or Thursday, and this will determine if one of those two teams has a chance to be the number 1 seed. The loser of that game will then have the Monday playoff game.
You might be exactly right.
But then again,
you might be exactly right.
If Kansas City's able to steal the 1 seed and both teams have to play in that first weekend, then you've got a real problem. Because you can't have them both play on that Monday.
Why not?
I guess you could.
Why not?
Right now you have one scheduled playoff game for the Monday.
Why not? Yeah. We're going to mess with the schedule, obviously. So why not? Yeah. All right. Listen, let's get to your phone calls on this. It's not just what you think the NFL should do. It's what you think the NFL will do, and how this affects not just those teams and obviously not just your fantasy game, but the San Francisco 49ers, because another question came up. How important is getting the 1 seed for the 49ers in this NFC landscape? as we get geared up for the playoffs. 957thegame.shop.com. Relevant t-shirts, DPOY shirts, hoodies, all the gear from all the shows. 957thegame.shop.com. Also, tune into Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. Your call's next on Willard and Dibs.
The Warriors are red hot at Chase Center.
3 on the way. No good. Looney with a tip. No good. Tipped up. It's good! At the buzzer! Devon Looney!
And the Niners are hunting for playoff position.
He missed at the end of regulation. This from 23. Good step. Good hold. Redemption for Robbie.
Keep it locked on the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NBA team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game, our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NBA team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
No Jordan Poole.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
Yeah, don't forget 95.7 The Game, Warriors tonight. We got to come up with a new motto. Like, Warriors, what the hell's going to happen next? I mean, you're like, oh, it's a home game, Detroit Pistons. Yeah, like quadruple overtime is probably my prediction. 172 to 171, and Ty Jerome with a buzzer beater from half court. That's what I think is probably going to happen tonight.
Ty Jerome.
Yeah. Very good.
I was begging for it. No, I mean, the new slogan is Warriors at home game. It's a win. Warriors tonight on the road. Don't bother.
That's right.
You know?
That's right. That's right. That's exactly what it is. And it is. And I can't say this without getting closer to the mic. Warrior Wednesday here on 95.7 The Game. And it's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. This is all sponsored by calhope.org.
Got me a washer and dryer from Friedman's Appliance.
Oh, did you now?
Quality.
Oh, yeah.
Don't kid yourself. That's a quality washer dryer.
Everybody, when people ask me, they're like, hey, what's Dibs like? For real, in person. I'm like, his clothes are always clean.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the #1 thing I say. I don't know if I've ever mentioned that to you. I'm
Smelling
like,
like Tide.
Yeah. I'm like, his hoodie has always been washed.
Yeah.
Every time.
I was wearing one from the Willard series yesterday.
You were.
From Marine Layer.
Marine Layer. Hey, Marine Layer. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Yeah, man. Marine Layer. What's up?
And I need to apologize to Evan Giddings, one of our great producer/host combos. He's a hybrid here. For disparaging him over the Fantasy Football League. He apparently offered to split the pot with nice guy Steven of KCBS.
Not because the game didn't get played. He offered it a week ago, which is kind of a weird move. Yeah.
I did that last year with me and Craig, and then he accepted.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I get it when people do it in survivor pools. I kind of get that. But, like, there's something very anti-competitor to work for 15 weeks to get to this moment and then be like, so you want to just tie?
Yeah.
You want to just tie and go get a beer? Like, come on, let's play the game. Yeah, play the game.
One of my buddies is in a survivor pool with, I think, like 200 entries, big money. There was like 15 grand at stake, and they are forbidden from chopping the pot.
I like that.
Forbidden.
Yeah, I like that. Although you can't really forbid them.
We both happen to take Jacksonville. What are the odds?
My point is on the side, they can be like...
That's what I'm saying.
No, but what's going to stop them after the fact? One person wins, but they had an alliance. And they're like, yeah, I'll give you half the money. Like, just whatever. Let's just play this out.
For that kind of money, I'd need that in writing.
Yes, an alliance.
I need you to take the Texans.
Gonna need you to sign right here.
Totally.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to think about all that, but I do think this. And then, actually, here, let's go to before we're completely moving forward on the whole NFL landscape and the Damar Hamlin situation. And again, if you're just joining us, there is what I guess we would consider positive movement. There is continued positive signs, nothing firm, nothing that says, hey, he's out of the woods, but there have been continued positive signs, according to medical personnel and his family, with Damar Hamlin, and that is just amazing. It's just great. I'm so excited that it's moving in that direction, and keep pushing all the thoughts and the prayers and everything that Damar Hamlin makes it all the way through. Brian in Walnut Creek on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Brian, what are you doing?
Hey, that's great news that you just mentioned. I just wanted to bring up the fact that why is everyone so quick to hate after this happened? We had a guy collapse, have a heart attack, CPR, and then it seems like everyone's just so quick to hate on Skip or hate on ESPN or hate on the NFL. You know, I woke up this morning and looked at the East Bay Times, and the 2 articles were destroying the NFL. It's like we had a guy almost die in front of our eyes, and it feels like everyone's just so quick to come up with this hate. And it's rough to see.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, Brian.
I think it's the nature of human beings is to find a guilty party, find somebody to blame. And when something like this, even T. Higgins has gotten some people hating on him,
which is ridiculous,
as if he did anything other than play football. This was a freak incident, and we're going to ask Brian Feely today, 11:30, from UCSF, cleared to play, about the freakish nature of this injury. But I think it's our general human nature, Mark, to try to find someone to blame for everything.
I don't know if it's our human nature or is it the nature of the world that in which some of us live. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. As this is playing out, and I told you the story yesterday, like Christy and I are flying back from Vegas, and this happens while we're on a layover in LA. And so I'm on my phone pretty consistently as we're going from the layover to board the plane and then even on the plane, because I'm trying to get updates, like what's happening with Damar Hamlin, what's happening with this game. And, of course, I do that on Twitter. And she's just looking over my shoulder, and she's kind of saying the same thing that our caller Brian just said, which is that why is it everybody is lined up to scream and hate and get mad at everyone who's kind of reacting in the moment to something nobody saw coming. And it's just judgment and anger and ivory tower and I know the answer from my couch. And she literally looks at me. She's looking over my shoulder at this for probably 20 minutes, half hour. And she's just like, good Lord, that's just a big old pile of junk. And she's like, sometimes I really hate that for your work, you have to be on there.
Yeah.
And it is. It's my newspaper. And it's a newspaper that regenerates all the time. But I get what she's saying to a certain degree. Now, Skip Bayless, this is not offense number one by any stretch. Skip, as we've talked about many times, and others in that world of hot debate television, they're playing a game. They're playing a game. And the game is get attention. And it regenerates itself. Once you've become known to be the person who knows how to get attention, the attention just comes. Like as soon as you say something. And if you really look in a vacuum at what Skip said, it wasn't all that offensive. The timing of it was really poor. And I never would have tweeted something like that. So I'm not excusing him by any stretch, except for he was having the conversation in the moment that you and I are now having, which is much more appropriate because it's like 48 hours later. And so people accept it a little bit.
And the player seems to be getting better. The reports are he's getting better.
So was it insensitive? Sure. But even, let's go to the NFL. How many people were the league is ridiculous for not canceling this game? It's like they did. And they were going to. And I think that there were really good reasons to sit for a moment, have a discussion. What should we do?
Yeah.
There are so many people affected by this. And Barnwell's tweet was the one that really got to me, which is if they canceled the game and send everybody into the parking lot, they literally would have blocked the ambulance from getting to the hospital. So sometimes, again, I think this is Brian's greater point, you just take a breath. Doesn't mean that there can't be criticism, but in the moment, we just were angered and we were so taken aback by what's happened on the field that, to your point, we now need to assess blame and get that anger out by throwing it at people who really haven't necessarily done anything wrong.
Exactly. And so the NFL was supposed to cancel the game 10 minutes earlier, 20 minutes earlier. This whole report of them telling teams you're gonna have 5 minutes to warm up and get back out there. If that even is what happened, and potentially that is what the NFL said, this is an unprecedented thing that the NFL was trying to deal with. They don't have a playbook. Brian Baldinger joined the Morning Roast and said that very thing. There's no blueprint for how to handle a situation where a player collapses due to cardiac arrest and has to be resuscitated on the field. This is not something that they go over. Now, we've seen players get paralyzed on the field. We've seen players get badly injured to where you need the ambulance to come out, and you've had situations where the players have been given 5 minutes to come back out and warm up again. And this was a case where either the coaches or the players said, no, we're not going back out there. However that played out, I don't understand the need to assign blame. Bottom line, this is a very dangerous game, and a player got injured to the point where he almost died playing the game that he loves, and the league, the teams, the players, everybody had to figure out how to navigate it in real time.
Yeah, no doubt. Kyle, what's up? What do you got? And Kyle? And
gone.
All right. There's some technical stuff going on in the other room. But you know what? The interesting thing is about what you just said, if there's anywhere in the world where there is a blueprint for this, it's an NFL game. And here's what I mean by that. No, nobody's going in going, be ready for cardiac arrest. That probably could happen in the second quarter. But you have an NFL game that is dotted with medical personnel.
Right.
Like, I actually bet there is. It's not used a lot, but I bet there is a playbook for something terrible happening on the field. They absolutely, just from a liability standpoint, have to be ready for that. And so they did kick that into play, but where they're probably, and not just like the playbook is, how do we keep this, how do we save this person? But there is not necessarily a blueprint for what does it mean if we cancel this particular game? What city are we in? What week is it? I agree with everybody out there who has said, if this game was being played between the Cardinals and the Texans, we're done here.
Yeah, we move on.
We're not coming back to this game. So I agree with everyone there, and that's a part of this. It just so happened that the Monday night game this particular week is at the end of the year against two of the best teams in the NFL. And that, at a certain point in this conversation, is going to come into play. Yeah, Kyle, what's up?
I think we're working now. This mic was also unplugged like yours was earlier. That's my fault for not checking. I should know better. But no, I think part of the reaction to this was like the NFL did this to themselves. They don't have a great track record with player safety. So the idea that the NFL would just be like, yeah, put him back out there isn't like out of the realm of possibilities. And so I think that in that moment, people see this awful thing happen to this player, and then they're imagining the NFL, who has a horrible history with player safety, going, yeah, just keep playing.
Well, that is the blueprint.
We've seen it before.
Yes.
We've seen it before.
If you think about players like Ryan Shazier, 5 years earlier, same field.
Yep.
He got hurt, and now he was not needing to be resuscitated, but his injury in many ways was as severe, if not more severe. And the protocol is tend to the player, and if the players who are going to continue playing have been isolated and cold long enough, give them time to warm up and resume the game.
Totally.
Now, I don't think that we've ever had a situation where a player has actually died on the field, and whether or not at that point they cancel games or if they have a blueprint for that.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's mind kind of went to Hank Gathers and Len Bias and situations like that where it literally, somebody passed away right there.
Len Bias, he died after the draft. That was not during
wasn't
a game.
during a game, right?
Hank Gathers was.
Hank Gathers, sure.
Yes.
We remember that. And if I remember correctly, the tournament, it did resume, but it took after a long pause, right? And then Bo Kimball came back with the left-handed free throws and all of that. But yeah, we've seen that before. And no, they don't continue playing. And as fans, it took us, I'm sure, I know it took me, I'll just speak for me, like it took me a minute to know that this was something that was not just like you knew, oh gosh, that didn't look good. But my first thought was he got concussed. Like he stood up and then he fell down. I'm like, oh, I kind of saw it through a crowded airport and I go, oh gosh, that's a bad concussion. That's going to be a blue tent situation. And then 10, 15 minutes go by, you're looking at the faces of the players and you're realizing, holy hell, like this is that. And so, yeah, you got to go through that whole process. I'm not, look, if you're mad at Skip Bayless, I get that. I really do. That was insensitive. The timing of it, it's not okay. Plus, it's coming from someone who plays a stupid game for a living, and so that's that. But I'm not, at any point, I was not offended by the league handling it the way they did, because I have no idea what conversations were happening behind closed doors.
Right.
And this is a crazy situation, and all that really matters in the end is that the correct decision was made.
Exactly.
And it was.
The conversations were, I'm sure, how much time do we need to go to have a lapse before we can go out and finish this game? And you saw the coaches in the tunnel on the phone with somebody from the league office, and at that point, the coaches are basically saying, our guys aren't playing. And at that point, the league is like, well, how about if they give an extra 5 minutes? And the coach is like, let me say this slowly. Yeah. They're not playing.
Which,
and
again,
that point,
the NFL denies that happened. The NFL is very firmly saying that did not happen. I know that the
which
TV...
is fine.
Who knows?
Which is fine. Bottom line is they reached the correct decision. By the way, the Hank Gathers situation was during the WCC tournament.
Got it.
And they canceled the tournament. And they gave Loyola Marymount the automatic berth into the NCAA
tournament. So they canceled the rest of the conference tournament.
Correct.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Just to put a bow on that.
But the actual tournament was not delayed.
No.
Because that was a week later, at least.
Yes, this was, I think, March 4th. March 4th, 1990, Mark. 33 years ago. And that one hits me a little bit more personally because I actually went to school with his brother, Derek Gathers.
Oh, wow.
And so I didn't get to know Hank, but Hank and Bo used to come to Cal State Northridge in the offseason and play basketball with Hank's older brother, Derek, who was our star at Cal State Northridge. Wow. Hashtag the Matadome.
Oh, man, that was a story that a lot of us will never forget. And if you're too young to know what happened there with Hank Gathers and how Bo Kimball honored him, and then how Loyola Marymount kind of went on a little mini run in the tournament, which got everybody it gets you all the feels. But these are the things that were popping into everybody's mind the other day,
right?
When this all took place. So, yeah, it made me think in the moment. This is not a great comparison, I'll admit, but in the moment, as I'm watching Twitter torch the NFL 6 minutes after this is all right after the ambulance is driven away, I'm like, it reminded me of what many of us did to our schools when the pandemic hit. You idiots have no clue what to do. And the schools are like, right, you're right. We have no clue what to do here. So can you give everybody a minute? I'll never forget that. The COVID hits, the school sent the kids home on a Friday, and they're like, we're going to go home early, and maybe Monday, maybe Tuesday at the latest.
That's absolute latest.
And here we are. What has it been, 3 years, 4 years? I don't even, yeah, right. We're coming up on 3 years.
Coming up on 3 years.
And it's still very much a part of our lives.
Right.
So, look, you got to give people in situations like this at least a minute to just take a breath and not immediately go to guns on people who aren't necessarily prepared, or they have a lot of items that they need to go through and check off, whether it's legally, emotionally, or otherwise.
There's so many partners, too, Mark. This is not a high school game where a kid gets badly hurt in a high school game or, God forbid, dies. And we've seen situations where high school football players have been befallen by these tragedies. It's not a very difficult thing, but when you're dealing with a multi-billion-dollar industry, television partners, live, marquee spot, 60,000 fans in attendance, and like you said, the relative impact of fantasy football and all the rest of it. You can't just make this decision in 5 seconds. Yeah. That's it, guys. Everybody go home. Yeah. These things take time, and there are hurdles, and there are different levels you have to go through.
Right, and I also love, by the way, how many people I saw coming after the broadcasters who were okay, go to the table, sit down, start talking. They're emotional. They've been talking to players. Everyone's on the field crying, and Twitter is like, get these people off the air. They have no idea what to say. Right. Take it from someone who was on the air when Sandy Hook happened, okay? It's unbelievable. It grabs your heart. It pulls you out of your chest, sticks it in your throat. You're emotional. You have no clue what the hell to do, no clue what's going on, no idea what's appropriate to say.
Right.
And you fall into just being a human. You're not a broadcaster anymore. And humans in moments like that are wildly imperfect because we're going through the same range of emotions you are. So
I was on the air for 9/11 similarly, and the thing about being a broadcaster in those moments is the golden rule is you don't speculate. But the only thing that your mind is telling you to do is speculate.
Right.
Because you see this player go down, and just like all of us at home, my girl Supper, my lovely wife, showed me the video, and she's like, ooh, concussion. And I said, I think this might be a heart attack.
Yeah.
We're speculating, watching on TV. And if you're Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, and you see it happen, and you see the replay, and you're looking at the in-house feed, your brain is telling you what you think happened, yet your mouth is not allowed to broadcast what your brain is telling you to say.
Yeah, so 888-957-9570. I know a few of you want to weigh in on just all of this. We're just kind of sitting here unpacking where this all goes from here. And so, again, I want to circle back that the really good news with regard to Damar Hamlin is that it appears there are signs of progress. Doctors sound like they are starting to feel good about the direction in which this is heading. There have been some good reports overnight from family members who have spoken to reporters, and so keep that good thought coming from Damar Hamlin. But we also are at a point where we start to try to figure out where this goes from here and what the league does next. And included in that is how this could even trickle down and affect not just the AFC teams, but the NFC teams and the San Francisco 49ers if this whole thing does get delayed. Now, you said something before our last pause that I want to go back to because I think I misunderstood you. When you said you think, and I agree with the first part, there's a possibility, the first possibility, that Bengals-Bills gets replayed or continued, I should say, because I don't think they're going to start over. I think they got to start from where they were.
Absolutely.
The first possible date of that would be a week from tomorrow. But when you said, could those two teams play Thursday, and then if any playoff games they're involved in move to the following Monday, you meant the Monday that's only 5 days later.
Exactly.
I don't think that's possible.
It'd be 4 days later from the Thursday. I think that...
I don't think they would never, especially coming out of a health and safety situation, they're not going to ask players to play. That would be 3 games in 8 days. I don't think that they will do that.
It'd be two games in 3 quarters, essentially.
I could see the reason I could see them playing next Thursday would be, granted, that's a quick turnaround physically and emotionally, but that creates the other premise would be you are pushing the playoffs back a full week, no games next weekend at all, and it would give the Bills and Bengals a full week and a half ramp up to the start of the playoffs, and then you could just use whatever days you want. I do think that is on the table.
To me,
would be my guess.
But to me, if you're going to do that, if you're going to push the playoffs, you might as well move that game to the weekend. Then the resumption of Bills-Bengals, you're giving them a full week. Why would you play the resumption of that game, which we have agreed is a massive game? Why would you play that resumption on a short week in order to give them extra time for a playoff game? You might as well play that game on the Saturday or the Sunday. If you're going to move the playoffs,
maybe
you would just play that on the weekend.
Probably. I think the Bills and Bengals might actually have some say in that. Do you know what I mean? This may be, look, the preparation, they've already done their preparation for the game. They've done their film study. They were already playing the damn game. And when they do go back out, where were they? Early second quarter?
It was under 6 minutes in the first quarter.
Oh, still first quarter.
Yes.
Okay, so I was going to say you only have to play 2.5 quarters, not 4, but I guess you do have to play.
Just about a full game.
Almost a full game.
And if you do it on a short week, Cincinnati's got a huge advantage because they're home Sunday, Buffalo has to travel.
They do?
Cincinnati's hosting Baltimore.
Why did I think Buffalo was home to New England this weekend?
They are, but Buffalo has to travel to Cincinnati.
Buffalo has to travel to Cincinnati. I got you.
So Buffalo, if you're making Buffalo go to Cincinnati to resume the game no matter what, I think it's unfair to make them do that on a short week. It would be better to at least move that thing to a Saturday. And then, to your point, everyone would have a full week because you would push the playoffs back a week.
Okay, your phone calls plus scenarios, because I just thought of something else that affects this. And
doubleheader?
Apparently, no, can you imagine? Apparently, prior to me arriving at the office today, there was some sort of conversation with someone who has ties to the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania area, saying the 49ers have got to get the 1 seed if they can.
Look.
Because you do not want to go to Philadelphia in January.
Look. Mm-hmm. You don't want to book that flight.
I got something for all you Philadelphia is intimidating people. We'll do all that coming up next. We'll get to your phone calls. It is a Warrior Wednesday here on 95.7 The Game. And it's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. All sponsored by calhope.org. Your phone calls next. Marcellus Wiley coming up at 11. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
It's a new year on 95.7 The Game.
Christian McCaffrey, wow. I mean, this guy, what's the hole in his game?
That felt good. That was a feel-good moment courtesy of Kevon Looney.
Now we're seeing Brock Purdy in this offense come from behind. It's not defense or bust anymore. Jordan Poole, that kid is an NBA first-class potential scorer.
95.7 The Game. Always streaming live on YouTube and Twitch.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Ooh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Whew. Quick aside.
Take your time.
I know this is going a little viral this morning, so I always get conflicted when it comes to this stuff because I hate promoting the stupidity of the verbal clickbait.
Is that what you were just watching over there?
Well, so Shannon is back on Undisputed with Skip today, and Shannon is trying to explain two things. A, his feelings about what happened with Damar Hamlin, and B, kind of why he wasn't on yesterday, which I think he was in the process of trying to say that he did not want. He knew that if he had came in yesterday, Skip's Twitter feed was going to end up being the entire show, and he didn't want it to be about that because it needed to be about Damar Hamlin, and he couldn't even get through his monologue before Skip interrupted him to say that he was not going to take the tweet down, which Shannon had said that he hoped that he would. And so everybody everybody sort of in that social media world is kind of batting that around with a tennis racket today. And it's just, I don't know. The tweet in and of itself, as I said, if it had been sent 3 days later, I don't even think it would have resonated. But in that moment, it was awful.
And that's why he sent it in that moment. And that's the biggest issue for me.
But we've come to, I've ignored that stuff for the longest time. I'll never be, there's so many people who respond to those tweets immediately. This is disgraceful. And every time you do that, it helps. It helps build the monster. Us talking about it right now, to a degree, helps feed the monster.
I blame you.
So, I brought it up. You should. It's my fault. My fault. Yeah, but then on the back of that, to welcome Shannon back to the show and not even let him finish what he was saying. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just. I think everybody has these thoughts about that. This is our industry. This is a portion of our industry, and what really bothers me on the surface is A, the fact that this stuff is even out there for public consumption, but B, I know a lot of you listening to us right now kind of put all of it in the same bucket. Yeah, there's
the media.
Undisputed,
it's
right?
The media, Mark.
95.7 The Game, and they're this is sports media. And so, there is also a piece of that for me. Skip Bayless gives guys like you and me a bad name.
But he also gives us a reason to keep on doing what we're doing because people love that stuff. And if people didn't watch that show, if people didn't eat up that material, he wouldn't still be doing what he's doing. So it's the wide spectrum of the media. There's the highbrow, then there's the lowbrow. I think you and I are somewhere in between, and it's just the nature of any business where you're going to have the good, the bad. There's restaurants that are at the bottom of the barrel. There's restaurants that are the finest, multiple Michelin star. You're all restaurants. You're all serving food, and that's kind of, to me, the nature of what we do.
That's a good point. I don't go to a fast food joint, and then if it's not a good experience, I'm like, dude, that Michael Mina guy.
Exactly.
Or Mina.
I'll never eat out again.
Is it Mina or Mina? Is it Mina? I
Michael
don't know.
Mina.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But anyway,
Yeah.
So before I get to the Philly thing.
Mina's a street in South of Market.
Is it? Okay.
Used to be a street where we would go clubbing in the 90s.
Look at you.
Back when South of Market was South of Market.
You were a clubber, huh?
Big time in the 90s. Don't even get me started.
I can't even imagine
DV8,
Actually,
the
I
Up and
totally
Down
can.
Club. There's a lot of stuff going on.
Always. Before we get to the Philly thing, I just thought of this. Does this throw any thoughts into your head about Cincinnati and Buffalo? So Kansas City's game against the Raiders is Saturday. It's actually the first game of the NFL slate this weekend.
It's a joke.
Saturday afternoon. I agree with you. I
So
understand.
Kansas City, they automatically have an advantage going into the playoffs. They have an extra day of rest.
Agreed. As do the Titans or Jaguars, whoever wins the following game, which is played Saturday night. So, yeah, but we understand NFL's gathering a TV audience. There's nothing more to say about that.
And they don't really care about fairness in terms of, which is why in a 17-game schedule, you got 9 home and 9 road, and the 49ers had a road game in Mexico that wasn't really a road game. The whole thing, they try to pretend that it's fair and equitable, but it's really not.
No, and I don't know that I don't. You're right that they pretend. I don't know that anybody ever buys into that. I mean, we could go. Somebody gets drafted by the Jaguars. Let's take Brock Purdy. Okay, last pick of the 7th round. What if that pick had been held by? Throw a team out. Houston. Okay, Houston grabs Brock. Right, Houston grabs Brock Purdy, and they go through their whole Davis Mills. Whatever. Who were these other quarterbacks that ended up in there this year? They go through that whole experience. And
Kyle Allen,
and Purdy ends up week 9 getting a shot. All right, Brock, head on out there. How do you think that's going to go? You think it's going to look like this?
Probably not.
No, it's not going to look like this. So nothing's fair. Nothing's ever fair. And no one's going to remember 3 years from now that the Chiefs had an extra day off. No one will remember that. So they know. But here's why this is significant. Let's say the Chiefs beat the Raiders. I'm so sorry, Spadone. I'm sorry to even bring up the scenario.
Oh, he's over the Raiders.
Let's say the Chiefs defeat Las Vegas Raiders and Las Vegas, Nevada. He's like, you're going to be wearing red. By the way, next to me, shout out to the woman if there's the 1.0001% chance that she's listening. Shout out to the woman who was standing next to me, the seat next to me at Allegiant Stadium on Sunday, draped in red, next to another woman draped in red, and she had brought her friend out to this game as a present for her 50th birthday. So they're next to me, and they're celebrating their 50th, and they're both draped in red. And I'm like, yeah, high-fiving every time there's a good play. Third quarter, I said something about playoff scenarios. I'm talking to Christy, and I go, yeah, we're looking at games that are being played. And I'm like, yeah, and the Chiefs. She stands up, she looks at me, she goes, the Chiefs? What did you say about the Chiefs? And I'm like, whoa. It's the first time she turned toward me. She's wearing a Chiefs shirt. She's draped in red. The woman next to her is rooting for the 49ers. Celebrate. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? She's jumping around every time the 49ers do a good thing. Turns out she's just Raider hating. She brought her friend out. She's Raider hating, and we bonded on that for
nice.
For the day. But she wasn't even a 49er fan. But she could have fooled me that day. She was screaming and yelling against the Raiders every chance she got.
I honestly respect the hate because the Chiefs have owned the Raiders the last decade plus, and they still just hate them so much. I don't know why.
Oh, my gosh. I know, right? It's like, we're not bothering you. We're here for 2 wins a year for you. What did we do? So anyway, let's say the Chiefs defeat the Las Vegas Raiders this weekend. The second they do that, then the Cincinnati Bengals are eliminated from contention for the 1 seed.
Right.
So, yes, they can still go get the 2 seed, and they still need to win the next day to clinch their own division. against the Baltimore Ravens. They have not even clinched that yet. So that's still a big game this weekend. But I wonder, like with the knowledge already in that Kansas City wins on a Saturday, what do the Bills and the Bengals do with that the very next day? I know that the Bills would be sitting there going, okay, we've almost got to parlay this thing just to go even tie the Chiefs, which would get us the 1 seed.
That's right.
But you got to beat New England, which is not going to be easy this weekend.
No.
They're playing for their lives. Then potentially you got a Cincinnati game 4 days later, 5 days later, a week later. At all, I don't know what's going to happen there.
Bills, though, playing for their fallen teammate. So there's no way the Bills do anything but go out and look to get wins. They're going to be highly motivated no matter what happens on that Saturday game by the Chiefs, I think.
So I guess the point being is the Chiefs win. If the Bengals then go out and win the next day and beat Baltimore, like there's a scenario after this weekend where I'm not going to say nobody cares, but there's definitely a scenario where those two teams care a little bit less. Sure, the 2 seed, the 3 seed, there's plenty on the line, but less than going for the 1 seed.
Maybe a tiny bit less, but the 2 seed is significant. If you're Cincinnati, you don't want to go to Buffalo in a possible divisional round game because let's say that it plays out the way you're talking about. Kansas City wins. So you know that Kansas City is at least going to be the 2. Buffalo wins, Cincinnati wins. Well, now you're going to have to play that game, Buffalo-Cincinnati. Cincinnati loses, they're the 3 seed. And so now...
Might actually end up being a wild card. I think Baltimore wins the division if they win this weekend.
No, Cincinnati would beat Baltimore in this scenario.
I see. Okay.
So Cincinnati's 12-4. Buffalo's 13-3. Kansas City's 14-3. They're done. We're talking about the Buffalo-Cincinnati replay, the resumption of that game. Cincinnati wants to win that to get the 2 seed. Even though they don't get a bye, they would get a home game in that divisional round, assuming that they would win that first playoff game. And also, by the way, it would mean if you're the 2 seed, you would get New England, Miami, or Pittsburgh in that first game, as opposed to a Baltimore team that you'd be trying to beat in a third matchup.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's interesting because this leads to our conversation about how hard the 49ers should try to get the 1 seed. So, first of all, update me on the conversation that you had with our esteemed boss, one Matt Nahigian, early this morning prior to the show.
Well, I got here super early.
Yep.
Shout out, no traffic.
Good for you.
And so I saw the boss in there, and I just said, hey, boss, what are you hot on today? Because I said to him before, I said, for me, it's a little bit of a mixed bag. A hot Warrior team hosting Detroit, and don't miss the pregame show right here on 95.7 The Game. The Correa fallout thing, you and I talked about it, but also the Damar Hamlin update. He's getting better, it seems, slowly but surely. What do they do with that game? But also the Niners in the chase for the 1 seed. And he looked at me and he said, I think the big topic is the Niners trying to get the 1 seed. You don't want to go to Philadelphia. The Niners don't want to go to Philadelphia and have to play the Eagles in Philly. You go to Philly, you're not going to be able to take over the stadium like you could in Dallas. A lot of Niner fans in
Dallas
Texas.
for sure.
Minnesota, I think you can still get access to it. And he was saying, you don't want to go to Philadelphia. You don't want to play Philly in the NFC Conference Championship game outdoors. You don't want Philadelphia. You don't want a piece of Philly.
Oh. You don't want any of this smoke?
You don't want that smoke. You don't know Philadelphia.
Is that what we're being told, that we don't want any of that smoke?
Look.
All right.
Look. You don't want the smoke. You think you want the smoke? You're out.
Yeah, no Jordan Poole.
No Jordan Poole. But I do know the link in Philadelphia because I have actually...
You don't know the Liberty Bell?
I have actually been there twice with the Dallas Cowboys in town. Twice.
You don't know the Rocky Steps?
I do, actually. I've done all that stuff. Been to Philadelphia like 5 times. I used to do a show with Tony Bruno. I've been to Tony Bruno's mom's house to eat meatballs. I know Philadelphia. So, here's the thing about Philadelphia, and it's adorable.
Total drop.
You're adorable, Philadelphia. You are. You're a great city, right? There's a lot of history there.
Don't call us that.
You're adorbs.
We're tough. We boo Santa. We throw batteries.
Thank you.
We cheer when our opponents get hurt.
There's something about Philadelphia. First of all, let me get this out of the way first. Philadelphia's a very good team.
It's the city of brotherly hate. Look.
No joke. It's actually the worst nickname in all of America. The city of brotherly love. You hate everything. You hate yourselves. That's why you're so mad all the time. You have a beautiful city. I love Philadelphia. Why are you all so angry? Maybe if you ate less Cheese Whiz, you'd feel better. Anyway.
You don't know Ron Jaworski.
The Eagles are very good. They are dangerous. I respect Philadelphia as a team, and they could end up in the Super Bowl. There's no doubt. Okay? And you don't need to be a rocket scientist to know that if you're the 49ers, you'd rather play them at Levi Stadium than at Philadelphia. That's all true. I'm not denying that. But you're so adorable, Philadelphia, with what you think you are.
Don't call us that.
You're so adorable that you think you're so intimidating.
We're tough.
I've been there twice with the Cowboys in town, and every one of Philadelphia fan, every one of them, oh, wait till you see this atmosphere. Oh, the Cowboys don't want none of this. Wait till you see what it's going to be like inside that stadium. And you go in there, and you know what's in there? There's people. There's hot dogs. It's a football game.
We got a full jail underneath.
No, you don't. It's not the vet anymore.
It's the Link, right?
It's the Link.
Lincoln Financial.
And it's not the same. It's just not. It's like saying, oh, you don't want to come to a San Francisco Giants game because it's windy and there's hot dog wrappers that'll fly on your face and it goes around in a circle. And, boy, they'll throw beer at you if you're a Dodger fan. Not anymore. Oracle Park is not Candlestick. And the Link is not the vet. And I've watched this 100 times. Philadelphia thinks they're so intimidating. You are not, Philadelphia, one of the top 5 home environments in the NFL. Not even close.
What are your top 5, Mark?
Kansas City's one of the first one that comes to mind.
Okay.
Kansas City comes to mind.
Would you still put Seattle up there?
I would, although it's put aside a little bit this year just because, they're I don't know. They're not that good. So
Green Bay?
Green Bay is, everybody's just so nice. But yes, the field, the turf, the team.
Tundra.
Right, the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field. I would rather.
Pittsburgh?
Buffalo, to me, is somewhere that I would not want to play a road playoff game.
Baltimore?
Pittsburgh and Baltimore are certainly up there. Gosh, yeah, most of them are in the AFC. I don't find NFC road environments for the 49ers to be very scary at all. Tell me the NFC environment where you're like, you don't want to go there.
Philadelphia would be the one.
Really?
Yes.
I disagree. And in fact, I can prove it based on history. Brad Johnson was a great guest on this show just about a month ago.
Famous TikToker.
I remember when Tampa went to Philadelphia for the NFC Championship game, the Brad Johnson year. Philadelphia was home, so obviously favored. They returned the opening kickoff for a touchdown. It sounded like the stadium was going to blast apart. It was so loud. And I looked at that game on TV and I went, man, one play in and this game is over. And then Tampa Bay, a warm weather team, just decided to pick Philadelphia apart the rest of the way and go win the Super Bowl. I have never seen in my life of watching playoff football in Philadelphia, I've never seen a game where I'm like, yeah, you just can't go in there and win. It's hard. All playoff games are hard. But usually in the playoffs, what you see is the teams are so good at the end that they can sort of remove home field advantage from the process. The best team usually ends up winning. That's usually the case. And for instance, when the Rams beat the 49ers last year, did anybody go, well, road game.
Yeah, home team.
That was tough.
That's different.
No.
That's L.A., though. This is Philadelphia.
I know, but my point is that the Rams ended up playing better, and they won the football game. I do not think the 49ers cannot win a football game in Philadelphia. They can.
Of course they can.
I don't know if they will.
Of course they can. Well, to me, it comes down to Jalen Hurts. If Jalen Hurts is healthy, then that game becomes inordinately more difficult. The last home game, by the way, in the playoffs in Philadelphia was in 2020. Final score, Seattle 17, Philadelphia 9. Josh McCown was your quarterback. So to your point, the better team won that game. It didn't really matter that the game was played January 5th, by the way. It's 3 years ago tomorrow, at Lincoln Financial Field. The better team won the football game.
Now, to Matt's point, would it be a red wave in Philly? No. But in an NFC championship game or something like that, it wouldn't be in Minnesota. That fan base is rabid. They love, my gosh, it's freezing. There shouldn't even be people there. You think they wouldn't all buy and keep the tickets if the Vikings end up all the way in the end? Of course they would. And some of your stadium being an intimidating place is dependent on how good your team is. Seattle a few years ago, no doubt. Some people on YouTube have brought up New Orleans in the Drew Brees era. Yeah, absolutely, because it's so loud in those domes. My point is this. Philadelphia is a very good team. It's a great sports town. They've got great sports fans, and yes, they would keep their tickets. But I've been there twice with their rival in town, and this idea that you can't think straight or execute, oh my God, we can't even function here because the crowd is just so terrifying.
It's rookie quarterback on a silent count on the road. These are all factors that go beyond Philadelphia and whether or not you think that it's a daunting place to play.
Factors not insurmountable.
You would rather have your rookie quarterback play at home,
of course,
with that, or even
against
play
anyone
in Minnesota. You'd rather have him play anywhere else in the NFC. To me, other than Philadelphia, maybe aside from Green Bay, we haven't yet seen Brock Purdy in the snow.
No,
that's a box he has to check.
That's fair. That's fair. Although, look, I always laugh sometimes. We do that in the playoffs. Okay. Warm weather team goes to cold weather. It's a warm weather team. Do you think all the Eagles are from Philly? They're not from Philly. Okay, cold is cold.
Jalen Hurts played in Oklahoma.
And Philadelphia, like we do this. This team has not been playing in cold weather all year. It's not like they're used to it. It wasn't cold in September and October.
Yeah,
so
that is a funny one.
Right? Like, I don't know. The 49ers have the better defense and the better run game. You tell me who would play better in cold weather. I don't know. We watch this all the time where a warm weather team goes to a cold weather spot and we go, oh, they're from Florida. They can't win it. Yeah. I don't know. There
is some of that, though,
the
when
Niners
you're
went
used
to Green Bay
games there.
But they
went.
Green
Bay game turned on a special teams
It
play.
did. But the Niners won, and the Packers couldn't score either in the snow.
True.
So
Aaron Rodgers, kid from California, spent his whole career there. Sure didn't look very good.
No. So, yes, there are certain
players. I think we overplay the crowd factor a lot in these matchups.
Totally. Better team wins, usually. It's football. It's playoffs. Things can happen.
But the crowd can be a big factor. And to your point, though, the Brad Johnson story, you return the opening kick for a touchdown, that will quiet down any crowd, no matter what city you're in. If it's Santa Clara, if it's New Jersey, if it's Florida, or if it's Philadelphia, the crowds and human beings, we're front runners. If our team is down 14-0 after 3 minutes of football, it's going to be harder to be loud as opposed to if your team's up 10-0.
Totally. I mean, how did it feel at Levi's when the Dolphins dropped back and got 7 points on the first play of the game? Was Miami intimidated in that moment? Oh, my gosh. That's the most energetic moment of any football game, right? Unless something's like tied with 10 seconds to go. But the most energetic, loud moment of a football game is usually based on the anticipation of its beginning.
Right.
And that was a massive 8-win versus 8-win. McDaniel, Shanahan, boom, Tua, here we go.
Sherfield, former Niner?
Trent Sherfield.
Oh, boy.
I know. I was watching the guy run down the field, and I'm like, well, they're not going to catch, Tyreek Hill or Jalen Waddle. And then his number, I'm like, oh, gosh, that isn't even Tyreek Hill or Jalen Waddle.
The Niner cast-off is what he is.
Third receiver running down the sideline.
Niners could have had him.
And then the Niners scored 33 points and blew him off the map. And by the way, Miami hadn't won a football game since.
Really?
They haven't won a football game since. You realize that?
I hadn't actually until you said that.
Miami Dolphins have not won a football game since they got here. And that is a thing. We could look up, Kyle, you should look up the stat on that. That stat of what a team does the week after they play the Niners.
0-15.
0-15. That can't be a coincidence. They played some good teams.
Right. Well, they beat teams up. Miami's lost 5 in a row, Mark.
The only team
that's gone a long time.
Right. The only team that won their next game was the Chiefs, but they don't get credit for it because they had a bye the week after they play the 49ers.
Okay.
The week after you play the 49ers, nobody's won a game.
But even if the Chiefs played that week and won, it's still 1-15.
1-15, right.
Still outrageous.
It's still outrageous. So, do the Niners beat you up? I mean, I think there's something to be said for that.
Certainly.
Right?
Yeah. But also, and this would be me borrowing from Steiny, who was talking about the schedule last week, a lot of the teams the Niners have played this year aren't very good teams. They've played a pretty soft schedule.
Well,
it's just the way it worked out.
Have they?
Yeah, if you look at a lot of the teams that they played.
I mean the analytics of it, the strength of schedule. Are the 49ers one of the easiest in the NFL?
I believe so,
really?
Yeah. If you look at, the record of the teams against whom they've played, they have not played. I mean, the Miami game now is not looking to be.
Not anymore.
Exactly.
They were 8-3 at the time, and obviously they got beat down by the Chiefs. They beat the Chargers. They beat the Bucs. Part of this is that the NFC just doesn't have that many teams to throw at you.
Right.
Like they've beaten
Chargers and Chiefs, the only teams with winning records that they've played. Is that accurate?
The 49ers' strength of schedule is 424. The teams they've played have 108 wins. That is by far the fewest among NFC playoff teams.
Okay.
The next lowest strength of schedule is the Eagles at 471.
Okay. So basically you're good if all the teams you play are bad. Now Philadelphia though gets to have played the Cowboys twice. They lost one of them though.
Right.
So, listen, yeah.
And part of the reason why the teams that you play are bad is because you beat them.
Right. But
if you look at the Rams at 5-11 and Arizona 4-12, Seattle 8-8, that's 6 of your 16 right there.
Yeah, the response to that is that they've won 8 in a row. You don't do that in a row. 9 in a row. No matter who you're playing in the NFL, you don't do that. That's
I'm just saying as
you're a
to that
team.
Other staff, the team's 0-15. That's a small part of it.
Relevant shirts, DPOY shirts, your gear from all the shows, whichever one is your favorite. 957thegameshop.com. Now's a great time. Get geared up for the playoffs at 957thegameshop.com. Marcellus Wiley joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Hear Bob Myers with Steiny and Guru today at 1 p.m. on The Executive Show.
When we went to the Hamptons to meet with Kevin, we had a presentation, and I'm telling you guys the truth. Literally, the presentation, we stopped it 10 minutes in. Because if you know Kevin at all, Kevin was kind of looking around going, I don't need to see this stuff.
Brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal. Less mess, reduce stress. Budget-friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com.
Hey, it's Willard for the Game Time app, and I'm telling you, this is the deal, especially if it's last minute. I was just looking at it this morning, and you can get in, for instance, if you want to go to the 49er game coming up this weekend, you can get in there for just about $40. But it's not just sports. With the NFL playoffs coming, that's going to be big. We know that. But Ed Sheeran is on the way. Louis C.K. is on the way. Any concert, any game, any event in your area, if you want a last-minute deal, then you're going to want to get in on the Game Time app. Amazing last-minute deals. Very fast and easy to use, by the way. A quick download, set up the account. Real images of the views from your seat. That's one of the coolest things, by the way. I did this with some Giants games last year on the road, where if you've never seen the stadium before, get a real good view of exactly what it's going to look like and exactly where you're going to sit. So very user-friendly to find all the sports, concerts, shows going on in your area. But the main thing is, my gosh, the last-minute prices. You got to check it out. It is the fastest-growing ticketing app in the U.S., for a reason. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, create an account and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed.
Throughout the 60s and 70s, cops hunted down key figures of the Dixie Mafia, including its enigmatic ringleader, Kirksey Nix.
I'm interested in making money. I'm not interested in hurting people.
15 years into Kirksey's life sentence, the Dixie Mafia was practically folklore, but that would soon change. I'm Jed Lipinski. This is Gone South, a documentary podcast from C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio. Season 2, The Dixie Mafia. Available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Changing your oil. An oil change is a great way to get more MPGs. Right now, you can enter for a daily chance to win a $200 AutoZone gift card when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 Full Synthetic and an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $38.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
No purchase required.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running.
no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift the Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Ooh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
So yes, it was after midnight and the glue on your kid's mission project refused to dry. But once everything was finished, you realized the smooth white and terracotta make this piece of history beautiful. CertaPro Painters has good news. Your home paint project doesn't have to come with the frustration and panic of your child's 4th grade project. Skip the stress and still end with the look you love. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Yeah, Steph and I clearly go way back. So, anyway, thanks, Steph.
Now back to what? Who?
You know what? One of the things I want to ask, Doc Feely's coming on in a half hour. Marcellus Wiley in mere moments, and I'm so excited. I haven't talked to Marcellus in a long, long time. So,
me either.
Great to get his perspective on what has been just obviously, I don't know, just quite a moment in the NFL this week with a lot of unique stuff going on. But one of the things I want to ask Doc Feely in a half hour, I've heard so many people look at just the way Steph moves on the sideline, like the way he celebrates when someone hits a 3, and they're like, oh, that's good. That's good. That means the shoulder is doing this, that. And I'm like, can we really take anything out of the way Steph is celebrating on the sideline? Maybe we can. That's a question I'm going to have for Doc Feely. But we got all kinds of other questions for Marcellus Wiley, who obviously spent time with the Buffalo Bills himself, long time in the NFL, long time sports media. How are you, my friend? Happy New Year.
Man, happy New Year, brother. It feels like life interrupted. I haven't talked to you in so long. I blame the pandemic, but it's been too long, brother.
There's always plenty of people to blame, right? So that we're easy on that one. But yeah, man, it is good to talk to you. It is good to hear your voice, and you were one of the people I thought of right away when I'm watching something, and maybe it was just the uniform and whatnot. But what is your takeaway on what happened over the last 48 hours with the Bills franchise, the NFL community, and what the league can and should do next?
Yeah, you're talking about a loaf of bread. Which slice do we talk about first? So much happened in the last few days. I just talk about first the emotional impact, to have that visual, to watch him on the floor, on the turf, lying there, lifeless. And talk about football and how violent that game is. As much as you know, you put yourself at risk every single day, every single way, and every single play. You never imagine that. And it's a conversation that's crazy enough that we have in our household a lot. My son is 7 years old. He loves football even more than I did, and he just swears by it. And he always asks randomly, has anyone ever died playing football? And the only thing I ever come up with is a couple of heat exhaustion stories, and that's it. I said, but no one's ever played the game of football in live action and died. And that almost came to reality watching that. And I was just sitting there very emotional, crying with my son, trying to keep a poker face because I want him to still have his own hopes and dreams and not them to be undermined by what he was watching. But watching that experience, man, it's just your mortality comes to light, and it becomes reality. I'm glad the NFL finally came to its senses and had to suspend action. But be real, I think there's too much backlash for the NFL going through that process. That was a decision that had to be made, and people are employed, no matter how emotionally pulled they are in the moment, that they still have to make a business decision. I think we need to be adults about that. Without closure in this moment, the NFL made the right decision. But if they had closure, imagine Tua's concussion and him falling down, and when we had a sense of closure, we had a sense that we could wrap our arms and our brains around what was going on, we moved on and played that game. If that would have occurred on Monday night, they would have continued to play. But because they didn't have that, because this was truly life and death, they had to suspend action.
And it's good that they made the decision that they finally did, Marcellus. And I don't think that they deserve criticism for taking the time because of what you said, the multi-billion-dollar business angle of it. And so as we all wait for Damar Hamlin to get better and we pray for him, we do have to confront the reality of the future, which is, what does the NFL do with this Bills-Bengals game? What do you think the best procedure is going forward to resume or just forget this game?
Yeah, they've extended the season before, I've read, and thought about doing it with the pandemic as well. It's in the cards, basically, to manipulate the season and try and make it happen. Or you can just go win percentage. Like, hey, you got one fewer game than everyone else, but let's even it all out by win percentage and play it that way. It's a true dilemma. Like, you got two bad decisions to make, because if you alter the schedule, it's not going to be fair to all. And then to put these guys back out there, my son once again asked me, he asked some great questions. He said, Dad, do you start the game off where they ended it, or you start off 0-0? I was like, brother, you need to work for the NFL. I have none of these answers. But I don't know what they do with it, because it's going to be an impossible situation. There's going to be backlash, and it's never a perfect outcome. But if I were commissioner, I would want them to play that game out just because of the war of attrition, especially at this time of year. A team that was allowed to advance without one extra opportunity to go out there and take those hits, hey, man, I think that team has an advantage. So if I'm the commissioner, got to extend the season, I got to give them one more chance.
Marcellus Wiley's here with us on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game, and I think what we've learned so far is that your son should be conducting this interview.
Exactly. He's a little genius in there, and he can ball. He has something going.
I have no doubt. What year will he be drafted? You said that he's 7, so what do we got? This is 11 years from now, maybe 2034. We're looking at the NFL draft for your son?
Let's put him at 21. You know, his NIL deal is on the way already.
Of course. With you, I have no doubt. Yeah. More to it is the podcast with Marcellus Wiley, who's joining us here at 95.7 The Game. Okay, Marcellus, here's something that we've been talking about, but I'm really just guessing because I've never been an NFL player. There's so much that goes into getting yourselves to this point where you could be the 1 seed in the playoffs. But obviously the emotions are there. Let's hope things continue to go well for Damar Hamlin. But if you were on the Bills right now, what would you want to do?
I would want to play. I bring up a story that is not to be dramatic, but it really gives me strength and encouragement in these moments. I mean, if you play football, you know the culture. It's next man up. And if you guys remember in live time, there were players over there after their emotions were subsided, starting to warm up again, starting to get ready to go play again. I would have wanted to play. I have this ability to compartmentalize, which means something can be heavy on my heart, but I still can go out there and play the game I need to play. I bring up the example. My mother passed away when I was in Dallas after that season, and I thought the world was going to end. I thought the sun wouldn't come up the next day. And what starts to happen in real time is that other people, as much as they feel for you, as empathetic as they are for you, they look at situations differently and with different perspectives. So people were cracking jokes the next day. People had other conversations outside of my mother passing. And I only bring that up is because no matter what you go through, there's other lanes of activity that you must participate in. I found myself at the florist, the mortuary, talking to doctors. I was like, I just want to sit here and just be in this emotional pool. And that's not how life works. So if I'm a player on that team who's been through anything, I got to just respond and compartmentalize.
If the NFL does get this game in and maybe they push the playoffs back, Mark and I talked about this in terms of the Niners maybe getting the 1 seed and having 2, if not 3 weeks off. What do you think about the idea of rest versus rust? If the playoffs get pushed back a week, whatever team gets the number 1 seed, if this game gets pushed into week 19, would have an extra week. Is that a disadvantage for a team to have 2 or 3 weeks off?
Yeah, it certainly is. You brought up a great point. A lot of people always go with the cliche rest versus rust, forgetting that they're not opponents. They're on the same team. It's rest and rust. Let me tell you how. If you are a team that gets the week off, you know what happens? You get to rest. And you're like, yeah, my body's feeling better, but you're going to come back rusty. It's just the same thing. And if you're a team that plays all the way through, then you obviously get to keep that momentum and rhythm and flow. So if you rest, you're going to come back rusty. Now, a lot of times we look at the results and say, oh, they didn't look rusty, but you don't know the emotional state. You don't know the psychological place that it comes to when you're a player and you go back out there and you skip the beat. When you skip a beat, you're so conscious of, okay, everything's good, right? Oh, yeah. All right. And coaches always say this, it takes forever to get into shape, and it takes no time to get out of it. And that's the funniest thing about playing sports. That's why everyone gets into a zone. You're mindless. That's why you want uncle momentum on your side. That's why you need rhythm, because as soon as you skip a beat, you skip a step, it feels like you got to return back at least a step.
Marcellus, I'm looking at your playoff resume. I'm seeing 3 games. Is that right? You played in 3 playoff games?
You're going to see 3 games and 3 donuts, brother.
Okay. So here's my question, because obviously in this market, all the talk over the last 5 weeks has been about this phenom Brock Purdy. Mr. Irrelevant becomes relevant. And he's checked sort of every box. He's beaten good teams. He's beaten bad teams. He's done it at home. He's done it on the road. This game against the Raiders over the weekend, he was able to do it from behind. So he's ticked every box. So now that leaves us with this. Can he do it in the playoffs? Your experience, how different is a playoff game versus a regular season game?
Yeah, man. I wish I won a playoff game, but I had bad teammates, so I never was able to. You imagine. But in all seriousness, 2 things happen immediately when you play in the playoffs. The intensity from everyone around you, including yourself, you're participating in it as well, higher intensity, but also the pressure you put on yourself because of the grave consequences. So let's talk about the intensity. You'll be able to match that intensity. Like, you know, we're primal in a lot of ways. So if you see somebody out there going 6 gears, you got to go 6 gears, fight or flight. So you're going to respond to that. Here's the tricky part, and no one has the answer to this test until you take the test. How do you deal with grave consequences under pressure? When it's a regular season game, no matter what happens, I mean, the worst game you've ever had, there's another one. And that is the mattress you're able to lie on in your psyche that allows you to respond. But some guys can't respond when they know they don't have another chance. And I don't know him in this situation to even speculate. But I will tell you this. Those who have more experience realize that the grave consequence you fear, you actually get another year. You actually get another chance maybe to be in those same circumstances. So if he puts too much pressure on himself, basically, he's going to go out there and he's going to be scrambled eggs. But if he goes out there and is keeping his composure and realizes this is still just a game, to do it big, you got to do all the little things. He'll be just fine.
You mentioned scrambled eggs and you mentioned donuts before. I'm thinking about breakfast, but on to donuts. Let's talk about your L.A. Clippers and the donuts in their championship column. What do you make of their chances this year, Marcellus? And is Kawhi Leonard ever going to become Kawhi Leonard again?
Oh, my God. Talking about a hot take and coming in hot. Like, okay, we're going to do this.
We're going to do it,
Marcellus.
Off the top rope. I'm like, we're sitting here talking football, and he just, wow.
You and Mark can be buddies, but somebody's got to be adversarial now, Marcellus. You know that. It's radio.
No, it's not only that, man. It's sports, man. We play against an opponent. I get it. Look, I'm going to always start off and end off with Clip City, Chip City. Now, the problem is every year I say that, and every year I'm wrong. So I continue to say that until finally it's Clip City, Chip City 2023. In seriousness, if Kawhi plays, obviously with everyone else healthy on this roster, their championship contenders probably coming out the West facing maybe Brooklyn. If Kawhi in this marathon, he's trying to jog and make sure he has enough in the kick at the end for him to win and our team to win. If that actually comes to life, you got to fear the Clippers. But the problem is right now, two things. One, our lineup and trying to figure out who else is going to support him and Paul George and his injury. That's an issue right now. But the greater issue is when you know you got that nitrous button in the car, you know, Fast and Furious style, do you put the pedal to the metal? Do you really mash out when you know you still got some nitrous, which is Kawhi Leonard in the playoffs? And I think that's what's affecting this team as well. The injuries, the lineup rotation, and the fact that you know you got something that's going to separate you from the pack.
See, I just never come down the road of Clipper fans because I figure when all is said and done, we're going to be sitting around a table with poker chips and beers just hating the Lakers together. So I figure we're all in the same gang, Marcellus, as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, sir, man. You already know the fakers get no love in our life.
No,
there you go.
No love anywhere.
Success. We just full of envy. That's all it is.
Marcellus, thank you, man. Thank you for doing it. Great to hear from you. Continued success.
Oh, I appreciate you so much, man. It's great to hear that old groggly voice still up.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. I still sound 72 years old, but I'm still not there yet.
Oh, man. Love, brother. Keep it going, guys.
All
Thanks,
right.
Marcellus.
Thank you, Marcellus. Marcellus Wiley here on 95.
11-5 with Kawhi, 10-13 without
That's
Kawhi.
fascinating. That's fascinating.
Yeah, you talk about like load management. Kawhi is kind of picking and choosing when he wants to play, and I like to come at Marcellus with the Clippers because he's like America's biggest Clipper
fan. Like
he's a Clippers fan. Like Clip City, Chip City is my favorite because that's always his go-to.
Right, which everyone else is like, is that a thing? Are there shirts? I've never heard that before. It's not Chip City. It is kind of Chip City, but not for you.
Right.
Yeah, not for you guys.
It's Slip City.
It's so weird. The Clippers have become the boy who cried wolf, at least to their fans.
This is the year, Mark.
Right.
This is the year.
You know what I mean? Like, it's funny because I don't even know how large their fan base is, but what can you say? Like, Steve Ballmer's your owner. He's sort of fulfilled whatever that, we talk about the Giants and ownership and fulfilled promises, unfulfilled. He's fulfilled all the promises. They're going to build a new arena. They're got these big time. They got names.
Big time.
They're like he's come in and they're spared no expense and they're doing all the things that he said that they were going to do. But it just one way or another, whether it was the Chris Paul and Blake Griffin deal and the new group now, it just doesn't work. It never works.
But he is right. If Kawhi is healthy and John Wall and Paul George, if they if they can get all healthy together at the same time in a playoff series, this team can be a dangerous team. Now, I don't think that they're going to be the team to emerge from the West, but I would like to see this Clipper team fully healthy just to see exactly what they are.
Yeah, I would too. It's just funny, like, as you're sitting there talking, I'm like, there's one word. There is, any time that basketball team comes up, there is one word that is always involved in the conversation.
Injury?
No.
If?
If.
Yeah, no, you're right.
If.
Have they even ever made a conference championship series?
No.
Yeah.
No, and they had was it a 3-1 lead? They had 3-1 lead against the Rockets, right? A 3-1 lead against the Rockets. Nuggets, thank you. Whatever, someone
against the Rockets,
someone
too.
eliminated. I thought it was, Chris
and
Paul.
Josh Smith.
Right? Chris Paul. And there was no major injury. Sorry, didn't work out. Like, they were healthy. They were done. And if I'm remembering correctly, fact check me.
It was the Suns. They were leading they made it to the conference finals in 2021.
The Clippers? No, Chris Paul did with the Suns.
Yeah, the Clippers. They
Clippers
lost
made
to
the conference
Suns.
finals?
2021.
Oh, was this really?
That's what, according to Wikipedia. Conference finals. That's
funny. Maybe where I was in a pandemic malaise and I just don't even remember
pandemic
it.
haze, yeah.
Anyway, point being is this. The game I'm remembering, maybe they weren't up 3-1. I think they were at home up 3-2 and had like a 25-point lead.
Oh, boy.
Right, Spadone, do you remember that one? They were up by like 25 points with a 3-2 lead in the series at home, and they gagged it. They just coughed the whole thing up. And that was Chris Paul's. That was as far as it went in his Clipper tenure. So, fascinating. I mean,
2 seasons ago they lost to the Suns in 6 in the conference finals.
Okay, but was that the year that the Suns played the Bucks? That was
Correct.
the Giannis year.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's kind of a little bit of a forgotten year. Yeah,
it is.
No, I like that as the post-pandemic malaise.
Seriously, I'm like...
That was when the Warriors lost in the play-in tournament.
Oh, that
and
year.
And Steph vowed we'd be back.
He was right.
He sure was.
He was right. See, that's what I mean. Like, you look at the Warriors, and even now, and we were talking about this before the show, like, what is it that you can make assumptions about with the Warriors right now? Kyle kind of asked an interesting question. He goes, okay, they've won 5 in a row.
Yeah.
They never lose at home. The Pistons are in town tonight. Sure, they're totally compromised. A bunch of people are hurt and sick. But can you just assume a Warrior win tonight? I haven't even looked at the number. What's the number? They're probably a big favorite, I would imagine.
I was just about to punch that up.
What's the number tonight?
It's got to be 9.
Anybody got it?
7. I just punched it up.
Okay,
7.
7. So can we just be like, yeah, Warriors will win tonight?
Absolutely.
Can you?
Oh, they're at home.
Right.
17-2 at home.
I know, but so many of those games have been like, and then someone flipped upside down out of the stands and put a cape on, and they were down by 28, and somebody hit a 3 from the top of the backboard. Like, they've been so ridiculous. I don't know if we can assume anything good or bad, but when you compare that to what you just brought up, which is the experience that a Clipper fan and that organization has had through the years, it's the opposite of what I said on the changeover yesterday when I said trust the Warriors. We don't need to use the word if. Like, I have sat here the whole time, as weird as these first 38 games have been. I'm not going to tell you that the whole time I thought the Warriors were championship contenders, but what I have thought the whole time is I don't need to use the word if, other than the only if I would use would be like if they're all playing. Like, if they're in uniform, this is going to be as good as it could be. It doesn't mean they're going to win the whole championship.
Right, but if they're all healthy and together come April...
They don't disappoint you. The only time this group in any way, shape, or form has disappointed you was Game 7 against Cleveland Cavaliers. That's it. Like, even when they lost to Toronto, it's like, everybody's legs
KD
fell off.
And no Klay Thompson,
right?
exactly.
I mean, like, whatever this group can be, they will be. I have that faith.
And you think that if they lose a playoff series, it's going to be because somebody beats them. It's not going to be because they beat themselves.
Right, totally.
In that fashion.
All right. Doc Feely is still around the corner. It is Warrior Wednesday. Right here on 95.7 The Game. That is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. 957thegameshop.com has been doing great with relevant T-shirts, DPOY shirts, hoodies, and gear from all the shows. 957thegameshop.com. We continue with your phone calls. What exactly should the league do next? And what is the ripple effect for all of the NFL teams because of this, in the moment, postponement of the Bills-Bengals game? Your phone calls at 888-957-9570. Coming up next, along with Cleared to Play with Dr. Brian Feely right here on Willard and Dibs.
Brock Purdy is one of the biggest stories in the NFL.
Purdy, play action for the end zone. It's caught. Touchdown.
And Bonte and Shasky had Papa Purdy on the morning roast.
You know, as a dad, you're always nervous. For the first time in my life, watching Brock play, I was just like, well, he's got a guy that's going to call the right play. And, you know, that's very comforting.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Without Prilosec, I wouldn't be able to enjoy all this yummy holiday food. Speaking of, whoever made that apple pie, delicious. I just take 1 pill each morning and 0 heartburn all day. So cheers to Prilosec OTC. Ooh, are those jalapeno poppers?
Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid that can cause heartburn, so you can enjoy the holidays. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just 1 dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is James Wiseman. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
Willard and Dibbs.
And now back to Willard and Dibbs.
Well, thank you so much. It is back to Willard and Dibbs, and we are on a Warrior Wednesday, and we are counting down to the Warriors winning by 28 tonight because we could just assume Warrior victories because they're playing at Chase Center. Pistons Warriors tonight, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Detroit's bad and everyone's hurt.
Right.
I think you're right about winning this one by at least 15. This is going to be a comfy, cozy one. This is an Ottoman game.
Are we betting on this one? I mean, the Warrior.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
would absolutely, if I was still betting, I would absolutely lay the lumber.
Okay, the other team's bad and their key players are hurt. This is the same crap that people were saying to me in the casinos when the Niners were about to go roll the Raiders by 18. And I lost anyway.
No, ouch. Thank God for that red hoodie guy.
9.5. Yeah, I was like, what point in the game did we give up on the 9.5 and go, just win, baby.
Totally.
Just win, baby. We finally got there, and we finally gotten declared to play as well. Take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor and Chief of Sports Medicine at UCSF, Dr. Brian Feely. Happy New Year, Doc.
Happy New Year to you all.
Great to have you, and there's no place to start other than Monday Night Football. All of us have been trying to get as much from medical professionals as possible to know what you saw, what you think Damar Hamlin is going through right now. What's the situation through your eyes?
Yeah, I mean, I think for those of us that saw it, I saw it probably 45 minutes to an hour afterwards. And it's really scary. I think the most likely thing that happened is you can get hit in certain parts of your cardiac rhythm. And if you get hit, even if it's not too hard, right at the right millisecond, it can literally stop your heart. And that's probably what happened. You can see him get hit. It's a pretty innocuous hit for the NFL. He stands up. And then, that's about 5 seconds after that initial hit, and then he passes out. And if your heart's arrested, then you're going to need the instant CPR. Those sort of things often lead to your heart being in a dysrhythmia for days, sometimes weeks, and even months afterwards. So the most important thing is the athletic training staff and the medical staff were on the field right away. They initiated CPR. There wasn't any messing around in what's going on. They just initiated emergency services. And I think that was, all things considered, really, really remarkable. So many different injuries we see in football are extremity injuries or things where athletes are just lying on the field. Seeing something like that and seeing the medical team spring into action and literally save his life is really impressive.
It was incredible to see it happen in real time and on the field. Like you say, they were able to use CPR and use an AED to help restore some sort of heart rhythm. How critical was it, though, to get him oxygen? And how long can a human being go in that state without oxygen getting to the brain before really bad things start to happen?
I mean, in general, you can hold your breath for about 2 to 3 minutes before you start really feeling the need to take another breath. And that's if you are in peak condition and you've trained yourself to do it. When you're already out of breath and you're kind of breathing hard from an athletic excursion, you probably have a minute to a minute and a half before you're going to have temporary changes, and probably 3 to 4 minutes before you have permanent changes. So the fact that they got out there, they initiated CPR, they got him intubated, which means putting a breathing tube down so they can more effectively deliver oxygen to him, was critical to at least getting him stabilized enough to get him off the field into the hospital.
Oh, just a moment that all of us are still trying to work our way through, and sending him good thoughts. Dr. Brian Feely with us on 95.7 The Game. Let's talk about some of the 49er injuries, minor though they are in comparison to what we were just discussing. When you see that Christian McCaffrey has a, quote, minor ankle sprain, what's your thought on that and any potential dangers for this week?
Yeah, I think there's no better group than athletic trainers to get people back from ankle sprain. So if it's a minor sprain, meaning that there's no ankle instability, there's minimal swelling, I think there's probably a pretty good chance he plays. But realistically, we have a good core of running backs, and if he's not feeling 100%, I would imagine that they're going to limit his snap count enough so that he's really ready to go the following week, or ideally the week after that with a bye and our first place seeding in the NFC.
Another MCL sprain to talk about. This time it's Aaron Banks, an offensive lineman. How does that affect his ability to come back and maybe be available for a first-round playoff match?
I think it's really based on the severity of the injury. And for the most part, MCL sprains without too much swelling in the knee and without any actual ligamentous instability, the average return to play is within 2 weeks. So if he's feeling pretty good and he's got good lateral movement and they can brace him as most offensive linemen are, I think there's a pretty good chance he can play in that first week of the playoffs.
Doc, here's something I wanted to ask you that's a little off the map, but I've been seeing a lot of it about Steph Curry with the shoulder injury. We watch him on the sideline. We watch him celebrate, arms up, arms down, and whatnot. And I've seen some people say, oh, look at that movement. That's indicative of some really good progress. Are we overdoing that, or can you actually gather something from just watching him move around on the bench?
Yeah, it reminds me of my mother-in-law who says she can tell how healthy Steph looks based on the pallor of his skin when he's playing. I think we're reading too much into it.
Okay.
When you've got a shoulder subluxation, you're going to have pretty much full range of motion pretty quickly, and it's really a question of whether or not he's got full strength and really feels like he's got that full coordinated strength when he's fatigued on when he goes back. And really what they're trying to avoid is that second subluxation or dislocation, because that really changes the math and what the long-term outlook is for him. So yes, he can celebrate. Yes, he can move his arms around. That's not going to be the same as that eccentric load as trying to block a shot or trying to go for a steal when somebody's moving against you. So I'm glad he's celebrating. I'm glad the Warriors have a lot of reasons to celebrate, but I wouldn't read too much into it.
I had that frequent subluxation, and I know what a nightmare it can be. Andrew Wiggins has been out since December with an adductor strain. He seemed ready to come back. Then he got sick. When he does come back from the adductor, is he going to be on some sort of a minutes restriction, you think?
If you look at how the medical staff of the Warriors works, I would guess that, yes, he's going to be at least somewhat restricted. I think hopefully that illness gives him a little bit more time to come back fully recovered. If you look at the best comp is in hockey players who get these adductor strains a lot. On average, the most hockey players will be out for 3 to 4 weeks, and they'll be limited for the next 1 to 2 coming back. And I think it's reasonable, especially with the Warriors winning right now, let him rest, let him recover, let him come back at 100%, again, to make sure he doesn't re-strain it and be out for an even longer period of time as the season gets more critical.
Doc, great to have you as always, and Happy New Year.
All right, Happy New Year to you guys.
Okay, there he goes. Dr. Brian Feely, and the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. We're going to get back to your phone calls in a second. I just saw this. This has been coming down over the last maybe half hour or so. And this is from Tom Pelissero's Twitter, and this is with regard to what may or may not happen next with the Bills-Bengals game. This from NFL EVP, Executive Vice President, Jeff Miller, who says there has been no decision on whether to resume the Bills-Bengals game at a later date. They will consult with the clubs involved. Decision is coming in the coming days. The conversation about what to do with that game has begun. Now here's Troy Vincent on the options for resuming the game and adjusting seating. Quote, everything is being considered. They'll lean on the guiding principles from COVID, including the value of winning and winning percentage. They need to give the commissioner suggestions if the game is not resumed. Quote, that way they can talk to the membership about the proper direction of what's that play. Remember, nullifying the game would have an impact potentially on the AFC North title and seeds 1, 2, and 3 in the AFC.
Well, if they nullify the game and you go by winning percentage, then Kansas City is in a win and in scenario. Kansas City would get to 14-3. Buffalo at best could be 13-3. Kansas City gets the number 1 seed overall. Similarly, if you nullify the game, Baltimore beats Cincinnati to get to 11-6. Cincinnati falls to 11-5. The AFC North is already over. That game becomes meaningless. So if you're Baltimore, you're saying, no, this winning percentage tiebreaker, it doesn't work for us. And if you're Buffalo at the same point, I would imagine you're saying the same thing. If you nullify the game, Buffalo does not control their own destiny in terms of the number 1 seed, and the AFC North would already be decided.
Now, that is an interesting point I had not considered.
It's a great point is what it was. It was a fantastic real-time breakdown.
That was an interesting point that you have just brought to the table, Mr. Dibley.
Thank you. I'll take that.
I hadn't thought about the Ravens. The Ravens, if you don't play this game...
hell no, is what they're saying.
It's literally like this. You call the Bengals and go, we're not playing the game. Congrats, you've won the division.
Thank you.
It's over. The second they make that call,
it's over.
The division is over, while Baltimore's sitting here going, I thought we were playing a game this weekend that could win us the division, and you're eliminated before you take the field.
So if that call comes in, and I'm John Harbaugh in Baltimore, I say, okay, we're not going to Cincinnati. We're not playing the game.
I don't know if he's got that kind of leverage. The NFL will be like, fine, you lose.
That's fine. We're still a playoff team, and they can't really improve their seed anyway.
Well, they have They have the same record as the Chargers.
Fine.
So yeah, your seed falls.
Okay. Ouch.
Yeah. I mean, unless the Chargers lose this weekend.
Honestly, Mark, if I'm Baltimore,
the Chargers playing.
If I'm Baltimore and they come to me with this, I say, then we're not going to Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Why would I expose my team to play a game that is now suddenly meaningless?
Yeah, Broncos is the answer, by the way, on the Chargers. Yeah, that's why I'm with you. I know a lot of people want to simplify this and go, just don't play it and do winning percentage. The avalanche is real. That takes place. It affects so many teams that are sitting here, and they get it. It's a brotherhood. They're not, right?
Of course.
Hamlin first. But you work for 4 months, they want to go play. And so I got to think, with everything on the line, they find a way to get back on the field and play that game.
Baltimore can be anywhere between 3 and 6 in the blink of an eye.
Wow.
Because if they beat Cincinnati, you win the division, and you're the 3 seed. Assuming that Cincinnati then loses to Buffalo in a resumption, Baltimore becomes the 3. You host a first-round playoff game. You lose to Cincinnati, or if Cincinnati doesn't have to play Buffalo, you automatically lose the division. Now the best you can be is the 5 seed, and you may end up being the 6 seed.
What do you want to see the NFL do next? We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. Steiny and Goo jump in here as well. It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Dub Nation, don't miss any games in the new year. Join us live at Chase Center to see the Warriors face the Detroit Pistons and Orlando Magic this week. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
The Warriors are red hot at Chase Center.
3 on the way. No good. Looney with a tip. No good. Tipped up. It's good! At the buzzer! Kawhi Looney!
And the Niners are hunting for playoff position.
He missed at the end of regulation. This from 23. Good snap. Good hold. Redemption for Robbie.
Keep it locked on the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative, due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn. Qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
I blame Steph Curry.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Mark.
All right, that's exactly what we're going to do. Thank you, sir. Warriors and Pistons tonight.
Take it away.
At Chase Center. So go ahead and put it on the board. Yes. Warriors don't lose at home, right? So
17-2, 3-16 on the road, Mark.
The weirdest thing ever. It really is. 957thegameshop.com, relevant shirts, DPOY, hoodies, you get gear from all the shows. Speaking of all the shows, I don't know if it's on social media yet because we're still in the middle of our show, but you'll see it. I guarantee you it's going to get out and about. We had a moment here as a 95.7 The Game staff.
It hasn't happened, and I've been with the station now since the beginning.
Yeah.
Other than the 51-week unpaid vacation I was given. Pack your things. Back in 2014. I don't know if that's ever happened. What took place today?
Right. And gosh, one of the hosts is going to get so mad because literally the funny thing is I was in the middle of doing something during the commercial break, and then everyone's like, come outside. This has never happened before. All the hosts from all the shows are all here at one time. We got to take a picture. And so I get out there and I get in the picture, and I'm like, all the hosts are not here.
God, I hate that guy.
Why did it? This is my only question. I get it. It's amazing because Damon came in for something early. Obviously, Steiny and Gu are going to be in here in 6 minutes.
Joe and Bonte were still here.
Apparently they had quite a show meeting. They are still here. And so everybody was here. And I get out there and Ray's not here. And so I immediately, my thought wasn't like, sure, that's still unbelievable that almost everyone was here. But I'm like, why did you guys say all of the hosts are here?
Yeah, I'm a little pissed.
Spadone jumps in. Spadone, if you don't know, if you're one of these people who sleeps, the hell are you doing?
Right.
You don't know that Spadone handles 5 to 6 in the morning, okay?
He's in the team picture.
Yeah. So Spadone gets in there, and everyone's like, this has never happened before. This is incredible. And I'm like, it's still not happening now. Like, what you're saying is happening is not happening. Everybody's here, except for everybody's not here. Like, it was still a moment. But Ray's not here.
He'll get photoshopped in, and it'll seem like he was there. And if he was here,
he wouldn't want to be here.
Do you think he
couldn't get worse?
Do you think he actually would have come over and been in the photo?
I've decided the reason everyone is here when everyone wasn't here is because the first person who's very excited about the fact that Ray's not here is Ray. Ray is very happy that he's not in that picture. So I guess that makes it okay?
It makes it more than okay.
Okay.
Ray area. Die. We will Photoshop in Ray Ratto into the team photo.
We have such love for that man on this show.
No, on the station.
Yeah.
He's the heartbeat. Much like
right.
I was Photoshopped out of my varsity tennis photo, Casa Grande High School, 1984.
Why?
I chose to give the middle finger salute, Mark.
Okay.
And this was back before Photoshop was a thing. So if you happen to have a Casa Grande yearbook from 1984, you can see a blackened out silhouette of your boy front and center.
How old were you?
15.
Okay. Yeah.
Old enough to know better.
Old enough to know.
I thought it'd be pretty funny. And, back then there wasn't digital photography. So 6 months later, I get called into the principal's office. And I wasn't a troublemaker. So I'm like, oh, my God, what the hell? And I get in there, and this is April, and the principal slides the picture across the desk, and I look, and I go, no way to get out of this one.
I tell you what.
That's about as me could be.
If anybody ever says, what's one thing you don't want to have happen to you in life? It's to be in front of a person of authority at a desk and have them slide something to you. When has that ever gone well?
Never.
Nobody slides your brand new Rays contract.
Right.
Nobody's like, well, would you like to take a look at this here for a second, buddy? It's never good. So I don't want anyone to slide anything to me at a desk when they're in a position of authority.
And it's also incredibly unsettling when you get called into the person of authority and you have no idea why. Because normally it's like, okay, I know what I did. I can at least arm up an excuse or a lie or something. But when you go in cold, you go in blind, you got nothing.
Especially on a Friday afternoon.
Especially when there's a picture involved.
Don't go in there on a Friday afternoon. It either means you're fired or it means Farhan just acquired you. Because that's when the Giants news dumps are.
By the way, they tend to fire you on Tuesdays. Just so you take it from me. Tuesdays.
It's a rough one.
Yeah.
Warrior Wednesday here, 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Hey, Stu in San Leandro. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
I'm sitting in my truck waiting for you guys. I've been listening to you guys pontificate about what's going on. And my idea for the NFL is the NFL is huge. And I believe that they could possibly let the Bills and Cincinnati play this week by themselves alone, and everybody give the donations for the attendance to the foundation for DeMar, and then everybody play next week and just start everything all over. Just boom, everything, leave it the same, and it's good to go. Everybody's got the same rest. Everybody's got everything, and let that happen. Now.
So, Stu, just so I'm clear, you're suggesting that game gets played this week and the whole Week 18 schedule gets pushed 1 week? Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm saying nobody else plays but them.
Yeah, so...
It's easier to do it the other way around, I think.
Well, here's the thing. I think actually...
Thank you, Stu.
Stu, thanks so much.
Not a bad idea. You know what Stu's short for? Stewart.
Well, okay, I thought there was a joke there.
No, there was, but I didn't want to.
Like it's Stewart.
He's
right?
a good guy. Yeah, I didn't want to, drop the pit on him.
No, I think in a perfect world, what Stewart is saying is actually accurate. it would be less disruptive to the playoffs and the whole thing if the Week 18 schedule was played next week. But there's no way that's going to happen.
I think it'd be more disruptive, quite frankly.
The point is it doesn't create that 2-week bye for the 1 seed and all that stuff. You would do it like normal, where you come out of the final regular season week, and then go into the playoffs like you would normally do. The problem is, from a logistics standpoint, we're currently sitting here right now, 72 hours less, in fact, 72 hours away from kickoff of Week 18. There are people with tickets in hands and logistics and all kinds. These are massive events that are about to take place this weekend. They're not going to cancel them. They're not going to postpone them a week. A lot of the think about
the networks.
Well, the networks. Think about how many of those stadiums have a concert in them next weekend, or a truck show, or whatever. Like,
is Oasis playing at Arrowhead Stadium? Is that what you're implying?
They're not together anymore, Dan.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
That's a terrible breakup.
But anyway, it's just
spitballing here.
Yeah, so it's not going to happen. And I think the NFL's statement yesterday immediately says that the game is not being played this week, and we are not affecting the Week 18 schedule. That was the first thing they said. So I get the idea, but it's already been the one idea that they've eliminated from possibility.
I think the easiest thing to do would be to slot that thing in Week 19 and push the playoffs back a week. And, unfortunately, you would have to then give a team the number 1 seed that's getting a bye. They would get an additional bye. Everyone's getting the Week 19 bye, and then the number 1 seed would get the Week 20 bye, which is the first week of the playoffs, and then you would have a game. And as Marcellus Wiley said to us earlier this hour, it's not rest versus rust, it's rest and rust.
Yeah, I like that.
I do too.
And he's right. Like, it's a thing. And so I don't know. I mean, if it ends up going that way, and I think by the time we play the games this weekend, we'll know. I think we'll know what the Bills-Bengals plan is by the time we play games this weekend. That's my guess.
I would bet we know by the end of business tomorrow.
Maybe, yeah. They said in the coming days. I think certainly by Friday during our show, I think we're going to know something. You're right. It might be earlier. But if that's the case, if Bills-Bengals is going to be a standalone the following week, a brand new Week 19, if you will, I don't think I want the Niners to get the 1 seed. I don't think I want them to get. I do not want the 49ers to have 2 consecutive weeks off.
Thank you. Yeah,
I do not want that. And there's plenty to be said for the 49er path almost being easier out of the 2 or the 3, depending on who your opponents are. Like,
think about what you're saying, though, and think about if Philadelphia feels the same way. And the Niners in Minnesota, what if they all feel the same way? So tomorrow it comes out.
Then Philly, you get it.
No.
Everybody lose on purpose.
Everybody comes out and it's a tankathon.
Yeah.
It's a tankathon Sunday all of a sudden.
Hey,
but think about it. But I don't think you're wrong what you're saying. But think about it in terms of the NFL and we're playing every snap. You got Josh Johnson intentionally throwing it to the Cardinals, and you've got Philadelphia fumbling on every play. Nobody wants the 1.
We didn't even get to this. The Bears have already announced that Justin Fields is not playing this weekend against the Vikings.
Nor should he.
Right, but it's a game where the Vikings seeding is in play. This affects the 49ers. The Vikings, in my opinion, are being handed a win against Nathan Peterman. So that means the 49ers need to go try to beat the Cardinals. But does that mean you end up with the 1 seed and double buys going into the playoffs? So the trickle-down effect, and let's get Steiny and Goo here. The trickle-down effect.
This is humongous.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about all the scenarios.
And 24 hours later, I was telling Steiny.
Shout out fitness.
This is no shade at Hamlin. We're all playing for him. But now I feel like you could woosah and think about what are they going to do, because this is heavy.
Yeah.
And speaking of fair, here I go out of left field. So I know the league wants Aaron Rodgers, and I know what he's meant and what he stands for. They want him in the playoffs so much that, to me, Sunday Night Football could have been and should have been Jacksonville and Tennessee. Okay, because they were even Steven. The winner wins.
That's a playoff game.
But
it's a playoff game.
So now Seattle has a game at 1 o'clock, but old Aaron Rodgers against Detroit. If Seattle wins, Detroit's out. What do they got to play for? So that's basically They're not going to say, they'll give it the old Newt Ross. No, they won't. Detroit will be like, we thought we had something. If we know we take they should be playing simultaneously. That's all.
I don't disagree with you at all.
I've said it the whole time. Okay. And if you go to like the World Cup and you get to the third game in the group stage, those matches are played at the exact same time to avoid these very shenanigans. And it's going to be it's not like being schnookered, like Steiny was famously schnookered before the holiday. These are shenanigans. Kansas City gets to play on Saturday.
Well,
why?
It's not even. And let me take it. Here's a much smaller,
not like shenanigans.
A much smaller deal. But we're talking about Lambeau Field in January. Whatever the temperature is at 1:00. It's worse when the sun, if it ever comes out, goes down. It's worse when the sun goes down. So now you're talking about nighttime ice for a dome team. Dome team on the road. By the way, this just handed to me. The Cardinals will be starting David Blau at quarterback this weekend. Speaking of the Detroit Lions, Hard Knocks superstar David Blau will be playing quarterback for the Cardinals this weekend, and DeAndre Hopkins is out. So the Cardinals have no interest in this game. Yeah. The 49ers should be able to win it, quite frankly, with Josh Johnson. But if they go win this game, Brock Purdy doesn't play and potentially ends up not playing football for 4 weeks.
Yeah, that's all bad.
That's not what you want. So, look,
I actually think
this is
there is a solution here.
Okay,
you
what
got
is it?
one.
I really do. And let me all the scenarios we're playing out is proof of how football is the king. This injury occurred midway through the first quarter.
Yep.
Score was what, 7-3?
Yeah.
7-3.
Yep.
Give them both a tie and move on.
But Kansas
City
will
will be
home
no
field.
Playoff team unaffected, positively or negatively, with whatever the solution is. No matter what, somebody's going to benefit. Somebody's not going to benefit. I haven't looked at the standings. I don't know what that would do. But you can't have the number one seeds. Yeah. It's like, hey, congrats, you made the Rose Bowl.
Got another
You're not playing for a month.
I tell you, so all of that's true. Everyone is affected in some way. However, everyone, if you do create a new Week 19, everybody is affected simply by rest and timing and calendar. It does not affect competitive imbalance.
Exactly.
Which your point just creates, and the number one team that would be negatively affected, Dibbs brought this up a little bit ago, you give the Bengals a tie, the Ravens are eliminated. You just handed the Bengals the division.
I'm out.
But they haven't won the division yet.
But don't you see the incongruity here of we want to talk for 2 days. It's bigger than football. It's bigger than football. Oh my, this is about a man's life. The game doesn't matter. Okay, well then stop making this decision so monumental as to it may affect the balance.
Well, hold on.
It may affect the playoff. Okay, so what? A guy may die.
Let's talk
Who
about.
Who cares if a team has to? Cincinnati's going to be first, and the Bills are now second.
We win some fans,
man. But let's go
to the people.
Let's go to things people say.
He stood up. He was grandstanding. For those of you not watching on YouTube, it's rare grandstanding.
Everybody, every time somebody now heads into a public space with a damn gun, everybody goes to Twitter and goes thoughts and prayers. Like that does a damn thing. And so one of the things we do in a situation like this is we have to scream out loud, the game doesn't matter. Sure it does. Sure it does. Nobody is under the impression that the games matter more than DeMar Hamlin's life. But I'm not here to tell you that the game doesn't matter. It does matter. There's literally millions and millions and millions of dollars on the line.
That's another thing that I'm going to get to.
There's literally the efforts, blood, sweat, and tears that his own teammates have put into being in this position.
Talking about one game. Yeah. We're talking about one seed.
But you're talking about delaying the whole parade, though, Steiny.
What are you talking about?
If there's a new week, you're talking about pushing like this is unheard of.
That's why I'm saying I don't want a new week. I want to give the Bengals a tie, and I want to give the Bills a tie for that last game, and we move on.
And so the Ravens call and say no.
Exactly.
We're
Sorry. You know what?
Sorry.
Yes, sorry.
Sorry.
No.
Okay,
Seems
so
to be
then
the
it's not.
hardest
So then
word.
the game is bigger.
No,
the game
it's not.
is bigger.
No, it's not bigger than his life.
Yes,
no one's saying
point
that.
is, it's the
He's in
easiest thing to do.
But he's in the hospital no matter what they do.
But my point is, so the Ravens are going to say, "Oh my gosh, we dropped a 3. We're not having it."
It might drop to 6.
Can we all acknowledge that this is unprecedented? So the season gets an asterisk at the very end
So
because
what do you do about Baltimore's home game revenue that they miss out on? Because if they beat Cincinnati,
you can put it in a pool. You give them
$50 million. Just
let's.
I mean, but that's my point. Is what about the revenue to a home game? Oh, really?
Well, hang
really?
on, Steiny.
Okay.
Hang on.
Okay.
First of all,
like you're all making my point.
Hang on. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. I certainly don't want a story like this to lead to anybody arguing. But it sounds to me like you're saying that your solution is going to bring Damar Hamlin out of the hospital.
Of course not.
So your solution is simply kind of the way your brain is processing this. Nobody is saying that any game, anything football related is bigger than Damar Hamlin and his recovery.
Well, then just give the
but your solution,
call it a tie and move on.
But your solution doesn't help that. It has actually nothing to do with Damar Hamlin at all.
But it very well may be the best and most fair decision to make to the rest of the league, knowing someone's getting screwed
patently
anyway.
unfair to Baltimore.
Yeah, so I actually disagree with that.
Okay, well, it's patently unfair to the number 1 teams to have to wait 3 weeks.
But it's less unfair, in my opinion, because you didn't change the competitive balance of what's taken place. You have created another bye week, but you didn't steal the division from someone. You literally want to steal the division from the Ravens.
Okay.
Which
the
Ravens is totally separate than what happened to Damar Hamlin. Nothing's going to get him out of the hospital than prayer and his efforts.
Right.
Right? So that's there.
Baltimore had nothing to do with what happened Monday night. So he gets badly hurt. He almost dies on the field. And as a result, Baltimore's entire season.
Not entire season.
It's rendered.
They're not going to miss the playoffs.
No, but they're missing out on a chance to win the division and hang a division banner.
You know what? Like, that's the way that one went this year. Like, by doing that.
It's avoidable, though.
But it's not the way.
It's avoidable.
But that's avoidable. But it's unavoidable that someone else isn't getting hosed. You're not telling the Ravens, this tie will mean one team's out of the playoffs. I don't think that'll happen.
Potentially.
Who?
Well, if you just have one team affected, Steiny's basically saying prove it.
The Patriots have not been eliminated. They play the Bills this weekend. If they win, I think they're going to the playoffs.
Okay.
Based on what you're saying right now, the Bills don't even need this game.
Well, I don't know. What does a tie do?
Why would they even play?
Well, you were just complaining the same way about the Cardinals 49ers.
I'm not complaining.
The game's going to be meaningless
if
if it's meaningless
get granted
anyway.
a tie, they have nothing for which to play because they're locked into the 2 seed. So now they lay down against New England.
Okay.
New England goes ahead and wins that game.
All right.
And Pittsburgh and Miami are saying, what the hell? Now New England's going to get a cupcake win because Buffalo doesn't have to try for the 1 seed. So the trickle-down effect, it affects more than just Baltimore.
But you guys all acknowledge that if the season gets pushed back, the Niners, Vikings, and Eagles all have nothing to play for if they don't want to be at the disadvantage of not playing for 3 weeks. I don't understand the difference.
I do. There's no, I will acknowledge to you, Steiny, there's no perfect scenario, but there is a scenario that does not lead to competitive imbalance. It's not affecting the actual standings. It's not taking wins. It's not taking or handing out losses or any of that, which I think what you're saying is doing. Now, we've already seen from Pelissero's report, I think the NFL is signaling what they're going to do. They used the word COVID. They said we're going to follow guidelines that came from COVID. Well, what did we learn from COVID?
Pushed it back.
You ain't canceling nothing.
Okay, wow, man.
You ain't. We're going to use Wednesday. We'll use Thursday morning.
And that's a great message about player safety after a guy almost died.
You can disagree with it all
You're going to make
want.
a team play 3 times in 16 days?
No.
Is that what we're going to do?
Well, 3 times in 6. Teams do that all the time.
See, you
do all the time.
Okay, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
No. 3 games in 2 weeks, essentially.
No.
Over a 15-day period.
The playoffs would get pushed.
See, you swayed me. Steiny swayed me to where if it were Baltimore or one isolated town, you know what? We decided it's a tie. Unfortunately, you're not out the offs, but you went from 3 to 6. you got to deal with that rather than the whole league and these number one seeds have to wait.
This is no different.
That's what I personally would not want.
This is like an act. I mean, this is like an act of God. This is something where it reminds me of the strike-shortened season where they played 2 halves of baseball, and the one team that had the best record overall didn't make it. I think it was the Reds, if I'm not mistaken. Like, guess what? They got hosed that year because Major League Baseball did something
least it happened on
unprecedented.
the field. That all got resolved on the field. And if you're the number one
won more
seed
games
and
than
you got to
anybody,
sit
so
an
it
extra
didn't get
week,
resolved.
if that affects you, if you sit an extra week and that affects your ability to go out and win football
it'll
games,
be like a Super Bowl.
That's a you problem.
So here's what I'd say to you, Steiny. My bet, because I get the concept.
They're not going to do it.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I get the concept of what you're saying, but what I think that you might find interesting, I think if you took your opinion to the Bills locker room, they'd tell you to get out. That's what I think.
They
and
want
I
to
think
play the
every
game.
single player in the NFL wants to play this game. And I also
don't know
think,
about that.
I also think based on the different scenarios we've thrown out there, the one that causes the most teams to call the league office is yours.
That's too bad.
That's
too bad.
But it's actually not. It's not too bad because the precedent has been set for how to figure this out.
So just acknowledge it is about the priority is still Yes,
No.
it is. It's the game and it's money.
No, but
It's always been
it's business, Steiny.
It's always been
business.
priority.
That's right.
You're doing a confluence that doesn't count.
But there is a decision.
But how can you say that that's prioritizing money and playing over DeMar Hamlin?
Yeah, right.
He's in the hospital either way.
Yeah.
Those are two totally separate situations.
I don't know that they are. They're not separate. And the reason they're not separate is because of what happened to Hamlin, there will be unprecedented scheduling changes and
delays.
They are
and it's going to be
is precedent.
This is going to be different.
There is precedent.
Okay, great. One other time.
9/11, they changed the entirety of the schedule.
Okay, great. And it's the same as this year. Like, we're going to acknowledge that something happened that is so
if this happens between Houston and Denver, then they say, forget it, the game is canceled, the game never even happened. But this is not Houston and
Why not?
Denver.
What if it was San Francisco?
These are two teams playing for the number one seed.
Willard, your show would have been all about it.
It's all about the competitive balance of the postseason.
Our show was all about it.
Okay, you said it.
Even though it was Buffalo.
I'm not disagreeing.
And I'm going to ask you three, because I heard your answer about tomorrow. This is a big deal. Why you got people in power to make this decision? It's a heavy one. Why do you think it should take all the way till tomorrow? I'm being selfish. I'm like, talk about it and they at least should know today.
It's the fact that he's still in critical condition. If he was in stable condition
are
right
we
now,
past that though, Steiny? The fact that now, and this is valid, the show is going on.
Well, it's official.
I think it's two things. I think what you just said is one, which is there's the timing of I think they're hoping
you want to give it to more of the better news.
Let the Bills
for him.
right. He's on he's on a good track.
Oxygen levels a little better.
But I also think, and this goes to everyone screaming about cancel the game in live time when it was happening. Cancel the game, NFL, you idiots! Why are you taking so long? Do you know how many things you need to go through
it's a Rubik's
in
Cube.
order to make a decision like this? Do you know what the trickle-down effect is? So, could the NFL be behind closed doors right now with 7 scenarios in front of them, realizing that each one carries with it probably 4 days of man-hours to figure out stadium availability, scenarios based on who might win, lose this weekend.
Exactly.
It absolutely goes on and on and on and on and on. Right. So the longer it goes, actually, the more I think they're going to play this game because the quick scenario is what you're guys are saying.
Or just declare it a no contest. See what the percentages are. They used to do that. I mean,
Baltimore loses the AFC North.
Wow.
Okay.
Right there.
Automatically.
No, it's not okay.
They're going to
say it's not okay. You make that call. You don't get to make that call. So now Baltimore plays Cincinnati.
Baltimore doesn't even want to win a division now that they're going to have to wait 3 weeks.
See, that's your own conjecture. That's your own hyperbole.
That's the one seed. That's the one seed.
I'm talking to Kyle Madsen, and he's talking to me about the 49ers definitely don't want to be the one seed.
His opinion. That's his opinion.
Willard says the same thing.
What's the team's record coming off a 3-week break?
Like
don't talk to me about competitive balance when teams are going to lay down.
If you're in the
this
Super
last
Bowl,
week.
you get 2 weeks off, Willard.
Yeah, but Baltimore. No, that's only 2 weeks though. This would be 3. Like, this is back-to-back buys.
The 49ers would win this
Back-to-back
weekend.
buys.
They'd win this weekend. Then the week 19 is the one game.
Okay.
They're not playing until January 28th.
The next week is your normal bye that you get for doing the division.
And then the next weekend would be the divisional round. You would have 3 weeks off
29th,
in between
I should
games.
say. January, you would not play again until January 29th.
It's like a bowl game.
It'd be 21
but
days.
Baltimore's not in that
Almost,
conversation. Baltimore, you said Baltimore.
I just had a thought. Could you count? Well, this would be FU to the number 1 seeds, but could you do a scenario to where that goes away?
Well, then you'd have to have
play.
8 playoff
You
games.
can't. You need another team.
Oh, Jesus.
You
So
only
now-
get 7 teams in each conference. Yeah, just have the 1 seeds play each other.
Man, this is heavy.
Yeah, it's like
it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have
It's not
to be.
heavier than Hamlin.
No, I think it does. I think it
number
does.
one.
I think like it's funny to me sometimes. When it's the number.
It doesn't sound like me.
It's the top 47 rated shows out of 50 every
Exactly.
year, and then we want to show up the next day and be like, you know what? We actually don't care
about what.
Oh my God!
Football.
We all care. They care. The Ravens want to play. The Bengals want to play.
I don't think.
The Bills want to play.
I don't think you can say out of hand. Everybody in the NFL wants that game played.
Tell me who doesn't. Who doesn't?
I have no idea who doesn't.
What do you think if DeMar Hamlin could
I'll tell
talk
you
right
right
now?
now,
What would he say?
I don't know about DeMar Hamlin, but what I do know is I bet a lot of players would say, you know what? I don't mind the no contest. Let's move on. Everybody can keep the schedule they had.
No
we don't have to
chance.
change
Baltimore loses
any
the North.
stadium.
You know
I
what the Bills are
disagree.
doing today?
I disagree.
You know what the Buffalo Bills are doing today?
Practicing.
Exactly. We've seen it on TV.
Practicing.
They're wearing number 3
Of course
T-shirts
they
in
are.
honor of
I
their
got it.
teammate. They're getting
They've
ready
got
for
a
the
game.
next game.
They got a game.
Exactly.
We
And it's a
talked
big
to-
one.
we
And
talked to
Can
Rich
they play
Orenberger
Thursday?
yesterday.
Would they play this Thursday tomorrow?
No. But
And-
they could play a week from tomorrow. The
But
Bills
then the
and
short
Bengals could.
turnaround for the playoff game, you wouldn't be able to do. Either
Well, no,
way,
it's
All
still
I know
pushes
is a
it.
guy
Still
almost
pushes it.
died on Sunday.
Right.
But now there's a scenario out there in which they're going to ask a team to play 3 games in even a more compacted way.
I don't think that's
If
on the
that's-
table.
it-
I don't think
do we
that's
not
on the
know
table.
that?
We don't know any of the things
You know what
that
I mean?
are on
Like
the table.
some team has to play on a Thursday, and you know,
so what
then-
happens if a player gets nearly paralyzed? Ryan Shazier. What do we do then?
Those games kept going.
Exactly. What happens if a player?
Dennis Byrd.
What happens if
Sure.
a player sustains an injury like Alex Smith did, where he almost loses his leg?
doubt.
At what point does the NFL draw this line of, oh, we're not going to play this game any
I don't know.
longer?
Maybe when a guy has cardiac arrest,
And the ambulance comes and they administer CPR.
Alex Smith almost died. We didn't know it.
Thank you.
Alex
we didn't
Smith
know
almost
it.
died.
Like, I'm
We
sure a
didn't
lot of
know
guys
that-
got hurt more
Because
than
they
they
were
thought.
able
We
to
didn't
get
know
him
it in
up
the
and get
moment.
him off the field.
It's his leg.
Everybody saw this on national television.
understand.
And
The
it was-
players.
Exactly.
They were in tears. So that's the line, though, Dibs, to me, is when the players are affected in the way, in the man. Like Alex Smith, they got him up, and then they're, oh, this is bad. So this is bad somewhere else. They had no choice. They couldn't do anything.
So if something that bad happens, let's say they are unable to resuscitate a player, and it's week 8 in an NFL season, and this happens in week 8. What happens then?
See, now I think that's what they're working
Do
on
we
now.
just
There'll
cancel
be
the
an
entire
answer.
season?
Now,
Season's over because a tragedy
And it's a
happened on the
valid
field?
question.
Nobody's saying the season should be over.
No, but it's a valid question.
Show goes on.
I've not heard anyone who's ever played a snap in the NFL
No.
say that they wouldn't want to play.
All
This
I'm
is what they
saying
do.
is
This is what they
this
do.
is why minds work differently. Your idea of show going on, and I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Let the show go on, acknowledging what happened. It like in a way, it acknowledges what happened, and we'll move forward with the schedule as is, and everybody knows the Ravens got screwed.
Do you think they would be mad?
Like
different mad?
the Reds did?
Yeah.
I mean, like, what's
Do you
I
think
don't
the
understand
Ravens would be
difference.
different
They won
mad,
more
though?
games than any team in baseball, and they didn't go to the playoffs.
Unfortunately, he didn't win the right game.
And unfortunately, a guy almost died on the gridiron.
But that wasn't a Baltimore thing. So Baltimore's watching on TV, and they see this happen, and they're like, geez, hopefully he's
would they
okay.
take it different,
because
Dibs?
if he's not okay, we're not going to be able to win the division.
But would they take it different because of what happened with Hamlin?
No, absolutely
Well,
not.
it's also not just
Would
the Ravens.
Baltimore be like, you know what, we got screwed, but we know why we got screwed. This
No.
man almost lost
Yeah,
his life.
exactly.
I can digest that differently.
Thank you. It's called humanity.
I think,
and that's called humanity, and that's why we're still putting the game over humanity.
I vehemently disagree. Because
bad optics. Bad optics.
No, because what you just said is the Ravens will process that, going, we got hosed, right? But that's okay because DeMar Hamlin.
Yeah.
No,
that's right.
No, we got hosed because the league made a bad decision. Is how they would process that.
Because every decision the league makes has consensus. Well, okay.
Yeah, usually against it.
Exactly.
Yeah, usually
so
against
guess what?
The coach just saved the Monday night. The coach just made that decision.
You're right. Baltimore's going to be angry. So don't show up for your first playoff game as a 6 seed.
Baltimore's not the only team that gets hosed.
Yeah.
Okay, and the Miami Dolphins and Pittsburgh
Mark, somebody's
Steelers
getting hosed no matter how they move forward.
Miami and Pittsburgh get hosed and may end up at home because of it.
All right.
If you're getting hosed means you have an extra week of rest, you're not getting hosed.
Right.
That's not getting hosed. That's getting an extra week of preparation.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And there's no way nobody's not going to get hosed.
You're right. You know why it's heavy? Because the game's still overly important to people.
And
you know what? You can. I get one doesn't have to do with the other. Well, first of all, it does, because this wouldn't be going on if he didn't get almost killed. But it's like, okay, it happened, but 2 days after, now it's like, oh my God, what about the game? This has unbelievable ramifications. It's about the game. Well, what about this?
But those are true. That's true.
It's always
of course
been
it does.
About the game.
Of course it does.
It's always been about the game. Mike Silver joined us earlier in the week, and he talked about the tragedy that happened in Kansas City, where a Chiefs player drove to the parking lot, shot himself in front of his head coach and the GM, and they played the game. They went ahead and continued playing. This was an unspeakable tragedy in front of a coach and a GM. So if you want to think and pretend like it's ever been about anything other than the game, it's not.
Of course it's not. Like, I'm not here coming in with naivete.
So they're not going to call this a tie.
Well, I'm not.
They're going to take the appropriate amount of time.
That's fine.
Hope he gets better and play games.
That's fine. And that's what they're going to do. But in my mind, like, it's not the best decision. My idea is the best decision in my mind, because we're acknowledging that what happened on the field is vastly more important than Baltimore dropping to the 6th seed.
If you're not Baltimore,
they're two separate things.
They
don't have to be interrelated.
There's causation.
They don't have to be interrelated.
But there's causation.
Is there real life where somebody thinks that the game is more important than DeMar Hamlin?
Why do you go to DeMar Hamlin?
No,
it's a sign that the game.
I'm not going there. You literally just said it. Like,
Mark,
if they cancel the game.
My point is this. I just said it. Your big thing is.
That's not my big thing.
What if a team drops 3-6? And I'm saying I don't care this year.
Right, that's you.
That's fine, and so you're right, and I'm wrong.
No,
okay,
not at all.
Well, I don't
have your opinion.
Okay,
and I have mine, which is that you are connecting in some sort of a way.
How can you not, Mark? Mark, how can you not connect?
First of all, calm down.
Don't tell me to calm down. Don't tell me to calm down. I'm going to get very defensive if you tell me to calm down.
I'm going to get defensive if we yell over this, because this is someone's in the hospital. Yeah. So that's actually my humanity.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I don't want to. But if Baltimore drops from 3 to 6,
I'm the Michael Jackson meme. How
can you say there's no causation or connection?
Because I don't see it. It doesn't get him out of the hospital to cancel these
matter.
games. It doesn't do anything for him.
What about the optics?
What are the optics?
The optics
those are your optics.
The optics is the 2 days.
I don't see it that way.
Okay, the optics are 2 days after a guy almost dies. It took 2 days for the NFL to say, who gives a shit?
Oh.
Seriously.
Well, I mean, they haven't yet gotten to that point where, they've moved past it. They're trying to find their way into, navigating the upcoming schedule. They haven't yet gotten to that point, which is why they didn't immediately come out, and they still haven't made the decision over what they're going to do. They're going to resume the game, because if there's one thing we've learned about the NFL is the game is the most important thing, which is why it took them 37 years to address CTE.
And I woke up this morning, and I don't care about this, but there was a letter from Yahoo Sports in regard to fantasy.
I told him about that.
And it was so detailed. I'm reading this like, did the president write this? But it was like.
Because people care.
And
when something bad happens to other people, we care and we pray and we pick up the pieces and continue our lives. That's life. That's life. And so I've tried to reach out to as many people who've played in the NFL as possible, and they all say the same thing. They would want to play.
And Silver, where was Silver at? Like, with what happened in Kansas City, they're going to play this game.
Yeah,
they're going to finish playing.
He thought it was an abomination that they played that game in that time in Kansas City.
Oh,
but
okay. All right.
I mean, the reality of it is everybody wants the player to get better, and hopefully he will continue to get better. But whether or not they resume this game is totally separate to his relative health. I mean, they're going to play the game. It's a dangerous game. And that's
now
just
saying
the
if the
nature of
Niners, do they want the number one, or any team for that matter, if it were to get pushed back, is crazy.
Well, is it disadvantageous? Probably. I mean, that's the one thing I think with which we all agree. There's no scenario here.
But the Eagles are probably like, hey, push it back.
There's
Jalen gets healthier.
Exactly.
Lane Johnson.
Maybe. I mean, the 49ers would feel that way, too, to a man. Like, everybody would love to heal up. But that lasts for one quarter. And then you're down 10-0 at the end of the first quarter. You're like, you know what? That was probably not the best thing. So, look, we are in a spot where there is no scenario where people aren't affected.
Yeah.
But if you're a sports outlet, I think the number one thing you try to avoid is having it look like you changed the competitive balance of what you're doing.
I don't know how you
out
not
wins and
do
losses.
that. Yeah,
you know what I
can't
mean?
wait to see how this plays.
And there is precedent on this. They play. I don't know that they are. Like I know, Steiny, you've said a couple times, they are. I don't know that they are. I don't know what they're going to do. But in the past, that's what they've done. Right. The show, damn it, is going on.
Man.
And I got to add this. Let's just say the Ravens were the team that got affected. Would they step to a mic and share how mad they see? That's how deep, and if you're really sincere about what happened, you can say it behind closed doors. You can't step to, we got screwed.
Well,
how's DeMar Hamlin doing, by the way?
If I'm Baltimore and you declare that game a tie and I can't win the division, I'm not even going to Cincinnati to play that game this weekend. So step to the mic or not.
So you don't think
why bother?
You don't.
But how inhumane is that?
You can't change your seed. You can't win the division. So you take the division from me because some player on Buffalo got hurt.
So you're putting football in a way in that situation, like
ahead of the
a cataclysmic event that's forcing you to make this kind of crazy decision in the first place.
Football has always been bigger than the individuals in all of this. I mean,
that's what
we all pray for him to get better, but whether or not he actually precipitously gets better, they're going to play football.
Yeah.
And that's just the reality.
Steiny, go next.
Hear Bob Myers with Steiny and Guru today at 1 p.m. on The Executive Show.
When we went to the Hamptons to meet with Kevin, we had a presentation, and I'm telling you guys the truth. Literally, the presentation, we stopped it 10 minutes in. Because if you know Kevin at all, Kevin was kind of looking around going, I don't need to see this stuff.
Brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal. Less mess, reduce stress. Budget-friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Did you know Nissan EVs have traveled 8 billion miles? Just a quick trip to Pluto and back. And what did we learn along the way? Well, that an EV can take on the world, like the Nissan Leaf. It can move racing forward and take your breath away, like the all-new Nissan Ariya. We learned to make EVs that electrify. 8 billion miles driven by Leaf owners globally since 2010. Ariya not yet available for purchase. Expected availability late fall, subject to change.
Norman, Before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc? Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Are you ready? Stock up and save big now, store-wide at the Lowe's Truckload event. For a limited time, save up to 50% on select tools and accessories from the brands you trust. And buy a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel miter saw and get an adjustable stand for free. Plus, get deals on appliances, bath, and more. Head to your local Lowe's or visit Lowe's.com to shop the Truckload event today. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Valid 12/29 through 1/11.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
What's up, buddy? What's up, baby? Day 2 for us in 2023. So that felt like we just played a couple, like that was hoop. We ran up and down, all of us. But we're all waiting a decision. My whole thing again, and I don't want to be selfish, and thoughts and prayers continue with the Hamlin family, Steiny. I just don't want the playoffs pushed back. So maybe I am an advocate for the tie. But who is going to step to that camera and be like, this is wrong? While that man's in the hospital.
Bob Myers. Bob Myers, 1 o'clock today. President and General Manager of the Golden State Warriors. It is the executive show and brought to you by Yellow Sack. That's at 1 o'clock, Bob Myers. Thank God we'll be talking hoops at that point.
Warriors going for 6 in a row, Jack.
I was going to go to tonight's game.
I thought you were going.
I was gonna, but
because the rain, nobody was on the road but my dumb self.
What do you? Well, it's because you're working, right?
No, people were taking caution. Maybe some stayed home. They said don't get on the roads until Thursday. I'm like, this is great, no traffic. But I'm like, nothing happened to me yet, but nobody's on the road, Stoney.
Has it gone through your mind? I wonder if I can work at home.
Nah, that didn't go too well.
Yeah. I'm kind of the same way.
Yeah. People eat my bacon.
It doesn't even it doesn't sound as good.
You okay? That was great. That was spirited. It was all love. Brotherhood, baby.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Everybody made valid points.
Two effed up changeovers. I know that. But they're either going to be mandated or we'll never do them again.
I love the changeovers.
Maybe they'll send in one person.
This morning they had a spirited one about the Giants, the Gigantes.
Yeah, they did.
So what did you do with your tickets? The Johnsons are asking. Did you already purchase the tickets?
Everything's digital now, so I
You didn't think of me?
What do you mean? To give them to you?
Yeah. Because Orlando comes Saturday. Remember last year I got hit with the ball. Just throw that out there.
So, everybody, the point's been made.
Right.
And the point that I want to make is that if this thing is such a big deal, then why are we going to fight for the next when they make the decisions about the games?
Well, nobody's fighting.
Nobody's going to be happy with any result.
There we go.
And so, to me, by acknowledging that this is an unprecedented event, just call it a no contest, move forward. And if the Ravens have a problem with it, it's like, oh, yeah, that's like, it's funny, all these life's not fair people all of a sudden are worried about the Ravens' revenue by losing a home game. All right, you know what? I can't. That's not fair to them. I'm not going to.
Yeah. Tell me if I misread you. Because I'm going to call you a 75-watt bulb.
888. Well,
good.
Should we take? Well, we got Bob coming up at 1.
Yeah. That's 24.
888-957-9570. That's also the Xfinity mobile text line.
Did I see you light up when I mentioned
that you agreed with me?
No,
yeah.
Well, I did. But when I mentioned, even if you feel like you got the wrong end of the stick here, team, you can't voice it. And maybe that's the right thing to do where there are no delays.
Right.
Because from a selfish standpoint and a fan, I don't want anything delayed. And I wouldn't like to see a number one team with the number one seed have to wait an extra week and blame it on rust.
Like
who could say they got it wrong at the league, even if it was because because Hamlin's still in the hospital. Yeah, you said
that's the other thing. That here's the other thing.
Bite your tongue.
But here's the other thing that that I struggle with is I come in here and I get it. I get it. Like, do I know it's all about the game? Of course.
Man.
I know
Money.
that.
Yeah.
And do I really think they're going to call it a tie? Of course not.
I'm not giving up on that.
But what I'm getting at is the answer isn't, well, we all know it's about the game. We all know it's about the game. Well, damn it. Can one time it not be? If that's where we are. We all hate that aspect of it, but that's just the way it is.
And I would ask you, Matt Steinmetz, give me the last example
that
in this society where
that's
happened, to where humanity has won over and a decision was made strictly for the best, outcome for that person, that entity. It's always the money wins. Look around. So when you say this one time, I'm leaning towards no. Just look now at what's about like there's forget LeBron. There's another decision looming on this. And again, I just feel like whoever got the short end of the stick can the the natural thing would be you can't be like, you know what, we got screwed. Because then you would look like, you know what, you son of a, you Hamlin's in the hospital. So maybe the tie is the right way, and a couple teams get screwed.
I'm not saying it's a right way. I mean, it would be, to me, it'd be.
Money talks. Charlie
Sheen,
Sheen,
just extremely simple and whatever.
Yeah.
Again, they're not going to do it.
When you think we find out?
That's the thing I was going to tell Big E and John in the control room, keep a lookout for any NFL announcement about when they, want to make sure the country knows that the game's more important.
Yeah.
Right. Well, the hell with my second idea.
I got to tell you this. I had a good friend.
I had another great idea.
We still got it. Frank Gibson, Frankie J, R.I.P. He was a rapper.
Frank.
And he had a line. He shot the videos in it. And he had a line that says, "The game don't stop." He said after Katrina, the first thing they fixed was the arena. That was hey, you think about it, Steiny. Yeah. Shout out Frankie J.
I don't even want to give you my second idea.
Why not?
No, this is perfect. You won me with this one. I'm a cheat and tell the people I know. Go ahead. It's about fantasy.
It is about fantasy.
Tell us what you do.
You changed my mind, Steiny.
Yeah.
So,
he can win too.
Let's be honest. I mean, this Hamlin thing has affected fantasy football. God forbid. I mean, we have a guy in our office who's in a tie, and that game
he's up 60 points.
Okay, he's up 60
right,
points,
okay.
but that game wasn't finished, and now what do they do? And this is to me another thing about, really? It now turns to how my fantasy football team's going to do.
Well, no, I'm not laughing.
Let me tell you what every fantasy football league in the country should do. You take that pool money that you still have.
Okay.
Because the playoffs haven't started.
Money has not been dispersed.
You take everybody's pool money and you donate it to Hamlin. That's what you should do if you're in a fantasy league.
This is when I want to hug you, man.
I got to win my. Oh, hey, Steiny, how much money's at stake? And my point is,
racks.
Here's the other thing. Of course, that's not going to happen.
When'd you come up with it?
Seriously, it's like an easy one to me.
If you were
to me, that's kind of an easy one. Now,
that'll never, but that should happen.
And like the other reason I'm saying that is because, like,
people got bills, Steiner.
I know they have bills, but it's fantasy football. Like, if they have bills and they're playing fantasy football, I hope nobody is struggling with their bills and they're like, but you know what? I'm in 5 fantasy football leagues.
Nah, then you would be.
Steven, or every fantasy football winner should donate it to Hamlin. Mm-hmm.
I like you for that, though.
What's up, Steven?
Yo, hey guys, first off, appreciate your show. You guys are right on. Steiny, I want to agree with you. I think the easiest thing to do is the tie. Lord knows that nobody's going to push the Super Bowl out a week based on all the logistics. The question is, do they get rid of the bye week in between NFC Championship games and the Super Bowl?
Right.
That's the question. I think you're right, though. Take the bye. And this is what I wish you would have told Willard. I wish you would have brought this up. How many losses did the Ravens have this season? And how many opportunities could they have won just one extra game? And then they'd be the division champions. Super simple. You guys keep it real. I appreciate both of you guys. Keep up the great work.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it. I think what they're going to end up doing, well, I shouldn't, but I guess the thing would be to just put the Cincinnati Bills game as week 19.
And
then
I don't
push
like
the
that.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
Why wouldn't you affect the smallest amount of people or teams that you can? And if you do the tie, then you minimize who's upset. But to push it back, but man, that is a game that, like you guys said earlier, starting the changeover, it's a whole lot riding on it.
Man.
But my point is, who would step to the mic and say that's
John Harbaugh?
This
is a
NFL's got to take that into account.
It's funny. John, this is a travesty. Yeah, you're right. It is. It is a travesty. Steiny, this is what I mean. You remember I always tell you that story about just because you can do something?
I use it on my kids.
Just because you can do something doesn't mean you do it.
Right. Use it on myself.
I can go to the buffet table and take 9 of the 15 shrimp.
Yeah.
And leave only 6 for the people. And of course I can do that.
Right.
But that doesn't mean you do it. And this is what the 510, I am agreeing wholeheartedly, 510. Steiny, honestly, the game is bigger than life. Get over it. And I'm just saying, exactly. Well, and just because you can do something, and just because you've been doing something, I guess it'll never, ever change.
But why?
This is where, like, I don't know. Like, it's hitting.
I love that you can admit it's a big deal. And we're still praying for Hamlin, for the people that are saying it's a big, this decision is humongous.
Yeah.
For the AFC. You know what I mean?
No,
Yeah.
But
no,
that just kind of made me chuckle. That's all.
Niners number 1 seed. Would you want that?
Not for 3 weeks off. What about you?
No, rust is real.
What about you?
Rust is real. See what I'm doing on my second day back.
What?
No, it wasn't bad. I tried to make sense.
Well, no.
There's no rust. I feel like
I stunk yesterday.
I thought you were great.
I was terrible. In fact, I probably owe you an apology.
No, you were great.
I'll give you one after.
I'm going to take you up on doing what he did, dry the show one day, though. We got Bob coming us now. Shake it off. Mariah Carey. Shake it.
I may pull a Shannon Sharp tomorrow.
But what, dude?
Brian in Palo Alto.
That was a fool.
Come on, make me laugh, Brian. Let's go.
Make me laugh. What am I, a clown? No, Steiny, I think the palm racing on the Bills and the Bengals and the fairness from the NFL. I mean, the NFL, they're total hypocrites. Look at this whole Seattle-Green Bay thing, right? Seattle should be playing. I mean, the only fair thing to do in that scenario is for Seattle and Green Bay to play at the same time. So, the league will do what they want.
Right.
It'll likely be slanted in the direction of whomever they want to have the number 1 seed in the AFC, which is probably the Chiefs. But come on, this whole the hand wringing on fairness and is this fair or is it equal or whatever? They don't care about that, right? Yeah. They've made it clear they want Green Bay in.
Preach
in the NFC, and they're pretty clear. So they don't care. They don't care at all, right? They're going to do what's in their best interests. Anyways, that's my take, guys.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate the call.
BPA.
510. I get what you're saying, Steiny. Unfortunately, it's not the world we live in. I wholeheartedly agree with you, 510. But how are you ever going to change the world then? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I get it. And they're not going to. They're not.
What do you want? I should be an idiot. I've been in the room the last 46 minutes. Well, yeah. So,
dude, you're my guy.
Yeah, but has Willard, Dibley, or I? Because I'm on both sides. I'm learning from you. I'm on the fence. Are you leaning toward? Will you be disappointed if they don't do what you recommend?
I'm not going to be disappointed at all because that part of me doesn't care. All I'm saying is, I kind of came in and was like, I got an idea that'll solve everything. And in my half.
The committee didn't.
And there's absolutely some things about it that are intriguing. Do I think it's going to happen? No, of course it's not going to happen. But if you want to, I don't know. It's funny because the reason it's so crazy of an idea,
right,
is only because football is bigger than the game.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Gotcha.
So it's like to my way, and I get where other people are coming from. There may be solutions that are less unfair to one particular team. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. Let's go to Robert. Robert's in San Francisco. What's up, Robert? How you doing, man?
Oh, fine. Listen, let me make a couple points because, I've been listening to everybody blubbering the last couple of days. Makes me sick to my stomach. Mike Silver's article, boy, does he live in a bubble. You know what? All your listeners should Google women's downhill skiing and listen to some of the screams that take place. And finish the videos out to where they're helicoptered out on a stretcher. But you know what? The weather that night, you guys, was perfect. The roads were perfect. Check 10-day weather forecast for Cincinnati.
What are you talking about, Robert?
Boy.
They should. Hey, look, Listen, they say if you're thinking about retiring, you better retire because you're going to get hurt if your heart isn't in it. If the players said we cannot continue because our minds are just not in it, I would understand.
That's what happened.
Set themselves up.
That's what happened, right?
You know what? Oh, you know what? Give them both losses. If the players and the coaches made the decision,
you know what, Robert?
Both losses.
You know what, Robert? You know
how humane is that to give them two losses? Though,
you know what, Robert?
If they're human, don't say you're buying that.
Well, I get
because that would be a 180 on what you just came in with.
To me, that actually does make logical sense.
A loss,
yes,
for both.
Yeah.
Why not a win?
Because if we're acknowledging, and it's just the way it is. Hey, it's just the way it is. The game is bigger than life. And those two coaches, McDermott, right?
Yeah.
And Zach Taylor.
Look at you.
Those two coaches talked to each other and said, we're not going to play this game.
Because I believe the league told them to play. You got 5 minutes.
We're not going to play this game.
Right.
If you're the NFL, there's nothing more important than the game. You know what? That's 2 forfeits. That's 2 forfeits then.
Well, then you become what you're talking about.
They are what I'm talking about. So own it. Give them both forfeits.
But that won't look right. Yeah. They're politicking,
that won't
Stoney.
look right.
Yeah, they're not. They ain't ready to stick their chest out and say we're that cutthroat.
Right.
No, but no 2 L's.
If the game is just the biggest thing,
you know what it is.
If the game's the biggest thing, and hey, these are gladiators, well, guess what? Then you say, oh, these two teams were soft. They couldn't finish the game.
Yeah, but
they couldn't finish the game. Forfeit.
No,
I mean but don't you see how?
Yeah, this is hidden, Stoney.
Tell me,
you know this is hidden. They ain't doing John Wayne like that.
Hey, Robert, you're the man.
Look at you.
You're the man.
I need to address something. Last couple of weeks before vacation, that we earned and given by the company, I had missed some time and we were making a joke about Thursdays. Drew Downs says, Guru on YouTube,
sure,
you should be used to the rust with all the PTO you take. That's it. Because I had a bad root canal and I had COVID. So when I was out, why are you laughing? I had the root canal issues. I had to go back a few times and I had COVID. So let's cut the Thursday thing. It's kind of getting to me.
I don't do it.
Well, you laugh when it comes up and you read it. I just asked you not to
It's harmless and funny.
Well, not when you're under the dental chair. I had a bad root canal. I had root canals.
It's over, though, now, right?
Well, yeah,
root canal's kind of funny when it's over.
No, well, they are, but still, let's let that go. The rust. Yeah. Can't wait for Bob. He should be in a great mood.
Why?
The team is showing signs everywhere you look. Come on, Stoney. Last time we talked to him, he's like, Goose Stoney, I don't know. We're going to watch everything. And
you know what the text line
trades.
Said?
Here you go. But go. What
said, we'll find out tomorrow, Goo.
Because it's Thursday. That's a 4. I'm laughing at myself. Oh, man. I'm here, Stoney.
Oh, God.
Oh,
all right.
Boy.
Okay. Oh, my goodness. Bob Myers coming up in 10 minutes. President and General Manager of Basketball Operations for the Golden State Warriors. Let's see. Let's do some housekeeping. Detroit Warriors tonight, 7 o'clock. That means 6 o'clock. JD's got you with Warriors Live. Yep. And Warriors will be without Curry, Wiggins, Wiseman, and Kuminga. All right. That hasn't stopped them from winning 5 straight at home.
And they owe Detroit, and they're going to owe their, I think it's Saturday, Orlando. So,
it's true.
Man.
That's true. So
they're staring at 8-0 homestand in the face,
you
right?
know me, I like to play them one at a time, but it's still within the realm of possibility. Right. No doubt.
Boy.
And the one thing you want to talk about, and we can ask Bob about it, is what Clay said after the game, just about how he's realizing that he's taking it day by day. But it was interesting.
Yeah,
we'll play that, and maybe we'll play it for Bob and get him to talk about what he thinks Clay's talking about.
That's a good call.
But what were you going to say?
No, I was just what I say every morning. I wake up and wash my face. Take nothing for granted. I mean, I
Especially
keep saying
not
this
the
about
3
Steph
seed if
Curry.
you're the Baltimore Ravens.
You won't let that go. But no, seriously, Stoney, we did what Clay talked about. We did that show months ago. And I was like, Stoney, there's no we believe aspect. But now, when I heard Clay say it, and
Last Dance? Or We Believe?
The Last Dance, thank you. Like, there is, that is on these guys' minds. They are human, but damn, this is why I want them to go back-to-back, and Clay, looking like he's about to be his old self, Steiny, or damn close. My point is, Warrior fans, Dub Nation, take nothing for granted. We have been spoiled with this team. And again, here we are, led by Dre, Clay, and Steph when he comes back. I'm looking at the landscape of the league. I'm watching the league pass, rerun and Torres, Hammy, Booker. I don't know what's going on in Phoenix, Zion.
Wait.
And, dude, I'm just telling you, who's going to beat this team 4 out of 7? I watched Milwaukee in its entirety last night.
Uh-huh.
And again, Middleton didn't play, but Steiny, the Warriors got action, as you and JD like to say.
Well, it's funny. I was going to ask you to start out the show by saying, hey, Steiny, you think the Warriors can win it? Ask me now.
We got a bet. Steiny, you think the Warriors can win it?
Maybe.
And why would you think not if they're defending champs?
Well, because
that's what we knew.
I'll tell you why.
Doctor, let's focus on that.
Well, because that means they're all a year older.
Where's that got you, though? I'm talking about you.
It got you.
The Warriors they've done it every time unless the injury.
Well,
they keep defying odds.
Right. But, okay, it's like, to me, it's like, in a way, a little bit of a coin flip. Last year, they flipped the coin, it was heads.
Okay.
They won it all.
Gotcha.
To me, that doesn't increase your chances of getting heads the next time you flip the coin. It's still 50-50. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but what about that infusion of youth that we didn't see from the youngsters to start?
Oh.
But now we're starting to see, and the Jerome and Lamb, like, okay, Curry's out and they're starting to win. Wiggins is out.
They got to win on the road yet.
What did we talk about the odometer? Curry's going to benefit from not playing, right? So is Wiggins. Nobody will say it.
What if Wiggins has lost 12 pounds because he's been sick?
Dude,
it's hard to gain weight during the season.
It ain't COVID. Well, what's the thing now? The triple demic? I'm like, good Lord. The triple demic.
It's probably, I think it's lingered, and then he was gonna.
Yeah, I miss him.
Yeah, it'll be okay. Yep, he'll be okay. We got Bob Myers coming up on the other side. It is a Warrior Wednesday, and it's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. All right, you know what time it is on the other side. We'll have Bob Myers. He's the president and general manager for the Golden State Warriors. They play Detroit tonight. They're 5-0 on this 8-game homestand. They've turned things around. How's Bob feeling? We'll find out on the other side.
And can somebody give Bob some credit?
Brock Purdy is one of the biggest stories in the NFL.
Purdy, play action for the end zone. It's caught. Ayuk, touchdown.
And Bonte and Shasky had Papa Purdy on the morning roast.
As a dad, you're always nervous. For the first time in my life, watching Brock play, I was just like, well, he's got a guy that's going to call the right plays. And, that's very comforting.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Oh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Help Ukrainian children. Shazam this song. Scroll down Shazam, open on YouTube, follow the link and donate.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Holy mackerel!
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Thanks, Dante. Hey, you're playing well. Keep it up, buddy. Keep it up,
man.
Buddy. Keep it up. He's been solid.
The whole team has been playing well.
He's been solid. Bob Myers coming up momentarily, and looking forward to talking to him. I want to play for him this Clay sound, but I don't want to say this.
That hit me in the cardiac.
Yeah. By the way, I've been on the radio been in media for 30 years. Maybe my first,
never mind. Yeah, I'll let you handle it.
My first losing my composure.
Yeah.
That's all. So.
I won't do you like Shannon did Skip. So Skip did Shannon.
Yeah.
Dude, is he
Bob?
the worst? Yeah.
Let's get Bob in here before we get into trouble. All right. This is the Executive Show. It's brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal, less mess, reduce stress, budget friendly. clean freely. Call 833-3YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com. What's up, Bob?
What's up?
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Yeah.
All
Happy New Year, guys.
All right, let's start with I'm going to ask you a big picture thing in terms of the organization, and I'm gonna play this sound that Klay Thompson had after he scored 54 the other night. Just listen to this for a sec.
I definitely am more relaxed than I was in the beginning. I think in the beginning I was just so eager to be back to those big nights like tonight and proving whoever wrong that I'm still great. And now I just it's going by so fast. We're almost at the halfway point, and after this year, there's only 1 year left on my deal. So it's I just told myself, man, I got to enjoy every day in a Warriors uniform. This is such a incredible position to be in as defending champions, and to see the banners we've hung and just the brand that's been built here. I mean, I just had to remind myself daily, this is literally a dream I'm living, and what matters most is just having fun and playing hard. All the numbers, all the big nights will come as long as I do those two things.
Bob, it feels like kind of Klay hasn't been the only one with that perspective since you guys came back from your trip. Do you sense that something's changed?
Yeah, I mean, him, for one, he's a big part of us, and especially with Curry and Wiggins out. So that was interesting. I hadn't heard that. Somebody smart once said, if you can be grateful, you can't feel much negative if you're just grateful for whatever you have. And I think a lot of what he was saying was, whether it was the past of accomplishments or being able to play basketball or play as well as he did that night. So that's good that he can say that, because part of our struggles were some of his struggles, and a lot of the winning now has been because of him getting through that. And so that's really nice. I mean, it's nice to hear. You get so caught up in the what's next stuff and proven society or social media wrong that you can get sideways. And he seems like he's in a place now where he's gotten through some of that. And professional athletes are so scrutinized these days that I don't think the public, maybe media, knows better how much it affects guys. I don't think it's the same as it was, Matt, when you were writing for the Contra Costa Times, and if you wanted to tune it out, you just wouldn't subscribe or you wouldn't read the Chronicle. Easier to do now, easier to do then than now, where you've got everything either in your pocket or in your hand, and the criticism is, or praise for that matter, is sitting right there. And that's a different animal that I think athletes now probably would admit, or consciously or subconsciously, that's a hard thing to get your head around. So he seems like he's in a good spot, which means he's going to help us, which he really has. That's a big part of why we won some games.
Bob, let me ask you this. I was out a couple weeks ago, and you shared with Steiny that Draymond had called you, and, he wanted to speak to the team. Steiny always messes with me because I call myself a sports romantic, to where I believe, Bob, in the halftime speeches and the coaches and guys that get in your ear. But 38 games in, I think it's fair to say, Bob, whatever happened or whatever was said in that team meeting, it's worked. And that's why this team is showing signs. What would you say to that?
I would say it's too convenient for that to be everything, Guru. I would say that's a big part of it, though. I think to say it's everything is a lot, like anything. It's like saying Curry's the whole reason. Well, he's a huge reason. But that's demeaning his teammates that have done it with him. But yeah, that Draymond, I think what happens in maybe life, relationships, what we are is just a bunch of people that are pretty closely connected playing a game that's highly emotional. So where does that end up? That usually ends up with people showing their worst. Like I hear you joke about playing pickup. I don't really know you, Guru, but I bet if we played pickup, and I played with Matt, I have played with Matt. But you find out about somebody. You do a lot. Are they selfish? What kind of teammate are they? Where's their ego? How competitive are they? How do they lose? How do they win? When we're walking off, are you blaming me? Are you blaming your teammates? Are you saying you guys got to get me the ball? And I'm telling you, dude, you haven't made a shot in like 3 games. Why would you even say that? So you find out everything. So that's all we do here is exist in that space. And it's pretty emotional. And so when things are unsaid, it's more damaging than actually putting things out there. Now, the challenge is these days you do anything and it's public. It wasn't always that way. That Draymond speaking to the team, and I think JaMychal mentioned it, and it's fine that it's been mentioned and it's public. Those things are necessary. Just like in any relationship you two guys have where somebody, you might have a show where Matt says something, you say something, it's bugging you. So after the show you go, hey man, that's bugging me. If you don't say that, it's not too long until you guys aren't working together.
Right.
Because, and that's Draymond. That's what he is for us. He says what needs to be said, but you have to risk bothering people. Most people don't do that. And that's why he's won 4 championships. And Steph and Clay and these guys are winners because that's part of winning is getting uncomfortable. And I'm sure he's as good as any I've ever met at meeting an issue head on. But you have to risk pissing people off. And so that was helpful for us. It was definitely helpful.
That's interesting, Bob. And we're joined by Bob Myers, President and General Manager of the Golden State Warriors, joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Let me ask you this, and I just want to kind of ask you about the emotional roller coaster, or if it's like a Richter scale. So just tell me, like, the seriousness. Okay, early, you get off to a 3-7 start, and I mean, look, I'm watching, and you're watching, you're probably thinking, oh boy, this isn't good. Uh-oh. Hey, come back, start making something happen. Then you go on that trip, and that trip, you start thinking, you know what, maybe we don't have it this year. Maybe, you know what, maybe we got to do some things. Maybe this, that, you're starting to make an assessment, and now here we go. You won 5 in a row. Of course, you still got to, win on the road. But my point is like now do you think, you know what, we got as good a chance as anybody? You know what I mean? Like, and depending on where you are at a certain time, you may make a move that a month later or earlier may not have needed almost.
I think the hardest thing in what you all said is we're pretty impatient now, people, probably more than we've ever been. Download a song, I want it right now. Netflix, I'll stream and watch 10 shows, or call me back. I called you 10 minutes ago. Why didn't you call me back? The same applies to the impatience in professional sports. And so I'm like you. I listen to you guys. I hear what you say. You say they're never going to win it, and then a week later, well, maybe. So
that's tiny, Bob.
Do that stuff too. Yeah. Well, good. But you know what? There's a lot of people like that, and I wish I was more that way. I wish I felt a little bit more. Probably good for me in the job I'm in to not get too emotional, which is just more my nature. But what you have to exercise and you learn is patience. And then you get into the why of it, Matt, as far as why are we losing these games? For what? Are we less talented? Because that's a problem. Is there some other issue beneath the surface? Is there health issues? Is there injury? Is there some kind of argument? Is there some kind of reason? What's the why? But if there's no obvious why, then you hesitate to do anything drastic, because you do look around the league and you do have these games, whether it's Boston at home or Memphis at home, where they mean a little bit more as far as how you measure your team. Not that every game means the same in the standings, but there's certain games where you want to measure up and say, do we have enough to beat this team in our conference? And you keep a close eye on those games, and you try to discern what you can from them. But we're like you. I mean, Steve and I talk all the time, and we have our ups and downs with it. Probably we're a little more measured than a fan would be. But you have to look at what's the reason. It can't just be I'm upset. That doesn't really get you anything. Or we got to do something. That can't be the end of the conversation. Do what? And that's where most people, I don't know, but we got to do something. And it's kind of like that's not a very smart way of thinking. So we do it too, and I'll come on in 2 weeks, and this is probably the first time I've came on. We've actually been winning.
Yeah.
I've come on the show.
Yeah, you've had bad luck.
I've gotten screwed. I told the coach. I told Kerr every time. He always calls me literally while I'm on with you guys, and I go, "You screwed me, man. You can't win again." But the last two were San Francisco Giants stuff, which is the whole other thing. But anyways, yeah. So that's what we do.
Bob, I got to share this with you. My youngest son, I can remember his first at bat in T-ball, and I enjoyed it. But I just watching that moment, I was like, will he play in high school? I was hoping, because I love baseball, and I got to be there for his first at bat in high school, and time flies. I ain't got to tell you that, but I was like, man, just enjoying the moment. I've loved Kuminga from a physical standpoint, and I've said it to Steiny. I love Wiseman. But when you see something on a court or on a field and it just looks different, you kind of just like, man. And that takes me to my new favorite, Bob. PBJ, 6'9", 220, and the jumper was coming off his hands like Paul Pierce. And I'm just saying, can you walk us through your first time seeing him? And I know it's about back-to-back, and he may have a minimal, role. But, Bob, I think you might have something.
This is great. You know what? I need more people like you.
Just call me, Bob.
I know Steinmetz always kind of reins you in, but your passion for this stuff and positivity, it's pretty good. What happens when I asked Draymond one time, and you're different than him, but you're both pretty passionate guys. We were going into Game 7 at home in 2016, and he looks at me and he goes, "Don't worry, we're going to win." He goes, "We got it. Not a problem." So we lose. So I'm 12 hours later, I'm sitting across from him. It's just him and I in my office because you're doing the exit interview. I said, "Hey, man, when you told me we were going to win and we didn't, I go, how does that work with you? I mean, you knew we were going to win, we didn't win." He kind of starts laughing. He goes, "Man, I just thought we were going to win." And so I think I don't say that stuff because I'm scared of being wrong or I don't have that confidence. But it's fun to hear someone that, PBJ, get that excited because I know your partner, he just drags you back down
all day long.
He's not going to help him this year. He's a rookie. He ain't gonna do it.
Why would you say that, Guru?
Oh, that's pretty funny. Bob Myers joining us. It's the executive show. He joins us every week. Either he or Zaza Pachulia. So let me, requisite question about Steph. You guys got a 5-game road trip coming up after these next 3. You think he'll play on that trip?
I hope so. He's going to get evaluated this weekend, and he's working out on the court, and that would be the 2-week mark to evaluate him is this weekend. But there's been no, at this point, setbacks or anything like that. So that would be the first road game is on Friday. I think it's San Antonio. That would be a hope. I mean, that's what we'd be shooting for, something in that range where he could be back because he's been not contact but out there doing all his stuff, and he looks like the same guy. He's got a sleeve on his shoulder and his arm, but that would be the plan. We got to see what he looks like this weekend, though.
Bob, how about Wiggins? I know a lot of people, I don't take it for granted, but, we're waiting for him to come back. How's he doing in regard to his illness?
He's well, you said it the right way. He's not hurt mechanically anymore. He just got sick right before he came back. Anybody with kids right now listening, I mean, everybody seems like they're sick, and he's got 2 young kids, and everybody's household probably has someone that has recently been sick or is sick right now, and it's no different for these guys. And what people are getting has been pretty brutal.
Yeah.
It's not just a cold, the 24-hour flu, people just call it. This doesn't seem to be that. And then when you're an athlete and you get taken out for a couple of days, maybe in the years past, you just throw a guy back out there. They don't do it that way anymore. People are ramped back up and probably smarter than we were at the time. But now when a guy's out, you got to get your cardio back up. And I think the reason for being cautious with that stuff is to prevent other kinds of injuries where you're not quite right and then you pull some other muscle and you're back to where you started.
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game. He joins us every week. You know what, Bob? I just figured something out.
Uh-oh.
And you know what? You can blame your guy, Raymond Ritter, for this one. I'm predicting Curry will be back for San Antonio. You heard it here first. And I'll tell you why.
You're doing that.
Huh?
Okay.
I'll tell you why.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So Raymond Ritter gives me a call today because he likes to touch base before the executive shows, maybe throw an idea or two. And he goes, "Hey, you know about that game at the Alamo Dome?" And I'm like, "Oh, that's right. Goo, do you know anything about what I'm talking about?"
When he hit the walk-off.
No. So you don't.
No. That's right, Bob.
Bob, bear with me. You know the story. It's the Spurs' 50th year in the NBA.
Right.
So they're playing a game at the Alamo Dome.
Oh,
not in their normal arena because they're trying to set the all-time attendance record for a single game. I think it's 62,000. They're trying to get 65,000 there. They've sold 50,000 tickets.
Love it.
Yeah, I dare you to sit Curry out of that game if he's healthy.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're deducing from the fact that
Yes.
they need to sell. We're going to get Curry out there, even if he's not healthy, to sell the tickets. Is that where you're going, or are you just?
You mean Steph wouldn't do that for the people of San Antonio?
Well, I mean, yeah, he'd do it. You know the guy. He'd do anything.
No, but
as long as he can lift up his left arm.
That's true.
He'd be out there going.
That's true. No, that's
going to be fun, though.
Definitely.
That's going to be fun. That'll be a fun game.
Bob, let me ask you this, because every time you come on, we always talk about, a sports team with the free agent. Did they get him? Did they not get him? And Monday Night Football, I mean, man, it was a horrible scene with DeMar Hamlin, and thoughts and prayers are out to his family. But I know you played college, and just in your tenure with the Warriors, have you been around anything remotely close to that, to where like just time stops because somebody's hurt?
Durant Achilles during the finals was brutal. I mean, I was crying. I couldn't stop crying. I'd do my press conference. I couldn't even hold it together because I knew that all he wanted to do was get back and play. And that was then in Clay's ACL, Clay's Achilles.
Man.
When I got that call. Now, don't anybody listening think I'm comparing that to that.
Right.
You asked me what I.
No, yeah, I did.
I what that was like nothing I've ever experienced. That is, I know that there's stories in basketball of cardiac arrest. Hank Gathers would be the most one that I would recall because I was near the age. I was probably a little younger, and I knew that team, and I'm sure you guys did too. Knew who he was, but you can't. I mean, something like that happens. It does. It's just it's sports. It's life stuff, right? I mean, it's just life stuff. And then you think about what that does for obviously the family. I mean, just picturing his mom. I heard his mom went down there and got in the ambulance with him. Just stuff. That's not, nobody, I think, has experienced much of that in their life. I don't care how long you've been around professional sports. And when you see the way, for people listening, if you want to understand what a team is like, or look at the teammates, because those are the ones that feel it the most and the best, because they're the closest to that individual and they're playing that sport. And when I saw all the players and how their facial expressions and what they were doing and praying, that was very profound. That was very, for me, that was an emotional thing, because those are the ones that are the closest to it. And people think that this competition and players hate each other and they're trying to hurt each other. When you're around sports, and maybe it was more that way in the past. Players didn't fraternize and they really didn't like each other. I think it's evolved into like, we're out here, we're all trying to win, yes, but we're not trying to hurt anybody. Nobody's trying to hurt anybody, and not what happened with him, but in any sport, any injury. And so that one was just that's one I don't think any of us are going to forget, and hopefully he makes it through. And from what I've heard, it seems like it's trending okay. But one of the scariest things you'll ever have to witness.
Bob Myers joining us. It's the Executive Show on 95.7 The Game. Let me throw you a little bit of a softball here. Kevon Looney. We have a little joke here in the station about Kevon Looney now that we've gotten to know him. He's the kind of guy who'll stop on the highway and help you fix a flat tire. He's the kind of guy that if you need change, he'll give you change. He just does everything, and you just kind of expect him. You went to UCLA. I don't know what your relationship was, if anything, before he was drafted. But how gratifying is it to see a guy like that grow as a player and as a person? And then give me something about Looney that maybe nobody knows, because he's dog. You can tell he's so cool, but he's still a little understated.
That's what makes him cool, is that part. He's one of those guys that he doesn't jump out at you personality-wise, playing-wise, clearly. But he's one of those people where, when I was talking to Peter Guber one time, he's obviously in the movie business. He said, you put Gene Hackman in any movie, the movie's better, meaning as a supporting actor. I would say the same to Looney. You put Looney on any team and the team's better. And you don't leave the movie going, oh my gosh, you don't leave the game. And obviously the other night, him winning was so awesome for him and our team to see him be the one that made the game-winning shot. But those people are often only appreciated in hindsight, unfortunately. But by the fact he's been with us for so long, I think people are finally, fans, appreciating him in the right manner. Because, yes, taken for granted, for sure. Organizationally, we took him for granted. But he kept his poise. He kept his work ethic. He battled through injuries. And the thing that he has now that isn't anything I've given him, it's the respect of his teammates. That's what you want when you play on a team, more than anything. The respect of your teammates, the respect of your peers. And he's earned that. And that's more important than whatever I say or recognition he gets, is that internally, this is a team, this is a place with a lot of guys that cast big shadows. I mean, Curry's deservedly, he can cast a shadow over the whole organization, and he's one of those rare ones that is generational. But then you've got beyond him, Clay and Draymond and even Andre and other guys. And so it takes a minute for people to get to Looney. But I will say internally, he's at the forefront of everybody's mind. And Steve will not hesitate to tell you how much he loves coaching him. And so you guys would love him. I think you probably had him on.
Yeah.
Every team would love to have him. He's just one of those guys.
Hey, Bob, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And probably, unfortunately, we'll talk to you in 2 weeks. You guys are on a 4-game losing.
Be safe out there driving, too, Bob. Be safe, man.
Yeah, man, you too.
All right. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it, man.
Take care. All right.
That's Bob Myers, and that's The Executive Show. Brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal. Less mess, reduce stress, budget-friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3-YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com. Let me tell you something about Yellow Sack.
Tell us.
I'm dead serious.
You're smiling.
We've used them 3 times. It's incredible.
Okay.
So it's a big yellow. Okay. Get ready to cut this. Go ahead, cut this. It's a big yellow sack.
Okay.
All right. And it's bigger than a couch. And it's got big handles. It's like the most oversized bag or sack you've ever seen. You put all your crap in it that you want to get rid of.
Oh, man.
You just put it, you put it in your driveway.
Yeah.
Okay, you got a bunch of crap and you got to throw it in there. You want to get rid of that old desk, broken toilet seat, whatever. That's all that crap. You want a bike? You want to get rid of a bike?
People are doing that just outside.
You want to get your old bike you want to get rid of. You just throw it in Yellow Sack, and
they come get it?
They come pick it up, and it's
what days?
Night, whatever you want.
Wow.
Whatever you want. Just they'll give you the sack, and I think you give a deposit, and then when it's ready to be picked up, you say, "Come pick it up."
See, now me growing up, we had what they call.
Let me do this, because maybe get a deal out of it. Yellowsack.com.
We had growing up Turk Island. That was where you went to dump stuff like that.
Oh,
yeah, but now they come to you. It sounds like
legal.
No, that's who I played Union City.
So it's actually a garbage place.
It's gone now. Hey, I ranked all my. Bob's just great. I ranked all my questions, and I wanted to get to Jerome and Lamb and their status, but I went with PBJ because Steiny, he's my new favorite, dude.
I know.
Your boy, that's a natural shot.
Yeah. He's only a rookie, as Bob would say.
Right, but
we'll be able to ask him that in 2 weeks. And let me tell you, I don't think they definitely don't know what they're going to do. They have options.
Okay.
If they need to keep both, or they think that keeping both helps them more than not keeping both, or keeping just one, they'll do it. I think they'll do it. I know they'll do it because there are ways to do it. All right. Let's go. 888-957-9570. There are 2 Warriors things I think are intriguing. What Bob Myers said about Draymond Green and what Klay Thompson said post-game. The first half hour, we were talking about the Hamlin situation and what will the NFL do? Add another week? Push back the season? Some of it was emotional. Yeah, I got passion. So does Goo. See, maybe I should be less passionate because opposites.
No, Steiny passion.
We should need to be like a magnet, where one's. Anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. Anything pique your curiosity in the last 90, now's the time to talk about it. Warriors, Niners, NFL playoffs. We got it all right here on 95.7 The Game.
It's a new year on 95.7 The Game.
Christian McCaffrey, wow. I mean, this guy, what's the hole in his game?
That felt good. That was a feel-good moment, courtesy of Kevon Looney.
Now we're seeing Brock Purdy in this offense come from behind. It's not defense or bust anymore.
Jordan Poole, that kid is an NBA first-class potential scorer.
95.7 The Game. Always streaming live on YouTube and Twitch.
Renovation, demolition, DIY project, or just cleaning up? Try a dumpster bag from Yellowsack. Yellowsack makes waste removal easy, less mess, space-friendly, budget-friendly. Go to yellowsack.com or call 833-3YELLOW and have Yellowsack arrive at your home.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Oh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Oh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Don't let us win a championship.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Thanks, JP. You keep doing your thing. This team can't win without you.
Yeah.
See,
JP is a bad
That's the other
dude.
interesting thing about the Warriors. Like, okay, Clay's, let's just back. Clay. Hey, Skip.
Yeah. Please, I'm mad. People want to hear our take. We do before we get out of here.
Yeah,
You
well,
be careful.
Well, yeah, let's give it time. We'll
Yeah.
245.
Yeah, 245.
245.
Yeah, because he got to be addressed, man.
I think he might be right.
Yeah. But Jordan Poole.
Yeah, I forget what I was going to say. Oh, with the Warriors, and I guess you could say this for every team, but Jordan Poole, he's up and down, right? Clay's kind of been up and down. Okay. No doubt about it, right? But the fact of the matter is you got to let him, can they overlap enough with good games along with Curry when he gets back in Wiggins? Oh. So, yeah. I don't know what I was getting at there. Okay. Remember I was talking to you about Harbaugh? No. Well, I like him more now, too.
And he may be coming to the NFL. I'll take my lap. It's been a while.
Why don't you wait till he comes to the NFL?
Yeah, he got greedy last year because he should have came back. But anyway, go ahead.
So I like Harbaugh. I wanted Michigan to win that game, even though I hadn't liked Harbaugh for the last 5 years. But okay, so here's how it works. It was a game earlier this year where Penn State and Michigan got into a tussle.
Yeah,
in the huddle.
Oh man!
And then midweek, James Franklin, who I'm not a fan of at all,
I don't like him,
said something to the effect that Michigan was in the wrong about what happened in the tunnel. And if you go on the internet or YouTube, it's just hilarious. It's just vintage Harbaugh. He's like, he's got his mouth open, listening to the question. He goes, he said, but basically, I got bigger fish to fry than whining.
And your pauses were great. That was him.
I was just like, I like Harbaugh now again.
I love him.
Similarly with Kyle Shanahan, that story that Matt Barrows of The Athletic did.
Now I hate that it took that to win you over.
Well,
that was a great gesture.
It shows a human side.
He came down on Ayuk's performance last weekend.
My point is, if I'm going to say Kyle Shanahan, I think he's arrogant. I think he's a little bit arrogant. Then I have to say, you know what? He's not so arrogant that he does what every other coach does, which is get out of my locker room. So yeah, isn't that kind of what happens? All right. Now here's the third one that just happened. It just happened with Draymond Green. Evan, listen to what Bob Myers said about Draymond Green.
When things are unsaid, it's more damaging than actually putting things out there. Now, challenge is, these days, you do anything and it's public. It wasn't always that way. That Draymond speaking to the team, and I think Jamichael mentioned it, and it's fine that it's been mentioned and it's public. those things are necessary. Just like in any relationship you two guys have where somebody, you might have a show where Matt says something, you say something, it's bugging you. So after the show, you go, hey, man, that's bugging me. If you don't say that, it's not too long until you guys aren't working together.
Right.
Because, and that's Draymond. That's what he is for us. He says what needs to be said, but you have to risk bothering people. Most people don't do that. And that's why he's won 4 championships. And Steph and Clay and these guys are winners because that's part of winning, is getting uncomfortable.
See,
damn, Steiny.
Sometimes somebody says something in a way where it just makes you look at another point of view. That's kind of what I try to do. And unfortunately, maybe I don't come around to the other opinion enough as I want people to come around to mine. But I was just like, I was listening word for word to that, and I was like, you know what? It's, when people say, oh, Draymond's just being Draymond, and sometimes that bothers me, but there is another side to it of this is just a person who is, you know what? He puts rats on the table.
And
that's what Draymond Green does. He puts rats on the table. All right. You know what?
And he has the guts
Sometimes
to do
you need to be smacked in the face with that kind of information.
Right.
For you to just, okay, you know what? Yeah, I get it. All right. There is some
method to his madness.
Well,
and
it is
he's
madness.
earned it.
It is madness.
And it's appreciation. Steve Kerr looked us both in the face when we interviewed him. And I was like, okay, that's a line. He doesn't really mean that about Dre. And he says he has his back at all times. And I used to be like, why? And when we would question Dre, when he would be on TV barking, why are they letting him go? And it's not they're afraid, Steiny. It's an appreciation. And they know who he is. And let me tell you who I am, Daryl Johnson, the first. To my kids and my wife, I'm not their friend. I'm Draymond Green.
Yeah.
Because I got to tell you what your mom might not want. I'm going to just give it to you raw. But let me tell you around my friends.
Yes.
I got Reg B. They're Draymond. I don't got to be Draymond around them. I'm going to be wait for them to do it. There's different, you know what I mean? You got to read who you're around and know, but Draymond is special. And now this has me thinking, if JaMychal Green, because I thought it was odd that he told the press that they had that meeting, I'm not going in on no reporters here.
I know where you're going.
Do you think we would know that meeting happened? I don't know.
Maybe not. See, the funny thing is
I'm just curious.
The further you get from it, then the more kind of casual it becomes, if you know what I mean. First of all, I don't think it's a big boy. Just stimulating here, believe it or not. Yes, there could be a situation where a player says something that brings attention to the team, and the team's like, what's he doing? Why is he telling our secrets? I do not think that when JaMychal Green said, we talked about it after the whatever game it was, and we got to play better. Well, anytime, like as a reporter, anytime you hear, we talked about it as a team, that's a team meeting.
Okay.
Team meetings make people, team meeting.
I'm one of them.
So I guess what I'm getting at, Goo, is like nobody on the team was like, I can't believe he told everybody about a team meeting.
No, right. And that's not where I'm going. I'm going, do you think it would have been under wraps had JaMychal Green not slipped up and said it, but nobody dug to find that out. And I'm hearing Bob with that. I'm like, that might have stayed in.
Well, it might have, but it also might not have, because keep in mind, these guys have people are asking them questions every day. And at some point, even now, somebody could say, man, what happened? God, you guys turned the corner right around this time. Yeah, we were struggling there, and guys worked it out. Guys got together, they talked about it's now instead of but you're right. There's been many
there was
a
no
team
joy
meeting,
early, Steiny.
But there's many a team meeting that
don't hit.
Nobody finds out about.
All right.
For sure. Yes, it has been reported. Slater reported it.
Okay.
Yes.
My point guard. All right.
And Goose saying if Slater hadn't, would somebody else have, or would we not know about it? And my answer is, I don't know.
But it's
might have
worked,
come out.
Steiny. I feel like whatever was said, and I know you laugh at, come on, Goo. Whatever was said, Clay tried to play better. He was, you know what I mean? Like, they got some stuff out. They put some rats on the test. Some rats were exterminated. How about that?
I'm with you.
And now look. That bet, I didn't tell you this, and I'm going to tell the people. I was 2 seconds away from, you said take it to 50 or cancel. Like, Goo, give me 50. Dude, now I'm just watching the league. Like, I mean, man, Steiny, this is incredible. I really wish maybe you could explain to the people in the back and myself, too, because I asked you in the green room. So what exactly is going on with the two-way contract for any player? Are they on what?
50 games.
50?
That's all they can play. All right. So they're not, right now is two-way, they're not playoff eligible. You got to play 50 games. 50 games is their limit.
Oh, my goodness.
But they have an open roster spot. So all they have to do is convert.
But that's not two open roster spots.
But you have Andre Iguodala, and you also have JaMychal Green. You could, in theory, just waive JaMychal Green. Or if you realize, you know what, Iguodala's not going to help us enough. Like, if you get down to the, I heard he scrimmaged, that's fine.
Come on.
I know. I'm telling you, you get to that 50-game mark, and and let's just say we're going to keep one of them and the other one's unknown. At that point, I think you have to ask, well, is Lamb going to help us more than Iguodala? Probably, yeah.
Hell yes.
Night-night, Andre.
Yeah.
I'll
if
tell
you're
you what,
really about the team,
Andre,
it would be that. That's how you would, there you go.
Andre, you're going to get paid. You're not going to be on the roster. You know what? You just be a coach.
He's got a great stylist. Whoever's dressing, his fits are second. He could dress.
Really?
Yeah. You don't see him on the sideline with the glasses? Little fits?
I'm watching the game. Trying to watch it.
Well, during time, I watch everything.
So now that we got the Draymond thing with Bob Mott. Oh, I'm kind of being random right now.
Hashtag random. It's okay. Embrace it.
How the hell do you not count Lauri Markkanen's shot last night? I hate the NBA.
It was late.
It was like,
why was it late? Because you're still, I don't even want.
Go ahead.
Because you're still relying on somebody to push a button at the right time.
Oh, man.
It's just a joke.
Yeah.
Well, so they're at home. Wouldn't you assume that the buzzer would start a little bit later?
You would think, first of all, and those guys are, I think they're league guys. I don't necessarily think they're hometown timekeepers.
They got screwed.
My point is that
it marred the outcome.
It made the game awful. It's
they gave up a bunny on the other side.
Well, that's
dude,
true.
a layup.
Give up a layup.
True.
But
Mike Brown.
Yeah, hey. We're almost halfway through the year. They're hanging in there, doing more than hanging in there.
Lauri Markkanen almost had like 50 points, right?
Is 50
who doesn't
the new
have 50?
30? Yeah. I'm just... Anybody playing defense out there? Anybody? Take the overs on everything.
It's funny. That was on my list today.
Boston gave up 150 to OKC without Shai.
That was on my list. That was on my list today.
You mad?
Not mad.
It's right. But you got to take good this world.
Nah, it's just,
we used to do the notebook. I missed the notebook.
I'm just looking at the scores in the NBA.
Oh, my goodness.
And I'm just...
Talk to me.
The advantage that offensive players have has never been more disadvantageous to the defense in the history of the game. It's the highest scoring, obviously, year in 55 years.
And they want it that way.
Of course, yes, they want it that way. But it really isn't the intent of the game of basketball. If you're trying to, if it's a seesaw, aren't you trying to kind of find a balance between offense and defense?
No doubt.
At least to keep some kind of, and I'm going to use a word from the changeover, competitive balance among eras.
Give me some resistance.
So, do I want the games to go back to 83-79? No. And that's where people go automatically. But, the Warriors shot 60 three-pointers the other night, and Steph didn't even play.
I watched every one of them.
And I know it was 59, but 60 sounds better.
No, round it off, baby. Man.
I don't know. And I'm not, I swear to God, I'm not one of these guys, it's better in the day, better. No. I mean, like the Warriors, like 2010 to 2017 or 18, it's just too much.
And I think a big part of it is how you're like the rules are.
It's just too
It's
much.
hard, man.
You can't play defense anymore.
And you got to play defense 30 feet out because that's all, man.
People
it's
go,
out of
nobody
control.
plays defense in the NBA. Well, they can't. They can't play defense in the NBA. Nobody wants them to. Nobody's encouraging them to. And certainly nobody's creating rules that restore a little bit of the balance between offense and defense. And that's why, like I'll give everybody on planet Earth, Curry and Giannis and Luka, they are great. They stand up to the greats. They stand up to the greats of all time.
All right.
There's no doubt about it. You want to make a list, make a list. But they're among the great. But part of it is because they're playing in an era where it's never been easier for guys to score points. That's all.
You got another? No, that's real. And I'm gonna tell you this: any metric that you want to give me or any nerd out there to go against what I'm about to say, and this is coming from a guy that watches these games nightly. They are my wives. These games, the NBA League Pass. If anybody is playing harder on the defensive end than Draymond Money Green, you get the award just for the effort. And that's what you don't see. You are Steiny. It's turned into, I'm so with you, man. And it's not our age.
Oh, how about this? What do you give me for?
Dre's getting that award. Now, he may not make the All-Star. They only take 12 people. Why? But go ahead.
No, how about this one? The NBAAU. It's the NBAAU.
I'm going to give you a 3. You stole that, though.
I didn't steal it. I swear to God. Somebody may have said it before.
He gave you a 4.
Somebody may have said it before, but I've never heard it. Okay, I want to address something here. Somebody says, Steiny, give me one good. Here it is. Adam T.
Okay.
Thanks for listening, Adam T. Steiny, give me a legitimate reason why we should donate our fantasy winnings to, Hamlin.
Oh, go ahead.
You know why, Adam T? Stop being a taker. It's easy to be a taker. Be a giver. Try to be a giver one time in your life. We all talk about football, and we all nod and wink. No, it is a dangerous game. No, these guys are putting their... No, they really are. But you don't mean it. Wow. You have no humanity, really, for the players, Adam T. Be honest. You just want to see football. So my point is, if you want to do the right thing, instead of crying about who's going to win the fantasy football league this year in your hometown,
Evan,
why don't you donate the pool of money that's likely still sitting there because the playoffs haven't started in your fantasy league and try to pool it to get something done with CTE or with head injury or cardiac arrest to bring attention to what happened because it's bigger than your $100 that you put into your fantasy league.
Now, Steiny, I'm being real. If you could be that person 24/7, dude, you would. I mean, man. And I'm giving you that. You're the author of that if you didn't take that from somebody. But it kind of hit me in the cardiac muscle. But, I mean, man, it won't happen, though, Steiny.
Of course it won't.
But Evan's
you know why?
Because
we suck.
Yeah.
Because we stink.
And I felt like you were talking to somebody when you said you're a taker, not a giver.
Well, I just used Adam T. Adam T.
Because that's real.
I'm just messing around with that. And it's done for effect. But, it's just, to me, nobody's saying that what the other side is. Nobody's saying what the other side is saying is that, no, the game is more important than Hamlin. But at the same time, we keep talking about our fantasy football teams and how this is going to impact it. Now, what do we do with the money? We keep talking about, well, what are they going to do with the playoffs? What are they going to do with the last week of the season? What are we going to do this? What are we going to do that? You know, I'm talking about the actual NFL. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Okay. All right. You're
but that doesn't make us bad people.
And it's not going to get Hamlin out of the hospital.
And thoughts and prayers are with the
Hamlin out of the
family.
hospital. I get it.
No doubt.
But, you know.
Right. But you don't want us to go fetal position and not go to work. You know what it is. The show goes on. Like my uncle told me that, man. It's about life. Like, Guru, you think everybody, we call me Daryl.
See, here,
the show goes on.
Yeah. The game's bigger than the guy, right? And, the show must go on. No doubt about it.
I hate that.
No doubt about it.
But it does, Matt.
Does it? Does it have to go on? See, that's the thing.
What's the alternative?
You're right. The game does have to go on. Nobody's saying cancel the season.
Okay.
Like, nobody's saying end football. I'm just saying
donate.
The hypocrisy is unbelievable, and yet I get it. The game's bigger than the player. I get it. It's so hypocritical. Yeah, but that's just the way it is.
Right.
Like, no, but it's wrong. Like
what you're saying, insinuating, Scotty,
optics, optics was the biggest word in the country 10 years ago. The optics stink. Now, the optics might not matter to some, but that's fine. But I love what Robert the caller said earlier.
I didn't like you agreeing with it.
It's
two L's.
We're all going to say, of course the game must go on. The game must go on. We got to go on. You know what? Own up to the fact that the game is the most important thing. All right?
I've always known that.
Okay.
And the game of life is too, Steiny.
They just own it, all right?
Yeah.
Then own it. If the NFL said, take the guy off the field, Hamlin, and let's get back on the field for 5 minutes.
That's what they were trying to really do.
Okay, but it's game must go on, right?
Yep.
The two coaches get together and say,
we're emotionally
wrecked.
Playing. Yeah.
Okay, you get a forfeit. You both get a forfeit.
That'd have been tone deaf by the league.
Well, the league is tone deaf.
Well, yeah, you can't be that tone deaf. I get you, Steiny.
What are we doing here?
Yeah.
Let's just be honest about it.
But you're trying to perpetrate
let's
the
just
league.
Be who we are.
That they care.
They're trying to perpetrate a fraud,
and that's why they hid behind CTE forever.
Yeah.
Yep.
I know.
Or hid it from us.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny. I get it. Because it's never going to change. Yeah. Of course, it's never going to change. Because we just accept it now. We just accept the incongruities, the hypocrisy. We just do it. And I don't have a solution other than try to be honest with yourself and with people.
Now, we, in this country, have to go and see it in, Steiny, we now have mental health, bullying, all things that are labeled now that, in years past and decades ago, you just had to deal with it. We weren't taught to be compassionate about certain things. Where I'm going is nowadays, if you would have called your boss, hey, Nahegan, I'm a spectator. I was watching the Hamlin situation. I can't come in today. Like, that conversation could have happened, and I don't think there would have been repercussions. Or some boss would have been like, you ain't got no skin in the game. You better bring you know what I mean? Like,
yes.
So there has been progress in the sense that you could have made that call and you could have still been at home if it affected you that bad. And some people listening to you, Steiny, saying, it's about the game. You didn't get on an airplane to go to the hospital to visit Hamlin. There's some people probably driving around saying that. I got friends that would say that to me. Oh, you care, so what have you know what I mean? You're talking.
I think you could, listen, if you want to be the shield, and you want to be consistent in your behavior, if you told those teams, it's going to be, I might get fired for this. I don't know.
Well,
but if you told those two teams, okay, back on the field in 5 minutes, and the coaches said, that's unbelievably idiotic between themselves, no, we're not playing.
I believe that's how it went down.
Okay, then give them both losses. then give them both
but then you
losses
lose because
or forfeit.
the public outcry is going to make
the
you
public
look.
outcry.
The NFL doesn't want to do
the
that.
The public outcry.
Yes, but you know what I mean.
There's
son.
already
Twitter.
a public outcry.
Right, Twitter. Okay.
All right, 888-957-9570 is it.
The Warriors are red hot at Chase Center.
Three on the way. No good. Looney with a tip. No good. Tipped up. It's good! At the buzzer! Divine Looney!
And the Niners are hunting for playoff position.
He missed at the end of regulation. This from 23. Good step. Good hole. Redemption for Robbie.
Keep it locked on the Bay Area sports station, 95.7 The Game.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Shop limited time deals at the Truckload event at Lowe's, happening now. Save big on your favorites across the store. During this event, get up to 50% off select tools and accessories. Plus, find the perfect floor tile for your home for less. Get up to 50% off select styles while you can. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowes.com to shop the Truckload event today. Valid 12/29 through 1/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for details. Discount taken at time of purchase.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Oh, want better visibility to get you through the winter? A new pair of premium wipers can help. Right now, you can earn a $10 bonus reward when you buy a pair of Rain-X Quantum Wiper Blades. See better and stay safe on the road all winter long. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards members.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, These factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Oh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I know Steinmetz always kind of reins you in, but your passion for this stuff and positivity, it's pretty good. What happens when I asked Draymond one time, and you're different than him, but you're both pretty passionate guys.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Thanks, Steph. Appreciate it. By the way, Steph Curry returning. First game of the road trip against San Antonio.
Alamo Dome.
I am making it official. The team won't. There's no way. No, seriously. Listen,
right, look at
I'm assuming he's playing. But Steve Kerr gave a glowing report about him.
And he's doing the shoulder bump.
Bob Myers said he's doing no setbacks. Everything looks good. And said, hopefully on that trip. Okay.
I have no sources.
And I'm just telling you that if you don't know, the first game of the trip in San Antonio is at the Alamo Dome. The reason the game's at the Alamo Dome is because the NBA is honoring the Spurs' 50th year in the league, and they're trying to set the all-time attendance record, which is, I think, 62,000.
Yeah.
So they're playing it at the Alamo Dome. Apparently have 50,000 plus tickets sold. They want to get to 65,000. And I'm just imagining Steph Curry, hopefully he'll be back tonight. Hopefully he'll be back. Maybe we'll see. Game time decision. There's 66,000 people at the Alamo Dome. Steph's playing.
Not a doctor.
He's playing.
That's
Come
a pretty
on.
dope, what do you call that thing that they're doing? Hey, you mentioned Alamo Dome. I just thought of the Coyote, the Spurs. Why was the mascot a coyote? For the Spurs, I always thought about it. Soon as you went Alamo Dome,
that's
can somebody help me? I got ties in Texas. Coyotes in I know they're here in the Bay. Coyotes everywhere.
Do any of you guys remember some of you in the late 90s, the Warriors had a game at the Alamo Dome and a water cannon, exploded. The monster fire extinguisher.
You made me bring this up on YouTube. You don't remember. It was, go ahead.
So, so this monstrous, I never saw, it was like coming out of a
hard. Yeah.
Anyway, the whole arena, half the arena was, or a big portion of the arena was flooded. And Don Nelson said, that was the world's largest wet T-shirt contest.
You can't say that now, can you?
Yeah. They still have those, don't they? They just have to let men.
Yeah, well, they can compete. I don't know.
Dr. Barry is in Berkeley. You know what's interesting? Why don't you say not a doctor? He just convinced you? What's up, B?
Oh, hey guys. Just 3 comments. I'll take your responses off the air. Number one, Steiny, I get your comment about people donating and look like they've raised $5 million for the kid. So that's great. Mm-hmm. That's great. So whatever happens, if he never plays again, he can live on that $5 million and invest it the rest of his life. But I will say, it's not. If I have a gas station and it's leaking gas in the driveway, it's not the customer's responsibility to fix it. It's mine. So the NFL is a multi-billion-dollar corporation. It's their responsibility, not the customers. And number two, if any of you guys have had surgery before, you signed a consent which said the procedure, the risks, possible complications, all of that. That's what the NFL players sign. They know the risk going in.
Right.
And these guys are so big and so fast and so strong nowadays versus Jim Brown's days, or even in the 80s, I think the players have outgrown the game in a sense
that
game wasn't meant to be played this fast and this violent.
I agree.
And there's nothing they can do about it because these guys are going to work out more, get bigger, get stronger, and it's just, I don't know any way to control it. And one question I have, one more question.
Yeah.
Why don't they wear the helmets that they wear in practice in the game? I'll tell you why. It's a bad look.
Well, there's no doubt.
Hey, thanks, Barry. Yeah. I'm with you. Thank you, Barry. Appreciate it.
Well, I'll say this to Barry. A lot of good points, but Steiny, one could say, hey, you picked out one of the worst, if not the worst, injuries on a football field that we've seen, I believe, except the Detroit Lion player that died in 71 had a cardiac arrest. But not your nitpicking, but the game's been around a long time. When could he have made that call before to say the guys have outgrown the game? Because they are bigger, stronger, faster.
I think it's gaining steam.
We don't see a lot of the Hamlin, and it wasn't a vicious hit.
But don't we see more injuries, more violent collisions? And that's why the NFL's trying to say make collisions less violent, even though it's an incongruity in and of itself. Like, also, my understanding, and somebody can help me here, hits. The pads themselves are so much more aerodynamic.
Yeah. What about Kittle's helmet?
And it allows the players to run faster than they might have in heavy pads. And
I believe it. But I'm just saying that the Hamlin
let me just
hit
throw this
to me,
at you.
Steiny, was fluke. It
There's
wasn't,
it
wasn't one of those.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Because it's a dangerous game.
Okay. So for all you people out there, this is what they signed up for. Hey, when you play football, man, you know the risks. These guys know the risks.
Back of the helmet says you could pass.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why didn't they finish the game?
Well,
why didn't they finish the game?
Hey.
Why?
No,
they couldn't.
The players were emotionally distraught.
Go ahead. Oh. Okay. Forfeit. Then they're forfeiting.
But
Sorry,
the league doesn't want to be that gangster.
Well,
they
are.
Matt, Goodell was probably saying play. They were about to play. Nobody can take, the league said they were about to play, and kudos to the coaches. But they don't want to be that gangster.
Well, guess what? Let's
the league.
Okay, guess what? Let's say they had finished the game. We'd be in the same spot right now. We'd be saying he's made some improvement.
Okay.
That's what he's made some improvement. Yeah. Can you believe they continued that game? Of course I can. We all know it's just about the league.
Yeah.
What they do whatever they want. It's just the hypocrisy is just so overwhelming. And I guess we just kind of live.
But the league's fronting. You get it though. They're fronting.
And that's why it's a joke.
They really wanted to get back out there and play.
That's why it's a joke.
And
they
were warming up. I just saw something. I can
go
cite
ahead,
your sources.
Sure.
So the changeover was great. And we're talking about this decision being rendered about what to do with Buffalo and Cincinnati, the game that was.
Okay.
7-3.
I'm listening.
I just saw something on the screen on ESPN where the league's looking into the possibility of delaying this week's game for Buffalo because the players are still not. They're still dealing with this. I thought it was a possibility.
I thought every team wants to play.
Now, could it go from that to?
Well, then
this
they lose.
Is still lingering.
Well, then they lose.
And it's human nature. If I'm a player on Buffalo, to still, hey, 4 days ain't gonna cure this, Jack.
We don't acknowledge emotion on the NFL. Play the game.
Man.
Emotionally distraught. Oh, they're emotionally distraught.
Yeah, but come on, Stein. If you and I are somewhere out and something happened to me, I would hope you guys would be like, man.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I'm being completely sarcastic and completely whatever the other word is for taking something and exaggerating it. But if you're telling me that the Buffalo Bills are like, we're struggling to prepare for Sunday's game.
Yes.
Okay. Like, don't you get it? It's be who you are. So what? If you don't want to play, you lose.
But no, I see what you're saying, but the league ain't doing it like that.
It's unfair. It's unfair for the if you give both these teams like a forfeit or a loss, that screws the Ravens. But the other way screws the whole league.
Yeah.
Okay.
And now what if you have what I just
the whole
allegedly
league
reported?
Okay, you ready? Want me to take the other side? Wait, so the whole league is kowtowing to one team? They're catering to one team, and they're messing with the entire schedule?
Well, that's on the table.
Yeah.
So if this is something they got to deal with
hyperbole,
now.
thank you.
It's crazy.
Thank you, 415.
Imagine that twist.
Do you guys think that this instance of players essentially refusing to play has changed anything about the the power dynamic between the NFL and players?
No, I do. I don't think there's going to be any fight. We just talked about the term bullying and all these new movements, which are right and done for the better. But you're right. I don't think there's going to be any resistance because you can't say be a barbarian. Your feelings don't matter. You got a game this Sunday.
But we all know it.
I feel like we're on that road.
But
we
all know it.
Oh, right.
Everybody who knows anything about the NFL knows they don't care. So you're telling me, boy, they can't go out and say they don't care. Well, they do it by their actions.
Okay.
All right? And that's why everybody knows it's all about the game. So all you have to do, if you're the NFL, is say, you know what? We're finally going to acknowledge. We're finally going to acknowledge, you know what? You're right. It's all about the game. So those two teams, they forfeit because they couldn't finish because both coaches defied our league mandate, which was 5 minutes to get back on the field. Both coaches said no. Okay, that's 2 losses right there. Oh, I'm sorry.
This weekend, we got a game.
I'm sorry, Buffalo. You got a game you don't feel like playing? Fine, don't show up. That's a loss. Hey,
there's no game without the players.
We're just being honest. The game's bigger.
Now, if it really went down like that,
man up,
they would have played. No, if the league would have went as gangsters, what you're saying, these dudes would show up and play because they ain't taking that L. But now I really do. Where
are you at right now?
865 battery. Now, that's right. That was the bad material.
Look, time and place.
Apologize.
Listen, you're right. Give the guys as much time as they need to play. And the one thing I thought about, Steiny, when you first came in and you said what you did to Willard and Dibbs and I, is what was 4 days going? I didn't voice it, but just seeing that report, allegedly, this is something that's not going to go away in 4 or 5 days. So what does the league do then? So where I'm at is, you talk about this game, there is no game without the players sacrificing their bodies.
Right.
So the league almost is, their hands are tied if the players are telling you we're not mentally ready. Now, are you going to go? Now, you can do what you just said.
How many of those guys? First of all, it's then you start getting into, the long snapper, can he really give up a game check? I mean, Josh Allen can.
And that's why there'll be some people in there, some players there to play. But everything that you're talking about reminds me of when you get a job, Steiny, you got a boss.
You know what?
You can hate your boss, but you can say, how you doing, Bob? Good week. Because that's, you have to play that game.
Not if you're a guy like you know who the commissioner should be for this one?
Who?
The real face of the NFL.
I'm listening.
For what it really is, it should be Suge Knight.
And you're totally right.
It should be Suge Knight.
But it's Roger Goodell.
I'll do anything.
Well, it's all the owners.
I'll do anything for.
Yeah, I get it.
Guess what? And not only that, Zach Taylor and McDermott. Yeah. You're not only taking a loss, you're getting fined. You're getting fined for conduct detrimental because you're not.
You'll lose advertising then.
The league won't.
The league. Steiny, if they took that went that way, advertisers would be the real. Forget the kneeling and boycotting the NFL. This would jump off. Now you're doing
Roger
something.
Goodell steps to the podium and says, we've decided. Here's what we've decided in the wake of the Hamlin injury. We realize that this is a dangerous, dangerous game. And you know what? These guys are literally taking their lives onto the field. We're going to acknowledge that This is gladiator type stuff, guys. We're going back to the Romans and we're going back to the Greeks, all right? We're acknowledging it's man eat man. That's who we are. If a guy dies, if he dies, he dies. Let's play next week.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
I know it's not going to work.
But it's really that. Behind closed doors, but you got to play. Dude, if Buffalo players aren't ready to play this weekend, could you? Oh, my gosh. And maybe that's why.
And then we'll talk about how soft they are or how soft or how mature they are, but somebody's going to call them gutless.
Well, the Players Union is going to, he said it too. There's
Absolute joke.
The Players Union is going to get to the Buffalo Bills. Like, you got to get them ready to go. You guys, and hopefully we get some good news on Hamlin. But, man.
Fred's in Montclair. What's up, Fred?
Fellas, I love the passion. You know, look, Steiny, I kind of agree with you, but I think the NFL just really got this wrong because they got to easy out. I believe there were 2 scores in the game and one team was winning.
Right.
So since apparently both teams agreed that they were not going to go out and play, then the NFL should just say, well, we'll let that score sit. We'll let the result stand, and then we'll go. Or they can say, you know what? We'll just call it a tie, and both teams will have a tie on their record. And then they could just keep it pushing and get it on to the next weekend.
That's what I suggested to start the day.
Hey, I like that, but there's no 5-inning rule like baseball. If it rains and you completed 5, then the bottom of 5 is a win. There's nothing set in stone like this in the NFL. And from the Xfinity mobile text line, Stoney, I mean this. This is from the real world.
Are you
perspective.
Serious?
408.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go.
My manager died of a heart attack at my job. I'm a chef. We had to show up the next day, mind you, and risk knowing the consequences of not showing up to work. Like, in the real world, I believe hey, Steiny, you don't get no time to get yourself. You need to bring your ass back in here. Now, you'd be like, "Goo, that's a bad comp." But regular people, I mean, you could have called Matt Nahigian and said, "Hey, this Hamlin thing has me messed up. I'm not able to talk sports for 3 days."
Well,
and he would have wouldn't have come down on you.
Okay, well, let's put it this way. Let's say, let's say I die tonight. Guess what?
The Tupac got a song.
Morning roast coming on at 6 tomorrow.
That's what you've been saying.
Yes. Now, what about you? Because you're on my team.
I would say I need a week or 2. I can't. That's my guy.
Right. As I would to you.
Yeah. I had a little tab I was trying to straighten up with him, but damn. But anyway, no, Steiny, they would give me as much time as I needed.
Right.
But somebody would be filling in for me. 12 to 3 would go on.
I am not here to help you, Steiny.
You know what I mean? I cannot wait to see how this plays out. And people listening, you know I got a good heart. I'm not being a jerk or a troll with what I'm about to say because Hamlin is real. Steiny, I don't want the playoffs affected or pushed back. And I know how to differentiate both. I hope that's not what we're about to see. Because if you're saying rest and rust, it's real. Or if you're the Eagles, you're like, take as much time as you need if we're number 1 seed so we can heal.
You got
what we got?
You got YouTube up.
I'm going to bring it up.
You got to read what
who we got?
What Drew Down said. I'm going to heaven, no doubt about it. I'm a good guy.
Guru would be on PTO anyway. Dude, stop it.
Oh, dude.
Yeah,
let me tell you something.
That's a 4.
Let me tell you something else.
Yeah,
my man,
Evan John. I had 2 root canals, honestly.
My man, Nick J., he has my sense of humor. If Steiny died tonight, Willard be popping bottles tomorrow.
No, hey, I'm sticking Willard. He's not that type of guy.
Of course he's not.
That's our guy. Yeah, but this is.
Oh, God.
Don't you get it? You are right about the Suge Knight, but they're not doing it.
I know.
They're Mary Poppins. But they're trying to. This is big. When you think we find out? Dib said by tomorrow. But you think we know something about the Cincinnati-New England Buffalo game?
See, now Haraku Hitoki, the ratings will go up if Steiny passes away. See, that's the subtle difference between, like, good-natured.
Yeah, no doubt.
Good-natured and mean-spirited.
Yeah, no doubt.
Things are percolating.
Let's go to, the dog trainer. The dog trainer. How you doing, dog trainer? Good to hear from you.
I'm busy. Hey, 3 really quick points. Number one, there are union players, and any union job in this country at any company as big as the NFL is, they have written in contracts time to take off for grief. The second point I want to make is, you could look at the average of that, and the third thing is, we're not talking about, guys that are singers on stage in an opera. We're talking about guys who need to focus, not only so they don't miss a play, but more importantly, so they don't do something stupid and get themselves hurt the way they make contact. And, it's entertainment, but my thought is, there could even be a point where somebody goes out and plays and they don't position right, they get hurt, or they're getting threatened to lose their job to a second or third stringer. And, they can sue for that, but forget about the legal stuff. There are cases and there are laws that say in certain states that you have to allow people to take time off for grief. So I think they need to bring the lawyers in and say, what does a union say about this if it wants to grant time for these players, to get over this? Because it's a dangerous game if you can't mentally focus. It's like being a race car driver or a motorcycle rider. And you just saw a tragic accident, at the Indy 500. When are you going to continue the race? These drivers got to get over it,
That's great stuff.
That was so great.
Yeah,
Let me tell you where I'm at now.
Give it to me.
I just said a second ago, being selfish, I don't want the league to pause or they push it back. With hearing what he just said and the union, I'm preparing myself, Steiny, for, the Super Bowl's 3 weeks from what we thought it was going to be. Mm-hmm. That's what's coming. Because if they want to play this game between Buffalo and Cincinnati, they're going to play it.
Right.
You deal with it, and we're pushing everything back. And I got to prepare myself for that. We still get ball. And, again, it's all about Hamlin. But, Steiny, that's what – no game is about to be sacrificed. That tie or the double wins or the double L's ain't happening. So I'm prepared. It's going to get pushed back.
And that will eliminate the bye week before the Super Bowl.
No, you'll still get that. It's just going to –
I don't think I don't know what you can do. Logistically, I don't know.
See, I keep hearing that word.
I don't know that you can push a Super Bowl back a week. You can.
It's the NFL, $1 billion.
Of course you can.
Whatever you want.
But they're going to lose money then.
Well, do we really know that?
Of course we do. If they push the Super Bowl back a week, think about how many people, their lives literally revolve around it.
Now, I'm not being funny here.
And I'm not saying,
you already had a ticket for the bowl and it was February 9th,
right?
They said, hey, Mr. Simon, it's going to be February 16th. You would go, that you got that ticket, you're in it. You want to go. You're gonna rearrange stuff to be there on the 16th.
Not everybody's got a job where you can give, hey, you know what? You also got to understand, there's a lot of people that are like, they're going to Super Bowl for the first time. February 15th is going to be great. Now it's this 22nd. Well, my brother's getting married the 22nd. It would have a lot of consequences, unintended consequences, and it might lose them money. So now it is off the table. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I just think if you're in it, the Super Bowl to that effect to where you got enough ends and you're doing well for yourself and you love football that much,
no, you're
going to be there. 7 days. I hear you. My brother getting married. There's exceptions to the rule, but I feel like
there are a lot of exceptions to the rule.
The world stops. I'm getting to the Super Bowl.
Not everybody. Yeah. It's got that flex. They got that flexibility. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. And on the other side, we'll finish up with this NFL talk. Also, I think I teased something. I do remind me to play that Clay sound. I want to get into that for a sec.
And Skip and Shannon.
And Goo wants to talk about Skip and Shannon, 245. It's all sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services.
Show me the money! Show me the money! Show me the money!
This is an important announcement from 95.7 The Game. Nick freaking Bosa joins Damon and Ratto today at 5. I repeat, Nick Bosa is live at 5 with Damon and Ratto. Thank you. That is all.
Norman, Before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc? Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just 1 dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Changing your oil. You know, an oil change is a great way to get more MPGs. Right now, you can enter for a daily chance to win a $200 AutoZone gift card when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 Full Synthetic and an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $38.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
No purchase required.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Just 1 pill each morning and no heartburn all day. My holiday hero.
Prilosec OTC. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
To hell with the fans.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
See what the boss brought me? By the way, that mic move, like this one is okay.
Oh, that's the worst one.
I know, but this is the one that's really the killer.
Not for my ears.
My boss hands me a roll of tape, and I'm like, what's this for?
He shoved
I figured
it to
he was
you.
going to be like, because when you break it, try to tape it back on. He was like,
fat choke
he's
artist.
like, dude, you're a fidgeter. Just throw this up in the air.
Like when
just
you're on
play
TV,
catch.
what do you do with your hands? You put them together?
Yeah. Think so.
Yeah, you
I'd probably do this.
That's a real tick you got.
But I don't do a 3-hour.
No. Evan on YouTube says, Guru and Steiny is a yell fest now.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm passionate. Yeah. My mom used to hate my voice. I get too loud. But it's because I'm excited.
Gotta be careful. Yeah. Don't mistake our passion for anger.
What's that shirt you got? It says Oakland, but what is that?
You know what it is. Oaklandish.
No, it's a great shirt.
Yeah. Great business, too. You want to play this Klay Thompson sound?
Yeah, it hit me in the cardiac.
Yeah, because you came in real quick. Let me set it up. Yep. Klay said this after his 54-point game, and we briefly mentioned it yesterday, and then Goo came in today, and he said, you know what? I listened to that Klay sound again, and I'm feeling some kind of way. So take a listen. All right, we'll have that for you in a sec. But got it. Go ahead.
I definitely am more relaxed than I was in the beginning. I think in the beginning I was just so eager to be back to those big nights like tonight and proving whoever wrong that I'm still great. And now I just it's going by so fast. We're almost at the halfway point. And after this year, there's only 1 year left on my deal. So it's like I just told myself, man, I got to enjoy every day in a Warriors uniform. This is such a incredible position to be in as defending champions, and to see the banners we've hung and just the brand that's been built here. I mean, I just had to remind myself daily, this is literally a dream I'm living, and what matters most is just having fun and playing hard. All the numbers, all the big nights will come as long as I do those two things.
Wow. So what struck you in the cardiac about that one?
Because doing radio with you, I know you always look down the road, and you brought up the Last Dance feel, and I kind of tried to rebuke it because I was like, they're still under contract. But when you hear the players talk about not their mortality, their future, and there is a clock, and hopefully Klay, Dre, Steph, they're lifers. But Steiny, I'm watching the game now, and I'm watching Klay this don't mean, in my world, things change.
Right.
And we can even talk about Bob and his contract status, and we're hoping he's.
Yeah.
But that's just hit me in the face. Don't take anything for granted, Dub Nation.
No,
Nothing.
I agree. And
you were ahead of the curve when you were talking about the Last Dance. Not that it's imminent, but Draymond mentioned it last week. His status.
Yeah, there's just I don't think anything's etched in stone. In fact, there's no chance anything's etched in stone. But what I see is that I think Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, and Draymond and everybody, Bob Myers, knows we're getting to the point where anything can happen in terms of franchise moves.
Yeah.
And I just feel like they're realizing it's over. Either at the end of this year or at the end of next year. And what Klay's saying is, even if it doesn't happen until the end of next year, that's still only a year and a half. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then it's also, I think, if you look on the grand scheme of things, now you do have to say, well, okay, so Draymond, is he going to opt out? Is he not opting out? Bob Myers, what's going on with Bob Myers? Klay Thompson just said, I'm going to enjoy. Well, guess what? Steve Kerr's up next year.
Man.
So it's one of these things, then they're going to have to make a decision on Wiseman. Not that Wiseman's in there.
I get it's real.
It's just, they know. They know it's ending.
And
they know it's, and I know people out there are going to be like, no kidding, Steiny. No kidding. They know it's ending. Well, I think that hitting home a little bit, and I don't mean necessarily this year, but we're close to the end, a year, 2 years, whatever, the end of next year. So I just think they've all kind of realized it and said, you know what, let's go try to do what we did back when we shocked the world.
No doubt.
Let's have fun.
No doubt about it. And that's what hit me. I'm always, I don't want to hear that talk, but, to hear the players actually talk about it. And I'm going to say this about Clay. Listen to me, Stoney. He has to share the ball with Steph Curry. He's mastered that. He now has to share the shots with Jordan Poole. He now has to share the shots with Andrew Wiggins. And I watch teams like the Lakers that would take Klay Thompson right now and give their right arm. The Portland Trailblazers, the New York Knicks, they don't have, I could keep going on, shooters that are Klay Thompson-esque. And if Klay was on the market, I could see, especially Yo Guyer reacting to dude, they would be like, Klay, we need what you have. And Klay would be like,
that's why I
didn't shared enough. Now I'm I don't know where the latter end of my career, I want to be the best shooter on the team. And there's 12 or 15 gyms he can walk in, and Klay Thompson would be the best shooter on the team.
Yep.
It's real.
Yep. Yes, sir. By the way, I got housekeeping. Jeff Passan, Rafael Devers, and the Red Sox, they're finalizing an 11-year, $331 million contract, according to sources. And then deal's not done, physicals, blah, blah, blah. Devers expected to be. Also, how do you say that quarterback's name who's playing for the Cardinals against the 49ers on Sunday? Yeah, you don't know either.
I don't.
He's a play-by-play guy.
Blau. No, Blau is playing at quarterback, I guess, and no DeAndre Hopkins.
I heard you whisper, I'm telling the people, Devers, to Evan,
right.
And I'm thinking, did the Giants pull something off? Because why would he? And he was, dude, he's a bad. And again, did you hear the crowd change over this morning?
Right.
It was giant. You didn't hear it.
Yeah, and then we said, hold my beer.
Well, we were talking, but they're all conversations.
Yeah.
But I thought, why would I think the Giants went and got Devers? Shame on me.
Yeah, I have no idea. Chris A says, I kind of took Clay's soundbite like he may leave soon also. Well, what would that mean? I mean, he's under contract next year.
Conversations and, like Draymond, you think he's opting out of that 27.5?
I think it's possible, and I wouldn't have said that. I would not have. See, that's kind of what I mean. You know what?
Here's 35, Dre.
I mean, things change.
No doubt.
Things change.
Yeah,
and
he's balling right, both of them.
Now, I don't. Okay, so who do the Lakers have under contract next year? LeBron and Anthony Davis? They got to have room.
Hold on. Go ahead. Yes, Stotty, they got some room.
I mean, if I'm
hometown kid, Pop's doing the play-by-play, just don't tell me, people, I don't want Klay to leave. That's not attractive.
But what Klay's already seeing is, like, let's say Klay quietly kind of finishes the year and
Lakers got 4 dudes under contract next year.
For how much? Give me the numbers, do you have them?
No.
Okay.
Only LeBron for 46, Anthony Davis for 40, and then Damian Jones and Max Christie, so just a couple of nobodies.
Dude. Why wouldn't they sign Draymond Green for 2 years, $60 million?
Oh, and that would be a good deal.
I know. Well, it
would save AD.
And then you know what? At that point, that's also, this is all speculation, but it is going to end in the next year or two. And I think maybe, what if Klay knows Draymond's opting out and going to LA?
Damn. Like it's already done.
Then maybe at that time, Klay's like, you know what? I will finish my career down in LA.
No doubt. And I ain't got to share nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Real quick, Andrew Wiggins bobblehead tonight, and unfortunately he's out. Don't you hate that?
Yeah, I do. That's not cool. All right, go ahead. Can you set up the Skip Bayless Shannon Sharp thing?
So let's take it back to Monday night on Twitter. Skip Bayless, who, Stoney, I don't always agree, but I respect him or respected him because I thought he believed his opinions. Now talking to people in the business and just hearing him shoot himself in his own foot, I think some of the stuff is fake. But I've watched how he treats his partner, Shannon Sharp, the Hall of Fame tight end, and I play it for you when I come in, you and Evan. And I'm like, you and I, we have fisticuffs.
Yeah, what's the difference?
On air. No, theirs is just like, it's hate coming from Skip, not hate from Shannon. And Shannon defending this, I guess you could make some parallel. But I just was like, you know what? Skip's misunderstood. So Monday, Skip sent a tweet out that said, how's the league going to do what we've been talking about? But at the end, not defending Skip because I'm coming at him, it's all irrelevant now, but the world called for his head, Matt Barnes, Terrell Owens, everybody. Athletes were saying, entertainers, this man should be fired. Shannon doesn't show up on the show the next day on Skip and Shannon, and Skip does the fake crocodile tears like he's all shook up about Hamlin, and there is no Shannon Sharp.
Right.
Skip said Shannon will be in hopefully the next day. So I listen and I watch, and the world did. Skip explain what he meant by his tweet. And he said he wasn't being, inconsiderate or whatnot, his thoughts and prayers. And I was like, okay, he did the show by himself. And today is it for me because I divorced Skip Bayless. Shannon comes back, and the opening monologue is him saying why he was out yesterday. Right. And the reason he was out is because his brother, Sterling, was paralyzed for a bit on the field, and it hit home. And Shannon, being a former player, he didn't want the show to be about Skip's tweets. He wanted it to be about Hamlin in its entirety. Right. So that's why he was off. Before he can get this out, Skip interrupts and goes, I defend my tweet. I don't walk my tweet back. The bosses didn't tell. So then Shannon said, you know what? I can't even get it out. I felt so bad for Shannon. I hope he doesn't ever come back. But this is what I'm telling you and the people listening. Skip he's lower than a doormat. And I'm done with him. And it was despicable how he interrupted his partner today to explain why he was out yesterday.
So let me play devil's advocate.
He's a Richard.
So what's the difference between what Skip Bayless did and me interrupting you?
Well,
or us getting, passionate and heated
because
back.
Skip lied to America, but he really was lying to himself. You said Monday, Skip, the boss called you and said, hey, you got to put something out. A lot of people are taking your tweet the wrong way. So while Shannon's saying where he was at, you're saying, I don't walk that tweet back. Nobody at Fox had a problem. Dude, Skip, you're the worst. You don't even deserve Shannon and Steiny. Right. Okay.
Real quick, Shannon Sharp was on his monologue, and he said essentially, and you know
what? Can we hear
your
it?
tweet?
He has it. Let's hear it. Yep.
Oh well, let's do that.
It's good to see you, Shannon. I understand you have something you want to share this morning.
Good morning. Yes. Good morning. There's been a lot of speculation of why I wasn't on air yesterday, and I won't get into speculation or conjecture or innuendo, but I will say this: in watching that game on Monday night, what happened to Damar Hamlin struck me a little different. As a brotherhood in the NFL, when injuries happen, when we know injuries are a part of the game, I've seen guys suffer ACLs and Achilles tear, but I've never seen anybody have to be revived and fight for their life on the field. So it struck me a little differently because I remember seeing my brother paralyzed on the field temporarily, and he was able to regain focus. Skip tweeted something, and although I disagree with the tweet, and hopefully Skip would take it down, but I didn't want it.
Well, time out. I'm not going to take it down because I stand by what I tweeted.
Skip, let me finish.
All right, okay.
Go ahead.
No, you go.
Go ahead, let's go, Jen.
Okay.
I mean, I cannot even get through a monologue without you interrupting me.
Well,
you could have came back. Skip,
well, I thought,
Skip, just let.
I didn't know you were going to bring up
No,
this.
I was just going to say, Skip, I didn't want to yesterday to get into a situation where Damar Hamlin was the issue. We should have been talking about him and not get into your tweet. That's what I was going to do. But you can't even let me finish my opening monologue without you interrupting.
Okay.
Wow, man. I mean, that's respect. That's just disrespect.
I will say this. Had I interrupted like Skip and then realized it was a terrible interruption, at that point, I'm like, I'm sorry. My bad. My bad, Goo. Go ahead.
But the interruption was to make it about Skip.
I know.
That's what just...
I know.
And like, dude, you just been... I mean, man, oh, man.
Like all he had to do was wait till the end and then say, well, I'm not taking it down.
That's all, but prominent people are calling for Skip's head. But I do think there's some suit behind in Fox saying, this is great. They're talking about us.
Well, it's not going to be great. I don't...
But what did Little Richard say? If you worry when you start worrying when they don't talk about you. I just wonder if there's an element of it to this.
Well, I get the sense Shannon Sharp can walk away from
there's
that.
no doubt.
And Bayless could too, but he won't because Bayless...
Yeah. But I used to, I didn't agree with him, But I thought he was genuine.
You know, Drew Down, he's had some good stuff today, says, people are still getting triggered by Skip Bayless, LOL. And it's like, well, Drew Down, I hear you. And we'd love to just dismiss him or eliminate him in terms of the discourse. But some people think this is egregious stuff, like egregious.
And, I could go here just real quick. Yeah. Dak Prescott's brother committed suicide.
Yeah, exactly.
And he was going through some mental health issues. Skip tweeted that the quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys shouldn't have missed practice because of his brother's past. Like, dude, you should be fired. But they didn't fire him. So maybe he's doing this just to troll people, man. And Drew Down said, and I'm just being gullible. But, man, I would never sell my soul for that, Stoney, for clicks and views. We get into it, but I respect you at the end of the day.
I also don't think Steiny, if Guru really had something that important to say, that you would cut him off in that moment. I don't think you would do that.
Plus also,
like, damn.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Because the funny thing is now I kind of get why Shannon Sharpe didn't work Monday because of his brother. And then I totally see it.
I did know.
All he wanted to do was talk about Hamlin, but he knew
it was going to be about him. And I didn't know that. I never once thought that's why he didn't show up. I thought he was just so mad. But anyway, I mean, man, Steiny. So we'll see.
Yeah,
Hamlin's still fighting for his life. We're again, you can't say it enough. Thoughts and prayers. But Steiny, I'm going to scroll all night tomorrow morning when I come to see you. What decision is the NFL going to make with this?
I lost my train of thought, but it was something about, oh, shoot.
Might be a good time to remind people that Nick Bosa is going to be on with Damon and Ratto at 5:15. Peter King also on later today at 4:15 with Damon and Ratto.
Yeah. I hear you. Oh, I know. Sorry. That was from Fox Undisputed.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to give him credit for it.
Man,
what a week.
Yeah. And it's Wednesday.
I know.
Got Warriors tonight.
Detroit tonight.
They owe Detroit and they owe Orlando.
Are any of those Detroit guys, and nobody's suspended from that thing the other day, are they?
Well, Cunningham's out for the year.
Killian Hayes, I think, right?
That's good for Detroit.
Wow.
I don't think he's very good.
I root for that coach.
Who is their coach?
Casey.
You probably root for Nate McMillan.
No,
how you liking Nate McMillan this
black
day?
Coach and all, I'm done.
Hey.
I'm done. You know, the black quarterbacks and it's a real thing, you know?
I don't
and
disagree.
for you to really, hey, I was out on Jameis.
Wait a minute, hold
I would
on.
sit Jameis
Hold
down
on.
like, look, Jameis, look,
I'm
down for the call.
Say there's something to the black
No,
quarterback?
I know how hard it is. You don't get the second and third chances.
Oh,
so I'm always like, you got extra credit with me. People go, oh, goo. But when you throw it out the window, you're really stinking it up. And McMillan, if you thought about resigning, in my world, you resigned. If you telling the people I thought about resigning, it's over, Jack. Go tell your wife, you know what, I'm thinking about leaving. All my stuff would be packed.
Also, Hayes is active tonight. Marvin Bagley is out for the Detroit
And Cade
Pistons.
Cunningham, of course.
It's amazing the bodies, the muscles, the gifts that you're given. This is all sports. Some guys and gals, their bodies just have the knack to stay injured, Stoney. Marvin, he just can't stay healthy. Zion.
Yeah.
It's a Booker.
Well, real quick we got about 4 or 5 minutes, but yeah, here's how I wanted to end it. If that's true, that there's a report out there that the Buffalo Bills players certain players are feeling some kind of way or may not be ready to play this weekend.
Man.
Then I think we've got ourselves a big time issue.
Well, you disagree with me because if it's that, they're going to respect it and everything would be pushed back, including the Super Bowl. Well, how else could you move forward?
No bets, but I don't think they'll ever move the Super Bowl. I think that's the last of the last resorts.
You might be right, but we'll see.
But Joe Burrow, obviously, man, watching Joe Burrow and Josh Allen on the sideline.
That was, two opposite teams, but it's a brotherhood. It's a fraternity.
I do wonder when we're going to find out. But, it could theoretically have 49er implications. How? Well, one of the things they're apparently discussing is after this week's Week 18, the regular season's over, you use Week 19 to redo the Bills-Bengals game. Week 20 then becomes the first round of the playoffs with the byes, and we move on, but that would eliminate the week off before the Super Bowl, the 2-week break. But 49er fans, and we're going to probably talk about this a lot tomorrow, 49er fans, that would mean, in theory, if you get the number 1 seed, you win on Sunday.
Okay, over Arizona.
And we're number 1 seed. You're not playing the week after, the week after that. You have to 3 weeks before you play. Because the first week is the bye.
Well, how many is too much for you? Because the Super Bowl, they give you 2, and there's been no problem.
2's okay. But my point is regular season ends Sunday.
I got you.
For the Niners.
Extra week.
Then there's the extra week where only 1 game's played. So that's 1 week gone. Then on week 2,
college does it.
Then on week 2, you have your bye.
Yeah, college
so now you got to wait 3 weeks.
College does it, Steiny, and I hate it.
I mean, I don't like it either. So all of a sudden, we're talking about the Niners.
Could you imagine 3 weeks without ball? And you're the number 1. Nah,
maybe Jimmy Garoppolo could be back in time.
Whoa. But yeah. You wouldn't risk putting him in there, though.
What do you mean?
I would not want 1% of my quarterback's performance to be based on rust. If he were to go out there, it took 1 pick 6 for me to get into my zone, but we lose by 3. You know what I mean?
No, I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. Let's see. 2:54 hard. We have 40 seconds.
Triple demic, COVID-19, influenza, and respiratory virus. That's the triple demic. That's what they call it.
55 today? Minute? 90 seconds. Well, I got to tell you, I heard this storm was coming around 2. Can I sneak at it? Can we sneak out of the city?
I'm going to try.
Can we sneak out of the city?
Pray for me. Us.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Call in if you want to bother Ray and Damon on their first segment of the show.
Light them up.
Yeah.
Line them up. The old Pete Franklin.
Smoke them if you got them.
So anyway, how do you? I did have one other thing. Oh, you got a minute, and I can make it serious. Not too serious. I'll do a shout out for the next minute of, to me, one of the best baseball men that I've ever seen. Brian Sabian. Brian Sabian is going back to work for the Yankees from whence he came. Let me tell you something about Brian Sabian.
Go ahead.
That guy can general manage.
And he'll be on tomorrow with Willard and Dibbs.
That guy can general manage. What
so
time?
why was he relieved of his duties?
Because,
and why was Bochy relieved of his duties? Because they went.
You're asking the wrong guy.
Well, I know
Chief.
why. They got it wrong.
They went from
Go ahead.
Brian Sabian and Bruce Bochy, 2 of the most acknowledged baseball
Don't forget Bobby
people.
Evans. I brought him up last week.
He doesn't fit in this one. He's not in this one. And you go to Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler.
Yikes.
Yeah.
On 95.7. 3, 2. The game.
I said what I said.
This is an important announcement from 95.7 The Game. Nick freaking Bosa joins Damon and Ratto tonight at 5:15. I repeat, Nick Bosa is live at 5:15 with Damon and Ratto. Thank you. That is all.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Get up to $26,000 of ERC money for every employee you had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. You qualify if you satisfy either one of these 2 tests. The easy way, your gross revenue drops a certain amount. The complex way, a full or partial closure of your business, a facts and circumstances test. You could only use the inside of your business up to 25% of capacity. Even an essential business like a food store had a 75% partial closure. Or supply chain disruptions. Or limits on the number of people you could have in an area, or many other possible factors. Beware of companies that only consider the easy way and avoid the complex way. And also companies that fraudulently say everybody qualifies, especially companies that only just recently came into existence and then can disappear. We've been practicing tax law for over 30 years. Call Moskowitz LLP at 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888 TAXDEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or MoskowitzLLP.com, MoskowitzzLLP.com.
There's something about that polished green stretching across the 8th hole that whispers, just tell them you're at lunch. Because it's not a hobby, it's a peace of mind. Let CertaPro painters bring the same tones and peace of mind to your home. Our experienced painters are here to make your next painting project as carefree as a day on the green. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
When you need to know what's happening, it's time to get in the huddle.
You're fraudulent. You're not in the business of winning football games. You're in the business of trying to prove your own asinine decisions correct. We can talk about the Irsay thing. Do I think the Saturday thing is the biggest joke in the history of the NFL? I do. But at least he was willing to say, this ain't working for me. I don't care that I just gave him extensions.
Listen to In the Huddle, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn, qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So how's everybody's bomb cyclone going? Ray, how's your bomb cyclone?
Hasn't hit yet.
So you're good?
I'm fine now.
It's good. Glad you made it. I was afraid the bomb cyclone might keep us apart today, but no, we are here. We are live. We're local. Isn't that what they say? We're live and we're local.
Yeah, you don't really have a choice because otherwise you're dead and it doesn't matter where you are.
Nobody's drowned yet. Happy Wednesday. The bomb cyclone at this particular time is nothing to worry about. However, I have seen a satellite image that is enough to scare the absolute crap out of you.
Well, and they're already evacuating people near like waterways.
Yeah.
So this is, I anticipate this being profoundly unfun.
Something is about to happen. So if you are in a low-lying area, if you're close to the water, it's keep an eye on the situation at all times over the next what, 3, 4, 5 days? Is that how long this is supposed to
Well,
last?
at least 2. If you're along the Embarcadero, pay attention.
So I got to tell you, as I was driving in this morning, kind of talking to the Uber driver who was driving me in this morning, going over, geez, it's hardly raining. What is everyone talking about? I saw a wave lap up against one of the piers before you get to like Red's Java House. That was unlike any. I got here early today, about 10, 11 o'clock. I don't know if that's high tide, low tide. I'm not a
king tide
nautical guy.
That's what it's called.
King tide, whatever. It was the first wave that made me go, okay, maybe something is about to happen. So, look, just be careful, everyone. We try to tease the bomb cyclone, which would be a great name for a punk band. I mean, it really would have been.
I think it probably already is somewhere.
Should be. And everybody stay safe, stay dry, and we have the perfect show for you to be stacking sandbags to this afternoon. I mean, we really do. We have 2 of the biggest names in the NFL joining us today. One of the biggest members of the media, Peter King, joins us at 4:15, and one of the biggest players in the NFL, Nick Bosa, is set to join us in our 5 o'clock hour. We're going to say 5:15. They're saying 5:20. So, the truth will probably meet
Tune in
somewhere.
about 6:45.
Yeah, somewhere in the middle. No. We want you tuning in for the next 3 hours because we do have quite a bit to get to beyond our 2 outstanding interviews that we have today. Look, the Warriors got another chance to win another game tonight. They got the Detroit Pistons in town, and the Pistons are 5-17 on the road. They've only won 10 games this season. And even though the Warriors are still struggling to get healthy, no Curry tonight, James Wiseman's not playing. Jermichael Green is out. Jonathan Kuminga remains out with his right foot that I guess, was even in a boot the other day. And Andrew Wiggins, who is improving, is out with a non-COVID illness. Patrick Baldwin Jr. is probable. I smell minutes in the air tonight for him, so I do hope he is able to go. And look, this is not a great opponent coming into town. But the Warriors have not had a great season. They've been very, very good at home. They have an opportunity tonight to go 3 games over 500 for the very first time all year. Don't blow that opportunity. I mean, take advantage of a beatable Pistons team, even in the, sticking with the theme of the opening monologue, in the sandbagged conditions of the Golden State Warriors.
It's been a soft homestand in terms of opponents. This is the softest yet. And they still haven't fixed a lot of the problems that have dogged them most of the season. But right now, the thing is not to worry about style points as much as it is getting through the time you don't have Curry. And that's going to be another 10 days, apparently. I saw that they either are expecting or hoping to see him on the 13th.
This is a team that no matter who they're playing, no matter what the competition is, whether Steph Curry was out there and playing or not, it feels like, how many games the Warriors have played? You want to just call it 30 to make it a nice round number?
No, closer to 40.
Okay, 40
in fact, 38.
38 it is. I can deal with that. Let's say they played 38 games. Well, we don't have to say. They have played 38
games. Yeah, they've achieved 38 games. It was a successful season so far in terms of attendance.
Have they gone 35 of those games without a 10-minute chunk of what the hell am I looking at? I guess what I'm trying to say is every single Warrior game, no matter who's available, who's playing, or who they're playing, seems to come with a no account, you got to be kidding me, 10 minutes of dauber down basketball where they're either giving it away with their own sloppy play or doing nothing to slow down the opponent because it's been a defensive uphill slog the entire way through, but for a game or two. That's why I wanted to say they basically given you this 10-minute chunk of in 36 of the 38 games played. Tonight feels like an opportunity to maybe eliminate that 10-minute chunk of just basketball against a not very good team And then another team on the back end of this homestand coming up next is the Orlando Magic. And but for the Warriors, the Orlando Magic have the worst road record in the NBA. And then after that, the price of poker, it does feel like it goes up a little bit because the Phoenix Suns are coming into town. But Cameron Johnson's knee held him out last night, and Devin Booker is going to miss at least another 3 weeks before you see him again. So it's hardly like the Phoenix Suns are rolling into town. This could be a perfect homestand.
It could be.
And boy, do they need that.
Yeah. I mean, I think they need, like I said, this is not about getting their problems fixed because they're clearly not.
Right.
But it gives them a chance to get running before what is going to be a fairly difficult road trip after this, where they've got to go through Washington, which is a weird team. Then they've got at Boston and Cleveland on back-to-back.
That's hard.
Well, it should be. I mean, they'll have to hold Donovan Mitchell under 70. But
most teams have. I got to be honest with you.
True. Only one has not. But no, it's, and by then they should have close to full participation. And then we'll get to see if they finally figured out what's been ailing them so far.
They are riding a season-high 5-game winning streak. With a win tonight, they get another season-high winning streak that goes to 6 games, and they're a season-high 3 games over 500. It's amazing that we're already standing here in 2023, and they haven't been 3 games over 500 at any point in time in their schedule yet. So it's something that needs to happen if they want to be who they claim to be, and that needs to happen tonight against the Detroit Pistons. I am telling you that the NBA is quickly becoming like an any given Sunday type of league. I mean, it really is. You got some teams really trying on some nights, other teams clearly going El Postino and mailing it in other nights. And I'm not saying that the Warriors are mailing in anything here, but it's been a funny, weird league. Full stop. I mean, all year long so far. This league does not make a lot of sense yet. The Warriors are essentially a schizophrenic basketball team where they look like world beaters at home. They look easily beatable by anybody in the world when they're on the road. And the truth needs to start coming out somewhere. So, again, keep this good feeling going tonight against the Detroit Pistons. Warriors, it feels like they just need a little health, a little defense, and start enjoying just a little bit of success away from Chase Center and equilibrium. It feels like it's out there, right? I mean, it feels like it could happen.
I think this is going to be a team that's going to look a lot like this for a while yet, even after the starters come back, because I don't think that fixes it. I think the inability to get the first and second units to close the gaps between their performances is still to be seen, because they haven't done it so far. I think beyond that, it's learning to integrate what I think is a deeper bench into more minutes. I mean, DiVincenzo, I think, is now a made guy. Kuminga, you're never sure about. Poole can be wildly good or wildly bad, and against Atlanta, he was both. It's hard to know who they are yet, and I don't know that you're going to get to know that much before the All-Star break.
I know they got a pretty good 8-man rotation when guys are healthy. I know that. And I like the guys involved in that 8-man rotation. And it's I think they're a playoff team. There was a moment earlier on in this year where I thought maybe this is the year where that even ends. No, they're a playoff team.
No, they all clearly are a playoff team because you can start to see the separation between 10 and 11. Now, if you're talking about a playoff team as a 6 or above, I'm not sure that that's proven yet. But yeah, they'll get extra games. I mean, unless another catastrophic injury hits them. But Minnesota's not going to survive. Oklahoma City's brutal. The Lakers, I don't see them making a run. And the Spurs and Houston are, they're bricking for Vic with all their might. So, yeah, I think they're a playoff team, barring catastrophe. But how much of a playoff team? I don't think we'll know that till the playoffs start.
That's why this has kind of been interesting, if not frustrating, so far. 49ers close out their regular season with the Arizona Cardinals, but it's not quite the Arizona Cardinals. DeAndre Hopkins already listed as out. David Blau will be your starting quarterback. Look, the 49ers are alive for the 1 seed. We'll tell you what needs to happen for them to get there. It is the appropriate time to talk about contingencies after the cancellation, the postponement of Monday Night Football. Damar Hamlin, we have no real news to share with you about any improving condition, but we will give you the feel that seems to be coming out of that hospital today, and I can tell you it feels more positive today than it even did yesterday. So that, I guess, is good news to share at some point in time. And we got a lot to get into today, an awful lot of stuff to get into today, including one of the bigger extensions Major League Baseball has ever seen handed out. That happened in Boston today, and Brian Sabean takes a little shot across the Giants' bow before he heads on off to New York. So we got quite a bit to get into this afternoon. Again, Nick Bosa is joining us early in our 5 o'clock hour, around 5:15, 5:20. We're looking forward to that. Peter King in about an hour from now, which means we got about an hour of open lines with you, good listeners. I hope you're preparing for the bomb cyclone, and a hell of a show today here on 95.7 The Game. The merch store, it's open, baby. That relevant T-shirt, the Defensive Player of the Year shirts, pretty cool. Check them out. 957thegameshop.com.
This is an important announcement from 95.7 The Game. Nick freaking Bosa joins Damon and Ratto tonight at 5:15. I repeat, Nick Bosa is live at 5:15 with Damon and Ratto. Thank you. That is all.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
At Staples, you can count on every project being print perfect, guaranteed.
I need presentations and brochures printed, and they have to be perfect.
Your bounded presentations, brochures with the finest folds, and more will be done right every time. That's our Print Big promise. Now at Staples, get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more, plus 20% back via store bonus. Try Staples and see the difference. Ends 2/11. Rewards members only. Bonus must be redeemed in store. See staples.com/stores/printbig for details.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
So yes, it was after midnight and the glue on your kid's mission project refused to dry. But once everything was finished, you realized the smooth white and terracotta make this piece of history beautiful. CertaPro Painters has good news. Your home paint project doesn't have to come with the frustration and panic of your child's 4th grade project. Skip the stress and still end with the look you love. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
It is great to have you here today. Thank you so much for stopping by this bad boy, Damon and Ratto. It's streaming on YouTube. You can watch this. You can watch the show before this, the show before that, and the show that starts it all.
When they get to the point where you can watch the show after this, that's when I'll be impressed.
What's coming up after this tonight? What do we got tonight, Grandy?
It's Warriors Live with John Dickinson, and you can watch that on YouTube.
Are you impressed?
You can't watch it now.
Not
no, you
right
can't.
now.
No, we don't. We cannot.
If we can't defeat the timeline, then this is just technology everybody else has.
Now you want to defeat the space-time continuum, and that's the only way you're going to be satisfied. That's so on brand for you. It really is.
Hey, aim for the stars.
Someone from the 925 named Dylan from Dublin says, Ray Ratto is the only reason I listen to 957 The Game.
He ought to be ashamed of himself.
You're the only reason that someone is happy in life, Ray.
I've never hated a man more.
I knew you would probably play it that way, because that's just kind of the wonderful sweetheart you really are. Before we start taking calls here today, and we got a couple on hold already, want to talk about, the situation that's shaking out in the NFL, what, if it actually applied to the 49ers. That's a legitimate question. We'll get into it. But I too, the only reason why I listen to 95.7 The Game is for Ray. And
it's because you're trapped in the room.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a captive audience.
It's not hard to find a better offer.
The thing that you sat down to talk to me about today was a soccer story and its origin. So I, glossed right over it. I didn't pay much attention to it. But then you started explaining it to me. And I was like, okay, that is officially left of center of normal. So why don't you fill the kids in on what's going on in the wonderful, glorious, always competent, never in doubt world of U.S. men's national team soccer, Ray?
Well, a little background. Greg Berhalter, who's the head coach of the team.
That just played
in the World Cup.
Okay.
And got to about the level that it should have. Did so largely without what is perceived to be one of their best players in Gio Reyna.
Was he hurt?
No. It was a DNP-CD.
Okay.
And Reyna, by his own admission, sort of pouted through some practices and had to basically have a come-to-Jesus meeting. And eventually, started to get a little time. But for the most part, he was not a factor. And after that, Berhalter did a speaking engagement in which he sort of said there was one guy that we very nearly sent home because of his attitude. That was Reyna, without mentioning his name. And Reyna's mother, Danielle, who had been a roommate of Berhalter's now wife, sent a letter to U.S. Soccer after this press conference, basically outlining an incident from 1981 in which Berhalter, not allegedly, he basically has admitted to it, that he got into a fight with his then girlfriend, now wife, and kicked her in the leg. And so Danielle Reyna sends this letter to U.S. Soccer, and her husband, Claudio Reyna, who used to play on the U.S. national team and is now an executive for a team in the U.S., basically co-signed the letter. And while it's still sort of in question about what they did or didn't mean by the letter, it was clear they wanted to discredit Berhalter. And they sent the letter, and Berhalter 2 days ago, or maybe even yesterday, came out and said, there is an attempt to discredit me and I want to get ahead of this. And he revealed the story about how he got into a fight with his wife.
In 1981, I kicked a woman who then married me, and we've been married happily since.
Yeah.
Is the story.
That's the Berhalter side of the story.
Okay.
The interesting part of the story. Well, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting.
Well, let me ask questions for those who don't know the players involved like the way you do. So basically, we have a dad who is angry at his son's lack of playing time and brings up a kick to the shin from 40 years ago from a couple that ended up a happily married couple.
No, we have a mom who did that. And as it turns out, the dad co-signed the letter that the mom sent.
So he did it too.
Well, okay, but the letter was written by the mom. So for accuracy's sake, we need to say that. Essentially,
if we took
they were angry not so much at his playing time, but the fact that Berhalter called the kid out on it after the tournament was over. And that's what it said in the letter, which we just saw a copy of about an hour ago.
So because we're sore the way you handled things, we're going to go into the darkest corner of ancient history that we can come up with.
Well, the darkest corner, probably one of the darkest corners of his life, for which he has, expressed the shame that he should. In other words, it's the sort of thing that makes you wonder, A, whether Berhalter can keep his job, and B,
he can absolutely keep his job.
Well,
are you serious?
Don't bet on that. He doesn't have a contract right now. They might decide to walk.
Well, if they fire him,
because
it's because soccer is bad, not because
we don't know
you kicked someone in the shin.
We have no idea why they wouldn't.
39 years ago.
We have no idea why they wouldn't resign him. All I know is he doesn't have a contract right now. And the truth is, if he goes down, maybe Claudio Reyna becomes discredited in the soccer community. So there's a lot going on here. And Gio Reyna may never play, well, almost certainly won't play again.
Not for this coach, anyway.
Not for this coach. And maybe not again. So basically, this story has blown up the hierarchy of U.S. soccer, at least temporarily.
It sounds incredibly petty, all involved, except the coach who benched the player, which is a coach's prerogative if the player's a pouty little diva.
But then he comes out and then basically, after saying we're going to keep this in-house, took it outside, which is why the letter got written. So that everybody's got some fault here. And you can decide for yourself who has more fault than somebody else. But if you say you're going to keep something inside and then you don't, in a speaking engagement in which you don't even have to make the point, I think they felt wronged.
It sounds like an abundance of pettiness all the way through.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, it's a ziggurat of small-mindedness.
You tell that story about domestic whatever might have happened in 1981, no evidence of, admission to, and a happily married couple since. So I'm going to say there's no there definitively and feel very good about it, not to even defend that position. Did you watch Dana White slap his wife at Squid Row on TMZ this week?
I did indeed.
Okay, first of all, everything that Dana White has basically ever said into a microphone has been evidence this guy is probably a huge douchebag. Like everything he's ever said.
He's a bully, no question.
That is how he is still involved in this today, the UFC, with all of the, and I'm not trying to go any like political correctness here, trying to be Clay Travis, outkick ESPN is, should be shamed at all times. But for the amount of instant shaming anyone who steps out of line to the point where it's not a rumor you stepped out of line, we got the video of you doing it, gets dealt with immediately. But I guess there is a certain dollar amount that you can bring into ESPN that they will, not even really cover this or talk about it? Dana White not only slapped his wife after she slapped him in a drunken New Year's Eve whatever on Squid Row down in Cabo. He went in for seconds. He caught cheek and he went back for more cheek as soon as he caught cheek. This guy should never be involved in the UFC in any public capacity in any way.
Except that he owns the company. And I'm not taking his side here. I'm just explaining this so that people understand why ESPN has not reported this and why UFC, which he runs, hasn't done anything about it, nor has the company that basically underwrites UFC. It's because, and this came from an MMA writer on the Dan Le Batard podcast this morning, who said that there doesn't seem to be a lot of outrage within the fighting community about this. Let me finish the point.
They're punching people, that's for sure.
Well, okay. And the second thing is, there's no indication that there's going to be much pushback. And as long as there's no pushback, the strategy here at ESPN and at the parent company for the UFC is basically it'll die down. What makes this weirder is that Dana White at one point was quoted as saying, the one thing you can never come back from is hitting a woman.
Right.
And so now it's basically the dog biting his own tail and maybe getting away with it.
So I've read the follow-up comments that Dana White has come public with, and he has, officially hoisted himself upon his own petard. As good of a comment you could make to explain away, hey, my wife and I slapping each other that drunken night in Cabo was no big deal. He tried to, but the video is just, again, I don't know how you can come back from that, Dana, if we got the video that is directly attached to the thing you said is the can't come back from zone. It just shows you that there are it's just gross. It's just gross. These are gross people. She's gross. He's gross. They're gross. The whites are gross.
But the truest thing about this is that if you bring money to somebody else, that somebody else is not going to bother you, no matter how gross you are. And that's right now where the lesson is, because there's nobody interested in bringing Dana White down. Even though, by his own words, he should not be able to come back from this.
This is a must-come-down situation.
Yeah. So, it's just a reminder that a double standard is easy. It's the triple and quadruple standards that we're dealing with now.
Something else, man. Something else. So, look, I'm not a big UFC guy. I'm not a soccer guy. But both these stories were pinging on a lot of radars today, so I thought we'd squeeze them in here just because it was interesting enough to squeeze in. And there's a lot of bad people running big operations.
Yeah, because it's about domestic violence. B, it's about power. I mean, the Berhalter thing, who knows where that's going to end up. But the Dana White thing, most people seem to think he'll probably skate on this because he brings money to ESPN. ESPN is a...
We know what the excuse is going to be? She swung first.
Yeah, people have already used that, which is a ridiculous notion. Well, yeah, she swung first, so I get to hit her twice as much. But beyond that, it's the idea that for a fairly significant segment of the fighting community, and I include boxing, fans don't seem to see this as particularly offensive. They're just going, oh, that's just part of the...
Well, it's a striking community, right?
Yeah. That's what I mean. It's not resonating for them the same way that it would resonate
in the Gen
in the NBA or the NHL.
Well, what you'd have there is more
baseball
likely an African American man, and that would be instant outrage and covered on CNN.
Well, but there's also not a sense that hitting a woman is okay. There is something about the fighting community that says, when you have been wronged, of course you can use your hands.
Yeah, you can't.
No, you can't. But
hey, she's wrong. He's wrong.
We're about to find out that Dana White probably can.
That's gross.
Yeah, it is.
That's nauseating.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everyone. Enjoy your bomb cyclone. It is one of the things that bothers me about some of the softness of the media, which is it thinks it can score points with casual viewers by appearing as overly sensitive about everyone's feelings at all time, and I don't want to offend anybody by changing the subject. That is the subject that you were sent into the room to cover in the first place. Absolutely nobody who was covering Monday Night Football thought that they were going to be covering a tragic event, but you better be prepared to, because that's what comes with sports. That's what comes with all sports. Sports can go bad in the worst of ways at all times. That's just real-life drama that's attached to it. I saw a lot of people today saying, I don't even know how they're going to go ahead and play games this weekend in the NFL as long as Damar Hamlin is still in the hospital. What? Like I don't pray very much. I've said a little prayer for Damar Hamlin. I hope he recovers to the point where he is walking, talking, breathing, and happy with his family and life again. Whether he plays football again is completely irrelevant. But the games that are happening this weekend are relevant. And the NFL is officially relevant. And 3 days after an injury is exactly time to talk about, well, what do you do going forward? I mean, there doesn't need to be any apology by the NFL media for covering how the NFL is going to get out of a situation that, once you do look at it, you see it is complicated. There are many moving parts here to contending teams, which have a ripple effect on the teams behind them and around them, and it is only the most popular sport in the United States, so to diminish it and say that doesn't matter now is insane. Like, quit trying so hard to not offend anybody. You don't even make sense anymore. It's ridiculous.
The only issue is, what do the Bills want to do? I've seen some reports that some of them are uncertain about whether they want to play the game this Sunday against the Patriots. And if they don't,
that's it. That's forfeit time, boys. No, that's not like
then it's forfeit. Then it's forfeit.
Yeah, that's you lost that game. But there is no redo on that one, because it's time to get up and go back to work.
That's their call, not anybody else's. If this is still that traumatic,
no, that's the NFL's call at this point.
No,
the game's scheduled, boys.
No,
you play football.
You get to decide. You get to decide whether
union.
you play or not. They get to decide what to do about it.
All right. Well, if the team says we completely boycott this game because we're still very wrapped up in our emotions about, our other teammate, well, then that's it. Then the Bills forfeit.
Okay, then they forfeit. But if this is still, bothering them to the extent that apparently it still is, and they choose that, then they're choosing that knowing what the price is. But I wouldn't make them play. I just say, okay, we're not going to be unfair to other teams. You lose that game.
Yeah, I'm
a huge believer here in letting the Bills decide. knowing that there is a consequence with the decision.
Right, but you don't think that there's any responsibility to go ahead and give them the offer to, like, we'll cancel the Patriots game too if you need us to.
I don't know what the ramifications are going to be on Friday. I mean, if God forbid Hamlin takes a turn for the worse, that's a whole different discussion. But for right now, I can see where the NFL will say, you could choose to play or not play. We get this is an unprecedented situation for everybody involved. But we just have to say, okay, we're not going to punish you for not playing. We're not going to fine you or suspend you. We're just going to say you lose that game and you deal with whatever consequences come with that.
Look, when it comes to Damar Hamlin, the one thing that Ray and I, neither of us are doctors. We just have absolutely no idea how to even interpret reports coming out of situations and oxygen percentages that are being fed to him. But here's what, I think it's the news that is worth sharing. He remains in critical condition. And at this particular time, he still needs the life-sustaining help from the machines that he is attached to. But everyone who's been to visit him comes away feeling good about that visit. Things seem to be tracking in the right direction as much as they can be at this particular time. And it doesn't sound like just, blind optimism and hope that he will come out of this, but a real possibility now exists that he does come out of this. And that's what we're all hoping for. That's what we're all hoping for. But what happens going forward? What happens going forward is the business that we cover. That's what we do. So to be offended by anyone who covers the NFL or talks about sports for turning the topic back to sports is insane, because that's what sports people do. That's the job. And it is the job of all remaining active Buffalo Bills players to report to and play their next game. That's the job.
And if they're not able to do the job because of this extraordinary circumstance, I get it.
It's said.
The only thing I'm saying is the Bills should get the first choice. The league gets to react to that choice. And I think the only reasonable way to react to that choice is to say, okay, we're not going to fine you. We're not going to punish you for not showing up, but you will forfeit the game. The Patriots will win, and whatever happens in the AFC standings happens in the AFC standings. Because this is unprecedented. This is not like, and we just don't feel like going to work. This is more than that. And I'm willing to accept the fact that it's more than that. And if the games are not important by that definition, whether or not the Bills forfeit game 18 or not should also not be important. That's what it is.
But the thing is, the outcome of that game affects more than just them.
True, but people will benefit by them not playing. So the effect for other teams would be beneficial because they're in the playoffs anyway. They can't change anything about what happens below them.
I mean, look, I understand everyone is very emotional about the situation, but this is the line of work that you signed up for. There are guys who go fishing on crab boats, fall overboard, are never found again. The crab boat is out there the next day catching crab again because that's the job. That's the job.
But that's the decision of the people on the boat. You can either go or not go. That's the thing. This is not like a knee injury. This is people playing in that game.
This is mortality.
Playing in that game, we're looking at death. That's a life-changing thing for anybody. And I'm not arrogant enough to say that I can speak for a player in that situation or speak for any player. If the Bills are not emotionally ready to play on Sunday, they don't play. And I have no problem with their choice. I also don't think it's unreasonable to say, okay, it's just a forfeit then. Patriots win the game, and what happens in the standings happens in the standings as though you lost the game.
888-957-9570. I see we already got a few people wanting to talk about this, so we're going to come back and talk to you about it next here on Damon and Ratto. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
This is an important announcement from 95.7 The Game. Nick freaking Bosa joins Damon and Ratto tonight at 5:15. I repeat, Nick Bosa is live at 5:15 with Damon and Ratto. Thank you. That is all.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc? Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NBA team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game, our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NBA team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
It's a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Warriors looking to get 3 games over 500 for the very first time all season. Bob Myers stopped on by earlier today, had some interesting things to say. We'll get to that sound in a little bit. We'll get into the anatomy of this homestand that the Warriors are finding a bit of success on, even though they don't have key pieces going and playing and won't have more of those key pieces going and playing tonight, but a key opponent in Detroit. And then coming up after them, the Orlando Magic. These are eminently beatable basketball teams. After that, the Phoenix Suns. No Devin Booker, though. So there's a very good chance for the Warriors to rattle off a string of success here before they hit the road. That would start feeling like the season is turning around. So hopefully that does happen. We were talking, though, about what is going to happen in football this weekend going forward, playoff scenarios in the AFC, and how the Bills and Bengals game is directly tied to not only their fortunes and their standings, but other teams' fortunes and standings as well. So what does the league do going forward? You know, I'm just saying that everything is business as usual until it's unusual. Well, it became unusual on Monday night for sure, but it's going to get back to usual quickly here. And then what they do to solve the absence of this game is something that I'm sure that they are burning the midnight oil and talking about in league offices since it happened. And if you say that that is a callous way to look at things, there's a lot of callous in sports, folks. Lots of it.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying that they shouldn't be looking at what happens from here, you know, and concocting scenarios. The only thing I'm saying is the Bills get to decide whether they want to participate this week. It's already been pretty much determined. The NFL has said they're not going to, try to wedge this game into this week. The only way you get that game played is if you move the playoffs back a week and then cut out the extra week before the Super Bowl.
Which is fine by me. I hate that week off between title games and the Super Bowl.
I mean, the league is entitled to handle their business their way.
I mean, I heard another way around it would be to take this game and move it up, the game against the Patriots that the Bills have scheduled, move that game up to Friday or Saturday this week, which, feels a little bit unfair. Then turn around and play Cincinnati in a makeup game Tuesday, Wednesday next week, and then one of those teams is playing playoff football not even 5-6 days later. It all feels like too much too soon.
That seems profoundly unfair to both the Bills and the Bengals.
It does. So what do you do? Like, what are the real options here? Well, what if the game is not rescheduled? I saw Warren Sharp go through just all the scenarios, and basically what the NFL is really hoping for is that the Chiefs win on Saturday. The Chiefs are playing the Raiders on Saturday, and with a Week 18 win, Kansas City would be the 1 seed for sure. If the Chiefs lose on Saturday and the Bills win on Sunday, then the Bills would find themselves elevated to a 1 seed, and then it would be, well, then what happens to the Bengals? Because the Bengals, they really can't even get the 1 seed if they win and both the Chiefs and Bills lose. The question would be then, could the Bengals get the 2 seed in the AFC?
Yeah, the Bengals are 2 games behind Kansas City, so they can't be the 1.
What would you do? Would you go to strength of schedule? How would you go through the tiebreakers? Well, the first tiebreaker would be there would be several tiebreakers, and you'd have to go through them. It would be conference record. They would have the identical conference record. Then you'd go to common games. The Bills went 8-2 in common games when the Bengals went 7-3 in common games. And again,
that's a conference record. I think you're looking at.
Those are common games. No, so there are the tiebreaker would be conference record. Assuming a Buffalo Week 18 loss and a Cincinnati win in Week 18, both teams would be at 8-3 in conference games. So there would be a scenario where you're now going to a second tiebreaker. A second tiebreaker could actually become also tied, which means that you would then have to go to a strength of victory calculated NFL tiebreaker. And it's just there's a lot of things here that are, complicated and have different prongs to them. I say you flip a coin. I mean, if it really comes down to it and you need a decision, flip a coin. That to me is the fairest way to do it without taking too much energy or allowing too much rust to set in with anyone as they're waiting around for what's about to happen. And even if the NFL just decided, hey, we're going to reschedule and we're going to squeeze this thing as offensive and irresponsible as it might be to do that, we're doing that. How and where could that be done? It's you'd obviously want the game in Cincinnati. It was their home game.
That's easy to solve. You put the game in Cincinnati because they don't have any stadium conflicts. There's no easy options. No. The easiest and I think the most sensible option is simply to just say, this game's not going to be played. Period.
888-957-957.
Let the chips land where they land after that.
Mo Money in Vallejo. What do you got, Mo Money? Money Mo. Sorry. I had that backwards. Is he with us? I don't hear him.
He's angry at you.
He might be. This is Matt in San Francisco. Hello, Matt. What do you got?
Hey, guys. This is, first off, I want to preface this with, this is totally no emotion involved in this decision, but I had to call in because your take on, it's time to go back to work this Sunday and the crab fisherman thing. I'm a first responder. I'm a firefighter. And if you witness someone on your crew injured, especially to the level that this kid was injured, everyone on that shift is given time off indefinitely with help for whatever mental impact that had on them. And your thinking on it is it just sounds real dated and real crass for what happened.
Well, so I'm just telling you the way that the NFL is thinking about this. I mean, dated and crass are, I believe, part of the bylines that the NFL works under. And there is a level of billions of dollars of business being played here and hundreds of millions of dollars exchanging hands to where feelings, believe me, are stowed away. And that's just the way it is. I mean, we're just, we're operating in the reality here. Not everything can be laid down as gently as everyone needs it to be. I will also say that the NFL has provided both the Cincinnati Bengals and Buffalo Bills round-the-clock access to therapists and grief counselors and has done what I would call above and beyond levels of help to help anyone who is, wrestling mentally over this.
They were tardy to to let the game die on Monday night. I'm sorry to use that word, but they did it. Largely because the players and coaches said, we're not playing.
Right.
I don't care what you do.
The players did it. The NFL did not do that.
No, but they tried to paper it over the next day with a press conference which said, we never said that they have 5 minutes to warm up once the ambulance leaves, which I believe to be patently false. And I think because of that, they are sensitive to PR blowback. And if they tried to force the Bills and Bengals to play when neither team is willing to play, that would make it all the worse because they know better. And that's why I'm not sure that this game ought to be played. They ought to, I think the best play for the NFL, speaking cynically, is to just take whatever minimal financial loss there comes with that, and move on as though there was no game scheduled. It's the easiest logistically. It's the best solution PR-wise. And then if this lingers beyond that, you deal with that when that happens. And if it means that the Bills don't want to play on Sunday because, the news is too devastating, then I think the league is within its rights to say, no punishment other than you get a loss. I don't think that's unreasonable. I think it takes care of everybody's needs.
Someone says, Damon, don't try to save yourself by saying this is how the NFL thinks about it. You were the one who made the fishing boat comparison. Yeah, because that's how that industry works too. Folks, this is going to sound super crass and blunt, but look, people go back to work after terrible things happen all of the time, all of the time, all of the time, in menial, unglorified, not glamorous, not provided for with round-the-clock access to therapy situations all over the world. It happens all the time. Life ain't fair. Life ain't fair. I'm sure that the Buffalo Bills loved their teammate. You don't love your teammate as much as you love your father, and there are people who go to work on the day their father died to honor their father because that's the way they know that their father would want it. The Brett Favre game in Oakland. It's just people sometimes, in order to move on from grief, want to get back to their routines. That's part of this too. Not everyone is one collective conscious. We're all upset. We therefore will not be commencing with normalcy. Getting back to normalcy for some people is a critical step in becoming normal again. That's the way it is. And if I've offended any of you, I apologize for absolutely nothing. You have no right to an unoffended life. You will hear things that make you go, didn't like that. And then you can decide whether or not to come back and listen to me, listen to the show, listen to all of it. But if you want the truth and not the sugar-coated, total, the pie in the sky way things should be, go listen to the show that gives you that. I'm telling you what it is, what the way things are. It's rough out there. It's cold. It's callous. It's brutal. That's the way billion-dollar industries work. That's the way unrewarding industries work.
But they shouldn't work that way all the time. There's no one size fits all on this. It's, Brett Favre made a choice, and the Packers didn't prevent him from making that choice. I'm saying this choice is the Buffalo Bills' choice. And I think they're entitled to that choice. To not play this game, absolutely. To not play on Sunday against New England, absolutely. But with the consequence that they take a loss. It's a small consequence, I would think. But there is at least a consequence that does not impact teams that were not affected by this. And frankly, all teams have been affected a little bit by this one way or another, just based on the fact that I've seen most teams have had team meetings today to talk about Hamlin and what's happened. So it affects all of them. But I think, the choice, I don't think if the NFL comes out and say, you damn well better play or there are going to be sanctions. The end of the sanctions is they lose the game. Because anything after that, there's just needless bullying, and it's unfair.
By the way, welcome one and all to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Kyle Shanahan was asked about what his team has done to address this situation with anyone who, might need to talk about it with someone.
All the guys had it in their individual meetings. In our team setting, we didn't do it, though, because we kind of did it all one-on-one. But we made our doctor, our clinician, he's usually here on Tuesdays for a little bit. We made him available all day. A lot of players used it. The thing we found out, most of them used it for their wives and people like that. A lot of our players were they were doing all right. But I think the wives used it the most.
So, it's good that they have access to people who can sit there and listen and give you the grief counseling that you need. And then you go back to life. My great-grandmother, God bless her, lived till she was 101 years old, buried more people than anyone. When you go to a lot of funerals when you're 101 years old. Her mantra, God bless Grandma Cadju, her mantra, she'd walk over and tell any single grieving widow or widower, anyone, that's the one thing she always said at a funeral. She'd go over and she'd grab that person's hand, give them a big hug, and say, I want to remind you that life is for the living. And that's what it is. And by the way, Damar Hamlin is living, and we hope he certainly continues to do that for as long as people are allowed to live. But going back to work is what happens. Somebody's brought this up here, and they said it in a very sweet way, and I do thank you for it, 415. But someone was like, Damon, like when you had a stroke, what happened? The station was on the air the next morning right on time. I'll tell you that much. The business in 95.7 The Game didn't stop for a minute when your boy was laying in the hospital for 21 straight days. Not for a millisecond. We didn't miss a commercial, Ray. And we're a local podunk radio station.
Okay.
So what do you think the NFL's about to do? And say tell the Buffalo Bills what their workday's like?
They don't get to tell the Buffalo Bills workday what it's going to be like. That's up to Sean McDermott and the Pagulas and the people who run, and Brandon Byrne, the people who run that organization. If this impacts the game on Sunday, the NFL absolutely has a right to say, okay, we get that you can't do this. You take a forfeit. That's the fair punishment. You don't sit there and go to every player's home and go, get your ass in the car and get to work. That's a choice for the players, just as it was a choice for everybody at the station here to go blithely along and ignore your stroke. I wasn't here then, so I can be cavalier about it.
You can be.
No, but I just think that's the most reasonable and least offensive solution to this. Let the Bills decide.
888-957-9570, Mr. G in Napa.
Hey, gentlemen. Love the show. Favorite so far today. This is one of those things where it's yes and, right? It's yes and a lot of us out there don't have the mental capacity to think about both sides like the two of you do. Small thing. I played football long time ago. Got to be gurneyed off. They cut my helmet off, all that stuff. The game kept playing. I'm not comparing it. I shouldn't even brought it up, not comparing that. But looking to the NFL, Ray is 1,000% correct. If the Bills, there's really not. They couldn't play. They didn't decide not to play. They couldn't play. How would those guys have played football? And if they decide they can't do it again, if you're thinking about that stuff, you shouldn't be playing football anyway in the next game, next 3 games, next whatever games. That game moves so fast and it's so dangerous. And then, Damon, you're 1,000% right. It's a giant, monstrous mechanism that's going to make all the money, and it will go forward. The bigger picture, the 10,000 feet, this is who we are. We love football because it's violent. And we're cool with most of the violence, but now that a real thing has happened, which, really bothers us, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? It's a tough business, and it's not for everybody, and it's a hard thing for me, personally, to reconcile as somebody who played. You're going to get hurt, and bad things are going to happen. But compare it to our military-industrial complex, think of it how we treat our veterans, and it's very, very similar. It's very similar. We got to do bad things. We're going to put ourselves in danger, and it's going to be really tough. Tough day for everybody. Please let that young man, live a life. That would be the best. That would be the best thing to come out of this.
Thank you, Mr. G. Appreciate it. Thank you for calling today. Somebody brings up something here. There's so much outrage and attention, and people are in their emotions over this because you follow it. You follow it. Someone here from the 510 says, I'm a surfer, I'm a snowboarder. Let me tell you, way more people die doing these sports than professional football players. Yet it doesn't have the attention that football has. If there's a freak accident, they don't shut down the mountain. Your sporting life wants you back out there. You get out there. You assume risks. It's part of being a sportsman. And that's, I think, the message that these players have been talking about more than any concept of we're not going to play anymore. We're just forfeiting from here on out. That's that athletes, professional athletes especially, aren't wired like that.
Well, nobody said they were going to forfeit from here on out. People who want to take it to that extreme, they're plainly off base. It's the Bills get to play when they're emotionally ready to play again. And they accept whatever competitive disadvantage comes with that. If they choose not to play again this year, they'll have to deal with that. But it seems to me that the choice still gets to be theirs. And the league can react to that choice, but the league can't make the choice for them.
It's an individual player choice. The Buffalo Bills team plane takes off for Foxborough on Saturday.
And maybe it does, but maybe it doesn't.
If you don't want to be on it, don't get on it.
Okay,
but the team plane is going.
But I'm just telling you that if something awful happens between now and then, the Bills as an organization might choose not to play. And that's their choice too. That's something that the team has to work at, and the individual members of that team have to work out among themselves, one way or another. And that's all I'm saying. Nobody from the outside gets to have a say in this, except what the result of the Bills' own independent and free choice is going to be.
John in San Francisco. What do you got, John?
Oh, hey, guys. Listen, I just want to comment about what DeMar Hamlin would want in this situation, in my opinion. I don't know DeMar personally, but I've followed him since he's in high school. We both grew up in Pittsburgh. We both went to the University of Pittsburgh. And I can tell you this much. DeMar Hamlin is a lifelong Steeler fan. And if you could ask him what he would want the Buffalo Bills to do this weekend, I am certain that he would want his team to suit up and play the Patriots. He would not want the Patriots to get a default victory and knock the Steelers out of the playoffs.
And there's someone probably saying, who are you to say that? But, John, you're right. I'm going to tell you, I think you're right.
And that might very well be true. But the players know him better than even John does. That's why I'm saying the players get to decide. I'm not trying to make a solution for them. I think that's up to them, and we have to let it be up to them.
Someone's like, the NFL needs to do the right thing. No, it doesn't.
No, because
the NFL actually was completely 1,000,000% prepared to do the opposite of the right thing.
Absolutely. That's why I wouldn't rely on the NFL to make this choice. I'd rely on the Bills, the players, and the coaches to make this choice themselves. What the NFL gets to do is decide what the result of that choice is. But the choice, I believe, rests entirely with the team.
We're going to talk with Peter King, obviously, about this when he joins us coming up next.
Peter also gets a vote on this.
He look at it this way. The time that he spent in Cincinnati and around the league office, he knows how this league works as well as anyone, and some of the things that they're thinking about and some of the things that they are considering. And there are 1,000 different masters to serve here. I mean, there really are. There is going to be billions of dollars changing hands over fantasy football, much less actual football, that is affected by the results of a series of events that when do you stop compounding series of events with more series of abnormal events when you're officially running out of time and you are, a Sunday away from starting your postseason tournament? Like, it's really hard for me to have any sympathy for the NFL, but I have a little compassion for the problem that they're facing in the league office. That ain't easy. None of this is easy. None of this is easy. Peter King will explain to us what's going on, and we're also going to talk about, speaking of seeding, San Francisco 49ers could be the 1 seed. So we're going to talk about that with Peter King, updating on Brock Purdy. By the way, Elijah Mitchell, his practice window is open. It gives the 49ers 21 days to reactivate him. Christian McCaffrey, Dre Greenlaw, and Javon Kinlaw were all held out of practice today. Trent Williams and Nick Bosa both got veteran days, but Nick has to make up for it on the back end because he joins us in about an hour from now. We're going to have Nick Bosa at 5:15. Peter King comes up next here on 95.7 The Game. It's a Warriors Wednesday. The merch store is open, 957thegame.com.
This is an important announcement from 95.7 The Game. Nick freaking Bosa joins Damon and Ratto tonight at 5:15. I repeat, Nick Bosa is live at 5:15 with Damon and Ratto. Thank you. That is all.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
You have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans directly, and recycle old clothes by donating them. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Come to Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Are you ready? Stock up and save big now on appliances and more at the Truckload event at Lowe's. For a limited time only, get up to an additional $600 off select major appliances and instant savings from top brands like Whirlpool and Frigidaire. Plus, get store-wide savings on even more items that you need. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowes.com to shop the truckload event today. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for details. Valid 12/29 through 1/4.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
It is great to have you back here, Damon and Ratto, and we're very happy to welcome back Peter King for a weekly conversation, a day late, since we all got started a day late. And because we were a day late, we had Monday night off. A lot of people were watching Monday Night Football, and Peter, obviously, the story begins there because that was a through-the-looking-glass moment for a lot of people. It was obviously the scariest situation I think we've ever seen on an NFL field play out. I think that the NFL absolutely wanted that game to continue, and both
of the medical authorities there, the EMTs, the team doctors, and you saw not only the urgent movements of them, but you saw the looks on everybody's faces, and it was bad. It was clearly bad. So, I mean, that is something that has not happened on an NFL field in a quarter century. You know, there's been a lot of talk in the last couple of days about how the NFL is so dangerous and blah, blah, blah. And again, I'm not, by saying blah, 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 I don't mean to demean that or diminish it, because the NFL is incredibly dangerous. But this is not in any way a typical event that happens in an NFL game. It hasn't happened in 25 years. So I'm not sure that the time for that discussion is now about the dangers of football. It's just another dangerous piece of the football puzzle. But on Tuesday morning, very early, I had a conversation with Mike Ryan, who's a former NFL head athletic trainer, and Mike Ryan is now NBC's medical expert, and he's in the booth, or he's at the game site every week. So, and I know Mike, and so I called him and I said, "What hits you?" And he said, "I think that was a perfect example of why the NFL has spent so much time, energy, resources over the last few years in making everybody in NFL games, players and coaches, team officials, feel pretty safe about things, because they've got 29. It turns out that it's 30. They've added one more. But he said they've got 29 medical people at every NFL game. That includes an emergency intubation specialist. So it's as well as having 3 EMTs to do the kind of work on and look, team physicians, those guys all are experts in in CPR. So that really came in handy. And then to have a level 1 trauma center within 2 miles of the facility for Damar Hamlin, as unfortunate as Monday night was, and clearly it was borderline tragic, as it turns out now, and if things are starting to look positive, but we'll see. It could have been a lot worse.
This is a sort of inside the medical question, but who decides in a situation like that what care is given when? Is it the EMTs in a situation like that? Is it the home team physician? Is it the individual team physician? Who takes charge in a situation that potentially chaotic?
I'm told that the Bills head athletic trainer and chief team physician on site on the sidelines were the ones sort of spearheading the situation. But Ray, I don't know everything about how that happened. I do know that one of the things that that was told to me, in fact, I had Mike Ryan on my podcast, that we recorded it last night. And Mike Ryan, he knows several of those people who were involved in it. And he said he could just tell when they came out and they saw the situation, even though the cameras weren't focused on it for a long time, he could tell the urgency because of, the sort of first look at Damar Hamlin, that it was an urgent situation. But it would have been directed by the Bills' medical officials.
Were you in any way surprised at the time it took to reach the decision to postpone the game? And do you know whether or not indeed the NFL wanted to continue it?
I was a little bit surprised that this happened, I believe, at 8:55 Eastern Time, and they postponed the game at 10:01. Here's all I know about that. And obviously, in retrospect, everybody is going to do everything humanly possible to make sure that nobody gets thrown under the bus on this. But I believe that it's fairly boilerplate that when you have an extended pause in a game, if you have an interruption of a game for 10 or 15 minutes because of an injury on the field, that they're taking every precaution with, that the boilerplate thing is to say, guys will have 5 or 10 minutes or whatever it is. I don't think that there is any specific rule about this, to get ready to play again. And in this particular case, I don't know how, especially with the fact that when players are out there watching their teammate, a beloved teammate, a guy, even though he's only in his second year, he was clearly one of the most admired and well-liked guys on this team. Look, let's not kid around. When you see somebody getting CPR done on them, their heart is stopped. And I'm not saying it. I mean, you don't have to be a medical expert to know that. And so clearly, those guys had to know whether it was done with a defibrillator or whether it was done manually. And I don't know which way it was done, that the players were going to be just absolutely devastated at the prospect of knowing that Damar Hamlin's heart had stopped. And obviously, when someone's heart is stopped, you're in a life and death situation. So I just watching the game, and I did nothing on Monday other than to watch the game. I didn't make 43 phone calls. I was just watching the game. And in 5 minutes after this was happening, as soon as I heard CPR and defibrillator, I just said, they can't play this game again. Now, I'm reminded when we look at the fact that approximately 66 minutes passed between the time of the incident and the time that the NFL said this game is being suspended, whatever word was used. I'm just reminded of 2 years ago when, on many Mondays and Tuesdays in the 2020 season, when it appeared as though some team might not be able to play because of COVID, and they might have X number of players away, I kept being told by the league in those days, they're not going to make a decision until they absolutely have to. And so that's what I was reminded of the other night. And again, look, the fact is, I don't know. And I can't sit here and say that absolutely they wanted the game to continue, because I think what would have happened is at some point you saw the shots underneath the stands with Zach Taylor and Sean McDermott passing the cell phone with the NFL representative, Dawn Aponte, who's on site for Monday night games, you saw that, in essence, they were talking to someone, whether it be Troy Vincent, Roger Goodell, who knows. But I'm sure they were just telling them, we can't play football. We're not playing football. And it was pretty soon after that they said they're not playing football.
Let me look ahead and ask you to speculate, but a relatively safe speculation. What are the chances, A, that they will try to resume this game, even if it isn't this week, and even if it means pushing the playoffs back a week, as opposed to simply saying, okay, this is basically no game, and we'll try to pick up the schedule again Sunday?
Well, it's a very interesting question, Ray. Mike Florio reported today that he was told by someone who would know, I forget how he attributed it, that what the NFL is considering, and listen, this has to be underlined, the NFL is considering, one option is that the NFC wild card weekend will be played next weekend, and Buffalo and Cincinnati will play next weekend. The weekend after that, the AFC wild card weekend will be played, and the NFC will have its bye week, its weekend off, and then the following week they'll basically push everything back 1 week. Now, this is just my gut feeling after hearing that and after having a good idea of where that is coming from. And I have no idea if this is what they'll whether this will be the thing or not. I think one of the problems in terms of, I guess you'd call it competitive fairness, is if this game is not played and the Bengals and the Bills simply play 16 games while everybody else plays 17, you will be stuck with the following scenario. The Bills will, if the Bills and Kansas City each win this weekend, then the Bills will finish the season 13-3. Kansas City will finish the season 14-3. And so if you go by winning percentage, Kansas City then would win home field in the AFC and have home field through the playoffs. And not only that, but would avoid the Cincinnati Bengals, an incredibly dangerous team right now, in the first round of the playoffs, in the divisional round. So it could be that the NFL is going to say, look, it's not, we have to be respectful to the entire situation, to Damar Hamlin, everything like that. However, and look, whatever, I've said this for 2 days now, whatever the NFL decides, I'm not going to say what a dumb decision. This is an extraordinary case, a case that no commissioner really in this exact scenario has ever had to deal with. But I think especially because Buffalo beat Kansas City in Kansas City this year and would finish a half game behind Kansas City, having played one fewer game. Now, we could all speculate about, well, you can't guarantee, you can't lock in a win over Cincinnati on Monday, and of course you can't. But that part of it, if I were Roger Goodell and I were the NFL right now, I would be thinking, after a while, we've got to try to be as fair with this as we can. And so maybe we ought to really try to play that final game, the Cincinnati Buffalo game. But again, I don't know what they're going to do, and you guys check what I write on Monday or whenever it is. Whenever this decision comes out, I'm not going to rip anybody, because if you say that the only thing that matters is the health of Damar Hamlin, I'm not going to quibble who's got a home game against whoever in the playoffs this year.
What about flipping a coin? Outcome of the game, we flip a coin.
I think flipping a coin, I'd really like to hear pros and cons of it, but I said that right away. That way, Buffalo won't have to play the extra game. The entire playoff situation does not get thrown on its head. You know, and everything has to get rescheduled. I happen to like that, you know, and I don't think it's a bad idea at all.
There's less tax on the bodies. There's less travel on the bodies, less mileage, and I think it makes sense. In like you were saying, Peter, there is no right answer. It's how close to right can this answer actually get. Peter?
I think the one thing that the NFL probably would think of, especially because, and I might be wrong by $10 or $20 here, but ESPN pays $2.5 billion a year for these games, and their game of the year didn't happen. You know, so I'm sure that you don't have Disney haranguing Roger Goodell, but if somebody at the NFL has asked Disney what they would want, they would say, I'm sure we would like to see this game continue.
Absolutely. It is huge, huge business. There is no smooth transition from a very serious conversation, but hey, since we're talking seeding here, Peter, we cannot help but notice that the 49ers have to beat David Blau, and the Eagles need to lose in New York, likely without Jalen Hurts.
It's in Philly.
Excuse me, the game is in Philly, you're right, but they're playing the Giants, and Jalen Hurts probably, isn't playing this weekend either.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
I would say it's probably 50-50.
Coin toss.
I'm not saying I'll be surprised if he doesn't play, but I definitely don't think the decision has been made to keep him out of the game.
I guess my question was going to eventually be there. What if the 49ers ended up the 1 seed? Wouldn't that be extraordinary?
I mean, especially you look at them in week 7 this year where you're thinking, oh my God. I remember getting an email to my column when the 49ers were down in the dumps, and I remember getting an email and it asked me the question, seriously, if the 49ers end up 9-8 or whatever it is Kyle Shanahan in trouble? And I don't know, I get 175, 250 emails a week, and I don't remember why I didn't answer it. All I would be doing is speculating. I would have said I doubt it, but who knows? But I think one of the things that is really interesting about what's happened with the 49ers is that I think it really shows the true value of coaching. And I don't just mean Kyle Shanahan coaching up the last pick in the draft. I really don't. There's the other part of this is what that defensive staff has done, led by a great defensive coordinator who's definitely going to get interviewed, and who knows what happens. Beauty is in the eye of the owner beholders, the first couple weeks of January every year, or a little bit later than that because the season now is, lasts longer. But I think the other aspect of this in terms of coaching is to develop players all over that defense, and to have the kind of depth. If you even look at an Azeez Al-Shaair, and I'm telling you, every game he might only play 19, 24, 25 plays. Every game he does something to help the 49ers win. Every game. And that isn't just the talent of him. That is being put in the right position to make plays. And so, I've got to give credit to the entire coaching staff there, because I think they've had an awful lot to do with it. And you got to give credit to Kyle Shanahan and and to Brock Purdy for never saying die in Vegas the other day, because look, that is one of the 2 or 3 most amazing games of this football season. Even though the Raiders aren't going anywhere, how can you say that? Blah blah blah. I mean, Jarrett Stidham had never played a game in the NFL, never started a game in the NFL in his life, and he far and away played the best game that any quarterback has played against the best defense in football. I mean, you know, he was drafted to eventually compete for the job after Tom Brady and in New England. And Brady did nothing against the Niners, and Jarrett Stidham did everything.
2 quarterbacks have put 3 touchdowns on the Niners in the air this year. Jarrett Stidham and Patrick Mahomes. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah.
Of the 3 potential teams that the 49ers could face in the first round, whether they're a 1 or a 2 seed,
yeah,
is there one that in your mind looks livelier than the other 2?
Well, the team, if I were them, that I shouldn't say I would like to play, because look, it's an odd situation. I mean, let's just say for the sake of argument that, and I'm just gonna, I think the most likely outcome is that they're the 2 seed. All right. So if they're the 2 seed, then they're going to be playing. They're going to be playing the 7 seed, which is likely to be Green Bay. San Francisco has played Green Bay pretty well. The thing is, though, Green Bay's defense the last month of the season has been a top 5 NFL defense. So I think the Niners would really have to look at this game like, we got to put the clamps down on Aaron Rodgers and these 2 rookie receivers, because they've been playing well enough to win games. So, I mean, there's that, and then let's just say they survive that. Then you have to ask yourself, okay, it'd probably be, the Vikings or the Giants. I think the Giants are one of the sneaky, most interesting teams in football, just because their front 7 is really, really deep and hard to play. So I think for everyone who says, "Oh, geez, we'd rather face the Giants," well, of course you would, and all things considered, I think you probably would too. But I think the Giants, and I'm not saying this is January 91 revisited, where Matt Barr kicks 5 field goals and they beat the Niners 15-13 in knocking out possibly the best 49ers team ever, out of the playoffs that year, so that, in the championship game. But I don't know. I think the Giants are kind of a sneaky, interesting team.
Peter, in about 35 minutes, Nick Bosa is going to be kind enough to join us here. I think he's going to be named Defensive Player of the Year. Do you?
Yeah, I do. I talked to him the other day, and I asked him about it, and he said, hey, for somebody who's either been playing football, watching it, do whatever, loving it since he was 3 years old, of course it's a big deal. I'm a big football fan. I've seen all these guys who've won it, and yeah, I do. I think a bunch of guys have had really good years on defense. There's a lot of guys with a lot of sacks. And look, I happen to think that he is most deserving because, I will point to the play he made that won the game in overtime for this team the other day. The play that won the game in overtime showed up on no stat sheets other than PFF and Next Gen Stats, because that is the definition of a quarterback pressure, and that right there is what won them the game. And he had 7 of them. I wrote about it in my column this week, and he had 7 of them, and that one, it wasn't a sack, and he's got a lot of sacks, obviously, but that play wasn't a sack, and yet it won a really important game that kept them in play for the number 1 seed in the NFC. I think not only does he deserve to be Defensive Player of the Year, he'll get my vote, and I think he will be Defensive Player of the Year.
Sounds pretty good, I'm sure, to Nick Bosa. It sounds pretty good to 49ers fans who have, with their own two eyes, just watched a remarkable season produced by Bosa and obviously the entire defense around him. Peter, thank you very much. An awful lot to get into this week. You are the perfect person to talk about all the moving parts of the NFL with, as always. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Peter King here on 95.7 The Game, and I wasn't kidding. We're about 35 minutes away from Nick Bosa. He's supposed to join us around 5:15, 5:20. We're looking forward to talking to him, looking forward to talking to you, and somebody on the text line has maybe come up with the single best way to decide what would we need to do to come up with a tiebreaker between Cincinnati and Buffalo. I'll share that with you next here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
This is an important announcement from 95.7 The Game. Nick freaking Bosa joins Damon and Ratto tonight at 5:15. I repeat, Nick Bosa is live at 5:15 with Damon and Ratto. Thank you. That is all.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
So, you've unwrapped a new device this year. Don't forget to take your favorite stations and podcasts with you.
No matter where you go.
With the Odyssey app.
Stream the music and shows you love on your phone, tablet, laptop, smart speaker, and more.
Create an account to save your favorites across devices.
And jump back to the moments that matter most with Rewind.
Your favorite local listening. Available when and how you want.
Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc? Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured, so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
It is our longest commercial-free segment of the entire afternoon here on a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. And we got Warriors Live, starting with our friend John Dickinson, coming up at 6 o'clock this evening, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. We got Warriors, we got Pistons, and we'll get back there in just a second. But Ray, every now and then, the text line comes up with an idea that is so fabulous, I'm ashamed I did not think of it myself.
This is where you take credit for it anyway, because you don't have to cite your source.
But I'm that kind of stand-up guy. I can take so much credit for so many good things. I'm willing to share the credit when something else happens. It's just my generosity.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel diabetic all of a sudden.
It's the sweetness of me.
Oh, God.
So one of the
flesh is crawling.
One of the things that Peter King said was, hey, Disney that owns ESPN and ABC and spent all this money on Monday Night Football, they want a game. They want a broadcast to sell, turn around, and get ratings on. So, a coin flip probably isn't going to do it. It's not going to satisfy anybody. Although, if you did broadcast that coin flip, it would be maybe the most watched flip coin in world history. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that you could wrap 2 hours of ads around a 4-second action.
Oh, they would turn it into a Heisman situation where they know the winner before the show started, but it was still 3 hours anyways. But, it would not be compelling, but for a moment there, boy, we'd lean in to see if that sucker turned up heads or tails. How about this? Because this satisfies a little content for television. It's going to also wrap in a lot of your old audience and a level of new audience. It's also going to be an incredibly generous handshake to a, let's call it, corporate partner. How about this? Instead of a coin flip, the Buffalo Bills present their single best Madden player. And the Cincinnati Bengals identify and present their best Madden player. And the two guys sit down and play a game of Madden that actually goes into the standings.
I hate the idea on its face, just because I'm not a video gamer. And two, the game is already heading that way. Why hasten it, especially for something that actually matters? I'd rather have no game than a Madden game. Doesn't mean he doesn't get credit for thinking. I just think it's the wrong thought.
I think it's a great idea. I think it would get millions of eyeballs on it. It would be the single greatest Madden commercial of all time in the year where, we're celebrating the passing of I don't know if we're celebrating it, but we're recognizing the passing of John Madden just last year. Not bad. Not a bad idea.
It's thinking. I don't like where it ends. But but it gets points for thinking.
Someone from the 925 then says, how about this? Lingerie Bowl. We get those two teams. By the way, I would love to see team lingerie from Buffalo. I insert own joke.
Yeah. Wow. No. Not the lingerie team from
Cincinnati's
Buffalo.
rolling.
Any lingerie bowl. Just no.
Lingerie bowl.
No.
They got the weekend available.
And that's all well and good. They can go out in the schoolyard and play. Knock yourselves out, but I don't want it to matter. Because weirdly enough, it won't.
I think it's a hysterical idea. I love it. I love it. How about having Ocho Cinco rep Cincinnati and Marshawn representing Buffalo? Both those guys would sign up for that, I think.
I don't know if Marshawn would sign up for repping Buffalo. He did not have a good time there.
He didn't, but if you put it in an Applebee's and tied in Kenny Mayne and gave him enough Skittles, maybe.
He might do Skittles for Vladivostok as far as that goes. But nah, if they're not going to play the real game, and I don't think they should, there should just be no game. Work around it.
How about this? To settle the game, each player nominates who they think is the funniest teammate. First one that makes Ray Ratto laugh the loudest is the 2 seed.
That game would go on for weeks.
Well, again, now, ABC has its television time slot full.
No, what they've got is me just sitting there going, why am I being subjected to this? They'd have to nail gun me to the chair.
Just some good stuff here. Good job, everyone.
Yeah, not really.
I actually think the Madden idea is not bad. It works on a lot of levels. And someone brings up another very good point that I think, we're not going to go crying any ratings woes for the NFL because they still got ratings on Monday night. I don't know what they were, but they still got ratings.
Oh, no,
they got the full time slot.
They got a full rubbernecker crowd for an hour that they wouldn't have gotten. And maybe it would have been bigger than the game audience.
It might have. But here's the thing, but that was a massive game, so maybe not.
No, but here's the thing. When you're talking about the possibility of life or death, how many people watching the game called out to their spouse or their kids and they said, you've got to come and look at this? I mean, it doesn't change the ratings because it's still one set, but they're getting an audience for that just because,
sure,
for lack of a better word, morbid curiosity.
Oh,
because that's not something you get to see.
That's not for a lack of a better word. That's an apropos description.
Yeah, in fact, I think the ratings for that UEFA game where Christian Eriksen collapsed on the field went up because people were going, oh my God, this guy could die.
They weren't saying, oh my God, something actually happened in a soccer game.
See, that's just not necessary.
Anyways, fantastic. Captains rock, paper, scissoring their way through the playoffs. That'd be interesting. But yeah, a lot of good suggestions. We can stop now, though. We can officially stop.
Stop before this.
The suggestions. How about this? Brock Purdy's dad, Sean, was on the morning show today with Bonte and Butcher Boy, and they asked him about what his impressions were of Kyle Shanahan. And here's what Sean Purdy, who is Brock's father, said.
Just from, hearing Brock talk about the meetings and how they do things and what he expects. Once again, being a family of faith, we're like, man, God put him with the right guy. He is just brilliant. When I'm watching the game, as a dad, you're always nervous. For the first time in my life, watching Brock play, I was just like, well, he's got a guy that's going to call the right plays. And, that's very comforting. Yeah, what a brilliant mind. And, Brock really looks up to him and respects what that guy's all about.
Sounds like a cruel diss on Matt Campbell.
Well, I don't know if it's a shot across anyone else's bow, but it's certainly a glowing endorsement of the situation he finds his son in. It's a dad will tell you whether or not they like the situation their son is in, yes or no, and they're probably going to give you the truth.
Well, he can't. I mean, it's the best situation any rookie quarterback could be in. You're surrounded by good players. You're not required to be the hero, and you've got a guy you can turn around and give the ball to 20 times and make your life infinitely easier. So, yeah, I bet he's damn happy that he's there.
And the entire offense essentially operates in a box that you're comfortable in.
Yeah, I mean, it's I've said this before. In any other situation, you would have seen Brock Purdy's shortcomings by now. He doesn't have to show them because a great defense and a great running back who can also catch the ball out of the backfield eliminates a lot of possibilities for mistakes. He's having exactly the year that Jimmy Garoppolo's been having. If you look at the numbers, there's nothing extraordinary about what he's done. There was nothing extraordinary about what Garoppolo's done. But it all works because you've got the running back, and an extraordinary running back at that. You've got an offensive line that can block for the run all day long, and you've got a defense that means you don't have to score 35 points, except last Sunday.
If you gave Kyle Shanahan the opportunity right now, saying, so going forward, you can either keep going with Brock Purdy, or we found a crazy wrinkle in the NFL's bylaws that will allow you to add Derek Carr. Who do you think you'd rather go forward with, Brock Purdy or Derek Carr?
I think you'd rather go with Purdy.
I do too.
Because, first of all, you're gaining years. Purdy's significantly younger. He's significantly less shell-shocked, and he knows the system. That's why Garoppolo is still here.
Well, and no bad habits. No bad habits hoisted upon you by other coaches.
We don't know what habits he's got. He's got a pretty restricted, this is what we want you to do this. I don't think Carr is, I think Carr could adapt, but I think because Kyle Shanahan believes in what's familiar, and it's only when he decides to go outside his comfort zone that he gets burned, I think he would prefer Purdy to Carr. That doesn't mean that Carr is not a better quarterback than Purdy. But for Kyle Shanahan and his almost unique way of looking at offense, Brock Purdy is fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think I honestly think that as Kyle Shanahan is watching Brock Purdy these last few weeks, he's thinking to himself, I've got my guy. I really do. I do believe he is thinking, this is the guy I'm looking for. A young piece of early in his career successful clay that I can mold in the exact vision of what I want. And the truth is, this is what I want. I thought I wanted Trey Lance, and we're not getting rid of Trey Lance because Trey Lance might be what I need one day. But what I want is an accurate passer who can make 3 good reads, the right decision, or get rid of the ball and avoid sacks. And Purdy's good at all of that. And I really think that Shanahan is looking at this kid thinking, I got something to work with beyond wherever this year ends. I think he is. I think he's the Niners quarterback going forward. I really do.
I'm not sure about that. Not because I see anything wrong in Purdy, but I see in Kyle Shanahan a guy who doesn't make a decision till he has to. We've been trying to pick what Kyle Shanahan's going to do at that position for 5 years now. We've been dead wrong throughout all of it. I think he's going to keep his powder dry on all of it. I think he'll keep Purdy.
Options everywhere.
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, he might decide, you know what? Trey Lance is the guy who doesn't fit here for whatever reason. I think he's keeping an open book on all of it and is making no decisions. He might find there might be a playoff game, and let's just take as a hypothetical, let's say Green Bay's suddenly revived defense just terrorizes him and they lose in the first round. Maybe that changes his worldview entirely because we're still talking about a really small sample size with this guy. And so I think that he's not making any decisions on Purdy. The decision, if he's made one at all, he says, he's going to be on the roster next year. I don't know if he's going to start. I don't know if he's the guy of the future. Because if you've seen how many quarterbacks have either gotten hurt, gotten replaced, or just gotten cut, there have been 46 backup quarterbacks who've gotten time this year. That's an absurd number. That's not including anybody who started game one. So there's been 78 quarterbacks this year, which it's either the highest number ever or it's really close. So I think Kyle Shanahan is looking at this going, I got depth at a position where I don't necessarily have depth, but I can't keep 3. There might have to be a new Brock Purdy next year while I keep the old one.
Oh, I would be looking to draft any quarterback that you thought had NFL potential round 4 or beyond, should they still be on the board every single year. I'm talking about teams that had Tom Brady in his prime should be drafting quarterback late round all the time just to develop as an asset or a backup or an emergency blanket.
I mean, we're seeing that now with Washington starting. No, we're seeing it now. Washington starting Sam Howell. Not Heineke, not Wentz, a guy who hasn't been on the field all year. Because I think they look at him and go, maybe he's Purdy.
By the way, welcome, just a couple minutes late, to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Again, a couple minutes late into the 5 o'clock hour means we're only a couple minutes closer to saying hello to Nick Bosa, who's going to be joining us sometime 5:15, 5:20. We're looking forward to talking to a man that Peter King just said absolutely is going to get his Defensive Player of the Year vote. He has been absolutely spectacular. When I look at what Jimmy G's future holds, Jimmy G finally holds in his hand what his future might look like. Like it's his option going forward. And I think that Jimmy is going to look around the Niners and say, well, they basically have a younger version, a much less expensive version of me right now. You just said yourself, Ray, there's literally almost zero drop-off between Garoppolo games to Purdy games. And they've got Trey Lance, and they're not coming off of that investment. And by the way, I can wear the white hat and ride into a couple of different NFL towns and instantly be the guy who is the rising tide that improved all the boats in the harbor. How about this? Jimmy Garoppolo, New York Jet.
I don't think the Jets are good enough. And I think one of the advantages that Garoppolo has had in his time here is that for 3 of the last 4 years, he's been on an exceptional team. The Jets are not that, and they are not just a quarterback away. I think
they're good. They're not the same. They're not the ha 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 ha. You're a joke, New York Jets.
That only means they're better than a joke. But they managed, after a great start, to fall completely off. They're going to miss the playoffs yet again. So they're not by any means a complete team.
But what if I told you that all their not all their problems, obviously the quarterback doesn't play defense, and the Jets have had some defensive problems, but they've also had a very stout defense at times this year. What if I told you that all their problems on offense were related to the quarterback? And I think I can prove that here. Jets quarterbacks, where they've been ranked in quarterback rankings over the last few years. So we'll start in 2018, back in the Sam Darnold still might be our guy era. Sam Darnold in 2018, Darnold was 31 out of 33 quarterbacks in terms of QB ratings over qualified quarterbacks. 2019, he improved, but not much. He was 27 out of 32. In 2020, Sam Darnold regressed even further, and he was 35 out of 35 qualified quarterbacks. So it couldn't get worse from that. They moved on. Zach Wilson, 2021, was 31 out of 31. Zach Wilson, this year, 33 out of 33. The Jets have had nothing shorter than the single worst qualified quarterbacking play of all qualified quarterbacks in football going on the better part of 5 years now. Robert Saleh knows Jimmy Garoppolo, and I think is going to say, go get that guy. Jimmy Garoppolo, Derek Carr, and Baker Mayfield are going to be the 3 best quarterbacks on the market. And I think Garoppolo fits well in New York. I really do.
He might, but I think there are 2 flaws in the argument. One is they still have an investment in Zach Wilson. I don't think they're cutting him loose. So he's still going to be there. And I think they're pinning their hopes not on the market, but on Mike White. I think Joe Flacco's out the door. They also have Chris Streveler, who they really like.
Shouldn't.
So I don't know. Well, maybe not. But, unless they're going to get rid of him too for Garoppolo, they have a starting quarterback in White, and they have a relatively cheap backup in Streveler, and another backup who they may want to use as a trade piece later in Wilson. I don't know how they feel about Wilson. They keep saying he's still our guy, but they hate when he plays. So I think they can get accomplished what they want to get accomplished with Mike White as opposed to Jimmy Garoppolo, and for much cheaper. And I think the Jets are the kind of team that worries about cheap.
With the New York Giants back in the playoffs, you don't have time to just twiddle your thumbs if you're the New York Jets.
They've twiddled their thumbs very successfully for a very long time. And by successfully, I mean they've perfected twiddling. I don't see that as a progressive operation. And I don't think they're going to go, you know what? You drafted a quarterback 2 years ago. You drafted him second. You gotten us nowhere. I'm not trusting you to bring in another one. We got Mike White. That's who we're going to use. I don't think it's a bad idea that you're suggesting, but I think the Jets are probably the wrong situation, both for him and them.
Well, where's the right one then?
I don't know. And I'm not convinced that they're going to let Garoppolo go anyway.
It's not up to them to let Jimmy go.
No,
if Jimmy
but he
wants
might,
to go.
But he might believe he can beat Purdy out, and he might decide, you know what? They make the money right, and it doesn't have to be another $26 million deal. I mean, his new baseline is what he's getting paid now. So they don't have to all of a sudden, okay, we reduced your salary by 75%. Now we have to increase it by 75%. They can get him at a significantly lower cost than they were looking at 2 years ago. And they might decide, you know what? We're still not sure about Purdy. We are pretty sure what we get in Garoppolo. And if we keep everything else, we'll be fine.
We'll wrap up the Niner talk here to talk a little Warriors before we get to Nick Bosa. And when he joins us, we'll obviously get right back to football. But the 49ers have quite an opportunity in front of them this weekend. They are alive for the 1 seed. They beat the visiting Cardinals, who are starting David Blau at quarterback and will not have DeAndre Hopkins as a wide receiver. And if the Eagles lose, the Niners are the top seed. If the Eagles and the 49ers lose, while the Cowboys win, Dallas would be the top seed and get the bye. If the Cowboys and the 49ers lose, the Eagles remain the 1 seed. Again, the Eagles host the Giants at 1:25 on Sunday. That is the exact same time that the 49ers game is kicking off. It is the exact same time, Ray, that the Cowboys are visiting D.C. to take on
Sam Howell,
the worst mascot ever rolled out in Week 17 history. Have you seen Captain
Tutty?
Captain Tutty. Wow, that's bad.
It's bad on so many levels. I mean, starting with it's unsightly. 2, they're trying to claim that, Tutty is what the young kids call a touchdown.
Not really.
Not really is exactly right. And 3rd, the guys who were the Hogs are suing the team. So it's just a reminder of the fact that when you come in contact with the Commanders, you're bringing a lawyer. So it's an awful idea on every level. But it's Washington, so of course it's a bad idea on every level. That's what they are.
How much fun is that 125 window going to be this Sunday? Oh, it's going to be fantastic. Scoreboard watching galore. The Vikings play earlier in the morning. Kyle Shanahan was talking about how it all rolls out at the same time the Niners are going.
I mean, I think about a lot of that stuff. I don't talk about it all. We'll see how it plays out, and we'll see what the situation is. And I know one thing, we would love to be the 1 seed, but right now we got the 2 seed, and we want to make sure we at least stay the 2 seed. In order to do that, we need to win. Maybe if Minnesota lost before us, that wouldn't be the case, but I'm counting on us having to win to get that, and we're not going to know until the game's over whether we have a chance at the 1 seed. So the way it plays out, to me, there's only one thing that guys should be worried about and our team should be talking about, and that's beating Arizona.
But, of course, the follow-up question has to be, as they run through other scores on LED boards in your stadium, will you be looking?
No, I don't really like people getting on that, doing that. I might look at the scoreboard here and there for replay and fall into the score, but we'll see.
Come on, just say, of course I'm going to be looking around what's going on. You're telling me that if we win, which is clearly the priority, and they lose in another city, we get a bye week? Well, of course you're going to be paying attention to what's going on. I mean, you're telling me Kyle Shanahan can't think about two things at once? The man thinks about a million things at once.
He has people who can tell him what the score is, so he doesn't have to look.
Exactly.
He'll have somebody whispering it in his ear if he wants to know. But I don't think he necessarily needs to know that.
Well, he doesn't. He can't do anything with that information.
No, and I think he's one of those guys who is probably telling the truth when he says, that's just clutter. I mean, we're going to do what we're going to do. Those guys are going to do what they're going to do. I mean, of all the of the two non-number one seeds, there's only one team he has to actively worry about being able to beat, and that's Kansas City. And he doesn't have to worry about that till the second week of February. I think they're better than Philadelphia right now. Now, in 3 weeks, that might be different.
Just clarify a couple things here. We've been told Nick Bosa might be calling us now at any minute. So, phone lines are like the line of scrimmage. He can come across it whenever he wants. There's no stopping him. Did you just predict the 49ers are going to the Super Bowl, right?
No, I did not. I'm not even predicting that they'll win the conference final. I'm saying that if you just took the teams as they are right now, Kansas City is the one team I don't believe they can beat.
I think Kansas City is going to win the Super Bowl this year. I think Kansas City is the most underreported on, call it Chiefs fatigue, if that's what you want. They're 13-3.
They're 13-3, but here's why.
They're the least hyped 13-3 with an awesome quarterback that's been winning, an awful lot for years now. 13-3 I've ever seen.
But here's the thing. They haven't blown people out. And I think that's one of the things that generates hype. As much as it's supposed to be irrelevant, I think people look at scores and go, okay, how good are you really? They beat Denver by 3.
I think it's hard. It's like the Draymond Green. It's hard to get up to play, the Orlando Magic when you're in your 4th consecutive NBA Finals.
I get that, but this has been their entire season where they have to work really hard to win games. This is not a useful stat, but they're the team that lost at Indianapolis. They're the team that they lost to the Bengals, they lost to the Bills, but they beat Tennessee by 3 at home. They beat Jacksonville by 10 at home. They don't blow teams out. They beat Denver by 6 on the road.
Here's the thing, Jacksonville might be a playoff team.
Oh, they might be, but at the time they were awful. They beat Houston by 6. My point is, they're not looking like the dominant Chiefs team that people are always thinking that they are.
No, they're not. But that to me actually gives them a little more merit.
And it might, but you're talking about the hype, not the merit. The hype suggests that they're going, I don't know if I trust them. And by casual people talking about trust, they're talking about if they're playing at home, they ought to win by 4 touchdowns. And that's not who they've been this year. I mean, again, this is not a useful stat, but it does tell me something. They've given, at least against the spread, they've given a lot of points week in and week out. They're the second worst team in the league against the spread. They have 13 wins and they've covered 5 times.
Well, that's how Vegas builds towers, baby.
Which I get, but that's an indication that they are not winning by double digits. And if they're not winning by double digits with that team, the hype is going to be subdued.
I'm not trying to argue with you. What is the team consistently winning by double digits? Who are they this year? I would suggest there isn't one that consistently, more often than not, won by double digits. Because it felt like that sort of went out the window in one of the everybody's kind of in the middle NFL seasons we've seen.
The Bills, the Cowboys, the Eagles. Bills are plus 157, which is essentially almost 10 a game.
It's big.
Which means the Cowboys, plus 145. The Chiefs plus 109. So there are teams that have been doing that. We're talking about hype, not actual strength.
I also think that there is a level of who gets an opponent's best shot every week more than the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, if you come with anything other than perfect attendance and an A+, perfect attendance and an A+ still gets you flunked out of the game.
Who's not doing that against the Eagles? Who's not doing? Well, I mean, the 49ers are plus 148. That's a team that will pile some points on your ass.
Lately, especially.
Yeah. I mean,
Niners have scored 30 or more points in 6 of their last 9, including 33 or more in 4 of their last 5, and 37 or more now in back-to-back games. So they've really come on with the gaudy point totals lately.
Yeah.
And welcome Christian McCaffrey is what that is, basically.
Well, that's a welcome to Christian McCaffrey, and that's, we're going to let you have 13, and you'll be happy with it. Because you can't mention McCaffrey without mentioning the defense because they work in tandem. But, yeah, that is why the hype for Kansas City is as subdued as it is. They haven't steamrolled teams. Dallas has steamrolled teams. 49ers have been doing that. And Buffalo's absolutely been doing it. So, yeah, there are teams that are doing that. Kansas City has not been one of them.
Part of the steamrolling 49ers and really one of the biggest steamrollers in the NFL is nice enough to join us here and now on Damon and Ratto. We go inside the 49ers locker room, presented by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality. Shop at your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill supermarkets for all of your tailgate needs. Nick Bosa is having a monster year, a career-high 17.5 sacks this season. Those are the stats that are easy to see. You go looking into his pressures. You use your naked eye. You go to the way he just makes teammates better around him. It's easy to say that he has the strongest argument for Defensive Player of the Year. Not even a half an hour ago, we were talking to Peter King, who is a preeminent NFL journalist, and said Nick Bosa has his Defensive Player of the Year vote in his 4th NFL season. He's going to the postseason. Where they end up, though, we still do not know. And, man, it's been a hell of a ride. Nick, thank you for joining us. Damon Bruce, Ray Ratto with you. And let me just start by talking about how much I enjoy watching you play football, man. It really is fun to watch you play. You destroy games. And that's sports greatness means they make it look easy. You make something that is not easy look easy, Nick.
I appreciate that. That's a big compliment. I definitely have put a lot of work in, so it's not easy, but at this point, sometimes it is.
At what point do you feel that the work that you invested into your health, into your body, really changed the arc of your career? Because, if you don't mind me saying, you were pretty studly from day one. So I don't know how much more you needed to do to continue that. You've been wrecking games since your, Defensive Rookie of the Year season, and the only thing that held you back was an injury.
Yeah, it's definitely helped me a lot, just feeling healthier and improving some things. And that's really all it takes to take those, 5 sack jumps in a year is to just improve very minute things, and that's the NFL. So because everybody's really good, so just finding whatever way you can to improve is kind of the theme of my career.
Well, and you come obviously from a huge football family, so I don't want to mean what a personal award would mean to you. I know you're playing for team awards, and that means an awful lot to you. What would being named Defensive Player of the Year mean to your dad?
It would mean a lot to him, but he's proud of me either way, so he'd be happy if I came in second. So, but yeah, no, it's definitely a goal since you're a little kid. Whenever you start playing defense, you look at guys who have come through and won that award. And I think the number one goal when you play for an organization like this is obviously a Super Bowl, but that would be some icing on the cake for sure.
You spoke a minute ago about the minute things that you've worked on. What are the ones that you believe you are better at this year than even last year? What are the ones that you look at and go, I'm better this year than I was a year ago?
Just kind of all around. Definitely getting off the ball better. I think I'm moving quicker. My strength is up, so my power rushes are more effective. And then just the more you play, the more answers you find for certain offensive linemen and certain sets and punches and grabs and all the things that you see that O-linemen try to do to slow you down. So the more you play, just the more reps, you can't help but get better.
Nick Bosa here on 95.7 The Game. How much do you practice where your hand is on the line of scrimmage? I know I can't remember what game it was, but you got called for, offsides on back-to-back plays. And, I mean, that's just you trying to buy a millimeter there. I mean, you're practicing that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about practicing exactly where I'm lining up. You usually could use your eyeballs for that. But I don't know. That was the Chiefs game, and I wasn't focused enough on where I was lining up. I was kind of letting the what was going on the end of the line of scrimmage kind of mess with me, and I was trying to maybe predict plays or whatever it is, and I forgot to take a look.
Nick, obviously you guys are happy to come out of Las Vegas with a win. You said that Josh Jacobs is the best running back you've played against all year. What did you think separated him from the pack?
Just his cutting ability. Right when he gets the ball, he makes that one cut and then hits it really hard. And he's kind of old school, big dude, short and stocky. So usual arm tackles that'll slow him down don't really slow him down at all, and he's explosive. So, and I was impressed with their O-line too. They were savvy and found him good lanes, and the scheme was a little different than we faced. Kind of that Belichick run game, and they took advantage of some things. But those are the kind of games that we needed to play going into the playoffs to be ready for whatever is going to be thrown at us down the road.
Yeah, that was sort of my follow-up question there. I mean, obviously, I know every player playing defense would prefer the shutout, but you do see the merits in winning a shootout, especially when you're in real-time grooming someone who's a third-string quarterback to be your starting quarterback between now and the promised land.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this league, it's never going to be the same each week. You're going to have to find multiple ways to win, and as a defense, we always hold ourselves to the standard of being the reason we win. But when you have an offense that could go and win it and win shootouts and do the things that some of these top offenses throughout the league can do, and then you hone in on what you could do on defense, and that combination is what I think could take us where we need to go.
In any normal game, how long do you think it takes you to get a full sense of who you're going up against and what they want to do? Is it a couple of series? Is it one? Do you know right away because you prepped for it? Or does sometimes it take a long time?
You talk about the offensive tackle I'm facing?
Oh, the offensive tackle, the scheme you're running against, just because you're just not facing a tackle. You're usually facing a series of people.
Yeah, definitely. It takes a little bit, but the more you play in the league, the more it's a copycat league, and a lot of the run game stuff is the same throughout the year, and pass rush is pass rush. But things like the style of run game that you're going to be facing, and kind of the amount of respect that they're giving us as a D-line in terms of chipping and help and slide and all that stuff. That stuff takes a little bit to get comfortable. That's probably why you see more sacks later in games and stuff like that, because you do need to get a feel for it, and you kind of need to set up what you're planning on making that game-changing play with later on.
Nick Bosa with us here on 95.7 The Game, talking about his exemplary season that he and his teammates are having. And as we said earlier, wrecking offensive lines has been the family business. And, how often do you speak with your brother about other O-lines, other tackles, how to beat guys when you're playing teams that he might see more often than you do? Do you share tips with each other, or is that sort of, you guys are on separate teams and you're not trying to help anyone out?
No. We talk about it a lot in the off season when we're training, but I think whenever I face, like this year we played the AFC West. Obviously Joey has some experience with those guys, so I would shoot him a text before in the beginning of that week, and we'd talk FaceTime usually at least once a week. So we'd talk about it, but tips are only going to get you so far in this league. You got to go out and do it, and playing the edge position is there's a lot of nuance to it, but when it comes down to it, you just got to go dominate somebody, and that's the main focus I try to get my mind on when I run out there.
Not to switch gears, but the football world has been talking about what happened Monday night in Cincinnati. Were you watching the game at all? And did you spend much time, watching as Damar Hamlin's situation unfolded? Or did you walk away? Did you not watch it at all? And do you have any thoughts about it?
Yeah, it was on in my house, and I didn't even think twice about it. I was watching tape, and it was kind of just on in the background. Then I realized how severe it was, and I know Joe Burrow and Sam, who play for the Bengals, so I talked to them a little bit after. But yeah, it's just awful scenario that we really haven't seen in the league. But yeah, I'm just hoping it goes as good as it can for his family and everybody involved.
Do you think that you and your teammates would have made the same choice as the Bengals and Bills made? Because it really felt like that came from the coaching staffs, the captains, and the players themselves, that we're done here tonight, not necessarily the league.
Yeah, I do. Obviously, I have to go through it to really get an answer on that. But, yeah, it's too much, especially what they saw go on out there. It's just too much to keep going.
It was a lot. There is no doubt about it. I would love to talk about, and I've been hoping that we would get the opportunity to talk to you, because I've been wanting to talk to you about one thing in particular since this season started. I want to talk to you about your helmet.
Oh, yeah.
You could probably teach a class on that at Ohio State. I know that players get deeply involved and attached to their equipment choices. What style of helmet are you and Kittle both wearing? I really haven't seen it anywhere else in the league on anyone else. Maybe someone else is wearing it. What is that style of helmet, and why did you choose it?
Well, it's pretty simple. It's the most protective helmet you could wear, and it's called the Vices Trench. And it's basically just the Vices helmet that a lot of guys wear. I don't think the business is doing too great, so I ordered a bunch of them to make sure I have them for the rest of my career. But it's just an extra attachment for linemen that is put on the Vices helmet, and I've used the Revolution Speed with the the newest version for most of my career. And then last year, I just was bumping my head a little bit. Obviously, we play football, and I switched to just give it a try to see if it was worth the goofy look. And I wore it last year in playoffs and didn't feel one thing. So I gave it another try this year, and it's far and away the most protective helmet for your head. People don't wear it because it's ugly and it's big, but I've gotten over that, and George doesn't really care either. So Dwelly wears it on our team too. So just guys who are trying to protect their brain. So, in preseason this year, during practice with
with contact. I know that certain position groups were wearing, what were those crowns? They look like an extra pillow.
Guardians.
Yeah, the Guardian caps. You obviously will do something unfashionable in the name of safety. If Guardian caps made the NFL safer, if they do make the NFL safer, do you think that will eventually become an option for players to wear?
I don't know. Just because it's such a big thing, and those things come off pretty easily and get all messed up. And they block the logo. I guess you could put a logo on them, but I don't need one with the helmet I got. The thing is indestructible, so I'm all good.
How many other guys in the league do you know that wear it, or are you still a small minority?
I think the reason I tried it is because I saw some O linemen wearing it. I think a couple guys from Green Bay's O line last year was wearing it, and I was just fed up with some of the hits I was taking. So, and I play really physically, and so I switched, and it's just like not even close. So,
you ever see the movie Spaceballs?
Yeah.
do you feel a little bit
goofy?
Do you feel a little bit like you're wearing the Spaceballs helmet?
But yeah, once you wear something enough, it kind of becomes like your image, and I think it. I mean, if anybody's going to make it fashionable, I think me and George could do it.
Look at it this way: it's going to take some serious production underneath that helmet to make it fashionable, and you guys are both absolutely putting it up. Did you and George have a conversation about this helmet? Do you guys hang out, or is it sort of other sides of the ball and not very often, or do you get together in your off-season programs?
Me and George.
Yeah.
Yeah, we hang out. I don't think I saw him this off-season, but just because I'm in Florida and he's in Tennessee, but we were in Vegas right when the off-season started, and we hang out a decent amount throughout the season. Obviously, we're busy, but yeah, we're good friends, and he saw me wearing it, and I'm sure his wife probably told him he needs to start wearing it or something.
Nick Bosa here with us on 95.7 The Game. So we were trying to figure this out. I'm a Big Ten guy myself. Obviously, your time at Ohio State. Did you ever play against David Blau when he was at Purdue? I don't think you guys met at any point in time.
I don't think we did. No, I don't know much about him.
Is he a stationary target? Does he look like two sacks to you?
I don't get too excited with the Cardinals because Kingsbury doesn't like to let our D-line have very much fun, so they're going to be ripping that ball out first read for most of the day. We just got to stop the run, hopefully get a little lead, and then go from there.
Do you take pride in being the most held player in football?
No, that is not a good accomplishment.
Well, it means they're having trouble slowing you down, I guess. I guess it's sort of a compliment, even though it's not an accomplishment.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Are you the most yoked guy on this team? And if you're not, who is?
Oh, man, that is a tough question for me to answer. But I'd say Marcelino takes that. He's a practice squad linebacker. That dude is built differently.
All right. Look out, practice squad. Look, I'm not going to bring up the Peach Bowl. It probably didn't make you happy, and I don't want to make you mad. So let me ask this instead. As a true Buckeye, how happy would you be to see Harbaugh leave that school up north just to go back to the NFL?
I kind of like him there. He fits that team up north vibe. And I like when we beat him. We haven't beat him in a couple of years, but I think he fits them really well, and he's easy not to like. So I wouldn't mind if he stayed.
Well, I tell you what, you fit this team incredibly well. I think that you've just been phenomenal this year, and I hope you keep it up and keep healthy because I think you guys got a lot more football left in front of you. We haven't asked you at all about Brock Purdy, and I don't think you probably never expected to get that, many questions about a third-string quarterback in your entire life, but here we are, and this guy's just blowing out any and all expectations anyone could have for him. How impressed by him are you? Because he just recently did an article where he said he couldn't believe he was changing next to Nick Bosa a few lockers down when he got to the 49ers. So he was obviously impressed by you. How impressed are you by him?
Oh, man, I couldn't be more impressed. Just second quarterback goes down. You think your season's in jeopardy, even with the team that we have. But he's exceeded expectations by just about anybody. And, I mean, he's been putting up points every single week and getting the ball to all of our playmakers efficiently. He's been smart with the ball. He's elusive. He could run when he needs to. He's accurate. There's really not much you could hate on so far. I think he has the best QB rating in the league since he's been in. So, not bad for Mr. Irrelevant.
Not bad at all. Speaking of not bad, Christian McCaffrey. I mean, this guy's he's a perfect fit. What do you think makes him the perfect player for Kyle's offense?
I think just his mentality of wanting to perfect everything. It kind of goes along with Kyle, and he's going to continue to get better in the run scheme, just learning how to play his blocks and play the scheme. And obviously the receiving ability is great. I just think he's a perfect fit with this team because of how he works and just how important it is to him.
Nick, our friends at Harris Ranch Beef are going to send you 10 pounds of prime steaks for joining us today, and you get to choose your cut. Do you want the
rib? I'm here, baby.
The ribeyes, the porterhouses, or the New York strips?
The strips last time were really good, but can I do an assortment maybe?
You know what? For Nick Bosa, we're going to figure this out. We will tell Harris's Nick would like the assortment, and we'll tell them that you know where they are, and you'll be knocking on their door personally if they don't hook you up. We'll try to make it happen for you, man. Is it true? Is there a word running through the 49ers locker room? You come on with us, you get steaks?
Oh yeah, that's might be why you keep getting guests.
Oh no, it's definitely why we keep getting guests.
It's not because of our charm and charisma.
That too, it helps. It helps.
Thank you very much, Nick, for joining us. Good luck the rest of the way. Good health to you, and keep it up, man. 2 more, you get Alden's record. Is that true?
That is true. We need to get there.
Go get him. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me. See you.
Nick Bosa here on 95.7 The Game. He was great. He opened up finally. I think it was the charm, Ray.
No, it's the meat. Trust me, it's the meat.
Did you hear how excited he was as soon as I got to it?
Oh, yeah.
That's why I'm here.
He was looking at his watch. He's going, when did they start talking beef?
He's like, he asked me a yoked question that could be like transitioning into the food group.
Only if he was a cannibal. No, I mean, I think I'm a little disappointed that he didn't say, hey, can I double the order and get an assortment? I mean, if you're going to go big.
Grandy, pass it on to sales that we need an assortment. He liked the strip steaks, but he needs some porterhouses and ribeyes too, and he's got 17.5 sacks. So he can get whatever he wants.
I'll send it up the chain. We'll figure it out.
You run that right up the chain.
Up the chain. Good God.
How far do you think the chain goes? Where does it end, Ray?
Oh, it dies at that door.
Not the corners of true power in this nation?
No. As soon as Grandy leaves the office, that's done.
Thanks so much to the Niners for getting us Nick Bosa. He was great. He is definitely warming up to talking. I mean, we got a lot more out of Nick this year than we did in year one for sure. So that was good. And we thank him very much for joining us. Good job on the Niners for setting that up. Good job by Harris Ranch Beef for feeding the Niners as well. And when we come on back, we've got one more note or two to pass along about how Warriors got a good little opportunity in front of them here tonight, and they should go out of their way to take advantage of it. So stick around. It's Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name in the Bay Area since 1922. And our merch store, it's live and open. You can check it all out at 957thegame.com.
It's Mark Willard.
Best home record in the league, worst road record in the league. Has anything like that ever happened in any sport? That's bananas.
And Dan Dibley.
You got a quarterback, this little rookie quarterback, Mr. Relevant. We dropped the from his former nickname, and he's hot right now. Do you want to put your QB1 on ice?
Live on YouTube. Every day from 9 till noon.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Don't forget about the environment when making New Year's resolutions. This year, resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags, and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc? Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Get in zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So, you've got an oil change coming up. Consider STP Conventional High Mileage to save on motor oil for your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, a win tonight over the Detroit Pistons puts the Golden State Warriors 3 games over 500 for the very first time all season. So you should probably go ahead and do that. Pistons are 5-17 on the road. They've won only 10 games all year. The Warriors got a 5-game winning streak going. That is actually the third longest active winning streak in the NBA right now. We know that Andrew Wiggins is not playing tonight. He is out with non-COVID illness. Kuminga also out with a right foot injury. And who did you also say? Was it JaMychal Green? And not only are they going to be sat tonight, Anthony Slater reported hours ago that they are going to be pretty much scratched the remainder of this homestand. So they're going to miss tonight, Orlando, and then when the Suns get here next week.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting for them because of all the things we've talked about with this team all year, one thing rings truest. When they win, they hold the other team to 110. When they lose, it's 120 and up. No more difficult than that. And these guys ought to be able to defend because defense, even a complicated one like the Warriors play, is still the easiest part of the game.
Look, a little bit of health, a little bit of defense, a little success on the road, and they should start looking like the Golden State Warriors again. It shouldn't be that hard for them. Especially, look, when they all get healthy, how many teams are really trotting out 4 guys giving the league 20 or more a night? The Warriors are very close. You got Steph dropping 30 on the league a night, Poole getting you 20 and a half a night, Clay's getting 20 right now, and Wiggins is at 19. This needed to be a get-right homestand for the Warriors. They're getting right. They're not even healthy yet. I just see good things starting to come their way. I mean, I'm giving you stock-up reports on DiVincenzo, who I think is finding his place on this team. Kuminga, even though he's injured right now, he's starting to find himself in his game. Lamb, look, I kept on asking, why are they going to this guy? Why are they continuing to play him? Because he works for them. He works. The guy grinds. He does. He does all the dirty little, nasty little, ugly things that if Draymond's not on the floor, they're not doing them.
Well, if he doesn't grind, he can't be in the league. It's simple as that. And it's not just about being here. It's about that's what his talent level is. You grind or you go.
But look, as we start looking at this league, assessing who's got what, who's going to be positioned where, I just see this. Steph, Poole, Clay, Wiggins, Draymond, Looney, DiVincenzo, Kuminga, Lamb. That's 9 guys. That's all you're really playing in the postseason anyway. It's a 9-man rotation. And if Andre Iguodala is going to show up and do anything, you figure they're saving him for when the lights are burning the brightest in the postseason.
Well, that's what they've said. Yeah.
So you throw him into that mix. Patrick Baldwin Jr. has got a little bit of an opportunity to show he's got a reason to get played. So, and by the way, he's probable for tonight. Given who's not going, I hope he can go because he's got minutes waiting for him tonight if he can play.
He'll be played.
Warriors just get more and more interesting.
Otherwise.
More and more interesting. More and more interesting. Every single time we look up and at them. And it's been one of their most interesting seasons only because you officially never know what you're going to get. I mean, the Warriors, if anything, their sin was becoming too predictable, too successful.
Well, but they're weird, and they're still weird now because, again, they're 20-18 on merit. because they don't defend well enough often enough to be the Warriors you're thinking of. When they do that, the dynamic will change. And as long as it takes them to figure out how to do that, that's how long they're going to be weird. I mean, as much as we love to talk about offense, the fact is this dynasty was built on their ability to keep other teams from doing what they wanted.
Since we're talking about injuries and returning from them, the 49ers opened up Elijah Mitchell's practice window today, so they are going to have 21 days to evaluate him as ready to go again and put him back on the roster unless there's any sort of regular season, postseason reset of the protocol that it takes there, Ray. Do you know?
I don't believe there is. I believe 21 days is 21 days.
McCaffrey, Greenlaw, Kinlaw were all held out of practice today for precautionary reasons and a little nursing, if you will. Both Nick Bosa, who was just fabulous with us just a moment ago, and Trent Williams got vet days off today. Great day out of Peter King today. Really good interview with him, and thanks an awful lot to you, Ray.
You can't do that with a straight face.
No, I can't.
I can't do it with a straight face.
Because tomorrow, do you know who you're working with tomorrow?
I believe it's that criminal Gleason.
Oh, Whitey. Be nice to him just once. He's such a good guy.
He's a turd.
He's such a good guy. Well, speaking of that, I'm not going to be the guy who films it for you to make a public service announcement, but I feel like since I'm officially going in for one of these, and it's a thing that guys worry about, I'm just going to share it. The reason why I'm not going to be in tomorrow, which is I look at, some of our streaming things and our messages here, well, there's a guy named Doug Handler who just does not like me. Well, Doug, I got two good pieces of news for you tomorrow. Whitey Gleason will be in for me tomorrow, and someone's going to be completely up my rear end, and it's not you on the text line. I'm getting my first colonoscopy tomorrow, Ray.
You described it in such a way that I hope it goes poorly.
Well,
you just put an image in my head that I'm going to have to boil my brain to get out.
How do you think they do these things?
I know exactly how they do.
Check my ear?
I know how they do them. I've had them done. But you explaining it to me and having me think about it, that's just wrong.
Is there anything I should know? You got any colonoscopy advice for me?
They'll put you out. You'll be groggy the rest of the day. And it might carry over till tomorrow. But hope that you're clean as a whistle.
I got jokes, but I'm not going to share any of them with you. I will tell you, though, that John Dickinson, clean as a whistle as a broadcaster.
Yeah, what a segue this will be.
John Dickinson is coming up next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. It's Warriors Live. He's going to get you ready with Warriors and Pistons next here on 95.7 The Game. Again, thank you very much to Peter King, to Nick Bosa for joining us. John, thank you for filling in for Lucas. That green wave flu, man, it really got him. Took him right out.
He's a malingering fraud.
Thank you. Grandy, awesome job out of you today. Really appreciate everyone tuning in. Get home safe. Bomb cyclone. Looks like it's gone off a little anyways. So be careful out there. I would be, I hope you all sandbag everything and don't get flooded wherever you are. Me, hopefully no flooding tomorrow. Anything else, Ray?
Again, you can't help yourself. This is why I hope they do this with a driver.
Oh, colonoscopies don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Brock Purdy is one of the biggest stories in the NFL.
Purdy, play action for the end zone. It's caught. Ayuk, touchdown.
And Vontae and Shasky had Papa Purdy on the morning roast.
As a dad, you're always nervous. For the first time in my life, watching Brock play, I was just like, well, he's got a guy that's going to call the right place. And, that's very comforting.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Mark Willard here for the Game Time app, the absolute best way to find your way into the hottest games, concerts, and events in your area at the last minute. My son actually turned me on to the Game Time app. He used it to get into a Padres-Giants game in San Diego last year. He's 15. He was like, Dad, I can get into this game tomorrow for like $15. I told him, I think you should do that. The Game Time app offers amazing last-minute deals on tickets, and with the NFL playoffs right around the corner, the Game Time app is where you'll want to be. But it's not only pro sports. I was looking at the app today to find Louis C.K. tickets. Ed Sheeran is coming to town. All the events all in one spot with great deals. Game Time is the fastest growing ticketing app in the nation. And with these deals, it's no surprise. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, create an account and the redeem code THEGAME for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's game day at Jim's house, and the spread is impressive.
Mike's already done some